Chapter 1, Withdrawal when he comes tomorrow. Hai Chang. Outside the housing authority. Li Jian held the red real estate book in his hand, looking at the information about the house on it with an agitated expression. The names of 3 people were clearly written on the owner of the property, Li Jian, Li Fu, and Zhao Yaping. Li Jian was so happy to see his name at the top of the list that his heart was simply overjoyed. Mom, this is a 200 square feet, 3-room, 2-bathroom house. I just asked. And it's worth more than $1 million. Grandpa finally died. This big house of his finally belongs to us, and we won't have to squeeze in that broken rental house anymore. Li Jian thought of something, and his eyebrows and eyes were all smiling. Mom, now our family has a house worth more than $1 million, also can be considered out of poverty into a well-off. But brother-in-law previously brought to Dad's bone marrow replacement of $800,000. Sister said he is the wedding house sold, but also borrowed money from all over the debt to barely help us get together. Visible. This what brother-in-law how poor, now also owes a butt of debt. TSK. I do know that my brother-in-law's family relies on farming for a living and doesn't have much money. What era is this? Their family is so poor. Right now it's already completely unworthy of our family. Anyway, my sister and he don't have a license, so we might as well kick this poor guy out. Otherwise, when I tell people that he's my brother-in-law, I'll feel ashamed. My sister was born white and beautiful, and with our family's current conditions, we can find another rich brother-in-law. Mom, don't you think so? Also, that poor guy sent $800,000 for our father's treatment. After he was discharged from the hospital, there was still $60,000 left. It just so happens that I want to jump ship to Longwei Group. There is a high salary. I take this money to go to the accommodation, when the past as a supervisor can be. Otherwise, I'll be a mediocre employee with a salary of 3,000 to 4,000, which is a shame. Li Jian carefully tucked the housebook into his pocket and advised his mother, Zhao Yaping, beside him. Li Jian felt that his family now had a house of over $1 million. When converted down, he was worth more than $1 million. Who would still want to recognize that poor bastard Song Su as his brother-in-law, when he had stuffed money into Longwei, and his family had such a big house, then he would be the right kind of rich and handsome. After Zhao Yaping got the property, she was overjoyed, and her mind was on the matter of moving quickly. As soon as she heard her son's words, she nodded her head as if she had come to a sudden realization. You're right, our family now has more than $1 million of real estate. I would have thought that their family is too poor. If not your father was sick at that time, our family needs money. I see that boy is still a bit of use then. I would have let your sister to find another. Not to mention that now, your father has been discharged from the hospital. Our family has a big house. That poor boy is even more unworthy of our family. However, this $1,800,000 dowry, we did receive it, plus the $800,000 for your dad's bone marrow replacement. He asked what we're going to do about it. Zhao Yaping frowned, somewhat dissatisfied, and pondered on a countermeasure. Li Jian's eyes rolled, and he smiled. It's not like we asked him for that $800,000. It's what he voluntarily gave us, so it's not ours. And, my sister with him for 6 years. 6 years of youth, This when the youth compensation fee. I still feel that this money is less it. He will still have the nerve to ask for it back? When Zhao Yaping heard this, her eyes suddenly glowed. Right, go back and tell your sister. Let them break up quickly. This money, we'll leave it behind. Anyway, it's all given to us. That Song Su, at the moment, even the wedding house is not available, but also owes a bunch of external debt. Poor man, Want to climb high up our family? Bah, dream. The two reached an agreement, called a car in a hurry, back home. As soon as they entered the house, Li Fu, who had just been discharged from the hospital, was half lying on the sofa watching TV, and Li Yinyin was packing the furniture. On the way home, the two excited people could not wait to send a message to Li Yinyin, asking her to pack the furniture, because they planned to move to the new home early tomorrow morning. This broken rental house, one more night, they cannot stand. As soon as she saw Li Yinyin, she directly dragged her to the sofa, and yelled at her daughter to withdraw from the marriage with Shinsu. Li Yinyin listened to a face of shock, incredulously wide-eyed. Mom, Song Su has been in accordance with your request to give 18 million dowry, and he also in order to give my father treatment. Sold his hard-earned money to buy the wedding house. This, how can this cross the river to tear down the bridge? Li Yinyin really can't think of, what in the world is her mother talking about? They are not unaware that Song Su in order to marry him, in order to achieve Zhao Yaping's request to buy a suite of rooms and 180,000 dowry, but every day and every night desperately work during the day, the night chauffeur, even when resting will take advantage of the takeaway to earn money, can only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day? From graduation to the present 2 years, it is not easy to pay a down payment of a house, to the bride price of 180,000 yuan, the turn of the eye and the father is sick. At that time, in order to find a match for dad's bone marrow, he would not have spent a lot of money to find a match, and finally found a match for the bone marrow. He even sold the wedding house without saying a word, only to come up with the money to dad's bone marrow replacement. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and her tears suddenly fell down in large quantities. Zhao Yaping looked at the daughter that aggrieved like, suddenly heart to anger. Hate iron not steel said, you this child is not stupid. Now you do not have a bridal chamber. If you get married, where to live? Sleep on the street? And I see Song Su that poor look. This life will not be good. Do you want to accompany him to suffer for life? He said that is the wedding house, but only paid a down payment. The down payment only how much money? More than 200,000. That the rest of the more than 500,000 can be borrowed. This is not a small amount. According to his monthly earn that thin thousands of dollars. How long to pay back? It is difficult not to you want to accompany her together to pay back. Every day to eat chaff and eat food? And according to Song Su that full of debt. By then even the bride price of your brother's marriage can't be shelled out. Not to mention that he still has to buy a wedding house for your brother. For such a poor bastard to want to marry my daughter. He's not worthy. Seeing Li Yining still choking and not saying anything, Li Jian impatiently glared at Li Yining, coldly laughed. Sister, our family is not the same now, but it is stepping into the well-off. That Song Su is still a farmer in the final analysis. Do you want to go farming with her? Don't be silly. With this condition of our family now, it's not a problem for you to find a rich second generation. You don't go to be the wife of a rich family, go to plant the land? Don't let me despise you. Li Fu on the side also heard the situation clearly. As soon as he heard that he could find a rich son-in-law of the second generation of the rich, immediately came to the spirit. His eyes glowing, also joined the ranks of persuasion. Said, son is just smart. Think comprehensively. So Yining, our family status are now different from Song Su. Quickly break up with him. You might as well find me a rich second generation son-in-law. The three-sided attack made Li Yining didn't know what to do at once. Should she really break up with Song Su? She also had to admit that what her family had just said did touch her. Planting land and living on the main road? Either way, she couldn't accept it. But 6 years of feelings, can you just say break up? Li Yining didn't know what to do and could only cry. Zhao Yaping saw Li Yining hesitation. Do not make a decision, only no crying. Direct anger, pointing at Li Yining nose and shouted. It's settled. Wait for him to come tomorrow and withdraw from the marriage. Chapter 2 System Activation. On the second day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Li family moved to a new home, and invited a large number of friends and relatives to their home. In addition to celebrating the move to a new home, it was also to celebrate Li Fu's successful bone marrow match and his discharge from the hospital. It was a double celebration. Li Fu is the only son of the Li family. In fact, does not have any relatives, but invited his many years of poker friends' family to come. The relatives invited were mainly from Zhao Yaping's side, and they also came one after another to the Li family's new house in Huaxing district. Apart from Zhao Yaping and Li Yining, who were busy preparing meals in the kitchen, the rest of them were sitting in the living room, talking and laughing. It was not until 6 p.m. that Song Su arrived with some fruits and a box of drinks. Song Su was wearing a decent suit, although it looked cheap, but it was very clean. A glance could tell that he was well prepared before coming to the in-laws' home. Only the dark circles on his face were extremely heavy, and his face was a bit haggard, but he still tried to stay awake, and his demeanor was not rude. He smiled and handed the gift to Zhao Yaping and said a word of blessing, then stood at the entrance hall and was about to change his shoes when he heard Zhao Yaping coldly say behind him, coming so late, a big table of elders waiting for you, don't know how to be courteous, and we moved to a new home and just gave such a little bit of fruits and a box of beverages. Shabby for who? Song Su heard the sarcastic words and looked at his mother-in-law in surprise, saying, Auntie, what do you mean by this? He, you have the face to ask me what I mean. Look at what you're wearing, ground floor goods, and, who are you showing it to with a black eye? Poor devil, you don't deserve my daughter at all. Break up with Yining and get lost. Zhao Yaping crossed her arms and tilted her head triumphantly, looking at Song Su with a face of contempt. These words deeply into the ears of all the friends and relatives present are a little incredulous to look at Zhao Yaping. They know, Song Su this kid in order to save Li Fu, spent how much money and energy after all, before the two couples old with them to show off that they picked up a son-in-law for nothing. The son-in-law. This move, once the disease as well. Why the sudden big change? Song Su immediately darkened his face. Auntie, are you serious? Want Yining to break up with me? Only to see Zhao Yaping sneer, sitting on the side with a condescending attitude, sneering, it's fine if you don't want to break up. The dowry has to be increased by $500,000. If you can get it out, marry my daughter. If you can't get it out, get out of my house quickly. What? $500,000? Song-soo was simply pissed off and laughed. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath and tried to keep himself from losing control. Auntie, you're not marrying your daughter. You're selling your daughter, right? And in order to cure uncle, I was busy looking for a bone marrow match. I even sold my house and borrowed money before I could help you gather the cost of the bone marrow replacement. $800,000 and I gave a dowry of $1,800,000 according to your request before. And now you're asking me for $500,000? Jia Yiping was instantly displeased and said angrily, what do you mean by help us get it together? Did I ask you to get it together? It's obviously you yourself who begged to give it to us. And what to sell your daughter? I am clearly for Enin consider. How can I let my daughter follow you to suffer? No house, no car, no deposit, but also 18 million on wanting to marry my daughter. But also do not take a look at what you own virtues. Poor ghost A. Delusional. Li Jian, who saw his mother's indignation, also quickly helped. I say Song-soo, you don't want to pester my sister. You don't deserve to be in our family now. Hurry up and split up. Song-soo listened to the words of this mother and son. Suddenly a burst of stomach. Too damn disgusting. Song-soo didn't want to care about these dogs' face. Just looked to the living room. Li Enin, who had been bowing her head, and asked, Li Enin, you want to break up with me? Li Enin and he met in freshman year. They were in the same club. They established a relationship in the first year. Together until now for 6 whole years. He was bent on marrying her. Song-soo thought, as long as Li Enin said to be with him, he will take her directly. But the only thing he got was silence. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. And the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. And the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. Song-soo completely died. His clenched fists unclenched at once, and he laughed in anger. Good enough. Just take my 6 years of giving all the TM to feed the dog. Break up can. Before to your family's money must be returned in full. Uncle treatment for bone marrow I took 800,000. The bride price of 18,000. Li Jian graduated last year to find a job. I helped to advance 20,000. Until now have not returned me. There are also some bits and pieces, like uncle's hospitalization miscellaneous expenses, the gifts that Li Jian asked me to help buy to please his boss, and the money for the gold jewelry that you had to ask me to buy, auntie, and so on. All these, I'll just take as being eaten by the dog. But this $1 million, you all pay me back. As soon as Jia Yiping heard that she wanted them to pay back the money, she jumped to her feet, pointing at Song-soo's nose. She cursed, you dare to call us dogs? This is how you treat your elders. Do you still want to have a face? How dare you ask us to pay back the money? My daughter but accompanied you to consume 6 years of youth. It's good that I didn't ask you to compensate the mental damage fee. You still dare to ask us to pay back the money. Bah! Shameless. One side of Li Jian saw the hand of 60,000. Song-soo even want to go back. Immediately stood up and shouted, these money but you voluntarily give us. That is ours. You still want us to spit out. Evil not disgusting. On your this poor and sour look. Also on the loss of my sister Big Mercy is willing to be with you for 6 years. You still want to ruin my sister's 6 years of youth for nothing. Hee. Funny. On your kind of no money still owe a butt of debt. Also won't be anyone like you. At this time, in the main seat of the dining table Li Fu heard by Song-soo the small public scolding as a dog. A moment unhappy, black face, angrily rebuked. Song-soo you don't know how to be good. Can't shell out $500,000 on the old man roll. Don't be here disgusting people. Song-soo took a deep look at Li Enin who still didn't say anything, and scanned the ugly faces of these 3 people, and laughed angrily. Who exactly is shameless and who is disgusting? Uncle Li was seriously ill and needed a bone marrow transplant. It was me who lowly begged the doctor to find a matching bone marrow as soon as possible. You guys told me that you didn't have the money. It was me who sold my house and borrowed money from all over to put it together in order to save Uncle Li's life. I also worked all kinds of jobs day and night, and I have only slept for 3 or 4 hours a day since graduation. And I didn't dare to spend any money, just to fulfill your demands. Now that you guys have inherited a new house, and Uncle Li's illnesses are all healed, you're starting to resent the fact that I'm in huge debt. So you want to embezzle my money and kick me away? I tell you, I am not a soft persimmon to be pinched. This money you must pay back. Song-soo's words heard the Li family's side of the family and friends a burst of heartache Song-soo. At the same time also by the Li family 4 people greedy ugly face disgusted straight to vomit. Li Fu, Li Jian and Jia Yiping's faces a burst of red and a burst of green, both bashful and angry. Just as Song-soo was grieving and furious, trying to restrain his gradually raging emotions, a flash of electricity suddenly flashed through his brain and a mechanical sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the time-limited spending system. It has been activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Rolls-Royce Phantom as a newcomer's gift package. The cash gift package has been issued. 1 million has been safely transferred into the host's bank card in a reasonable and legal name. Please spend it all within 1 day. Otherwise the host will be punished by the system. The daily lucky draw mode has been successfully opened. May I ask the host if he is drawing now? Chapter 3, Brother-in-law Goddess Confession? A mechanical voice sounded in his head, and Song-Soo came down with interest. Most of the systems in the novels were benchmarks for travelers. Surprisingly, they would also appear on themselves? Song-Soo quickly looked at the system content again. Rolls-Royce. 1 million. This one came up with a large sum of money. This system was awesome. But what else does this have a penalty if you don't spend it all? This, as expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch. This punishment won't be very serious, right? But right now he didn't have time to ask the system what the punishment was in detail. Let's talk about it afterward. He took a deep breath, divine sense into the system, intending to draw a prize first. After all, this is only a few seconds. First see what can be opened. So, he silently recited, draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gold membership card of the gold medal law firm. The fraudulent events of Li Fu, Zhao Yiping and other family members have been reported to the police and handed over to the firm's gold medal lawyers for full treatment. Song-Soo stared at the information about reporting to the police and hooked up a smile. This system was too much to his liking. He took a deep look at the 4 people, Zhao Yiping, who were eager to monopolize his money and get rid of him. Didn't they think that he was poor and thought that he wouldn't get ahead and could only suffer for the rest of his life? He would make these people pay a heavy price for their shameless behavior. Zhao Yiping felt that Song-Soo's smile was very harsh, and then he whirled and said angrily, Little, don't give face to face. You want to marry my daughter. It's only natural that you fulfill our requirements, or else with your poor and sour appearance, who would want to be with you? Hurry up and get out of here for my old lady. Don't pester our family and pester my daughter anymore. Zhao Yiping's husband Li Fu was also a burst of help. All sorts of dirty curse words counting down Song-Soo. At this time, sitting on Li Fu's left-hand side of the middle-aged man could not stand it. A face of green and black, angrily slapped the table. Attracted Li Fu did not set up 3 trembling. The middle-aged man stared at his longtime poker friend as if he was watching Xiang General. Just wanted to speak out for Song-Soo, but was surprised by a series of movements of his daughter, Shang Ruoan, on the side, only to see Shang Ruoan foot-high heels, wearing a light blue dress, black long straight casually scattered in the back of the head. Light makeup just reflect her pure natural delicate face. With a stretch of her small white hand, she took Song-Soo's arm, covered her nose, scanned up and down at Li Fu and Zhao Yaping and the others, and despised. I said which stinks so bad. Also, who said no one likes brother Song-Soo? No one wants to follow him. I do. Brother Song-Soo, if you don't mind, I'm willing to be your girlfriend, Shang Ruoan said, holding Song-Soo's arm's hand also tightened, afraid of being snatched away like, round big eyes, blinking looking at Song-Soo. The crowd was shocked and froze in place. Song-Soo was even more stunned. Shang Ruoan he is aware of, excellent grades, is currently reading the 3rd year, and looks beautiful as recognized by the school flower, and Li Jian is a childhood friend, by Li Jian once sealed as a goddess. How did this suddenly confess to him? The middle-aged man is also Shang Ruoan's father. Shang Gung is also surprised too, and then is a face of relief. Knowing a daughter is like a father. How could he ever not understand his daughter's mind? He knows that his daughter has been secretly in love with Song-Soo for 6 years, and from the moment when his daughter was in high school, at Li Yin's birthday party, Song-Soo blocked the wine handed over by Li Jian for his daughter. He fell in love with this young man. These are 2 years ago. The daughter learned that Song-Soo proposed to Li Yin, crying out to him. Shang Zuowan had hidden this feeling so well that even he, as a father, had never noticed it. Shang Gung also does not intend to stop. Anyway, he is very fond of this tireless, hard-working young man. His daughter, if she can be with him, is also quite good. In this Haichang, 2 years can only rely on their own to save enough money to buy a house and come up with 18 million dowry, showing that Song-Soo's ability is very strong. When the time came for him to help and assist, this young man would also be considered to have a promising future. Shan Wanru, are you crazy or stupid? Don't you know? He is now a poor man with no money, no house and a debt. You want to be with him? Sleeping on the street? Zoe, you don't have to pity this poor guy. Let me tell you, this house has 200 square feet and is worth more than $1 million. In the future it can all be mine. The real estate license has my name on it, and my sister will soon find a rich second-generation boyfriend. I will soon go to Long Wei Group as a supervisor. The monthly salary is 10,000. If you are with me, not only have a big house to live, also do not have to worry about money. Li Jian had a condescending face, panderingly took out his contract of being employed by Long Wei Group, and held it in front of Shang Zuowan. He had planned to clean up Song-Soo today, in front of Shang Zuowan to play his own style, and then yesterday with the personnel of the Dragon Tiger Group stuffed good money. Hello to get the employment contract to the table. His own goddess Shang Zuowan will certainly take the initiative to send embraces. He now has a room and money. Shang Ruowan must be eager to get married with him right away. But right now, how Shang Ruowan confessed to this poor ghost, he will never allow this to happen. Never. Shang Ruowan can only be with herself and must be with herself. Li Jian held up the contract of employment to raise the hands or sour, but Shang Ruo not only did not as expected that threw into his arms, but also disgusted a few steps back. Li Jian saw the situation at once anxious, reaching out to want to grab Shang Ruowan's arm. Seeing this, Song Su took a few steps forward to protect Shang Ruowan, backhanded a grip. Li Jian immediately painful while chaotic scream. The delicious and lazy Li Jian is too bad compared to Song Su who works out all year round. You little dare to hurt my son. Jia Yaping screamed and rushed over to hold Li Jian, then continued to scream at Song Su. Get out! You two shameless things, get out of my house quickly. Song Su held Shang Ruowan's hand and said in a stern, cold voice, this Amma, please pay attention to your words. If my girlfriend is scared by you, I will definitely make you pay a painful price. Also, you're in such a hurry to drive me away. You're embezzling my money. Your heart is weak. Say it clearly. When exactly do you want to pay back the $1 million you owe me? Jia Yaping saw Song Su asking for money again. She was furious. She said condescendingly, still Nima, this is the money you gave us. You still want to go back. I tell you, it's not possible. I borrowed the money and I didn't say I'd pay it back. I just don't want to pay it back. How about it? I'll see what you can do with me? Oh, good. Very good. Song Su smiled skinlessly, took out the cell phone in his arms, and pressed the termination button of the recording in public. Well said. I've saved this recording of the conversation. You'll just wait for the court summons and lawyer's letter. After saying that, Song Su didn't want to stay for a moment, pulling Shang Ruowan around and leaving, to the point that when he walked out of the doorway, Song Su turned his head and smiled mockingly. Oh, right, I forgot to tell your family. You can be considered fraud. 1 million, I counted. At the very least 10 years in jail. Your family just wait. Either pay back the money or go to jail. Song Su also no longer nonsense. With Shang Ruowan turned around and went into the elevator. And Song Su's words directly dazzled everyone present. Li Jian was dumbfounded on the spot. When did he record it? Jia Yaping was even more scared and shivered a bit. Jail is not a small matter. Jail will even affect 3 generations. Then their family is not going to carry this dirty charge forever? No, make sure he deletes the recording and make him hand over his cell phone. Jia Yaping shouted out. The entire hallway was an echo of her words, and hurriedly copied the broom aside and ran towards the elevator entrance. It was only then that Li Jian suddenly reacted with a face of afterthought. UTM Song Su, hand over the cell phone. Dad, you also quickly follow. We absolutely cannot let him run. After saying that, he just went out the door with his front foot. Li Fu ran out with his back foot as well. Chapter 4 Touch Porcelain? Seeing a few people chasing out the door in a fiery hurry, all the family and friends sitting there were suddenly dumbfounded. They looked at each other, glanced at Li Yinyin who was sitting on the side constantly wiping her tears, shook their heads and sighed. Then they also packed up their things and turned to leave. People are gone. There is no need for them to stay. And this is the Li family things they do not want to meddle in the matter of a foot. Anyway, even if you want to come to the 500,000, and will not be distributed to them. In a short while, the living room that was just packed, there was only Li Yinyin left alone. When she saw this, she was hesitant and worried. She hesitated to go down to help Song Su to stop her parents and her brother. What if Song Su was crippled? But she was also worried that Song Su would really hand over the evidence to the police. Her parents and her brother would be arrested and jailed. What would she do alone? Li Yinyin hesitated for a long time, and finally dropped her tears and slowly went downstairs. The other side. Song Su has been holding Shang Ruowan's hand from the moment he left the house until he went downstairs, not letting go. Shang Ruowan's tiny face was scarlet. Her head was lowered. She felt like she was dreaming. The boy god she had been crushing on for 6 years had agreed to his confession. She was both excited and happy inside. Her round eyes glanced at Song Su in front of her from time to time, biting her lips, trying to control her expression of being so happy that she wanted to laugh. That, brother Song Su, where are we going? I'll call a car. They know you left evidence. They might chase down. Shang Zuowan thought for a moment and said in a glutinous manner, no need, I have a car. Song Su looked at Shang Ruowan and smiled gently. Then, Song Su led Shang Ruowan to walk to the new car beside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury car that was parked in the small area and was exceptionally eye-catching. Since this car was parked here in the afternoon, it had attracted many residents in the area to watch with envy, speculating about which tycoon the owner of this luxury car was. Luxury cars do not see much. such as the value of millions of luxury cars, can feel as their own luck burst, but they are also just watching from afar. Do not dare to get close. After all, even if the car scratched, this compensation is estimated to be several $100,000. Simply cannot afford to pay. Song-soo, under the envious gaze of everyone, naturally took out the key and unlocked the car, only to see the Rolls-Royce lights flashed. Song-soo walked to the passenger seat, extremely gentlemanly opened the door, let the still surprised and stunned Shang Ruowan sat in. He went to the passenger side. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air to cool themselves awake, and inwardly could not help but marvel, the owner of this luxury car is also too young. Just at this moment, a loud roar pulled back the thoughts of a group of people downstairs. Song-soo, UTM, give me a stop. Hand over your cell phone. First heard the voice, then saw the person. Li Jian just stepped out the door, roaring out, looking around for Song-soo's figure. He knew that Song-soo had no money and rode a shared bicycle to and from work every day, and there were no shared bicycles in their neighborhood at all, so Song-soo could only walk, and they got on the elevator next to Song-soo just after Song-soo got into the elevator. Song-soo must not have gone far, so he thought to yell up, let that Song-soo be afraid first, but when he saw Song-soo getting into the Rolls-Royce, he was directly dumbfounded. Asterisk. What the hell is this? Rolls-Royce Phantom? Or a new car? Li Jian knew about cars. He would subscribe to magazines about cars every week, and buying a luxury car was his dream all along, but his dream was sat on by Song-soo. For a moment, shock, envy, jealousy, and hatred all ran into his heart, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. Right behind him were Li Fu and Jia Yiping, who were equally shocked after seeing Song-soo sitting inside the luxury car. Although they don't know the goods, but not the luxury car is too good to recognize this noble feeling. One look to know at least have to be millions of tens of millions. Li Fu was the first to react, disdainfully spat, damn, still lying to us that there is no money. After cursing, he whispered something to Li Jian. Seeing that Song-soo had already started the car and was about to step on the gas pedal, Li Fu immediately jumped up and lay down in front of the Rolls-Royce body that was driving forward. Song-soo only stepped on the gas. Rolls-Royce performance is very good. Speed is not slow. C is about to hit Li Fu. Song-soo hastily stepped on the brake. When Li Fu saw the car stop, he began to hold his legs and wail continuously. Seeing this, Jia Yiping immediately ran up and cried, Agu, a hit man. Everyone quickly look, luxury car hit a man out of life. This loud voice crying and howling immediately attracted more people to watch. They only know, this Rolls-Royce just drove to the center of the district location. A middle-aged man who do not know where to scurry out of the fall. Their field of vision just to see only the rear part of the blind spot, cannot see the beginning and end, but also have doubts. This car just started traveling not fast. How did it hit someone for no reason? The side of Li Jian immediately opened the cell phone, opened the video function, will be all recorded down, but also deliberately shot Song-soo driving in the car and license plate number. After everything was filmed, Li Jian took his cell phone and with a smug smile on his face, approached Song-soo and said in an extremely arrogant posture, now I also have evidence of you hitting someone. Snappy, either give me your cell phone and I'll delete the recording, or compensate $1 million. Li Jian couldn't hide the joy in his heart. 1 million again can get 1 million for nothing. Enough for him to spend a long time. After that he must show off to those colleagues. He winked at his father Li Fu, who was lying on the ground, to show his affirmation. Li Fu had an idea when he saw Song-soo driving a luxury car just now. He concluded that this car must be rented or borrowed by Song-soo to show off. After all, he had never seen Song-soo driving any car in the past 6 years, not to mention a luxury car. But regardless of whether this car is Song-soo's right, however, since Song-soo can afford to rent this luxury car, it must have money that hasn't been taken out yet. Wanting to marry his own daughter, and still dare to hide the money, no matter what, he must make Song-soo take out all the money today. Jia Yiping and Li Jian immediately felt that this plan was too good. Not only can they still ask for a little more money, but they can also use this as a threat to make Song-soo soft. Didn't he threaten them with evidence to sue them for jail? Then they can also threaten him with evidence. And Li Fu has just been discharged from the hospital. The body would have been injured. This is certainly a lawsuit. To see who consumed who. That's right. You quickly pay for the money. My old partner can't get up by you. 1 million, not a penny less. And the cell phone quickly take out. Delete the recording, or I will sue you. Sue you to death. Jia Yiping also crossed her waist and stood in front of the car, pointing at Song-soo who was sitting in the car with a bemused expression on his face, and roared in anger. Song-soo sneered at the situation and slowly rolled down the car window. Chapter 5. Want to blackmail money crazy? Are you done? Ha, you guys have thick faces. In order to save my uncle's life, I ran before and after spending $800,000. You guys do not take it seriously. Want to swallow it not to say. The bride price that was given long ago is still not counted. Say change of mind, and ask me for $500,000. You guys are dog anxious to jump over the wall. See, cheating the bride price money can't be done. And want a bumper sticker to blackmail me for $1 million? Song-soo coldly looked at this brazen three people. This word out immediately caused a discussion. They looked at the car outside, the three people constantly yelling, like a shrew scolding the street, and looked at the car face calm. Respond to the man. How does this feel? Like this shrew-like trio is harassing the owner of this luxury car, and one opening is to ask for $1 million? The lion's mouth. Even if this young man is a rich second generation, this $1 million is too much, right? The middle-aged man who fell to the ground did not look like he was hit very seriously. There is still energy to roll back and forth. Even if you want to medical expenses, at most only a few tens of thousands of dollars it. Then listen to the young man said. Clearly this three people want to blackmail people money. Otherwise normal people who would be so arrogant to open such a big mouth. A group of people in the area is pointing at these three people. There are speculations. There are accusations. All hold a curious mentality. After all, Hwashing district is not too low-end district. There can be such a shrew neighbor. They really want to see in the end who is it. The crowd's explicit and implicit pointing and criticizing made the three extremely uncomfortable and panicked inwardly. Jia Yaping, where to stand this kind of nonsense? Rush to the car, Song-soo shouted. Less nonsense. My old companion were hit by you like this. UTM, quickly give the money, and then hand over the cell phone, or I will call the police now. Song-soo was laughed at by their shameless to the extreme urgency, and wrapped his hands around his chest. Call the police? How dare you say that? Go ahead and report it then. I'll wait. Seeing such a fearless attitude, Jia Yaping was directly angry, and indignantly, she really took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. Li Jian thought of something and stopped Jia Yaping's action at once, gritting his teeth and looking fiercely at Song-soo. Mom, you can't report it to the police. Don't be enraged by him. The recording is still in his hands. Li Jian glared viciously at Song-soo, pondering how he could get his phone and delete the recording. Oh, I thought you guys wanted to blackmail money like crazy. No brain. Want to report to the police and turn yourselves in? Song-soo faintly pulled the corner of his mouth. His eyes narrowed slightly. This family was too much of a bully. They wanted to dig their own hole and jump themselves, so he had to go along for the ride a bit. Li Jian grimaced and stared viciously at Song-soo. This guy is definitely intentional. He deliberately said that kind of words in front of everyone to provoke us, wanting to make us make a fool of ourselves in public. How dare he tease us? I advise you guys, I'm very busy. I don't have time to watch a bunch of clowns acting. Get lost. Song-soo's eyes were bitterly cold, invisibly stabbing at the three people like icicles. Since the relationship was broken, there was no need for him to leave them any more face. Song-soo just finished speaking and started the car again. Zhao Yaping and Li Jian were standing sideways in front of Li Fu, and as soon as they saw that Song-soo was about to step on the gas pedal, they broke out into a cold sweat and instinctively took several steps backwards, withdrawing from the range of the car's traveling route. Li Fu, however, looked at the timid two with a disgusted face and grunted. So timid for what? That little wound dare to crash. In the next second, Li Fu looked at the Rolls-Royce logo that was constantly enlarging in front of his eyes in horror, and a paragraph was stuck hard in his throat like this. Li Fu was so stupid in place. The pupil opened wider and wider. In the car from Li Fu only 1 centimeter. The car violently stopped. A wind out of the trend. Will Li Fu face cold sweat or blown out of shape? Shang Ruowan sitting in the car. Heart is in the throat. One hand tightly gripped the handle of the car. Tightly closed his eyes. See, the car stopped. Only trembling looked out of the car. See, Li Fu has been scared out of reaction, but did not see the car really pressed over, and then patted his chest, let out a breath. But before he could slow down, he saw Song-soo smiling evilly and started to reverse the car. Shang Zouan instantly understood what was going on, and said with some fear, Brother Song-soo, you. Song-soo stopped the car and touched Shang Ruan's head, soft and smooth, very good to touch. Song-soo touched it twice more enjoyably and firmly said, not afraid, trust me. Shang Ruoyan froze looking at Song-soo, inner no longer panic, actually calm down. Scarlet little face, said, aha, I believe you. Song-soo stared at the ground as still dying Li Fu. Bashful smile, do not hesitate to start again. The gas pedal stepped on the bottom. As soon as Li Fu saw Song-soo's swift impetus, he knew that he was serious. He screamed out in fear and hurriedly rolled and crawled to the side when the car was about to touch him. Li Fu sat on the ground and exhaled loudly. His clothes had become dirty and his wrinkled face was attached with dust, only to gasp for breath. He stood up directly and cursed at the direction of the rear end of Song-soo's car. Damn, little, do you want to run over old me? Aren't you unable to get up? How did this stand up? Song-soo slightly mockingly glanced at the three people on the side, foot on the gas, and took off. Zhao Yaping also didn't care about Li Fu, Remembering that Song Su's cell phone hadn't been grabbed yet, and the recording hadn't been deleted yet, she directly chased after him, shouting, "Stop, come back to me, you hand over your cell phone." Zhao Yaping fought to run. Indeed, she didn't even catch up with the car's exhaust. "Mom, don't chase after it." Li Jian also panted and followed. "I'll have my own way to make him hand it over regarding the recording. Let's go back first." Li Jian swept a glance at the growing number of people watching in the small area. Through the farce that had just taken place, as well as the reaction of Li Fu's trio, most of the people at the scene, too, understood the situation. It seems that this family is trying to blackmail the young man's money. For a while, the scene was in an uproar, and some people even shouted in contempt, "I have not seen such a shameless person. Want to touch porcelain, blackmail people 1,000,000. Or people, shameless, they even with us in a neighborhood. Think I feel sick." TSK, listen to that young man just said. He but saved this middle-aged man's life. Ungrateful, too not human. The small area was filled with abusive voices, accusing these three people. Li Fu and the others were being mocked by such a group. Their hearts were angry, but they didn't dare to scream and retort. They could only run their asses to the residential building. Li Yinyin stood downstairs, her eyes red and swollen, staring at the direction Song Su had left, her hands gripping the corner of her coat tightly. She recalled the scene just now when Song Su touched Shang Ruan's head in the car. Song Su's gentle smiling face, Shang Ruan's shy face. She had mixed feelings within her heart. Splat! A loud slap suddenly came down, hitting Li Yinyin, who stumbled and almost didn't stand still. She rubbed her eyes in surprise as she looked at her mother, who had hit her, one hand covering her gradually red and swollen side face, her voice carrying the slightest tremor. Why? Zhao Yaping raised her face high, with a look of contempt, and said indignantly, "It's all because of you. It's because of you that we're being mocked by our neighbors." What a laugh! Shouldn't you be mocked? Do you know how much that car is worth? Only to see a man with a cigarette in his mouth, wearing glasses and appearing to be in his 30s, leaning against the wall next to Li Yinyin with a sarcastic smile on his face. Chapter 6, So he's so rich? Isn't it just a rented car? Zhao Su, you don't give me the shade here. Zhao Yaping looked at her brother with her nostrils to the ground and said indignantly, "Rented? Oh, that one looks like a new Rolls-Royce car. The license plate affixed on it is still new. A luxury car worth more than 10 million or new. Who would take it for rent? You guys have some common sense, okay?" Zhao Su frowned and shook his head, a face of contempt. This is really do not know the goods. Good things in front of them are not recognized. And Zhao Su and Zhao Yaping, although siblings, but the relationship is not good. He has never been accustomed to a shrew-like big sister. Mouth is not going to show mercy. More than $10 million? Zhao Yaping froze for a split second when she heard this huge figure, and the rest of the relatives who were still downstairs looked at Zhao Su in surprise. Who are you kidding? Can that poor kid of his afford a car? Even if it's not rented, then it could be a chauffeur. Zhao Yaping didn't want to believe that a poor boy would be able to afford a $10 million luxury car. She had just kicked the person out, and this tells me that he can afford a luxury car. How is that possible? Zhao Su looked at the strange two as if she had heard something stupid to the extreme. Don't be presumptuous. Who would look for a chauffeur at this point? Even if you look for a chauffeur, have you seen the owner of the car? And a brand new luxury car looking for a chauffeur. Even if it's a rich second generation, their hearts aren't that big. This time Zhao Yaping panicked, and wanted to retort, but just couldn't think of how else to retort. "Mom, Uncle said it's true. I just checked. This Rolls-Royce Phantom is the latest car to come out, and the people who can buy this car are rich-level people. It's really unlikely that there will be a rich person who will take this new car out for rent or chauffeur or something. That means that car is Song Su's." Li Jian showed Zhao Yaping the information he had found out on his cell phone in his hand with a shocked look on his face, and the last sentence, he almost said it in awe. The two of them instantly realized that the situation was not right, and they were annoyed inwardly. Did he turn out to be so rich? Been pretending to be poor in front of us to trick us? Zhao Yaping began to doubt life. So what kind of character was Song Su that she had driven away? Song Su even had $10 million to buy a car. Could it be that he was some kind of invisible rich second generation? Then she herself had driven away her rich second generation son-in-law? At this time, Zhao Su patted Zhao Yaping's shoulder and helplessly shook his head. I don't know if it's a rich second generation who wants to find true love. So he's pretending to be poor. See, he drove a luxury car over today. It's estimated that he feels that he can formally propose marriage to your family today. And he intends to show off that he has money. And it seems to be that he really loves your daughter. But you guys, insatiable, heart to the golden son-in-law to nausea away, on the verge of also want to swindle people 1,000,000. TSK, mocking you are considered light. I advise you, or quickly go to apologize. Apologize? Such a self-degrading, shameful thing, has always been pretentious Zhao Yaping were willing to do. Not to mention that this word is still from his own brother's mouth. clearly is deliberately want to see their own out of the ordinary. Suddenly angry fire. Just that little want to let my mother to apologize to him. Do his spring dream, even if the rich what's wrong. Liar A. So little bride price are not willing to give, but also said what really love my daughter. Bah, little Yakuza. It should be him to give us a family apology is right. Zhao Yiping scolded this sentence. Only then she felt soothed. She felt that she was right. When the time comes, let Song Su apologize. Not to give the bride price is not forgiven. If Song Su is really rich, then she will have to ask for more money when the time comes to do so. Li Jian and Li Fu also felt that Zhao Yiping was right on the money, and frequently chimed in from the sidelines. Li Yining clenched her hands. Her white face had already reddened and swollen at a very fast speed, lowered her head and gritted her teeth. She didn't understand why things had developed to the present situation. Song Su was obviously her boyfriend, but now she took another woman away. She was aggrieved, and she didn't care about her image and cried out. Zhao Yiping that words out. Li Yining cry. The courtyard of the neighbors of the mocking accusations louder and more, have reached their ears. Zhao Yiping felt ashamed. Really too humiliating, scolded Li Yining a sentence, pulling her to go home. Outside the Flower Shang neighborhood, a dazzling limousine sped through the streets of the city, causing the people on the side of the road to salute and envy the owner of the limousine. Only then did Shang Ruan take a long breath, always feeling as if she had entered the mouth of the wolf and finally escaped. Only then did she pay proper attention to the luxury car sitting in front of her and said in surprise, "Brother Song Su, this is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? I remember this car is only new. Ah, is this your car?" A series of questions came out of her mouth. Shang Ruowan was too anxious to get on the car before. She didn't even look at it carefully, and this time she looked at it, she felt as if her eyes were out of order. She had a crush on Song Su for 6 years, and didn't remember Song Su being rich or a rich second generation. Ah, if it's not mine, whose is it? Song Su turned his eyes to see the cool and cute expression of Shang Ruowan's surprised emoticon in WeChat and couldn't help but pinch her white cheeks and laughed. Shang Ruoru was even more surprised this time, and somewhat stammered. More than $10 million of car, ah, or new car. Brother Song Su, this is also too rich, right? But how did you? Before? Shang Ruoyan was stunned at once. She remembered that Song Su had been working and thrifting since college, always looking for some part-time jobs to do in his spare time, and by the time he graduated, Song Su had already saved some money, renting a house to live in outside. Later on, it was because of the conditions put forward by Zhao Yaping, working day and night. She sometimes came out to watch movies with friends on weekend nights, and saw Song Su doing chauffeur-driven driving, and it hurt her heart to see it. But all this hard work can be real. Why is this? Shang Zouwan wasn't stupid either. She instantly figured it out and said with a sudden realization, "Oh, I know. You wouldn't be a rich second generation. Like the legend says, wanting to find someone who doesn't love you because of your money but genuinely loves you, so you pretend to be poor, right?" Song Su froze. To be honest, he himself was still thinking of the words to explain. But rich second generation? He really wasn't either. His own parents didn't belong to the rich kind either. So, Song Su thought for a moment and followed up. I'm not what rich second generation. I also just recently have been engaged in stock investment. I just happened to invest successfully a few days ago. The funds rose greatly. Also just earned on the money. Hey, I originally felt today that my uncle's illness has been greatly healed, and they are happy to move to a new house. So I want to formally propose marriage to their family today. To make all this clear, to have a triple happiness, but I didn't expect them to temporarily give me such a show. Brother Song Su, don't be sad. It's them who don't deserve you. Seeing Song Su sighing, Shang Ruan thought that he was heartbroken and hurriedly comforted him. I know you've been working very hard at work before. I've seen it. Shang Ruowan opened her mouth in a glutinous way, her voice getting smaller and smaller. She was really heartbroken with Song Su. Before she didn't have too deep contact with Song Su, she could only hide these words in her heart. This was the first time she said it out loud, or in front of Song Su. She immediately shyly reddened her face. Song Su didn't expect that Shang Ruan would notice her own things, and would still feel sorry for herself, because even if Li Yining knew that she had worked hard to earn money before, she never asked for warmth, as if it was something he should do. Suddenly knowing that someone cared about him, a wave of warmth rose within Song Su. Right at this moment, Shang Ruan's phone suddenly rang, breaking this slightly cozy atmosphere. Chapter 7 Punishment, 3 Days of Impotence. Shang Ruoan looked at her cell phone. It was her own father calling. She must have called because she left with Song Su on the front foot and was worried about herself. She smiled slightly apologetically at Song Su and picked up the phone. You're with Song Su? Only when the phone was connected. The other end opened their mouth first with a hint of anger. Shang Ruoyan some unknown reason Emma sound. Inwardly do not understand. Dad is not no oneself secretly love Song Su thing. And just one self-confession also did not see him angry. This how also angry up. After that and got the affirmative answer, there was silence for a long time, only to hear that sighed and said, "Come home early for dinner." Shang Kong has instructed a few sentences. Before hanging up the phone, Shang Ruiwan was confused. Really do not understand what dad called his own meaning. On this side, on the way home, Shang Kong sighed heavily and smiled helplessly. Silly daughter. Actually, Shang Kong saw Song Su take his daughter away. It's just that he was too worried about his silly daughter. After all, if she suddenly confessed her love like that, Song Su would not be able to take it seriously because he would think that his daughter wanted to get rid of his anger for him. And if that was the case, his daughter wouldn't be able to cry out of sadness. He was really worried about this situation, so he called over to confirm. It was only when he heard his daughter's slightly excited tone that he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't object to his daughter and Song Su being together, he had always been very optimistic about Song Su. It was just that, if they were together all of a sudden, could they last long? Especially when he saw Song Su driving away in a luxury car. He understood on the spot, hoping that this Song Su was rich. All of this should be want to confirm the Li family's true feelings before doing so. Just didn't expect this try off the Li family's true face. Even he and Li Fu, many years of poker friends, did not realize Li Fu was actually this kind of insatiable people. As long as with the money on the side, will become shameless and unscrupulous. It is estimated that all of this is arranged by Song Su step by step. Look at him at that time, that calmly to deal with the Li family. Even if the three sides of the attack also do not see a trace of panic, but also can be in a hurry. Remember to record the evidence left behind. It can be seen. Song Su is smart. Song Su will take his daughter's confession seriously? In the car, Song Su didn't pay too much attention to the content of the phone conversation between Shang Ruoan and her father, but evoked the system and used his divine sense to communicate with the system for the first time. Song Su thought of the system's previous comment about punishment and asked, "System, you said that $1 million will be punished if it's not spent within a day. What kind of punishment is it?" Song Su was a little bit trembling in his heart. If he didn't spend it all, he would be punished for something like reducing his life expectancy at the cost of his life. Wouldn't his life be in danger? The system was like reading his mind and replied with a mechanical voice, "Host is thinking too much. The system is very humanized and won't endanger life. Every time the previous task is completed within the specified time, when it is completed, a new task will be released immediately. The system will also release short tasks from time to time. Please accept and complete the host in time. If the task is not completed within the system's specified time, the host will be penalized and the previous task will be cleared and a new task will be accepted from the beginning. If the task is not completed multiple times within a fixed period of time, then the penalty time will also increase relatively. So please ask the host to rationalize and complete the system tasks in time." Song Su understood. This system introduction is kind of clear. That means he is always accepting the system's tasks in a fixed period of time to spend the money given by the system. This is not very difficult to earn money, is not easy to pay back the money is still difficult, but this punishment he is still a little concerned about. Asked, "Then what is the punishment for not completing this time?" The system's mechanical voice sounded again. "Because this time is the first time, the punishment will be relatively short. This time the mission is failed. The punishment will be impotence for 3 days." Song Su breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't to reduce his lifespan. "What?" Song Su next second exclaimed out in shock. The steering wheel held in his hands were involuntarily biased in a direction. Leads to a side of the Shang Ruin heart a thump. Hastily grabbed the chest of the seatbelt. Seeing that the car was about to deviate from its course, Song Su hurriedly adjusted the direction before returning to the right track. "Brother Song Su, what's wrong?" Seeing that the car had stabilized, Shang Zouan asked in disbelief. "Oh, nothing. Only then did Song Su breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't talk about impotence with a female student who was still in college. This is too damn. Also said what punishment time is relatively short. It is hard to not finish the time longer in the future. How can he tolerate this? This system is also too ruthless." Song Su want to cry without tears, but what can he do? He suddenly felt that others spend a lot of money, not to mention how happy he spend money, how to have a sense of bitterness. It. "Zoe Wan, after all that fuss at noon, you didn't have dinner either. I'll treat you to dinner. What do you want to eat?" Song Su pulled out a smile, trying to act as natural as possible. Spending money in a hurry was important. "I'm fine with everything. I'll listen to brother Song Su." Shang Ruoan laughed. She usually spends most of her time at school. Today also because she wants her father to say that Uncle Li family is having a banquet and also wants her to go as well. Only then did she ask for leave from school. She usually eats either takeout or eat school cafeteria meals. Go home also basically eat mom and dad do home cooking. Can go out to eat a few opportunities. She simply do not know what is good to eat in this neighborhood. Song Su thought about it. If you want to go, you definitely can't go to a place that's too cheap, or else $1 million will have to be spent until when? wherever it's expensive. Then let's go to a private banquet. I know that there is an Earl's private banquet hall over on Haichang Road. Let's go and try it. The Earl's private banquet hall was quite famous in Haicheng. Song-soo was also considered to know about this place. After all, he had picked up the chauffeured car here several times. This private dining hall was different from ordinary private dining halls. It was located in the center of Haicheng City, in a whole villa in Huaishan Square. Here the boss is the world's top ingredients in accordance with the seasonal tour moved to the table above. Set food, wine, flowers and tea arts are fused together to achieve this table of the Earl's private feast. What's more, the price here Song-soo was very satisfied. The minimum consumption of a meal was $200,000 to $300,000. However, Song-soo had another purpose to come here to eat, that is also located in the city center, the most prosperous place in Haicheng, Haicheng Mansion. Haicheng Mansion was not only the biggest luxury shopping mall in Haicheng, but also ranked among the top 10 in the country. Moreover, this building was not far from the Earl's private banquet. Song-soo planned to go to the building directly after dinner. After all, the fastest way to spend all of this $1 million in a short period of time was to buy luxury goods. Thinking about the system's punishment, he didn't want to wait until the next day. Chapter 8 He regrets it. In less than half an hour, a new luxury car was dazzlingly parked in front of the Earl's private dining hall. Although the Earl's private dining hall receives not a few rich people every day, but the people who can afford the new Rolls-Royce are really rare. After all, this car, in addition to being rich, must also have a hard backstage relationship in order to afford it. They have served countless rich people. This knowledge is still there. When the waiter at the door saw it, he hurriedly went forward to lead the way for Song-soo respectfully. Song-soo had already booked a compartment in advance in the car. Luckily for him, this kind of high-class level restaurant not only had a limited number of people to receive each day, but also needed to provide enough proof of assets to become their VIP customer before accepting the reservation. He seemed to have become a VIP customer of this restaurant without any problems because of the system. After the waiter confirmed the information, the waitress guided Song-soo and Shang Ruan all the way to the private box. Shang Ruan had never been to such a high-class restaurant before, and was momentarily attracted by the luxurious and extravagant scene. The chandeliers here are all European style, giving people a sense of vintage and accent of high class. Even the vase for flower arrangement is quite an age-old ceramic product. The tableware is also a unique series of Renaissance styles, with translucent glass crystal cups carved with noble roses, revealing elegance and nobility everywhere. The store's ornaments and even decorations, all of which are of great value, all of which show the restaurant's opulence. Shang Ruoan carefully followed behind Song-soo, afraid that she would lose Song-soo's face if she did something wrong, but inwardly, she frequently marveled. May I ask if the two of you have any contraindications? The waitress asked after the two sat down. Song-soo asked Shang Ruan and got an affirmative answer and replied, neither of us have any. Okay, both of you please wait a moment and serve the food for both of you right away. The waitress smiled politely and finished before respectfully retreating. Yes, this private banquet doesn't have a menu or any options. They will match up different meals based on the daily weather and then match them to each customer. So you come in at different times of the day and you'll get a different and delicious meal, which is unique to this restaurant. The dishes are served in a certain order, starting with appetizers, then appetizers and salads, all of which are healthily prepared and will not hold up your stomach. Next comes the soup, which varies from day to day, and is sometimes customized to the client's health condition. Then comes the main part of the meal, the entree and the main course, and finally the dessert. In total, there are 7 courses that are customized for the customer. During the service, the waitress will first bring the dishes to the front of the two men, and after setting them up, she will half crouch down and introduce each dish in a soft voice. And even when she collects the dishes, the waitress is also half crouching down to show her respect. The sense of dining rituals here is quite a high-class sense of elegant food and elegant feast. Shang Ruan inwardly marveled repeatedly. So this was the feeling of eating in a high-class restaurant? This is also too much of a sense of ceremony. This waiter's service is so respectful. Shang Ruoan was holding her cell phone in her hand, not to mention how excited she was inwardly. Who wouldn't be excited to see beautiful food and high-class things? Brother Song-soo, can I take a picture with you? Shang Ruoan still asked Song-soo after a moment of agonizing. She really wanted to take a picture to leave this memorable moment. After all, she didn't know if she would have the chance to eat with Song-soo again in the future. Of course. Song-soo nodded his head and smiled dotingly. This little niece was too understanding, knowing to ask for her opinion and respecting her own thoughts. He recalled back to when he ate with Li Yinyin. He never asked for his opinion because of this. He always did whatever he wanted to do on his own. It was only because he was so in love with Li Yinyin that he didn't even realize these problems. Shang Ruan got the affirmation, excitedly picked up her cell phone, posed and clicked. Like a little girl who got candy, she was so excited that she hurriedly saved her first photo with Song-soo, and then changed both her WeChat and Penguin avatars to this photo. The smile on her mouth never went down. Song-soo was also infected by Shang Ruoan's sunny smile and his heart throbbed. She was so happy to take a picture with herself. This is how much she likes herself. The company also clicked the dishes, store style and so on, all took pictures. Turned to send the circle of friends. Want to record this beautiful moment. Huaxing neighborhood. Li family. At this time, Li Yinyin was dragged back to the house by Zhao Yaping, and talked to her for a long time, while Li Jian on the side was brushing his cell phone. Suddenly, the sound of a special message reminder rang out, and when he clicked on it, he saw the friend circle that Shang Ruoan had sent. Thanks to brother Song-soo for inviting me to dinner. The dishes of the private banquet hall are really too delicious, full of ceremony. Today is my happiest day. Pick. Asterisk. Good you Song-soo. 1 foot just broke up with my sister. The next second to hook up with my goddess still leisurely dinner. Li Jian directly started cursing away in a fit of rage. He looked at the cell phone picture of Shang Ruoan and Song-soo's photo. Shang Ruoan smiled so happily in the photo. He and Shang Ruoan grew up as childhood sweethearts. He had never seen Shang Ruoan smile, which was like a blooming flower. Not only that, he found that for 10,000 years do not change the chat avatar of Shang Ruoan. Even will chat avatar changed to this photo. He was so jealous that he was about to explode with anger, and his fingers tightly pinched his cell phone as if he wanted to burst it. Zhao Yaping looked at her son somewhat helplessly. She knew that her son had always liked Shang Ruoan, and this time he got the property and planned to propose directly. But he turned his head and confessed to Song-soo, and as soon as she thought of this, she instantly came to be angry and said, "A woman only, mom, and then find you a better and more beautiful, and not just eat a meal well, surely eat her some roadside stalls. Zoe Wan is the flower of Haicheng University. I haven't seen anything better or prettier than her in so many years," Li Jian retorted irritably. Then he realized something and said, "This restaurant looks familiar." Li Jian zoomed in on the picture and looked at the unique decoration pattern inside that he had only seen on the internet, and the high-grade tableware from the Renaissance series that only this store had, and immediately raised his head in disbelief and looked at Zhao Yaping. "Mom, the restaurant they ate at is. It's the Earl's private dining hall." "So what?" Zhao Yaping said disdainfully. "Mom, this Earl's private dining hall is a famous upscale restaurant in Haicheng. It only receives VIP clients of their store. This is something that even millionaire tycoons can't get by squeezing their heads out of the door. So that Song-soo is definitely worth more than $1 million. It is said that a meal in this private banquet hall costs at least $200,000 to $300,000. When have I ever eaten in such an expensive restaurant?" Li Jian saw the valuable tableware in the picture. The fresh imported Wagyu beef and Canadian oyster shrimp inside the tableware, as well as the fresh abalone and Italian black truffle, etc., all of which he had only seen on the internet and had never eaten the delicacies of the sea. Li Jian frequently swallowed his saliva, staring straight into the eyes. Just finished eating, the stomach was stimulated by the gurgling up. Now he finally began to doubt life, like a lost soul. Mumbling, going to a high-grade restaurant to eat? A meal is $200,000 to $300,000. Driving a new car of $10 million. My mother, Song-soo, this kid, is really very rich. The more Li Jian thought about it, the more he regretted. These should have been his enjoyment. He also wanted to drive a luxury car and eat in a high-class restaurant, but Song-soo was too good at pretending to be poor. He had fooled him. If he knew that Song-soo was a rich second generation, so rich, would not have any bad idea to let Song-soo, that boy and sister, break up. Will also let them hurry to get married. In this way, he is Song-soo's brother-in-law, so that as a brother-in-law of Song-soo to buy a luxury car, buy a mansion, these are not a matter of course, monthly, and then let him give a few tens of thousands of 100,000 living expenses, then they do not have to work. How good? Money, luxury cars and luxury homes. By then Shang Ruoan must be eager to marry himself. But everything that was within his reach was cut short by his own hands. Li Jian really wanted to find a noodle and hang himself to get Song-soo's forgiveness. He simply regretted. Chapter 9. Why don't you apologize to your brother-in-law? Li Fu and Zhao Yaping were even more surprised. Li Fu saw the picture and also gulped. Is he really that rich? Li Jian was still immersed in regret, and even his speech seemed a bit aggrieved. Dad, if you don't believe, you can go online to check. Can become a VIP customer of this Earl's private banquet hall, which is not worth millions of hundreds of millions of dollars. Millions of want to go and still have to find a relationship. Song-soo, this kid, even can become a VIP to go in to eat. The value is definitely more than 10 million level kind of. And, I just checked, his Rolls-Royce Phantom is a new model. Not the kind that can be bought with money, but also has to have a hard relationship with the top streamers to get it. You're saying that he has connections with top stream aristocrats. How can he still not be rich? Now Li Fu and Zhao Yaping were completely nonplussed, and they were equally regretful. They had driven away their prospective golden son-in-law? Not only did they drive him away, but they also made such a stalemate. How is this going to end? However, Jia Ping didn't think that this situation was caused by herself or her son, and instead blamed her daughter. It's not that I'm talking about you. You've been with Song-soo for 6 years and you didn't realize that he's so rich? Li Yining rubbed her red and swollen eyes and huffed in reply. I really don't know he's rich. When he went to college he would do part-time jobs to earn some money. Very diligent, also more hard-working and excellent than his peers, and after he got his driver's license in college, I've never seen him drive a car. After graduation, he is more every day to play several jobs. I have seriously never seen him lazy. What? Li Yining saw the photo that Shang Ruan sent with Song-soo in her cell phone, and her heart was also very unfavorable. Li Yin's words made the rest of the three people even more autistic. This Song-soo was also too well disguised. Li Jian fantasized about driving the coveted Rolls-Royce Phantom, about sitting in an upscale restaurant and being served by a group of beautiful waitresses, and about living in a multi-million-dollar mansion. There is also a group of friends and colleagues, and even the leadership constantly cast envious glances at themselves, flattering their own look. The more Li Jian thought about it, the more he was moved, and holding on to his fantasy, he couldn't help but say, Mom, why don't we let my sister apologize to my brother-in-law? He has at least talked to his sister for 6 years and is still bent on marrying her. As long as she goes and apologizes, he will surely forgive her and propose again. So won't we be the in-laws of the rich and powerful? Jia Ping heard the words. The haze blocking her heart suddenly dispersed, like a sudden realization. Obviously she was very moved by this proposal, so immediately pulled up Li Ying and said, Your brother is right. You quickly go to change clothes, dress up prettier, go and apologize to Song-soo. What about your 6 years of feelings? How can you say there is no more? You go and apologize. Even if you can't make up, you spill your guts to make sure he doesn't sue us. Make him delete the recording. He's so rich. It's only $1 million. Surely he won't lack it. Hearing her brother and mom's words, Li Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Originally they wanted her to apologize and make up. She couldn't wait inside. Song-soo had always been very good to her, never letting her do a bit of heavy work or suffer. She didn't want to break up with Song-soo at all. But the words behind, brother and mother's main purpose is clearly not to let her and Song-soo in good, but in order to stabilize this golden son-in-law, and let him not sue them. At the same time then forgave the debt of 1 million. This was clearly an attempt to use their 6-year relationship to forgive the debt. Mom, are you trying to sell my 6-year relationship with him? How can he still be willing to reconcile with me like this? Li Ying cried. What sell or not sell? Do you have any brains? You don't look at how Song-soo treats you. Obviously so rich, just $180,000 and you want to marry you home? How cheap are you? Jia Ping saw Li Yin's demeanor of still wanting to be shy and make up, then her heart came to anger, indignantly said, and you've been talking for 6 years, what valuable things has he bought you? Even so upscale restaurant did not take you to eat, turn around and take Shang Wanru to eat, his heart really have you? And he's driving a top-of-the-line luxury car that costs over $10 million, has he ever taken you for a ride? To your father's treatment also took 800,000 only. Even your brother graduated to find a job that 20,000 he wants to go back to as caddy. Stingy one, you still want to make up with him? I'm telling you, just die first. Apologize to her first, get this 1 million debt forgiven and don't sue us is the priority. Hearing this from the side, Li Fu also hurriedly chimed in to advise. Yin, your mother is right. You go and apologize first. Forgive the 1 million first. Where does our family have so much money? Song-soo is so rich. You will definitely not take it seriously if you beg. Li Jian also rushed forward to help. Yes, sister. Of course it's best if we can make up, but letting him give us this $1 million free, deleting the recordings, so that he doesn't sue us is the most important thing. Look at him. A car is more than $10 million. Just because of $1 million he wants to sue us. Your 6 years of relationship with her is not even worth $1 million. TSK. Under the three people's chain attack persuasion, the more Li Ying thought about it, the more angry she became, and the jealousy in her heart soared. Song-soo lied to her for 6 years, obviously so rich, why would he still pretend to be poor in front of himself? If his parents had known about it, wouldn't they have directly agreed to their marriage and come to such a pass? And just $1 million. She liked him for 6 years. $1 million want to sue her family. This is not to force them to the top of the road? Not at all for her thought. And that luxury car passenger, obviously should be her seat. And that upscale restaurant, Song-soo has never taken her to eat. Why Shang Ruan can? Li Ying felt that all of these should have belonged to her position as the wife of a rich family. But they were all intercepted halfway by Shang Ziyuan. Entirely because Song-soo had lied to her. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and directly picked up her bag and headed for the door. Jia Ping saw this and hurriedly pulled her back. You want to go just like this? Go wash your face and dress up nicely. It was only then that Li Ying remembered that she had cried too much, and even the makeup she had put on had blown off. Before she hurriedly ran back to her room to clean herself up, she wanted to dress up properly and compare Shang Ruoan to her. This side of the private banquet hall on Hangcheng Road. Shang Ruoan didn't realize that one of her friend's circles and the change of her avatar had caused a huge uproar. She was still immersed in the atmosphere of having dinner with Song Su. When Shang Ruoan finished the last bite of dessert, Song Su opened his mouth and asked, "Are you full? If not, I'll ask them to continue serving the food." "No need. I'm already full. Thank you, brother Song Su." And they have a total of 7 dishes. Each one is unique, delicious and beautiful. Shang Ruoan couldn't help but marvel. "If you like it, I can bring you to eat often in the future." Song Su laughed. When Shang Ruoan heard this, her head was confused, so she blurted out, "Does brother Song Su mean that we can still eat together in the future?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that she had accidentally blurted out her inner thoughts, and instantly blushed scarlet in shame. Chapter 10, Only $350,000? So cheap? She was afraid that Song Su would misunderstand what she meant. Although he did agree to her confession in the Li family, she was also unsure if brother Song Su would misunderstand the purpose of her confession and not genuinely like him or something. So, Shang Ruoan stammered and tried to explain something, but after saying it for half a day she couldn't find any reason to cover it up, so she could only lower her head and keep quiet. Song Su was made to laugh by the flustered look on her face, rubbed her head and said in a gentle tone, "Of course, you're my girlfriend. Alright, I'll go check out first. Then I'll take you for a stroll, just as a digestive." Shang Ruoan foolishly just nodded her head, but her mind kept repeating Song Su's words. Girlfriend? She was really brother Song Su's girlfriend? At this time, Song Su had already called the waitress to settle the bill. The waitress was still half squatting, smiling softly. "Sir, the total consumption is 350,000 yuan. Song Su directly handed his card to the waitress, entered his password and paid, and in the respectful thanks of the clerk, he pulled Shang Ruoan's white hand and left the box. Shang Ruoan looked at Song Su holding her hand and followed dumbfounded. 350,000. Shang Ruoan was sitting on the car before she reacted. Her yearly tuition fee was less than 10,000. This meal was 350,000. This is far beyond her imagination, and she knows that the average salary of an ordinary employee in Haicheng City is only 5 or 6,000. A meal costs someone 5 years of salary. This was also too extravagant. If it wasn't for brother Song Su to bring her here, she estimated that she would never be able to see this kind of high-grade restaurant in her life. Shang Ruoan cupped her hands, her remaining light constantly glancing in Song Su's direction, her heart stumbling. She had never been in a high-grade restaurant before. She knew that it would be expensive, but she never thought it would be so expensive. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have agreed to come here to eat. Eating at a small restaurant would have been a luxury for her. She has never seen $350,000, and she can't pay it back with her current ability. Shang Ruoan was torn for a long time, biting her lip, but she didn't dare to say her inner thoughts. For one thing, if she said that she was going to pay back this kind of words, Song Su would surely be angry. And secondly, even if she said it, she didn't have the money to pay it back. But doing nothing makes it even harder for her. Since she couldn't pay back the money, she would use other ways. Song Su is so good to her, she must also be 100 times better to Song Su. Shang Ruoan silently made up her mind. On this side, Song Su was driving his car, but he had a distressed look on his face. It only cost $350,000. Why is it so cheap? He thought that if he came to eat at night, it would be more expensive. Originally, he was not running for high-end ingredients to come. Is running for expensive word to come? Had thought that even if he drove cannot call a bottle of wine, the two people can at least spend $500,000 or 600,000, and then stroll around the luxury shopping malls casually buy some things, on the completion of the system's mission. After all, buy a house to buy a car or something still have to go through the formalities. The system simply does not give him time to wait. This method of spending money the fastest, and save time. But this was too much less than he expected. He scanned the new prompt that the system had just sent out again. Congratulations to the host. Successfully spent 350,000. Remaining 650,000. Keep up the good work. Mission punishment, impotence for 3 days. When Song Su saw the task punishment, he was in a depressed mood. The system is really reminding himself all the time. And it's not like it's well-intentioned or intentional. After spending a total of 350,000, there was still 650,000 left. Song Su thought about it and felt that it was too difficult to spend it all at once in a short period of time. Just one day, since the system released the task, has been counting down. Think of the punishment. If he did not finish spending today, he probably cannot sleep well tonight. At this time, Song Su and Shang Zuowan had just left in front of him. Zhao Yiping, Li Jian and Li Yinyin had already left the door and took a taxi to arrive at the entrance of the Earl's private banquet hall. Li Fu had just been discharged from the hospital, and after the mess just now, he was so weak that he could only lie at home and wait for news. The three just got out of the cab ready to enter the store to find people, but was stopped by the clerk. This kind of place is not that want to enter can enter, not VIP customers, but not even qualified to enter the front hall. What's more, these three people also have a raging look. At a glance, we know that it is to cause trouble. The clerk even more cannot let them go in. Immediately called the security guards, intends to report to the police to deal with. Zhao Yiping immediately angry cursed, see them to report to the police. And finally there is no way. The three can only squat in the door intended to squatting Song Su out, but Li Jian more thief see Zhao Yiping will people are attracted to the door, take advantage of everyone does not pay attention to, one by one to check up the parking lot in a group of luxury cars, but after searching around, he didn't see Song Su's Rolls Royce before he hurriedly called Zhao Yiping and Li Yining to the side. Song Su's car isn't there. He and Shang Zouan should have already left. Mom, do you think they're driving to the inspector's office to sue us after they've had enough to eat and drink? Li Jian was very worried. Some words directly also led Zhao Yiping panicked, anxiously patting her thigh. What can we do? Right at this moment, Li Yining received a message. It was her company colleague Lu Xiaomei who sent her a picture with an accompanying paragraph. Lu Xiaomei, picture. Yining, I saw your boyfriend and a beautiful woman shopping in a luxury mall, eh? They also held hands. Looking demeanor is quite intimate. Your boyfriend did not propose to you? This is not cheating, right? In the picture, Song Su and Shang Ruan were holding hands and seemed to be talking about something, smiling very sweetly, just like a couple in the heat of the moment. This scene was extraordinarily harsh in Li Yining's eyes, and her heart was even more indignant. Li Yining, in which mall? Lu Xiaomei, the top 10 luxury mall in the country. Haicheng Mansion. Are you coming? I'll keep an eye on it for you. Li Yining, okay, I'll be right there. As soon as Yining finished sending, she hurriedly told Zhao Yiping and Li Jian the address where Song Su was currently at. As soon as Zhao Yiping heard that the two of them were now at a luxury shopping mall that was ranked in the top 10 in the country, she was instantly indignant and sneered. Look, still taking Shang Ruoan to buy luxury goods, but to our family they are driving us to extinction, asking us to pay back $1 million. Song Su is also too much. Although Li Jian was also unhappy in his heart, but he was afraid of missing it again. He hurriedly said anxiously, don't talk about it, let's hurry up and go. What if we miss it again? We must delete that recording today before we can do it. Right, we must make things clear with him today. Zhao Yiping also hurriedly responded, and on the occasion of Li Jian hailing a car, she didn't forget to instruct Li Yining, when you see Song Su later, apologize to him properly, don't make a scene first, talk about your feelings first, use your 6 years of feelings to make him not sue us, don't forget the recording either, make sure he deletes it before you do. After Zhao Yiping finished, she hurriedly said to Li Jian again, also, when Song Su that kid is willing to take the initiative to take out his cell phone to delete the recording is the best. If he's not willing, you go up and grab the cell phone as well, and then delete the recording. Got it? As long as there's no recording, even if they sue, there's no evidence, we just have to bite the bullet and deny it. Mom, do you need to tell me? I know what to do, Li Jian assured with an affirmative face. As long as he stepped in, Song Su was just a minor character. With his cleverness and wit, he would definitely be able to snatch the cell phone over without any problems. Chapter 11, Surely You've Been Dumped. Haicheng Mansion. Lu Xiaomei was just watching a movie with her best friend in the neighborhood, and before going home, she was planning to buy a cup of the most famous green wave milk tea underneath the building. But who knew that just after she had finished buying it, she saw a familiar figure from afar. Song Su's silhouette was so familiar to her that she didn't know how many times she had bragged about it to her mother Fetus Solo in the office. Every time, she took a photo of Song Su and her, talking about how good Song Su was to him, how big the scene was when he proposed, and how much labor he had to do to save up enough money for the bride price to marry her, etc. Lu Xiaomei was still wondering. Li Yining said all Song Su did for her, but never heard Li Yining herself did for Song Su, but it was none of her business. She has never been in love. She can only be envious. She just can't understand. Why is such a good boyfriend not her own? When she saw Song Su taking one person shopping, she thought it was Song Su and Li Yining, so she was ready to leave. It's enough for the office to eat dog food. Eat it on sight. Then she shall not choke to death but also be choked to death. But when she was about to retract her line of sight, she found that the heroine that appeared in her line of sight wasn't Li Yining, but an innocent, girl-next-door-like girl who was 100 times prettier than Li Yining. Even she, being a girl herself, couldn't help but marvel at that girl's beauty. She also carefully observed the demeanor of the two people up and down, which not only held hands, but also talked and laughed about the atmosphere. Completely ambiguous. Could it be that the good man finally found out that Li Yin's arrogant nature of not paying and sitting around waiting to be served was bored? Lu Xiaomei made a guess in her mind, and immediately planned to follow, and also secretly took photos and sent them to Li Yin. Seeing that Li Yin is coming, Lu Xiaomei, who has always been sarcastically unable to get a boyfriend, suddenly became interested. I'm sure she's been dumped. This is going to be a good show. On the other side of Haichang Mansion, inside the official Hermes boutique, Song Su was sitting on a leather sofa on the second floor of the store, while Shang Ruowan was sitting on Song Su's side. The sales clerk lady was dressed in a well-cut suit, wearing white gloves, respectfully recommending the latest models of this year's bags one by one to Song Su and Shang Ruowan according to Song Su's request. The sales clerk was excited in her heart to know Hermes boutique goods, even if the rich customer booking, but only 1 or 2 bags, which for them, the commission is not less. But this customer, a come up, without saying anything, as long as the side of the lady showed a little like the appearance, directly want. So far they have ordered 5 bags. Each bag price is not less than 60,000. Currently has accumulated nearly 400,000, and there is a trend to buy again. This customer simply do not too generous. What's more, these can all be her performance and as long as she serves well, this big customer can always be her. Thinking of this, she introduced more vigorously, her smile more sincere. Do you like this one? Song Su asked as he looked at the bag. That, brother Song Su really don't need it. This bag is really too expensive. What can I do? I really can't accept it. Shang Ruowan waved her hand and excused herself. In fact she really lied a lot inside. Just having a meal had already made her a little uneasy. A meal had cost Song Su $350,000, but she and Song Su hadn't actually officially confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Even if it was a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she couldn't bear to spend her boyfriend's money in such a big way. After all, no one's money was blown by the wind. What's more, the dinner just now had already cost Song Su $350,000. She really couldn't convince herself to accept it again. Song Su had a burst of emotion in his heart. Shang Ruowan is how much she respects herself only to say this kind of self-effacing words. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. And this comparison is really a world of difference. Li Yinin spent his money, but never hurt, but feel deserved. Only in Li Fu and Jia Yaping put forward those requirements. Not the slightest for him to say or consider. If Jia Yaping had been there, she would have wanted to buy the entire store for her. Song Su tenderly rubbed Shang Ruowan's head. The soft feel of it made him extremely comforted and smiled. What silly words are you saying? You're already my girlfriend. Is it excessive for me to buy bags for my girlfriend? Could it be that you don't want to be my girlfriend? As soon as she heard this, Shang Ruowan subconsciously shook her head in a hurry. Being able to be with Song Su was something she had always dreamed of. She had always thought that it was a luxury, but she didn't expect that one day it would finally come true. Looking at Song Su's eyes couldn't help but stay. Stupidly said, I really like you. Shang Ruowan's eyes were full of sincerity. Song Su was deeply infected by this sincerity, which was different from the way Li Yinin looked at him. Pure, clean, without a trace of distractions. He had actually always known that Shang Ruowan seemed to like herself since high school. In the past, whenever they met, she would look at herself carefully, and as long as she talked to her, she would be like a child who got candy. Smiling brightly, he has always regarded Shang Ruowan as his sister, thinking that this feeling is just the illusion of a young girl who is emotionally ignorant, and with the passage of time, she herself will realize and gradually fade away. But he did not expect. Shang Ruowan's feelings for his own has continued to this day. That share of sincerity has never changed. Song Su's heart was warm, and his grip on Shang Ruowan's hand tightened again. Song Su bought a few more bags in succession, a total of 10 in total, of which there are a few are not yet in stock to start sales of the latest limited edition bag. Song Su counted the amount of money. See, the number of money is just good. This time he is finally considered to be comfortable. Then took out a bank card, very decisively handed to the clerk lady. The sales clerk lady who was holding the bank card given by Song Su's hand was shaking continuously. More than $600,000. Or was it a first-time customer who had entered the store for less than 10 minutes before decisively placing an order? Although usually booking or buying bags of rich people also often spend hundreds of thousands of millions. But so bold, within 10 minutes to decide good, or the first time it. The sales clerk lady incredulously pinched herself, and only after feeling the pain did she feel that she was not dreaming. The rest of the clerks have cast envious gazes. They regretted, if they started to work positively, not to judge people by their appearance, then this big customer is certainly their own and this 10 minutes just decisively spent more than $600,000 without blinking, must be very rich to end it in a hurry. The sales clerk lady finished swiping her card and respectfully handed it to Song Su again. Right at this moment, the system beep in Song Su's head rang out. Congratulations to the host. The first mission of spending all $1 million in one day has been successfully completed. The mission penalty has been closed. Please keep up the good work, yo. Song-soo was very happy. Not bad. 2 hours avoided the crisis that he was going to be impotent. He was very satisfied with this result. Over here, after the store clerk lady asked for clear information about Shang Ruoan's receiving address and made a record, she smiled and said, Ms. Shang, a total of 10 women's bags, 3 of the new limited edition bags, will arrive at the store tomorrow. I will personally send you to the door to confirm at that time. Ms. Shang Ruoan's head was confused for a while, especially after the clerk said the total price just now. It was more like she didn't know how to react. The 300,000 plus meal plus the 600,000 plus bag, totaling 1 million, right? $1 million in less than 2 hours? It was also almost all spent on her. Chapter 12, perverted to the point of stalking? This. Shang Ruoan pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Song-soo. Already bought it. Can't let me return it, right? Song-soo pretended to be serious and said. His little girlfriend's thoughts were too good to understand. It's only $1 million. It's nothing to me. If you don't take it, I'll be angry. It was so hard to spend the money. To recycle it? Is he going to be able to complete his mission? Buy women's bags is the most convenient and fastest way to spend money. The main thing is that this store is right next to the elevator entrance, but also can be very good to save time. The most important thing is that the store is right next to the elevator entrance, which is also a good way to save time. Shang Ruoan wanted to refuse, but she thought for a long time of refusing to be blocked by the words of Song-soo. She didn't want Song-soo to get angry, nor did she want to embarrass Song-soo. After all, this kind of grade of luxury store, if she returned the goods, it would make people laugh, right? But she could not even afford to pay back her meal in the first place. And here was the bag. She thought she probably wouldn't dare to take it out of the house. On the one hand, it is too expensive. On the other hand, this is the first time that brother Song-soo gave her something. She must be well protected. Shang Ruoan thought about it and didn't dare to say anything more about refusing, for fear that Song-soo would be really unhappy. She lowered her head and squirmed for a long time before she murmured to Song-soo, "Thank you." Shang Ruoan was still thinking. Song-soo's brother had done so much for her, then she also had to do something for Song-soo's brother. Song-soo's eyes have never moved away from Shang Ruoan's face. This little girl has always lowered her head. Her hand is also holding tightly. This willow eyebrow slightly knit, small mouth slightly pursed tangled look is too attractive to love. Simple look. I'm afraid that even her own do not know. Her thoughts are well reflected in the face. Song-soo is also considered to be in the various colors and sorts of people in the bouncing, like Shang Ruoan such. He can easily see her truest thoughts. This little ninny should be wanting to do something for him at this time. On Shang Ruoan, he experienced a sense of respect that he had never felt when he was with Li Yinyin. If this situation were Li Yinyin, it is likely that he could not wait to buy her a few more bags, which would also think that he is not spending too much money, is not to do something for him. Shang Ruoan noticed Song-soo looking at herself, blushing and raising her head to smile with Song-soo. Song-soo smiled gently and rubbed her soft hair. The scene was so cozy that the female sales clerks were envious and jealous of Shang Ruoan. Who wouldn't want to have a handsome boyfriend who was willing to spend so much money to buy a bag for himself? And look at Song-soo and Shang Ruoan look at each other's eyes. Obviously true love. This is even more envious of them one stout life. Why this kind of true love they just cannot meet it. At the same time, outside the official Hermes boutique, Lu Xiaomei took a sip of milk tea. Lu Xiaomei drank a mouthful of milk tea, pointing to the second floor window. Song-soo and Shang Ruoan's silhouette whispered to her friend, "Look at the second floor. TSK, how do you feel that the two of them are true love? Still willing to spend money to buy a bag for their girlfriend? But then again, didn't Li Yinyin say that her boyfriend worked his ass off to marry her? Where would he have the money to go into a luxury store to buy a bag?" Lu Xiaomei looked at the silhouette of the trio who had long since entered the store and headed straight to the second floor. Recalling the anxious look of the trio who had just asked her about Song-soo's location, she dragged her chin with one hand, propped up her glasses, and said with a serious expression, "There must be something in this." Lu Xiaomei adhered to the belief of eating melon to the end and pulled her friend to follow her into the store as well. She had already prepared her cell phone, which was fully charged while she was waiting, and turned on the video recording function all the way. With her sixth sense, this incident was definitely explosive enough. On this side, Zhao Yiping was the first to go up to the second floor, followed by Li Jian and Li Yinyin. When they had just reached the corner of the stairs, they heard Song-soo's Versailles sentence, and immediately became furious. Thus, Zhao Yiping directly walked quickly up the stairs and directly yelled, "It's only $1 million. It's nothing to you? Good you a small. Turn your eyes to embrace another woman, and give her to spend $1 million. With our family just catty. This since it is nothing, then what makes you still ask us to return? My daughter has been in love with you for 6 years. 6 years of love is not even this money is not worth it? As soon as these words came out, Song-soo and Shang Ruan immediately looked at the source of the sound. Their faces not looking too good. How could they be here? Already perverted to the point of stalking? And what on earth did Jia Ping have the face to say this? Song-soo had a headache when he saw these three appear in front of him, holding his forehead. Even trying to have a good shopping trip with his little girlfriend didn't stop. It was really a family plague. Song-soo squinted at Zhao Yaping's imposing appearance, stood up and straightened his collar, protected Shang Ruoan behind him and said in a cold voice, "This older lady, this is a public place, not a place for you to spill your guts. Please pay attention to your words. Also, you have already forced me and your daughter to withdraw from the marriage. Miss Li Yin and I are already strangers. What do you mean by hugging another woman in the twinkling of an eye? Ruoan is my current girlfriend. Please show her some respect." After Song-soo finished speaking, he pulled Shang Ruoan down the stairs. He really didn't want to theorize with this family anymore. They were all a bunch of money-minded and unreasonable people. They would only waste his time and energy. Li Yin this time dressed very beautifully, wearing a light pink one-shoulder dress. The shoulders and collarbones are just right to reveal. Makeup delicate and compact makeup, not thick but also not too light. But every step of the makeup did not fall. She had already prepared to apologize and beg for forgiveness. She thought that as long as she opened her mouth and pampered herself, saying a few nice words, Song-soo would forgive her and return to her side again. And how could Song-soo look at that little girl Shang Ruan? Although the face is good, but how to find her repulsive? What's more, their 6-year love affair, how could it be diluted by a halfway cut-off little girl? Song-soo and Shang Zuowan had only met a few times, and Shang Zuowan simply couldn't compare to her feelings with Song-soo. But Song-soo's words just now were like a bucket of cool water on a winter's day, completely dousing her fantasies. Li Yin and I are already strangers. Zoe Wan is only my girlfriend. These words played on a continuous loop in Li Yin's mind, occupying her entire brain. She watched in surprise as Song-soo held Shang Ruoan's hand tightly and passed by in front of her, and from the beginning to the end, Song-soo didn't even share a single glance with her. Li Yin's heart completely began to collapse at this time. Song-soo was really no longer forgive her? In the past, no matter what he did wrong, Song-soo would apologize first, and he would forgive himself if he pampered himself. But this time really seems to be different. Chapter 13, I'll make a mess of you. When Song-soo and Shang Zuowan walked to the first floor, Li Yin came back to her senses and hurriedly stepped on her high heels to chase after them. As soon as she pulled Song-soo's sleeve, she put on a pitiful look and said, "Song-soo, I'm your girlfriend, how can you be with Shang Ruoan?" Song-soo felt ridiculous when he was surrounded by her parents and brother asking him to give another $500,000 for the dowry. He was genuinely waiting for a word from Li Yin, but Li Yin just watched from beginning to end without saying a word. But when he had money to Shang Zuowan buy designer bags, she spoke. The first sentence is comical to deny everything in the Li family. What an irony. Li Yin hit her own face. Doesn't it hurt? As Li Yin came down with her front foot, Jia Yaping also followed her downstairs in a huff. Song-soo, Nima, who did you just say was spilling the beans? My daughter has been talking to you for 6 years. You want to marry her. It's not too much to ask for a bride price, right? Not only are you unwilling to do so, but because Yin's father was a little sick, so she asked you for some money. You want to sue our family? Do you have any humanity left? Bah! You're so rich and you want to sue us for a little money. Are you still human? Hearing these words, the store assistants and customers inside the store all unconsciously turned their heads in the direction of the doorway to listen with their ears. Even the people who were shopping outside the store were attracted by the quarrel over here. Right now, almost everyone started pointing at Song-soo. The clerk inside the store was also surprised. The woman who just came in wearing a pink dress was this man's girlfriend? Is he cheating on her? And this man just gave the side of the lady to buy 10 models of bags, spent more than 600,000 even without blinking an eye. Must be very rich. It wouldn't cost him much to give his husband some money for a medical treatment, would it? And he's suing his girlfriend's family? This is the first time I've seen such a stingy rich man. Really small-minded. And according to this mom, she wants to marry her daughter and is not willing to pay the bride price? How scummy is that? What kind of person? What a lack of character. The voices pointing at Song-soo were getting louder and louder, and Zhao Yaping, seeing that her plan was succeeding, crossed her waist and tilted her head proudly. Humph, Ginger is old and spicy. If you want to fight with her, Song-soo, you are still tender. Song-soo listened to the accusations of the crowd, coldly swept his eyes at the three people in front of him, finally looked squarely at Li Yin, and severely peeled off her hand that was tightly tugging at his clothes. So this is what they came to find themselves for, reversing black and white, utilizing public opinion just to get him to stop and not sue them? Dream on. Song-soo grimaced and was about to retort, but beside him, Shang Ruan instantly turned red. With a face of hidden anger that seemed to be even more angry than Song Su's, she stood forward a few steps, and then pulled out her clothes. She stood forward a few steps and said forcefully, "Auntie, we respect you. Before we thought to leave you some face, but you yourself are shameless." In order not to be sued by Song Su's brother for stalking us, but also inverted black and white, I will not allow you to wrongly accuse him indiscriminately. How much has brother Song Su paid for your family in these 6 years that he talked to Li In? In order to meet your conditions? He only just graduated. At that time, Song Su brother did not have any money, so he began to work day and night, and then exhausted himself to buy a wedding house. Even the bride price was given to the end. As a result, halfway through the uncle was seriously ill and needed a bone marrow transplant, or Song Su's brother went begging every day, and finally begged for several months and spent a lot of money before he could help his uncle find a matching bone marrow. In order to help you get enough money to replace the bone marrow, not only bought a wedding house but also borrowed a butt of foreign debt, only to save the uncle's life. At this time, what is your son doing? Did nothing, but also in order to flatter the boss kept asking him to help spend money on gifts, but this money he never returned. As a result, nowadays, when his uncle got well and inherited a property of over $1 million, you guys started to look down on Song Su's brother who had no money and owed a bunch of foreign debts. In order to force him to withdraw from the marriage with Li In, you also had to add $500,000 to his bride price. Now that you guys know that brother Song Su has earned money, you're trying to blackmail him for money again. Don't your consciences hurt when you guys are doing this now? Disliking the poor and loving the rich. You guys are the first ones. This is a life-saving favor. Not only do you guys not take it seriously and cross the river, but you also want to privately swallow all of Song Su's brother's money and take it for yourselves. And now you're attempting to turn black and white upside down. Do you guys still have any humanity left? Shang Ruowan didn't even think to herself that in a moment of anger, she was able to coherently say so many words in one breath. Due to being too angry, her chest was still heaving. Her small hands clenched tightly as she glared at Zhao Yaping's 3 people. And at this moment, when the crowd heard the words, they all looked at Zhao Yaping's trio in shock. This dramatic story, the shameless father-in-law and mother-in-law family, would really exist in real life. It was truly a long time to live. At that moment, everyone's previous contempt for Song Su was swept away, and they also sympathized with him, having gotten into such a family. And when they looked at Zhao Yaping's trio, as if they saw something extremely dirty, they all started smacking their lips. They drained people when they thought they were poor, and when they were rich, they came back to blackmail people. Really shameless. That's right, white-eyed wolves. I've never seen such shameless ones, swallowing the money and still wanting people not to sue them. Dreaming. Disgusting. I hate this kind of people who hate the poor and love the rich, who think they are a few pounds and and have the face to dislike people, while hurling insults. A group of people hurriedly took out their cell phones, intending to record this strange scene. Li Jian originally thought that Zhao Yaping had guided the public opinion. Song Su, this kid will definitely know how to retreat. He didn't expect that Shang Ruowan would come out to speak for him and tell the truth. He felt the strange contemptuous gazes that everyone threw at him. Disliking him, he grew up where he had been despised like this. He simply couldn't accept it inwardly, and immediately began to feel weak, and directly retorted, "So what? To our family money are his own willing to give. He is not now very rich it, and take you to eat 200,000 or 300,000 meals, and give you to buy a bag. This money he is still lack of it? It's him who cheated our family, okay?" Song Su laughed in anger at these words and said in a cold voice, "Cheated? Get it straight, okay? It was you guys who cheated me. It's really funny. When I worked my ass off to cure my uncle before, you guys flattered me hard. Then when you knew I was broke and in debt, and you guys inherited the property, you didn't think I was good enough and wanted to get rid of me. Not only did you want to embezzle my money, but you also wanted to blackmail me again before you dumped me. Now that you guys know I'm rich, you've turned into this disgusting face again. I'm warning you guys, the $1 million you guys owe me before and after must be paid back. If not, I will definitely appeal you." "Oh, $1 million? The Hermes store clerk and a crowd of passers-by were stunned. This pitted people of so much money and still didn't want to pay it back. This was really too inhuman. Once Zhao Yaping heard that Song Su wanted them to have to pay back the money or appeal, she directly panicked. Coupled with the weakness of being told the truth in public, the angry and anxious directly broke the pot and cursed. "Damn, small, this money is what you give us. Is my daughter's 6 years of youth loss fee? You also warn us, who give you face, not a human thing, still want to appeal. I tell you, quickly give me the cell phone, the recording deleted, or I must make trouble you." Li Jian received Zhao Yaping's eyes, arrow stepped forward, straight to the direction of Song Su. Chapter 14, Please Pay the Price. Seeing that Li Jian's fist was about to swing up, Song Su was calm and collected, dodging with a flash. With a stretch of his feet, Li Jian directly stumbled to the ground. Song Su, a tall man of 18 or so, was half a head taller than Li Jian, and he insisted on exercising. Li Jian couldn't compare at all. What's more, Li Jian's unorganized flowery fist in fist, even less threatening. Li Jian was facing the ground, and before he fell down, he fluttered around trying to grab something to keep his balance, but in the end, he still fell down in a mess. Funny and hilarious. It instantly caused laughter. They laughed at him for deserving it and trying to hit someone? Li Jian's red face. He didn't know whether he was angry or ashamed. His neck became red. He reached out and grabbed a shelf, trying to support himself to stand up. But of force. Tear sound. The shelf was pulled by his bag cannot withstand the gravity. Directly torn. Another unsteady kneel down. Li Jian threw the bag in his hand and cursed. What kind of broken bag? Even my weight can't withstand it. Saying that, he climbed up again. And when he saw the cell phone that Song Su was holding in his hand, he was once again like a hungry wolf hunting for food, and hurriedly ran forward with the intention of grabbing the cell phone. Song Su, give me the cell phone, delete the evidence for me. Only after Li Jian's words were spoken, seeing his aura of wanting to rush forward and hit someone again, the store manager of Hermes on the side blackened his face and immediately called for security. The security guards came at the sound of the voice, and in 3 or 2 strokes, they subdued Li Jian and pressed him against the wall. On the one hand, there is an ungrateful white-eyed wolf looking for trouble, and on the other hand, there is a big customer who has spent more than $600,000 in the store. Which is more important? The store manager doesn't even need to think about it. However, Li Jian still refused to relent and kept struggling and hurling insults. Zhao Yiping saw his son was suppressed by the security guards. The heart that heartache immediately went forward and also beat up the security guards. Seeing that she couldn't beat them, she thought that her son was suppressed because of Song Su. So she roared, Song Su, you quickly tell them to release my son. Seeing Song Su's indifference, she copied a side bag in her anger and smashed it at Song Su. Song Su dodged again, pulling Shang Ruan and dodging to the side. I advise you to show some self-respect. I won't delete the recording. I'll hand it over to the constable as evidence. You're responsible for what you've done yourselves. As soon as Zhao Yiping heard that he was going to hand it over to the constable, she directly jumped to her feet and said in annoyance, you little, not a human thing, you give me to delete the recording. Delete Zhao Yiping's voice a section higher than a section. If it is not a side of the security guards also control her. No matter how she struggles cannot touch Song Su, she may also point to do what crazy things. The people who were taking pictures and recording videos with their cell phones were even more shocked. The people who took photos and recorded videos with their cell phones were even more shocked. Look at this scene. It seems that this family followed us here in order to destroy the evidence. This family is really shameless. The angry people started to fight for Song Su, and some even threatened to upload the video to the internet to expose this shameless family. As soon as Li Jian heard this, he felt bad and desperately struggled to grab the cell phones of everyone present. However, he was controlled by 3 security guards. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Song Su laughed coldly, shook his cell phone towards the 2, and said sternly, be good. Leaving behind 4 words, Song Su took Shang Ruan and left, no longer looking at them. Li Yinin also sat on the ground. She knew that Song Su's words were not only for her mom and brother but also for her. She realized that Song Su really won't forgive her anymore. Li Yinin's tears were falling down drop by drop. Her gesture was pitiful to the extreme. But the people at the scene had already seen the disgusting face of this family, and the eyes that looked at Li Yinin had no more sympathy, but rather disgust. The family has done such disgusting things. This woman not only did not help her boyfriend to say a word, just wanted to accuse him of cheating. Too scheming, not worth pitying at all. Zhao Yiping and Li Jian still wanted to go after Song Su, but they still didn't see any signs of the security guards trying to release them. They only saw the Hermes store manager and the mall manager looking at the 2 of them with a serious face. And behind them, there were 2 shopping guide ladies holding 2 bags each. One bag had already been torn, and the other had obvious cut marks. Sir, ma'am, just now you destroyed 2 items in our store. The Bolide 31 handbag, valued at $64, 100, and this one, the Lindy 30 bag silver buckle handbag, valued at $70, 412, totaling $134, 512. Please pay the price, or buy it down. Thank you for your cooperation. What? Zhao Yiping and Li Jian were instantly dumbfounded at the words. 2 purses cost $130,000? Although they had never been in a luxury mall or bought any luxury goods and knew that it was expensive, they thought that it would be a few $1,000s at most. That's why Li Jian didn't care about it just now even if he pulled a bad bag. After all, when he entered the Long Wei group, the salary can be on $10,000. A few $1,000s he still can afford to pay. But these 2 bags add up to more expensive than his year's salary. $13 million it. He also in front of the Song Su to dad's treatment of the remaining $60 000 spent. This 130,000. Where he still have money? Jia Yiping was also stunned and instantly roared in grief and anger. 13 million, you rob money, and also blackmail to my head. Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the guts? I'm going to report you to the police for forced buying and selling. Hermes' store manager and the mall manager looked at each other and reached an agreement. The store manager said in a cold voice, "Ma'am, since you think we are forceful buying and selling and want to report to the police, then we will report to the police to deal with it." After saying this, he took out his cell phone. The first floor of Haichang Mansion. Lu Xiaomei stood at the bus stop by the road, waiting for the bus, and after sending her best friend away, she watched the video she had just shot on her cell phone again. After watching it once, she couldn't help but lose her smile and hurriedly saved it again. Not only that, but also made a cloud backup and saved it to the cloud disk as well. This is a powerful big melon. Intuition tells her not to lose it. Usually Li Yin in the office gives the impression of a good girl innocent image. This is really a big transformation. I didn't expect her family members to be one more shameless than the other. TSK, really gained insight. Lu Xiaomei muttered to herself. She had thought that it was a drama of Song Su cheating before marriage and Li Yin's family coming to catch the adultery. In the spirit of wanting to see with her own eyes the messy appearance of Li Yin's fuss to catch the mistress, who told Li Yin to keep mocking her explicitly and implicitly at the company for not having had a boyfriend. But she also did not expect this melon unexpectedly a level. Became a shameless in-law's family, shamelessly private son-in-law's money, but also do not understand the grace of life-saving, will be returned to the drama. Lu Xiaomei was present throughout the whole scene and took video down of the whole thing. She was also very angry for the male lead at the time, thinking that she could simply upload this video to the internet to expose them. Although she is not good looking, but the voice is very good. In the internet often publish some of the articles they read, but also have fans in, can also play a role in exposure. And basically everyone present only started shooting the video halfway through. She was shooting it from the beginning, and the content was more complete, which would allow others to see the full true story of the incident. Lu Xiaomei was a bit hesitant. If she really released the video, on the bright side, she could be considered to use it to become famous. But what if it caused ridicule? Then even she will not be scolded to death? The thousands of fans that she had managed to get would think that she was hyping or using the situation as a pretext, and they would all leave her. So what would she do? This was all her hard work. This kind of thing is anyone's guess. Lu Xiaomei looked at the video in her cell phone and fell into a tangle. Chapter 15, Determining Relationships. After Zhao Yaping, Li Jian and Li Yinin made a mess. Song Su and Shang Zuowan didn't have the interest to continue shopping. The two of them entered the elevator and went down to the parking lot on the negative floor. Shang ruined all the way to hold back the laughter, this time to laugh out loud, while lightly covering the mouth, while wiping the corner of the eyes of the tears of laughter. Song Su seemed to be infected by her as well, laughing out softly and asking, "What are you laughing at, brother Song Su? You don't know. Li Jian is the one who loves face the most. I grew up with him and it's still the first time I've seen him in such a mess." And in the end when the store manager wanted them to pay for the damages, that expression, straight up stupid, too funny. Shang Zuowan sat in the car, trying to take a deep breath and adjust her breath to speak, but only halfway through, when she thought of the last time she entered the elevator, when she turned around and saw Li Jian and Jia Yiping's bitter expression when they were escorted by the security guards, she couldn't help but laugh again. Song Su sat in the car also did not see the intention to start the car, stroking his chin, said, "It seems that you quite understand him, but it's also true, childhood friends, but not understand. I heard that today he was going to propose to you." When Shang Ruan heard this, her small body then shivered coldly, and hurriedly stretched out 3 fingers and swore, "I swear, I didn't even know that he was going to propose today or anything, even though he often pestered me. I definitely never liked him, absolutely not, absolutely, I have always only ever liked you." Shang Ruowan hurriedly explained in a burst, fearing that Song Su would misunderstand. With a serious face, her voice was also a few points brighter and clearer than usual. Even a moment will be their own inner thoughts out of the mouth. Even the last words of confession are decisive out loud, leading to the empty parking lot initiated a slight echo. Shang Ruan froze, only to realize what he just said. The white face instantly red to the root of the ear. In the next second, she covered her face and buried her head even lower. She could even hear the sound of her pulse beating on her wrist. Seeing how fast her heart was beating, she was remorseful and ashamed. This was completely different from the confession she had made at Li's house. At that time, although she was also headstrong and confessed, she did so after some thought, and could not see the Li family bullying brother Song Su. But this time, completely unguarded will be the heart of the most real and most sincere expression of love, to let a person shy. Song Su smiled at his words, touched Shang Ruan's head, and did not poke her, but only said seriously, "If Li Jian pesters you again, You'll call me, do you hear me? In fact, he had always known that Li Jian was pestering Shang Ruan, and was pestering her very tightly. From the time Shang Ruan was in middle school, she has been pestering her. Not only all kinds of high-profile confession attentive the more excessive or without the consent of the Shang Ruewan. In the Shang Ruewan school all kinds of distribution that Li Jian he is the Shang Ruewan boyfriend thing. The whole school knew about it. At that time, the director of the school is the most focused on the school rules, strongly opposed to the students' early love. The harm Shang Ruewan was called parents not to mention, and even almost because of this matter was dropped out of school. After that, Li Fu brought Li Jian to the door to apologize before it was considered to be over. Since this time, Shang Ruowan was frequently teased by her classmates in that school, until Shang Ruowan got into a better high school with excellent grades. This matter was considered to be completely closed, and this was just one of the items. When Song Su and Li Yin were still together, Li Yin would make these as jokes and tell them to him every time. He didn't find it funny at the time, but instead felt that Li Jian was really overdoing things. Shang Ruowan was simple-minded and didn't know how to fight back. Song Su thought, in order to avoid this kind of thing from happening again, he had to make Li Jian and even the Li family learn a good lesson. If they were unkind, don't blame him for being unrighteous. Still covering her face, Shang Ruowan obediently nodded her head. Song Su looked at her red ears and lightly pinched her earlobes with his fingers. Warm and soft, with an excellent feel, but drew a beeping protest from Shang Ruan before he smiled and withdrew his hand. Start the car. A foot throttle. Out of the building, to the direction of Shang Zouwan's home. Shang Zouwan's home was not far away, situated in the center of Hai Chang's location. Here is the pattern of classic. With more than 10 years of age of the neighborhood, location is excellent. Next to the park, vegetable market, fish market, large and small stores and so on everything. Property in the district is also very good. Vegetation and plants are well taken care of. Because this is the center of the city, the house price here is not low, so the people who live here have a certain economic foundation. At this time, a new Rolls-Royce from the beginning of entering the neighborhood to parked under the No. 1 floor, attracting passers-by to turn around and look at it frequently, marveling at it. Inside the car, Shang Ruan's heart was beating fast. As the car came to a stop, she finally gathered enough courage and took a deep breath, trying to calm her frantic heart down. Looking toward Song Su, her eyes full of seriousness, she asked, "Brother Song Su, we're really a couple now, right?" Shang Ruan tightly pinched the corner of her coat. Too many things had happened today, making her too uneasy. She clearly remembered that Brother Song Su had said to her 3 times today that he was his girlfriend, as if to comfort her disturbed heart, but she was still as if she was dreaming. 6 years of secret love. She had all thought that this secret love would become her unique, beautiful and heartbreaking youth history on the day Song Su and Li Yin got married. But everything she had fantasized about suddenly became reality one day, and for a moment she really felt like she was dreaming. If it was a dream, she really wished to never wake up. Fool, of course it is. As soon as Song Su's words fell, Shang Ruowan hugged her up, hugging her very tightly, the two of them clinging to each other. Song Su laughed out loud, also encircled his girlfriend who was as soft as water in his arms, touching Shang Ruowan's hair, feeling the faint gardenia fragrance emanating from her body, clear and elegant, refreshing, soothing, deeply warm fragrance. The two of them hugged like this for an unknown period of time, and finally loosened their hands reluctantly. At the time of releasing her hand, Shang Ruan quickly pecked Song Su's face. Song Su's heart was tickled, and wanted to go deeper, but was lightly pushed away by Shang Ruan, and said with a red face, "No, no, my dad is upstairs watching." Song Su heard a stunned, looked upstairs, but did not see a figure, only to realize that he was deceived by this little nymph. But when he turned back, the person in his arms had already run down the car in a puff of smoke. Song Su pretended to look at Shang Ruan, who walked around the front of the car toward him with a slightly angry face. Shang Ruowan's face turned even redder, obviously at a loss for words, and finally bent down and kissed Song Su lightly on the cheek again, murmuring, next time." I don't know if Shang Ruowan finished her words, only said 2 words. She already had a flaming red face, fled like a trot all the way into the building door. Shang Zui went back against the wall, breathing heavily, shy. Only after a little bit of calming down did she sneak her head out of the door of the building and look out. Seeing Song Su and the car are not there, only then breathed a sigh of relief, smiled with a happy face, and went up the stairs. And all these small actions were seen clearly by Song Su, who drove in front through the rearview mirror outside the car. Song Su was amused by Shang Ruowan. The cute look was too inviting, right? Song Su felt that he was also a blessing in disguise. How could he not realize that Shang Ruowan was so cute before? Song Su smiled happily as the temperature in his arms had not yet subsided. Thinking back to how shy Shang Ruowan was in her arms just now, it seems that the unhappiness of today's day is just a passing cloud. Insignificant. Thinking this way, Song-soo went all the way back home. Song-soo was in a comfortable mood, while the other side was the complete opposite. Chapter 16, Li Jian wants to make a preemptive strike? Zhao Yaping and Li Jian broke 2 Hermes bags and needed to pay a total of 134,512 renminbi. When Li Jian saw Song-soo leaving, he wanted to chase after him, so he thought of slipping away while the security guards weren't paying attention. But in the end, the security guards blocked his way. Zhao Yaping is even more reluctant to compensate, and even bit back that the quality of Hermes bags is too poor. But the people present onlookers know it all. They are hard to pull a haphazardly thrown to the ground. Even if the quality of the bag is no longer good cannot be tortured, have accused the two. But in the face of so many people's accusations they still splash and play rogue, refused to compensate. Finally, the store manager and the mall manager had no way, resolutely reported to the police. Once the police came, there was surveillance and witnesses, either be detained, or on-site compensation, and even if detained, or as usual, the full amount of compensation. Finally, the two had no choice. Took Li Yinyan's payroll card only 70,000 and Zhao Yaping and Li Fu's own a little bit of the few savings, only to be considered 134,512 yuan together. To buy the two they broke the bag. Li Yinyan was very bitter inside. Their own 2 years of savings is not much, since the father is sick. The family expenses have been their own subsidies. This is all used by them to pay compensation. So what should she do in the future? Li Jian only graduated a year. Every month cannot make ends meet, let alone savings. But he did not see a little shame, but a face of care, patting Li Yinyan's shoulders, said proudly, I will soon enter the Long Wei Group as a supervisor. A month's salary of 10,000 it. Li Yinyan glared at him and scolded. Never seen you subsidize any household. Every day is to eat, drink and play, still dare to say, you broke the bag, why also spend my money? Zhao Yaping saw Li Yinyan scolded Li Jian, originally because of spending more than 130,000, still angry meet pain. Directly a slap called up. Will be all the anger vented to Li Yinyan body? Angrily said, it's because of you. You dare to scold your brother. If you knew earlier that Song-soo earned money, will this happen? These bags still wouldn't be available if you wanted Song-soo to buy them. Li Yinyan covered her red and swollen face and didn't dare to speak, big tears falling down her face. She thought of the scene where Shang Ruoan was being protected by Song-soo and once again blamed all the jealous anger on Shang Ruoan, thinking that it was the fact that Shang Ruoan's heart was in the wrong place seducing Song-soo that made Song-soo unwilling to forgive himself. Li Yinyan blamed Shang Ruoan for all the reasons why she was beaten up. Song-soo didn't want to be with her anymore, and all the other things that were unfavorable to her. No matter how unreasonable the reasons were, she had to hard blame it on Shang Ziyuan. Now in her heart, all of this is Shang Ruoan's fault. On the other hand, the Li family. Li Fu was lying on the sofa leisurely watching TV, enjoying this rare leisure, until he saw the alert message on his cell phone's text message, showing that his bank card had spent 64,512 yuan. He was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. When the three of them returned home tiredly, Li Fu, who was waiting at the door, saw Zhao Yaping and without saying anything, went up and slapped her. This slap sounded exceptionally crisp. Then Zhao Yaping hit Li Yinyan. That slap is even more ruthless. Directly Zhao Yaping, half of the face immediately red and swollen, head buzzing sound. Zhao Yaping was completely dumbfounded, and asked with a face of disbelief, who the hell are you to hit me? Old thing, I'll fight with you. Saying this, Zhao Yaping cried and yelled. Then she wanted to hit Li Fu as well, but in the end, she was still blocked by Li Jian in the middle, stopping Zhao Yaping. You guys just went out for a trip and the 60,000 plus in the card is gone. Who do you hit if not you? Say, where did you spend the money? Li Fu looked down at Zhao Yaping and said sternly, it's not because of that Song-soo. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy the bag for Shang Ruoan, plus the money for dinner totaled more than $1 million. Li Jian said indignantly, and then told all the things that happened on the spot one by one. Li Fu became even more angry after hearing this, and even more fiercely glared at Zhao Yaping. Ignorant thing, all know it is a luxury store. Still take other people's bag, smash. Have no brain. Just you have brain. Then you to say how to get back that recording, ah? And those who were there who took the video can say that they want to release the video to the internet to expose us. Why don't you tell us what to do? Zhao Yaping was also not willing to give in and yelled at Li Fu. Li Fu was blocked by Zhao Yaping and couldn't say anything. Honestly, he didn't know what to do now. Li Jian opened the hot search software and looked through it all before he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that no one has sent the video online yet. Li Jian patted his chest and thought of something, opened his cell phone video record and said in surprise, Dad, Mom, I have an idea. We can preemptively attack. Song-soo bumped into someone video I have recorded. And will Song-soo bumped into someone? The whole process of filming very clearly, from the angle of filming, cannot be seen broken. And then editing, splicing the back of his driving. Really want to hit the father's picture. The final out of the surely perfect Today mom, you also saw public opinion attack how powerful. By then, even if he does not want to delete the recording must be deleted. And let's send it out first, combine it with today's events, and then guide it appropriately. Let's say it's Song-soo who is rich and developed, looking down on us, seeing his old husband seriously ill, not only seeing death, but also driving his car and trying to run us over. In this way, we become the victims. He is the one who is 10 evil. At that time, even if the onlookers today post the video, they will still be questioned that it was our family of honest people who were bullied and were too angry to fight back, killing two birds with one stone, and solving the matter of today's video, and also threatening Song-soo to delete the recording. I think this plan is perfect. As soon as Li Fu heard this, he came to a realization and hurriedly agreed. Right, son, you are simply too smart. This plan is good. Let's do this. Then you quickly edit the video. You need to post it online tonight before you can do that. Otherwise it will be too late if you wait until tomorrow when those people post the video first. Li Jian hurriedly responded and nodded, took the computer and started editing the video, and finally posted it online. This night, the 4 members of the Li family all slept soundly, because they felt that, as Li Jian said, as long as the video of Song-soo hitting someone was revealed, all the videos taken by others would not be broken. After all, such a person who would drive a car and hit his old man, no one could guarantee that he would say some falsehoods in the mall to confuse the public, so they didn't have to worry at all anymore. Everything was also as they wished. Li Jiankai released the video in less than 2 hours, and it made it to the hot search list of various platforms, Weibo, Onlyhu, Douyin, Douban, and so on. All the major platforms had topped this event as a hot search and favorite. It was a bit inexplicable, but no matter what, as Li Jian thought, Song-soo was scolded, and the Li family was considered completely on fire. Chapter 17, You and Song-soo are not suitable. It's better to break up. Early the next morning, Li Fu and Jia Yiping were woken up by Li Jian's happy cheers. It's on the hot search. It's really on the hot search. Too good. Li Jian woke up early in the morning. The first thing to do is to open the major app platform to check the situation. This looked directly to be surprised. Not only on the hot search or are the first hot search, but the more you look at the comments, the more happy he was pleased. He kept switching platforms and reading the titles of the hot search list one by one. Weibo hot search. Luxury car Rolls-Royce drive hit the elderly suffering from serious illness. What is the intention? How arrogant are the young tycoons now, driving a luxury car and hitting an old man, and still justifying it. Only the popular. The old man is seriously ill. The rich tycoon is not willing to borrow money to help. Driving a luxury car hit the old man. Constitute a crime? The most popular of all is the Battle of the Sound. The rich tycoon does not want to lend money to help his old man. Not only angrily bumped into his old man, but also spoke out of turn. What really happened? Li Jian reads more and more vigorously, and his voice gets louder and louder, as if reciting poetry, impassioned. Early in the morning to scare roar what? This is only a few o'clock. You do not sleep. Old lady, I am still sleepy. Zhao Yiping, wearing her pajamas and messy hair, then cursed and opened the door to her room. Li Fu also just sat on the bed, annoyed, lifted the covers and also got out of bed. Dad, Mom, good thing. Look guys, the video I posted yesterday is on fire on the hot search, Li Jian said excitedly, bringing the cell phone in his hand to the two of them as he spoke. Really? Zhao Yaping and Li Fu said in unison, their expressions of surprise overflowing. In the video related on all the platforms, Song-soo was driving his car in a small neighborhood at such a high speed that he hit an old man in the next second. Then there is the yelling and crying of the woman, followed by Li Jian's photographic close-up of the license plate number and Song-soo inside the car. It ends with Song-wook not wanting to pay for his medication and trying to crash into Li Fu again, and the video just about ends there. Anything that was said or bridged in the original video that was unfavorable to the Li family was deleted by Li Jian and nicely edited out in their favor. The result was that the entire video that was circulated looked like it was all about Song-soo being annoyed, bumping into Li Fu, and not being willing to make compensation, not to mention that in the end, he wanted to bump into Li Fu again, i.e., a nasty and arrogant deed. In addition, Li Jian attached a paragraph to distort the facts of the speech. More appear to their Li family as the real poor victim, and under the hot search, it was all crusades against Song-soo. This young man is also too inhuman. Look at him wearing a man-like dog, but also driving a Rolls-Royce latest model, worth more than 10 million. It seems to be not lack of money kind of, how their old man's life-saving money are not willing to borrow. I have never seen such a stingy tycoon. Really sympathize with the old man's family. According to the owner of the right, are lowly begging that person want to borrow some life-saving money? That person not only do not help but also drove into other people's old man. Two is not a person. Upstairs said two right. Even if you are not willing to borrow money, but also cannot drive into other people's old man it. Let the patrolman rush to arrest him. I don't know if that old man was hit in the end. Just parked there without broadcasting. It should be hit. Curse this young rich man who drives a luxury car. The bottom of the comment section was all clear of voices cursing Song-soo, who had become a rich and arrogant inhuman tycoon, driving a $10 million car, obviously casually lending some money to the in-laws family. People did not say not to pay back. After all, this is a life-saving money. In the end, not only do not even borrow, directly drive hit the seriously ill old man. This in their eyes this is very excessive, too inhuman, and Li Fu family, then became no money for treatment, begging rich son-in-law to borrow money. Rich son-in-law thought they were trying to blackmail money, not only do not borrow, but also drive a car expected to hit the death of the seriously ill old man, by the rich bullied the weak. Reading these comments, the three of them could not mention how happy they were, and they were laughing out loud inside. Zhao Yaping a sentence are not willing to fall, read the more and more energetic, finally read tired, only to say, son, you say that this time is stable, right? Li Jian smiled with a thieving look and raised an eyebrow and said, for sure, public opinion has developed like this, that can still be false. This time Song-soo is dead, I think this time we can not only make him get rid of the recording, but also ask for another $1 million, just as our moral damages. Zhao Yaping thought for a moment and said with some uncertainty, will he be willing to give us the money? Li Jian immediately affirmed, of course, as long as he doesn't want to lose his reputation and still wants to live in this Hai Chang, he must fulfill our demands before he can do so, or else he will expose his evil deeds in large quantities. Zhao Yaping took another look at the scolding comments on Song-soo under the hot searches of the major platforms, and felt that her son's analysis was right. Now that the public opinion was in their hands, it wasn't up to Song-soo to decide whether he wanted to or not, but the main thing is to delete the recording first. Well, Mom, you should give Song-soo a call later. First tell him to delete the recording before mentioning the money, Li Jian instructed. Meanwhile, Shang Ruan had only gotten up when she was dragged to the sofa by her own mom with a black face. Luo Suyun was looking at Shang Ruan with a serious face, and next to her sat Shang Dad, who was squeezing his eyebrows and hinting at something to his daughter. Shang Ruan looked confused, rubbed her eyes, yawned, and said, Mom, what are you doing early in the morning? I still have to go to school today. I'm asking you, are you with that brat Song-soo? Luo Suyun questioned in a stern voice. Luo Suyun is an elementary school teacher. Originally she should also go to the Li family moving banquet yesterday, but halfway through the school temporarily something did not go, back when it was already very late, far from seeing Song-soo and their own daughters holding together, waiting for home want to question, but she still hold back. Finally, as the Shang father explained to her yesterday in the Li family, everything happened. Luo Suyun is aware of his daughter's mind, secretly in love with Song-soo for 6 years. It can be said that she is more than the Shang dad also know this first, but she has never stabbed. After all, at that time, Song-soo is single-mindedly in love with Li Yin's. She felt that her daughter is just the beginning of a love affair, and she has no idea what to do. She felt that her daughter was just in love, and after this period of time, her feelings would fade, but Luo Suyun did not expect that her daughter's feelings for Song-soo not only did not fade, but also confessed yesterday. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't accept Song-soo and her daughter together. After all, what kind of person Song-soo was, how could she not know? For so many years, although the Shang family and the Li family's interactions were not too deep, but also because Shang Kong and Li Fu were poker buddies, as well as Li Jian has been constantly pursuing their own daughter's relationship, has always maintained a superficial relationship with the Li family. So to Li Yin, that boyfriend, she often heard the Li family mentioned, as well as their own daughter will also frequently read. She and the Li family is also considered to have seen Song-soo one side. Also clear, Song-soo is a good person. But, Luo Suyun's heart palpitated when she thought of the hot search she saw this morning. She looked seriously at Shang Zuoan and tried to say in a soothing tone, Mom thinks that you and Song-soo are not suitable. You'd better break up with him. Chapter 18. Who else but Li Jian? Shang Ruoyan blushed scarlet, just wanted to admit that she and Song-soo were together. Her own mother said such a sentence coldly, like a basin of cold water in winter. The temperature that just rose inside her heart was directly and brutally doused. Shang Ruoyan was stunned, very puzzled. Why? Mom, weren't you also very optimistic about brother Song-soo before? This is one thing and this is another. You confessed yesterday in that kind of situation. It's not guaranteed how other people will look at you. Not to mention Song-soo, how will he look at you? Will he take your feelings for him seriously? You are taking a stand for him, but have you thought about the consequences? Luo Suyun sighed. She felt that Shang Ruoyan was still too simple. She hadn't been in and out of society and didn't know the horrors of human nature. Her own daughter did that. She believes that it is out of sincere love. Even by the Li family group attack, Shang Ruoyan still want to stand beside Song-soo, is not out of sympathy or look past in help, because she knows, Her daughter is never the one who dares to do the head out of the people. But what would others think? When she saw the video today, she was a little bit scared. In the video, inside the luxury car that crashed into Li Fu, sitting on the passenger side was her own daughter, Shang Ruan. Even though the figure was blurred out, Luo Suyun could recognize it at a glance. With a simple speculation, she knew that this video was sent by Li Jian, perhaps out of fondness, or thinking that he himself still had hopes of pursuing Shang Rowan. So from start to finish, Li Jian blurred out Shang Rowan's existence. Luo Suyun was thinking at the time, what if these were seen by the world? Or what if Li Jian added some more fuel to the fire? What would her own daughter become? A relationship-destroying mistress? Luo Suyun didn't dare to think. If her daughter was really subjected to this kind of slander, this kind of vilification, what would her daughter do? And what would Song Su do? Would her daughter really be happy with Song Su? Luo Suyun thought about this problem for a night, until this hot thing happened, completely let her figure it out. Song Su is now rich and considered developed, and after that, he will meet all kinds of characters and will stand in the spotlight. But Shang Ruowan is not suitable. Shang Ruowan was her favorite baby girl. Following Song Su might be questioned, slandered and defamed and so on. This kind of situation is not afraid of a million things. When the time comes, she doesn't believe that Song Su will love Shang Ruowan as much as they do, and will protect Shang Ruowan as much as they do. At least for now, she didn't believe. Mom, you know I like brother Song Su. I'm not taking the heat for him. I'm serious. Shang Ruowan didn't understand. Obviously every time she talked about brother Song Su before, her mom would say that he was a good kid who worked hard to get ahead, so why wouldn't she be able to go out with him? I know you're serious, but is Song Su? Luo Suyun wasn't annoyed by Shang Ruowan's rebuttal, but instead asked seriously in return. Yes. One word, decisive, short and concise, was the most infectious. Shang Ruowan gave her answer almost in the next second, her eyes locked with Luo Suyun, not seeing a bit of evasion. Her eyes were full of certainty and sincerity, glittering and dazzlingly bright. The air suddenly quiet. Shang Kong sitting on the edge of the sofa atmosphere do not dare to come out back and forth looking at the two, even breathing unconsciously tense up. About a minute of time passed before Luo Suyun exhaled heavily, rubbing her neck and said, tilting my head is very sour. Are you trying to tire me out? Shang Ruoyun blinked her eyes, unsure. I'll do it, ha ha, Shang Kong said, and slipped his butt to Luo Suyun's front, pinching her shoulders. Still standing stupidly officers. Your mom is agreeing. Shang Kong reminded Shang Zuowan. Really? Thanks mom. When Shang Zuowan heard this, she reacted and excitedly hugged Luo Suyun. What consent? I didn't agree. Observation period. Luo Suyun reminded with a stern face. Yes. Love mom the most. Shang Ruowan said and took her face to rub against Luo Suyun's face. Ah, go away. Your face hasn't even been washed yet. Quickly go wash up. Luo Suyun pushed away Shang Zuowan with a disgusted face. He. Shang Zuowan rubbed her head in with a smile on her face. She stepped on her slippers and ran to the toilet. By the way, Zuowan, you saw today's hot search. Shang Kong rubbed Luo Suyun's shoulders and asked. Hot search? I haven't looked at my phone yet. I just woke up and was grabbed by my mom in the living room. Did something happen? Shang Zuowan had only just finished brushing her teeth and ran out to ask. Shang Kong and Luo Suyun looked at each other. Together their daughter hadn't even seen the hot search yet. She was so determined to be with Song Su. What if she was misunderstood as a mistress? Wouldn't that be a terrible scolding? Even though public opinion hadn't reached that point yet, all the comments attacking Song Su for bumping into people and not lending money to her old husband to save his life. Only then did Shang Ruowan open her cell phone Weibo in confusion. And when she saw the first place on the hot search list, her heart suddenly beat rapidly before she hurriedly clicked on the video. No, it's not like that. The reality is not like that. Shang Ruowan looked up at the comments again, and all of them were clear as day. All of them were trolling Song Su's comments. Shang Ruowan gripped her cell phone so tightly that her fingers seemed to be able to pinch in. She was extremely resentful and uneasy in her heart. Resentment of this malicious editing spread the video of the people, visible its malicious intentions. Not only is this all for Song Su unfavorable speech bias, have risen to the level of society. Song Su brother has just succeeded, told him how to later in the society based on the video Shang Ruoyuan simply cannot see, but hard to force themselves to watch all. She want to know. Send the video of that person in the end how to maliciously edit, defame Song Su brother. She must understand clearly, in order to find out the cracks. Shang Ruoyuan watched the video more than 10 times one after another. Suddenly her eyes lit up and found the crack. Because the video editing is very clever. People who have not seen the scene is very difficult to see that the video is maliciously edited. But for the university has taken a film and television editing courses for her, or can see the traces of editing. Shang Ruoyuan carefully recalled. at that time can be so close to the video shooter only Li Jian. And also only he has enough reasons. Framed Song-soo brother. Li Jian College also part-time video editing courses. Obviously, there was no one else but Li Jian. Shang Ruoan bit her lips tightly, chilled to the bone. The Li family really did too much. Song-soo slept until dawn. He had always had the habit of waking up early, so he had already gotten up at dawn. When he saw the Weibo push on his phone, he saw something about a Rolls-Royce crashing into someone, and when he looked a little, he realized that the main character of the incident was actually himself. And not only Weibo, only Hua, Douyin, Douban and other major platforms headline popular are about this incident. Not only is the content written in a colorful way, but it also comes with a video. Seeing these hot searches, Song-soo had a moment of surprise, slightly raised his eyebrows. He did not need to think to know who did it. In addition to Li Jian, who else could there be? Chapter 19, Death will also pull you as a back cushion. When Song-soo finished watching the video once, he commented, "This editing is still close to the fire. The front and back of the crowd stand in a different position, but it's not bad at all." When Song-soo was in school, he could be called a bully-level character. As long as he was interested in college, he would take part-time courses when he had the chance, and as long as he took part-time courses, he would learn the best, and the video editing course was one of them. This point of simple editing skills he read once to see understand. Just then his cell phone rang. "Brother Song-soo, have you seen the hot search? Are you okay?" The one who called was Shang Ruoan. Song-soo had only just picked up the phone when a soft voice over there anxiously inquired about his situation. The voice was full of worry. "Well, I saw it. What can I do? A fake is a fake. It can't come true." Song-soo laughed. An edited video can be on the hot search. But this is good. The Li family dug their own pit, let him add another shovel. It's also ridiculous to say that the Li family wanted to preemptively tarnish their image first, and the next step was to call over and threaten themselves, right? In order to get back the recording to think of this kind of method. To such a point, also really difficult for them. Song-soo brother, you think so good. By the way, I can see that video editing broken. Or I go to find our school editing department students to help, specifically for this video to do an analysis. Exposure of the fact that Li Jian malicious editing. The more Shang Ruoan spoke, the more indignant she became. This was the only method she thought of after she found the video breakage. No matter if this method could turn the tide, but it couldn't just sit back and wait for death, doing nothing and letting the incident fester. That's why she made this call. 1. She was really worried that brother Song-soo would be affected if he saw those malicious comments. Secondly, she wanted to tell brother Song-soo about this idea of her own. Song-soo froze at his words and smiled knowingly. This little nymph was trying to help herself and had already thought of a way to do it, and had come to ask for her opinion. "You don't have to worry so much. It's all small things. How can I let my girlfriend give up her beauty sleep early in the morning and just labor for me?" Hearing the muffled grunts over there without making a sound, Song-soo knew that Shang Ruoan's face must have shyly reddened to the roots of her ears. Song-soo couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought of Shang Ruoan's white and soft face turning into a delicious red apple color. You're not allowed to laugh." Shang Zuiwen's red face, a beeping mouth, an angry face. "Lovely," at once she asked again with some anxiety. "Then what to do? Can't just let things go on?" "Of course I can't let the Li family have their way. They dug a pit for themselves and still jumped down. I had to do a favor and help them out." Song-soo's eyes narrowed slightly. Smart as he was, he had already come up with a countermeasure. A small trick is just a trick. Can it be difficult for him? "You say so. Is there any countermeasure?" Shang Ruoan asked in surprise, not ashamed to be Song-soo's brother. He thought of it so quickly. "Well, you can look at the hot search later," Song-soo said. "Aha, okay." Shang Ruoan trusted Song-soo. As long as he said there was, she would believe it 100% and wouldn't question it a bit. The two chatted briefly for a few more sentences before hanging up. Song-soo freshened up before opening his computer without delay. Song-soo looked at the hot search comments that were still increasing, still clear of abuse. The corner of his mouth curved into a nice arc. Li Jian's pit wasn't dug deep enough. His body didn't sink in fast enough. How else could he kill him with one blow? Over here, Li Jian nestled on the sofa. Seeing that the hot search list within his cell phone had almost reached the climax stage, he hurriedly and excitedly called Zhao Yaping. "Mom, I think the trend is just right now. So hurry up and give Song-soo a call." Li Jian slammed his cell phone to the side of the sofa, picked up Zhao Yaping's cell phone and handed it over. $1 million, ah! He was happy just thinking about it. This money, as long as he wants it, can be all his. As soon as he gets his hands on it, he will definitely go to the Hermes boutique once more and specifically ask that store manager to serve himself, so that he can see what it means to be rich. And how dare he call the constable yesterday and make a fool of himself? Well, what's your hurry? Anyway, it's all nailed down. Song-soo can't change anything? Although Zhao Yaping cursed, the smile on her face never went down. After saying that, Jia Yaping dialed Song Su's phone. Song Su acted as if he knew it already and immediately picked up, but didn't speak, waiting for the other side to open their mouths. Jia Yaping didn't have much patience and directly said in a stern voice, "Song Su, I think you've seen the hot searches too. The internet can be all clear scolding to you. I think the scolding is quite right. You obviously have money but still cheat us. Cheat my daughter's feelings. Just 1 million just wanna sue us. Do you still have any humanity? Bah, I tell you, we don't want to make things difficult for you. You quickly delete the recordings within your cell phone to me. Then, pay us $1 million in moral damages. I'll let my son help you earn your reputation back. Otherwise, you'll just wait for your reputation to be ruined. If you dare to sue us, we'll pull you as a mat even if we die." The more Zhao Yaping spoke, the more pleased she became, and even as she typed on the phone, her head was held high, as if Song Su was right there on the spot. Song Su sniffed and let out a light laugh. Jia Yaping went mad with anger when she heard this slightly mocking laughter, and just as she wanted to break into a rage, she heard Song Su open his mouth. "You guys are really falling into the eyes of money, ah. You are really thinking about my money all the time. It's really pathetic. A rat thinking about the oil in the oil barrel of the master's house. But in the end, it will end up being drowned." Li Jian was right next to him. As soon as he heard this, he was furious and jumped to his feet. As soon as he snatched the cell phone in the hands of Jia Yaping, who still didn't understand Song Su's meaning, he opened his mouth and cursed. "Who the hell are you calling a rat? You don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Num, quickly delete the recording. No, send us the phone, but also with a bank card with $1 million, but also apologize to the old man. The old man is the master. Just buy you. Damn it. Shucks. Don't think you're great now that you've earned a few stinking dollars. I can still make you infamous." Song Su blackened his face, the corner of his mouth pulled out a smirk, fiddling with the computer mouse in his hand, and didn't look anxious or angry, just staring at the clock hands. "It's been 5 minutes since you guys called me," Song Su said indifferently. Li Jian froze and frowned. Annoyed. "What do you mean? You guys might as well log on to the network again and see before you talk. Cross street old rat." After Song Su finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He looked at the new hot search list and skimmed his lips, not seeing any anger because of what Li Jian had just said. Just a clown. Not to be feared. No longer on the same level. Just a street rat. Naturally there will be people to scold and fight. Why need him to personally take action? For this kind of people, dirty hands can be too disgusting. Chapter 20, a shocking reversal. And at this time, Li Jian as see Song Su even hung up the phone. Anger value sword gas cannot afford to smash the phone hard to the ground. Good in the ground living room has paved carpet. Otherwise the phone has long been pulverized. Damn Song Su, even dared to hang up my phone, but also scolded us as street rats. Mom, I must make him lose his reputation, Li Jian said indignantly, stomping his feet in anger. Son, look at the network. What's going on? Our account is being attacked. Li Fu, who was on the side, took his cell phone and hurriedly handed it to Li Jian. He just saw a sea of curses under his account as soon as he opened Weibo. His account was applied by Li Jian for him, just to do what happened in the actual video screen, reproducing the video screen posted by Li Jian as a victim, and posting comments as a victim as well. However, under his account, a few minutes ago was a piece of love greetings, only in the twinkling of an eye. All the words are scolding as words, and even more ferocious than the words of love greetings. Li Jian immediately felt bad, took his cell phone and started to read the new hot search list one by one. Luxury car hit a seriously ill old man event reversed. Actually the old man touched porcelain. Want to blackmail son-in-law $1 million. The father-in-law's family scam. The parties released a real car recorder video screen. The real situation is the father-in-law's family joint bumper blackmail son-in-law to be. Li Jian inwardly a burst of tightening. Seems to stop breathing in general. He trembling hand clicked on the hot search list. A video of the whole process at that time was attached under the hot search list. From the beginning, Song Su got on the car. Li Fu found a good time to pounce, as well as Li Fu's words, and even Li Jian's words that threatened Song Su to delete the recording and to ask for $1 million. All the sound was recorded in the top corner of the video screen and time display. From beginning to end of a minute and a second are not bad. Li Jian malicious editing of the video inside the content of the no. This car recorder within all the display of a clear. Whose video is true? Whose video is false? At a glance. Not only that, this original car recorder a hair. Immediately marketing number in the bottom issued Li Jian video screen editing traces of evidence, although it is holding the purpose of rubbing the heat, but also very good to achieve the role of pushing the event on the first hot list. And below, everyone's verbal comments came to a shocking reversal. I've never seen such shameless people. This is the video of the car recorder. This video even timer shown it is impossible to fake. I apologize for I just scolded this luxury car owner words. Malicious editing video of people too damn not people. This is to ruin people's reputation. This father-in-law really disgusting, but also want to touch the porcelain. Not only touch the porcelain but also blackmail people $1 million. Listen to what that said. Directly hit him to death. The last but also dead begging refused to get up. This malicious editing video of people is trying to guide public opinion, but also want to blackmail people money, right? What kind of people are these? Really assholes? Rats. Disgusting. Not human at all. Run over their family is too dirty. That's right. I also apologize for the inappropriate remarks I just made about the rich man. I'm going to curse this family. It's too damn unethical. The clear curses directly turned a 180-degree turn. Looking at the following densely packed with almost double the number of curses than the people who had just trolled Song-soo, Zhao Yaping and Li Jian's lungs were about to explode with anger. The line car recorder? This, isn't Song-soo's car new? How could it have a traveling recorder? Although Zhao Yaping was angry, she also understood the seriousness of the matter. She wishes a preemptive strike is clearly to Song-soo to do the graft. Car recorder video are available. There will be false, who will still believe that they do the video screen. Even she herself will not believe. Li Jian is even more hateful, teeth itchy, teeth angry, issued bared sound. Song-soo this little is definitely on purpose. Definitely. Li Jian remembered Song-soo's calm demeanor just now, and felt even more that Song-soo was intentionally letting him make a fool of himself. Intentionally letting him post the video first to pave the way for Song-soo himself. But Li Jian forgot that the idea of preemptive strike was proposed by himself and edited and released by himself. Song-soo did not do anything at all. It's not good. It's not good. Son, look at this video. The video screen of our confrontation with Song-soo at the shopping mall yesterday has also been released. Zhao Yaping looked at the hot search list, swiped to the bottom and saw that the character in the video looked familiar. And once she opened it to look at it, she realized that it was actually herself in the video. She and her son had been filmed clearly. The entire situation at the Hermes store had been filmed. And there were also a lot of video screens taken from different people's perspectives. It also included the video of Li Jian trying to hit Song-soo, but falling down in a lousy lunge, and the video of Zhao Yaping angrily smashing Song-soo with her bag. All of them. The more Zhao Yaping watched, the more dumbfounded she became. Refreshing the list of hot searches again, almost all of the top 3 were filled with new hot searches. Ungrateful family. Borrowing son-in-law $1 million for bone marrow. Healed refused to pay back, was forced to withdraw from the marriage. But also bumper porcelain rich son-in-law. Want to blackmail another $1 million? Humanity's dying out? Borrowing $1 million for the treatment of the father-in-law. After that, they even swallowed the money and refused to pay back. And verbally abused and wanted to make the guy lose his name. The ugly face of the in-laws family's greed is exposed. Ungrateful and swallowed the money. Blackmail failed to discredit the prospective son-in-law. If the incident of the father-in-law touching the porcelain is a fuse, then this Hermes store video screen is the mine at the end of the fuse. This landmine successfully provoked the anger within everyone who saw this hot search. They had never seen such a shameless family. This family's nature was too bad. There were even people who stroked out the line of events and exposed this incident once again. What the hell are some people? Have seen the money I open. Have not seen the money I open, and so righteous, arrogant, too disgusting. That is to save the old man's life. Life-saving grace is that they are so repayment? That is, it is better to die of disease. Stay in the world as a scourge of the public. This belongs to fraud. Can be filed. Right. $1 million. Young people's hard-earned money. They were blackmailed. Before the malicious editing of the video also want to mess up people's reputation. I can't imagine that there is a car recorder in people's cars. Right. Bah. Garbage. Or stink. Really, the more I see the more angry. Their family is also too arrogant. Who knows the family's situation? To expose them just now, even though the car recorder was released. Although most people were scolding the Li family, there were still some voices questioning the authenticity of the video. After all, after being fooled by the video so much, it was customary to question it first. But this Hermes-related video, which is issued by the Talking Plum ID account number owner, a video of more than 20 minutes long, is the process from beginning to end are filmed down. The door crowd, the store clerk's action, the behavior of the characters in the video, etc. simply cannot be edited again to fake, smooth and coherent. This video has the highest click-through rate, but also this video so that the repeated wavering, hesitant to believe those netizens, completely put down the questioning, and from the bottom of the heart to spit on the Li family. Li Jian, Zhao Yaping and Li Fu scroll down more and more cannot see. Those curses, like the ears, sound piercing, but the key is, netizens cursed every word is the truth. This is the most make their heart tremble place, until Zhao Yaping saw an article on Only Who, so that she even stopped breathing for an instant. Chapter 21, 10 years in prison for a crime? Every comment and article on Just Who looked more professional. Some words even give people a sense of authority that is unique to the professional elite themselves. I as a Haichang people, although in the field, but also always pay attention to the things of Haichang. Today a open cell phone. I did not expect to be completely disgusted by this shameless family one after another. The strange operation of the destruction of all three views. In advance to explain, my career law firm lawyers, combined with the video summarized. First, in the case of both parties engaged to return the bride price, father-in-law seriously ill, son-in-law to help in delivery of medical expenses, which is out of goodness, not give, the marriage are returned, the man is entitled to get back. Secondly, the woman took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage to break up, but finally refused to pay back. This is a violation of the law. The man can sue the family fraud. Third, the amount of up to 1 million. You know, fraud 1 million can be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment or life imprisonment. Finally, this family also want a bumper behavior, forcing the man to destroy the evidence to blackmail another million, which is completely extortion. The crime is compounded. TSK, if you do not pay back the money to apologize, more than 10 years in prison is not likely to escape. I support the man to use the law to protect his rights. He must sue. Jia Yaping saw that written more than 10 years in prison, immediately sucked a breath of cold air, heart beating wildly, scared. It turns out that the money is not returned or illegal, and this is still a lawyer's office. Lawyer wrote, that certainly cannot be fake. What should we do now? What should we do? Pay back the money? Jia Yaping thought about it. Their family where there is money. Before Songsu's 800,000 remaining 60,000 was also taken by Li Jian to please the leadership of the Longwei group. But there is nothing left. They have been rented in a small house to live. It is not easy to wait until the father-in-law died, inherited a set of only the house, is considered to be a serious place to live. The house is still worth more than $1 million, but sold the house. Their family sleep where? Jia Yaping had never been so flustered, anxious to shed tears, her eyes glancing at the house she was living in. I'm warning you, don't hit the idea of this house. Without the house, our family sleep on the main road? Li Fu saw Jia Yaping's thoughts and immediately warned in a stern voice. Mom, don't be in a hurry. Don't worry about these hot searches whatsoever for now. The heat will fade after a few days. Li Jian also had a bellyful of anger at these remarks, but once he heard what Li Fu said, he hastened to pacify Jia Yaping first, fearing that if she was agitated, she would take the real estate book and sell the house to pay back the money. This house they have not yet lived a few days. He has not yet enjoyed it. How can he sell it? What's more, there is his name on the real estate book. It can be his own house in the future. He still wants to marry his daughter-in-law, so he can't sell it for any reason. However, he did have to quickly think of a new way to do so. Li Jian clenched his fists. His eyes became fierce. Songsu, want to get rid of me? Not so simple. Lu Xiaomei sat in her office position, looking at the video she released successfully. Within less than an hour it was on the hot search. The number of reprints exceeded 10 million figures. Her heart was excited. To say that she was happy, she was also happy that her hard-earned ID number was considered to be read through this, and the number of fans had skyrocketed from 1,000 to 10,000 in one go. But what made her even more excited was seeing those remarks about slamming the Li family. She was originally hesitant to release the video, but as soon as she saw the maliciously edited out video this morning, and the text that came with it, it said something about asking her rich son-in-law to borrow money and not giving it back, saving him from death, and hitting a sick old man, and so on, which made her even more hesitant. Songsu she is not familiar with, is the last time in the shopping mall has seen only, but at that time to see Songsu refined, speak between the well-organized, logical and clear, at a glance as to have received higher education in the elegant men. How to see is not like that paragraph text said character extremely poor people, but did not wait a while. The internet broke out Songsu's car recorder, completely countered that malicious video. Restore the truth. Lu Xiaomei was surprised and at the same time, extremely indignant, simply disgusted by this family to vomit, so she made a snap decision. Also do not care whether the video will bring bad influence. The heart of the video will be released. She is not a mother of God, not trying to help anyone, just can't get used to this disgusting face of the family. In this constantly denigrate a good person, is to make her extremely upset. However, she didn't even expect that this video could be spread like crazy, and it ended up on the hot search, and caught fire to such an extent. But looking at the comments, she felt simply delighted. Just as Lu Xiaomei was still silently reading the comments and secretly rejoicing, her shoulder was suddenly tapped by someone, and she immediately put away her phone in shock. What are you scared of? It's me. Only to see the girl with black eye sockets mysteriously poking her head out of the office seat sitting on Lu Xiaomei's left side, with a smiling look on her face. Do you see the hot search? That Hermes boutique video. There are a lot of passers-by have sent there are a lot of are not mosaic. A look is Li in ah. This shameless family that everyone is scolding is Li Yin's family, right? The girl with black eyes whispered. It's her at a glance. Isn't the person her mother and brother are spilling their guts to the boyfriend that Li Yin has been bragging about? The co-workers behind her sniffed and swiveled their chairs to join the discussion. Her boyfriend is also really unlucky to have gotten into Li Yin's mambo woman. And this cheeky family, hurry up and arrest them before it's too late. Don't mess up the society. That's right. Some people still really need to come to work. They spend their boyfriend's money, but also indulge their parents' younger brother to spend their boyfriend's money. Not only blackmail money, and now they want to ruin people's reputation. TSK, it's really bad luck to be her boyfriend. Everyone joined in the discussion with one word from you and one from me. Li Yin and Lu Xiaomei are personnel department. This is a small and medium-sized enterprise, so the whole personnel department is not big. A total of only 10 personnel. Everyone is sitting together. Talk even if the sound is small can hear some. And Li Yin is sitting in the corner without saying a word. Her co-workers were pointing at her and saying those words, all of which reached her ears. Li Yin tugged at the corner of her coat, her head lowered to a low level, her eyebrows knit tightly, biting her lower lip, and her heart was very angry. Li Jian released the video thing she did not know. Yesterday, once she came home she lay into the bedroom and cried all the time, eyes are swollen. She just didn't understand. Obviously her brother maliciously edited the video. Why point fingers at her? Li Yin felt angry and aggrieved. Her face was suffocating red. Li Yin, the manager is calling you. Chapter 22 Interview with the lawyer. The woman who had just entered the door glanced at Li Yin in an unfavorable manner, and then sat back down on her own, with her head lowered. Li Yin walked briskly through the group of eyes that were looking at her differently, and walked to the front of the personnel manager's office. When she knocked on the door and entered, she saw Manager Chen sitting on the office chair, his face gloomy, his eyes even more cold and scary, staring straight at her. Li Yin's heart thumped, nervously gulped, still standing opposite with her head lowered. Manager Chen scanned her a few times, then picked up the document and read it, then said, calling you here is to tell you that your promotion evaluation has not passed. The personnel supervisor position. The higher-ups uniformly feel that Lu Xiaomei's qualifications are better, and intend to give it to her. Li Yin froze at the words and her face instantly paled. Manager Chen, why? Lu Xiaomei obviously joined the company 3 months later than me. No matter it's according to the length of service, and the degree of contribution to the company, I should be better than her. My work attitude has always been conscientious, striving to fulfill my share of things perfectly. She is the first to leave work every day. Why would it be her? Manager Chen sniffed and sighed heavily, putting the file down, frowning and looking at Li Yin, shaking his head with a disappointed expression. Li Yin, I hope you look for problems from yourself instead of trying to belittle others. The promotion evaluation never said that it would be prioritized according to years of service. Moreover, Lu Xiaomei's business ability is not worse than yours. It's even better than yours. She is the first to leave work. You are the one who works overtime almost every day. I've seen it all. But have you ever wondered why that is? She was able to finish all her work within the time limit and did it well, while you? It's obviously the same amount of work. Why do you have to work overtime to get it done? Don't sell me short or find all sorts of reasons here. Work is work. The company only looks at results. From these aspects alone, your promotion evaluation is nothing but reasonable. Li Yin's hand clenched into a fist, biting her lower lip tightly, her face suffocated in red, crystallized teardrops swirling in her eyes as if they were about to drip down in the next second. Manager Chen has seen Li Yin cry too many times. Cannot finish the work cry. Things do not go well cry. Overtime to too late or cry. The teardrops coupled with her small and pitiful face looked as if she had suffered some great wrongdoing, making people feel compassionate, and allowing people to forgive her no matter what she had done wrong. This seemed to have become her tried and true tactic. Manager Chen, who had read countless people, expressed his helplessness at this, holding his forehead, and when he saw that Li Yin wanted to say something else, he reached out to stop it. The company has already made a decision. You should know that the personnel department is responsible for the management of personnel and the introduction and utilization of talent. This point I don't think I need to teach you. The company can't control your private life, but if there are problems with your character, the company will be very skeptical about whether or not you can continue to work in a personnel position anymore. You take care of yourself. Alright, you go back to work first. This was the ultimatum that Manager Chen had left for Li Yin. Originally, the company had planned to directly fire this kind of misbehavior, but Li Yin from graduation has been working in the company. To the present 2 years of time, now is the time of employment. Li Yin as a formal employee has a certain length of service. Where can you say open on the open? This time is also regarded as a warning given by the company, depending on whether Li Yin can realize. Li Yin crying face back to the office position. People pointing, skimming the mouth is not seen. Li Yinyin likes to cry when it comes to things. At first they also relationship inquiry, comfort and so on, and then also numb. Found that this little heart will no longer take care of. Li Yinyin front foot just sat on the position. After the foot Lu Xiaomei was called to the office by the manager. Once out of the office, Lu Xiaomei took out her cell phone with great joy and shouted excitedly, "I've had my promotion evaluation. I'll treat everyone to milk tea. What do you guys want to drink? Tell me." At once, the personnel department went up to congratulate Lu Xiaomei. "Congratulations on your promotion. I told you that the company's eyes are discerning. Blackmailing an ex-boyfriend for money. How can the evaluation score be high? A family is not a good bird. Even want to smear the reputation of the ex-boyfriend? Xiaomei, congratulations. Fortunately it is you. If I let someone be my leader, I'm afraid I will not be able to do it. I do not want to be stained with infamy." Everyone said one thing to each other. Thereafter Glo kept glancing at Li Yinyin, who was lying on her back in the corner and sobbing, inwardly despising. Li Yinyin is also too capable of pretending. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone in the office has seen her mind tricks before, I guess she would be fooled again. Everyone was clustering around Lu Xiaomei talking about what kind of milk tea they wanted to drink, while Li Yinyin was sitting alone in her office position with her head down. Her small fists were clenched tightly, and her eyes were no longer dripping tears at this time, but were instead replaced with a sinister look in her eyes. This was Manager Chen's deliberate act. Manager Chen also entered the company with Lu Xiaomei in the morning, and before that, she also saw that they had eaten together several times, so it must be that Lu Xiaomei flattered Manager Chen, and only then did she give this promotion opportunity to Lu Xiaomei. What? Only look at the results. All are excuses. Li Yinyin hated and gnashed her teeth. Tut. The cell phone rang again, and Song Su hung up the phone in annoyance. The phone call-in information showed 3 hang-up calls, each of which was from Zhao Yiping. Regardless of whether Zhao Yiping wanted to call to stage a shrew's curse or to beg Song Su not to sue them, Song Su ignored them all. Seeing the cell phone ringing again, Song Su was a bit impatient, and brought it to see that it was an unfamiliar caller. "Hello, is this Mr. Song Su?" A respectful voice rang out from the other end of the phone. After Song Su simply answered, the side continued, "Hello Mr. Song, I'm Lin Zhengyang, a lawyer from Xian Gold Medal Law Firm. I'm contacting you about the marriage fraud incident of Li Fu and Zhao Yaping's family. May I ask if you have time now? I would like to talk to you in detail." Okay, let's do it at the WZ Cafe downstairs in Haicheng Mansion." Song Su thought for a moment and said, okay, see you in a while then." The two hung up the phone after saying that. Song Su had to sigh. This system was really reliable. This Xian Gold Medal Law Firm, in the entire Haicheng, can be said to be one of the top 2 existences. Not only in Haicheng is very famous, in the country can be ranked in the top 10 rankings. Song Su simply sorted out the evidence on hand, as well as some identity information, then changed clothes and left the door. Song Su drove the car right all the way to Haicheng Mansion. Chapter 23, Wholly Acquired Fujikawa. Inside the WZ Cafe, a man dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase, who appeared to be in his 30s, was already sitting in the store, and as soon as he saw Song Su come in, he hurriedly got up and greeted him. The two sat down. He took out his business card and spoke. "Mr. Song, hello, I'm the one who called you just now. Xian Law Firm Lin Zhengyang. This is my business card." Song Su took the business card and looked at it, put it in his pocket and ordered a cup of coffee for each of the two. Only afterward did he transfer all the evidence in his hand to Lin Zhengyang. This included the recording of the one at Li's house, the car recorder, and the recording of the call afterward when Zhao Yaping and Li Jian called to threaten him, as well as the transfer records. Lin Zhengyang received these evidences, looked at them carefully, and after a professional analysis, he affirmed to Song Su, "Mr. Song, about this case you entrusted, you can rest assured, the evidence is very sufficient. It is completely possible to win them. However, on our side is the need to go through a procedure. It may take a few days. It won't be long." "Well, I understand. Please," Song Su said as he drank a cup of coffee. "Mr. Song, about the car recorder you gave me and the recording of Zhao Yaping and Li Jian's call that threatened you. This has completely constituted the crime of extortion, and can be prosecuted together with their family's crime of marriage fraud, and with sufficient human and material evidence, I have enough certainty that I will be able to win the case. You see, should the two be sued together? Of course I will sue." Song Su made an instant decision without the slightest hesitation. The Li family was bullying people too much. Why would he need to be soft? "Okay, I will file a case against them for both charges together. According to the laws of our country, fraud, extortion and blackmail of more than $1 million will be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment or life imprisonment. If the family is not willing to pay back the money, they will have to wait for jail time. But you don't have to worry, Mr. Song, I have checked the Li family's funds before I came here. Although they don't have a lot of deposits, there is a set of property under their name that is worth more than $1 million. Even if they go to jail, this set of properties will be enough to pay for the compensation to you, regardless of whether they agree or not. The court will also force the execution according to the law. Lin Zhengyang said with a confident look on his face. Well, I believe in you. I'm counting on you this time. If there's anything I need to provide, I'll fully cooperate. Song Su nodded. Okay, Mr. Song, thank you for your trust and support. We will definitely follow your requirements and complete things as quickly and perfectly as possible. Lin Zhengyang had already left, and Song Su sat in the seat by the window, taking a rare leisurely cup of coffee. He wasn't worried about the case, leaving it all to the firm. He didn't need to bother with anything. He rested for a while, and his divine sense entered the system. Looking at the new mission issued in the system, the cash gift package has been issued. $10 million has been safely transferred to the host's bank card in a reasonable and legal name. Please ask the host to spend the $10 million of the cash gift pack within 10 days. Punishment, plucking all body hair. Song Su couldn't cry. He didn't know what to say. The system is not pro or not. He suspected that this system is intentionally in the hole him. The thing about pulling out all the body hair, not to mention the other things, just the thought of pulling it out, he had a jolt in his body. It must be very painful. But $10 million, 10 days time is barely enough to make it. Wait a while and then think about what to buy. Song Su was now discovering that the system gives money in zeros and rounds. Doesn't that mean he has to just spend it? Yesterday was also considered lucky. The total amount of money spent was just 1 million. No more, no less. So what if the money spent was more than 10 million? I don't know if the system would recognize it. Song Su helplessly raised his eyebrows. Spending more money, he doesn't have much savings right now. Song Su sighed and shook his head. Spending money was really a technical job. Song Su no longer thought much about it, entered the system again, looked at the daily lottery system, and silently read. Lucky draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a two-choice selection. 1. Fujikawa Technology Company is currently for sale due to poor management. Selling price 10 million. Host can decide whether to buy or not. 2. Cash gift package of $10 million. Please host with the task issued by the system. Spend it all within 10 days. Another cash gift package of $10 million? This 10 million plus the 10 million from the system's own tasks, totaling 20 million. And still, you have to spend all 20 million within 10 days? Song Su was worried when he saw this cash gift pack. The system just doubled the amount of money and didn't see to add a time. He hadn't even thought about how to reasonably divide this $10 million, but the system wanted to give him another $10 million. No, absolutely not. He didn't want to experience anything like pulling out his body hair. He didn't know if this hair counted. What if he became bald? Song Su felt a chill on his back just thinking about his baldness. He'd better honestly complete the system's task first. Song Su was preoccupied with the terrible consequences of choice 2 and kept spitting inside. And when he looked at choice 1 again, he noticed something and was a little surprised. Wasn't Fujikawa Technology Company the company he was currently working for? Poorly run? Being sold? Yesterday was a vacation day. Today Song Su also took a day off. This good a company is going out of business? And the selling price has dropped so low? Fujikawa Technology Company is not a big company. This is a game company. The whole company has more than 30 employees. Develop a little small game, small program and so on. Although the development of the game is not what big fire, but there are still a few million net profit every year into the account. This market valuation is as high as 50 million. Now how to discount to so low? He remembers that last week is still good. Song Su intends to go to the company tomorrow to see the situation before understanding the reason clearly. Song Su out of a certain affection for Fujikawa Technology, so he decisively chose to buy Fujikawa Technology Company. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fujikawa Technology Company has been successfully transferred into the host's name. It's compliant and legal, and the host has 100% controlling rights. Not bad. This system is very much to Song Su's liking except for the punishment. Fast and efficient. At this time, the system sounded a familiar mechanical sound again. Congratulations to the host. The task of spending $10 million in 10 days has been successfully completed. The task punishment has been closed. Please make further efforts. Please. New task in release. Please host receive in time. This can be had. Song Su couldn't help but sigh. If every time there is a system added, like today, without too complicated process, how nice to directly acquire a company, fast and save time. Then you don't have to worry about how to spend all the money in a short time at all. It was only when Song Su received the next task again that he was completely pulled back to reality from his fantasies. He was very helpless as he looked at the huge amount of money and punishment matters of the next mission. It's better to honestly think about how to spend the money. Chapter 24 Li Jian, I have an acquaintance in Fujikawa. Early the next morning, Hai Cheng, Longwei Group. Li Jian was dressed in a customized suit, sitting in the personnel department on the second floor of Longwei Group going through the entry procedures. After completing the procedures, the personnel department personnel brought Li Jian to the operations department on the third floor. Inside the manager's office of the operations department, Lu Kuan was sitting on the manager's seat, and the leather soft sofa chair behind him looked like a foreign import, worth a lot of money. On top of the table was a golden dragon ornament, a small pot of green plants and a computer. Behind it is a landscape painting that looks magnificent. To the left of the desk lay the same leather sofa and coffee table, separated into a simple tea room. The office was extremely large, with a visual estimate of 40 to 50 square meters. Li Jian had just arrived at the operations department when he was called to meet the manager, and as soon as he entered, he was stunned by the grandiose decoration pattern. Li Jian cannot help but sigh. Longwei Group is not the same. The treatment of the operations manager is also too good. Not only the office is big, but also money. The price of that leather sofa is estimated to be at least 5 figures. And then look at the golden dragon pendant. Golden. I do not know if it is real gold. Li Jian so thought. Saw himself in front of the golden dragon like gold glowing. Cannot help but reach out to touch. This little action was Lu Kuan-si in the eyes. But do not say anything. The two of them briefly chatted for a while before a knock sounded behind them. Seeing the visitor, Li Jian smiled brightly and stood to the side, saying, Supervisor Wang. Wang Lin was the head of the operations department, the father of Li Jian's college classmate, and it was only through bribing him that Li Jian was able to successfully enter the operations department of Longwei Group. Wang Lin looked at Li Jian suspiciously, not understanding why he was here. Shouldn't new recruits report at his place first? Not allowing him to think too much, he looked at Manager Lu and said, Manager Lu, you called me. Wang Lin piled on the smile on his face, even bending his waist down a few points as he spoke. Wang Lin glared at Li Jian on the side again. Why is this guy so insensitive? Obviously Mr. Lu is looking for something. Why don't you leave? Li Jian, what about our company as a benchmark enterprise? We hope that every employee is hardworking and conscientious. First behave and then do things. After that, I hope that you can demand yourself in such a way. Since it is Supervisor Wang who introduced you in, then I hope that you will not let Supervisor Wang down in the future as well. Lu Kuan smiled kindly, but a discerning person can distinguish that he is just smiling. The words contain another layer of meaning. Can always stay in the Longwei Group, this kind of listed company, but also sit steadily in the position of operations manager. The general city will be very deep. This other layer of meaning, Wang Lin in the workplace for many years, and still do not understand all, let alone Li Jian. Li Jian's smile became even more victorious, thinking that he was recognized by his manager on his first day, and he immediately said, Thank you, Mr. Lu, I will definitely do a good job. Wang Lin looked at Lu Kuan's smile, and then looked at Li Jian who had a happy face, and shook his head slightly. This is not recognition, it is clearly a test and a warning. Li Jian is Wang Lin's son's classmate. Li Jian took $60,000 that day to find the door, invited him to dinner, brought a gift, and also forced $60,000 into his hand. He was holding $60,000 heart, flapped the table and said there is a way for Li Jian to enter Longwei. Longwei Group, with other private enterprises is different. He inside the share structure is a national capital injection. It could be said that Longwei was a semi-state enterprise, so there's a big advantage to entering here, which is an iron rice bowl. As long as you didn't make a big mistake, Longwei was able to give every employee a pension. In addition, Longwei Group treatment is good, high welfare, then all walks of life wages are 20% higher. So every year Longwei Group is all freshmen want to break their heads to come in, to be able to enter here, for many people is the representative of the future. For someone like Li Jian, whether it's in terms of education or experience, he can't even meet the basic threshold of Longwei Group. But Li Jian's family wants Li Jian to be successful, so they bribed Wang Lin for $60,000, hoping that Wang Lin would let Li Jian have an iron rice bowl. I have to say, this $60,000 spent value. This is not. Li Jian is desired to enter the Longwei Group. In the end, Wang Lin used his authority to find an assistant position for Li Jian. Manager Lu was obviously dissatisfied with him for bringing Li Jian into Longwei, so he spoke out to give a warning. However, like this kind of use of authority, to plug people's moves, in fact every company, not to mention Longwei, most of the cases Lu manager is turning a blind eye, will not say anything. Li Jian, you go out first, Lu Kuan said, glancing at his cell phone, which was displaying today's hot search list, information related to the video about blackmailing his son-in-law. Li Jian is also confused by the manager called to the office, instructed a few sentences and let himself out. His face is so big? The manager of the operation department began to care about the situation of his own work. It must be that he has what Lu manager appreciated the superiority of the bar. The more Li Jian thinks, the happier he is, the more he feels good about himself, feeling that he is simply too good. Thinking about it, Li Jian couldn't restrain his inner excitement, so he sent the matter to his friend's circle, saying how much the leaders of Longwei group valued him, and also sent it to the family group separately. Jia Yaping saw her son's messages even more excited, still in the market to buy food, took the phone everywhere to show off with people, said his son is now working for Longwei group, but also by the leadership of the praise and respect, attracted a crowd of envy. After all, to be able to enter the Longwei group, it means that the strength cannot be underestimated. Li Jian sat at his workstation, immersed in the superiority of the leadership, head held high. Look around, the eyes of colleagues are a little haughty. Li Jian didn't notice at all that the Longwei group's group of people were pointing at him and booing after seeing him. Wang Lin came out of manager Lu's office with a glowing face. Obviously something good was going on. Seeing this, Li Jian hurriedly and attentively came forward and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Wang. If it wasn't for your light, I'm afraid manager Lu wouldn't have valued me so much and let me do a good job in the company." When Wang Lin heard this, his eyes rolled, inwardly wondering, can manager Lu mean this? Could this not be a clear warning? Could it be that he was thinking too much? Wang Lin couldn't figure it out. He simply didn't think about it. Manager Lu had given him a big project and was waiting for him to handle it. If this project is handled well, he will be able to go to the next level, and he will definitely get a promotion and a raise. Wang Lin thought, and started to go back to his seat to prepare the information, took his briefcase, and was planning to go out as if he was going to go out. "Uncle Wang, are you going out to talk about a project? Can you bring me along? I just happened to familiarize myself with the business as soon as possible," Li Jian said attentively. In fact, Li Jian just drifted away. After successfully entering Longwei and feeling that he was again supported by his supervisor and manager, he instantly felt that those small people in the office were not worthy to sit with him at all, and that he needed to familiarize himself with the business as soon as possible so that he could get up to speed as soon as possible. Before he entered Longwei, he always told the bystanders that he came to Longwei to be a supervisor, which in addition to some love of face bragging ingredients, more reason is that Wang Lin in the receipt of his $60,000 gave him a commitment to say that he is about to be promoted. Then the supervisor is his Li Jian. Li Jian was listening to not to mention how happy, directly skipped the intermediate links, only to say to others that they will be the supervisor of the matter. In the end, he did not expect his parents are convinced that he will be directly in charge of, and show off to everyone. No way, he will be wrong, has been so lying down. When he first joined the company, he was worried about how to round off the lie, which right now seems to be completely possible without going out of January. Ah, good, then you come with me, Wang Lin said. Seeing that Wang Lin agreed, Li Jian attentively took the handbag in Wang Lin's hand and followed him into the elevator to the -1 floor parking lot. "Uncle Wang, which company are we going to talk about a project?" Li Jian sat in the co-pilot and asked while fastening his seatbelt. "Fujikawa Technology. There's a project. Our company has been working with their company," Wang Lin replied. "Fujikawa Technology?" Li Jian subconsciously blurted out. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Wang Lin was puzzled by Li Jian's foxy cry of doubt. "Oh no, Fujikawa, I have acquaintances that I know. Moreover, it can be familiar. That little is Fujikawa's little businessman yet. It's really a narrow road between enemies." Li Jian thought of Song Su. His eyes glowed fiercely, and the corner of his mouth curved into a triumphant arc. Chapter 25, Former Subordinate Becomes Top Boss? Fujikawa Technology. More than 36 people came to the company early in the morning and received the news that the company had been wholly acquired. People were in a state of panic. Everyone was speculating about who this new chairman who had bought the company was. Do what you should do. The new chairman is coming today. If you don't want to be fired, work hard. Give me 12 points of spirit. Do you hear me? The general manager of the company, Sun Yen, saw that the people underneath were talking to each other and not interested in their work, so he warned in an annoyed voice. From the early days of the company's founding, Sun Yen has served in this company. From the bottom of the small staff, step by step climbed to today's position, but even he only realized today that the company had been sold by the former boss. He was called into the office early this morning by the former boss, saying that the company has no working capital. The former boss last year at a dinner party inadvertently offended the financing of the big brother. This year was withdrawn from the capital. The boss and cannot pull new investment. In short, the company is completely out of money. The boss cannot support, can only choose to sell at a low price. After the former boss finished, packed up a little something pat on the butt and left, said what toiling for most of his life? Want to take a good rest, to catch a plane trip, then all the rest of the transfer of matters are handed over to Sun Yen to complete. Sun Yen inner that bitter ah. The ex-boss sold the company and took it easy, but it was difficult for him. This all came too suddenly. The handover is small, but the new chairman who know who in case the new chairman of the new official 3 fire, he did not know if he suffered. He has an old man and a small family who are all counting on him to eat. If the new chairman of the board of directors just fired him, then how can he live? He is more than 30 years old. Do you still need him to start from scratch with the 20-something young people to compete for jobs? Sun Yan was terrified inside. Ding dong. Sun Yan computer mailbox sound rang. Open a look. Is the former boss sent him about the newly appointed chairman of the information? This opened it. Sun Yan was directly dumbfounded. Song Su. Sun Yan's mind kept circling back to these 2 words, not daring to believe. Song Su, he has the memory. Is the company under the staff? In the company stayed for 2 years. Is the original batch of newcomers? The only stay the longest time, and the most conscientious, seeking advancement of a person. So Sun Yan to him is an impression. However, he heard his colleagues say that Song Su will work several jobs every day, just to save money to marry his girlfriend, which turned out to be his own boss. Sun Yan didn't believe it at first, thinking that it should just be the same name, but when he saw the photo, he had to believe it. His former subordinate became his top boss? What exactly is Song Su? According to the ex-boss, the company was bought out by a wholly owned company, and the new chairman of the board owns 100% of the shares, so the purchase price must be $10 million, right? Song Su has the money to buy the company? Regardless of how much money he had to buy the company, just seeing the 100% shares was enough to shock Sun Yan for a long time. You have to know that game technology companies are different from ordinary companies. From the preliminary investment, research and development, to the process of investment costs, and then to the final listing of publicity, promotion of attraction, etc. These full down, certainly have to be 100 million, not to mention, the research and development costs are ridiculously expensive, time-consuming and labor-intensive. These are required to have a large amount of capital turnover in order to allow the company to operate. The former boss is because the capital chain breaks. Investors withdraw their shares, and they do not have hundreds of millions of assets, resulting in the company simply cannot run, before selling the company. And Song Yan is surprisingly 100% shares. That is to say he also did not look for investors. He intends to pay out these hundreds of millions of dollars by himself. Full authority to run the company by himself? Sun Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. So it seems that Song Su in the end how powerful interpersonal relations and capital power? Sun Yan didn't dare to imagine. Could Song Yan be the son of some business tycoon with billions of assets? But he had never heard of a billionaire person with the surname Song. Just when Sun Yan was shocked, the door of the general manager's office was knocked. Mr. Sun, someone is coming from Longwei Group. It was the general manager's secretary lady. Sun Yan then remembered that he had an appointment to meet with someone from Longwei Group today to discuss developing an app for them. He was so annoyed about this change of chairman early this morning that he forgot about it. Sun Yan quickly adjusted his thoughts and welcomed Wang Lin and the others to his office. Sun Yan's office is also relatively large, 40 square meters, due to the fact that he usually receives customers, so he also used a screen to separate out a tea room of about 20 square meters. Mr. Sun, I'm Wang Lin from Longwei Group. This is my assistant, Li Jian. Wang Lin smiled kindly, but his back was straight. No matter how to say that they Longwei is also the A party, how can they lower themselves to lose face? Sun Yan nodded, smiled and shook hands with Wang Lin, then brought people to the tea room and poured 2 cups of tea for the 2 of them. Longwei Group newly expanded the project. Need to make an app. This project according to the plan, can bring great benefits for Longwei, and this app software is the most important part of it. Fujikawa is the cooperation company selected by the top management of Longwei Group after careful consideration. Fujikawa technology credibility in the industry is extremely high, has a certain degree of visibility, hands are a few skilled technology research and development personnel. Not only that, they are reasonably priced, do things conscientiously, according to historical results, will do their best to develop exclusive app according to the requirements of each customer. The app developed to achieve the effect, but also the existence of the best companies in the industry. This is also the reason why the senior management of Dragon Power would finalize the cooperation with Fujikawa from many companies. Wang Lin came this time, also according to Manager Lu's request, to talk about matters regarding the contract of this project. Manager Lu's meaning is very obvious. As long as both sides reach a contract, the contract is signed. Then the most important part of the project, app software, is Wang Lin to be responsible for. And in the future, Wang Lin will be fully responsible for docking with Fujikawa. As long as the final software out of the effect to meet the company's requirements, that can be a great work. Wang Lin from the promotion and salary increase will be a step further. Wang Lin on this negotiation is particularly important. So, although maintaining the posture of the party, but also a soft attitude, Li Jian sat on the sidelines, did not speak. just listen. And from time to time to echo a sentence. Wang Lin and Sun Yan chatting about the contract, after nearly half an hour, did not see the intention to terminate. Li Jian began to feel bored. His eyes began to glance up. Look at this and look at that. A look of not having seen the world. Behavior is also extremely disrespectful. His behavior Sun Yan see in the eyes, despise in the heart. I really do not know what this Wang Lin is thinking. Non-dance with this crane. Wang Lin also noticed, frowned slightly, was about to remind Li Jian sideways, when he was cut off by the sound of the door opening, only to see a young man wearing a high-fashion suit, pushed the door into the office. Chapter 26, Let me apologize to Song Su? Li Jian turned his head and realized that it was Song Su. His eyes were full of mockery and said in a conspiratorial manner, some employees are just unqualified. Song Su, can't you see that Mr. Sun is talking business with our Longwei group? Have some eyesight? Li Jian stood up with his arms around his chest. When he saw Song Su now, he thought of those abusive comments on the internet. He was furious and didn't care that the leader and general manager Fujikawa were present. He intentionally said in the tone of a leader, Song Su, why don't you hurry up and go out? Don't disturb our business talk. Song Su glanced at Li Jian with cold eyes, and did not pay attention to him, sat down in the main position of the office with a diameter, and said indifferently, Mr. Sun, am I disturbing you? Sun Yan stood up with a brush, glared fiercely at Li Jian and said with a smile on his face, Dong Song, how could it be? Our cooperation with Longwei itself requires your nod. I just wanted to invite you. Song Dong? Li Jian completely couldn't hear what Sun Yan said later. His mind just kept recalling these two words. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he began to doubt his own ears. Just now Fujikawa's general manager called Song Su what? Li Jian whirled around and thought of something, covering his stomach and laughing. No, Mr. Sun, what did you just call this poor bastard? Song Dong? Ha ha, you called him wrong. He's not called any Song Dong. He's called Song Su. Song Su, how unpopular are you in this company? Even your name is wrong. Trash is trash. You can't get on the stage. Also, is that seat for you to sit in? Hurry up and get out. Mr. Sun was kind enough to leave you a face, but I know the true face of your human face. Li Jian scoffed and heavily patted Sun Yan's shoulder again, advising, Mr. Sun, in the face of this kind of faceless and arrogant subordinate, you shouldn't save face for him. Simply resign. Li Jian said a series of words, with a look that he didn't consider himself an outsider at all, as if he was the executive of Fujikawa, admonishing his subordinates. Wang Lin was completely dumbfounded by this maneuver, and directly froze on the spot. No matter what, now is still in Fujikawa's territory. That called Song Su no matter what the name is. He is also Fujikawa's employees, Sun Yan's subordinates. The main body did not say anything. Where are the qualifications for us outsiders to speak? This Li Jian in the end do not know what he is doing. In front of other companies face other companies pointing. This is a big taboo At the table, Li Jian bribed himself when quite clever This how so stupid? Wang Lin's face was a green and purple by Li Jian's flirty operation, and just when he wanted to stop him, he saw Sun Yan's black face and said seriously, Li Jian right, please keep your mouth clean. I didn't call you wrong. This is the new chairman of our Fujikawa Technology, Song Dong. Song Su, is the chairman of the board? Li Jian stared at Song Su for a long time unable to speak. The chairman of Fujikawa he knew it was an old man who was already in his 60s. How could it be Song Su? Only a few days ago, Song Su became the chairman of Fujikawa Technology, a multi-million-dollar company? It doesn't make sense at all. Now not only Li Jian was dumbfounded, Wang Lin was even more panicked. He is now inwardly remorseful, intestines are green. Why did he agree to nothing to bring Li Jian Although Longwei is the first party in this cooperation, Fujikawa's technology is the best in the industry in developing app. Longwei is very important to the app research and development. Intends to hand over to Fujikawa. Have contacted. Also made plans. They are going to sign the contract. The pro error. How to explain to the company do you want to let the company spend a lot of time to do a good job of the project plan, because of their own changes again? This responsibility, Wang Lin simply cannot afford. To this situation now, Wang Lin also do not hold the frame. Quickly pull Li Jian to one side, walked to Song Su, said, Song Dong, I'm really sorry. Li Jian is new to our company and doesn't know the rules. I'll go back and teach him a lesson. You call this not knowing the rules? Song Su couldn't help but sneer at his words and continued. He's 23 years old, right? He has a brain, right? Could it be that every new employee in your company is this unruly? Speaking out of turn on someone else's company's turf? If that's really the case, then I should really consider whether we should take or not take this R&D project of your company. In case another newcomer comes to your company, and is so unimpressive that he curses the chairman of another company in front of his face. If his reputation stinks, won't our company suffer as well? Every time Song Su spoke a word down the line, Wang Lin's heart thumped, and when he heard the last, he almost choked with fear. This Fujikawa head of understanding was obviously annoyed by Li Jian's words. The words were said like this: then if he couldn't handle this matter well, Fujikawa would definitely refuse to cooperate. If the process of the project is slowed down, then the responsibility for all of this lies with himself. A project of several $100 million. He could not afford to pay for it even if he lost all his money. Wang Lin tried to keep a clear head as his thoughts spun. Li Jian. He doesn't care much whether he is fired or not, but he was brought into the company by himself, and if he is fired on the first day, it will have a little impact on him, and it will be related to the leader's opinion of him. Moreover, Wang Lin thinks that Song Su and Li Jian seem to know each other clearly, and it looks like there may be some conflicts before. Song Su looked very young, only graduated a few years ago. The appearance of young people between the small conflicts, as long as the appeasement of the appeasement, and then a grand apology, to give enough face Song Su, this matter will also be settled. Wang Lin did not know that the conflict between Song Su and Li Jian can be solved by a simple apology. He was usually too busy and didn't have too much time to understand the hot search. He didn't know anything about the relationship between Song Su and Li Jian, and this, however, caused his most wrong judgment. Wang Lin didn't feel that this matter was so serious and was confident in his analysis, and then laughed. Song Dong, Li Jian is a college student who just graduated not long ago. He doesn't know anything, his brain isn't smart enough and he's not very good at talking. You have a lot of mercy, and he's only on his first day in the company today. In this way, we invite you to lunch at noon. Let him give you a grand reparation to apologize, or don't hurt the peace between the two companies. You see, Wang Lin thought, Song Su is at least a boss even if he is young. This project is beneficial to both companies. As long as we have a meal, let Li Jian make a good bow and apologize to others, and give a step down. There is nothing that can't be solved by a meal. As soon as Li Jian heard that Wang Lin wanted to let himself apologize to Song Su, the person he despised the most, he jumped to his feet and spoke without thinking, directly roaring out of his mouth. Let me apologize to Song Su? This little punk, is he worthy? Supervisor Wang, don't be fooled by him. He was poor before, and owed a buttload of debt. Now even if he has a little bit of money, there's no way he'll suddenly have so much money to buy a company. Definitely trying to trick us, deliberately using the conflict between me and him to make me offend him, using this to raise the price of the cooperation with Long Wei. Supervisor Wang, there are more than just one company in Haichang that can develop apps. They are not the only one in Fujikawa. Such a dishonest company. Why are we Long Wei begging for cooperation with them? I know of a company that charges a low price and is efficient. Li Jian wrapped his hands around his chest with an arrogant look, and gave Song Su and Sun Yan a disdainful glance. They, Long Wei, were the A side. It should be Fujikawa begging and crying to cooperate with them. How could Long Wei bow down? Chapter 27, They must have lied to you. Li Jian felt that Sun Yan must have seen the morning's hot search and came up with this method just after seeing himself joining forces with Song Su to engage in this kind of disgusting operation. The purpose was to get him to speak out of turn so that they could use this to say that they had offended Fujikawa's chairman, and use this as an excuse to raise the funds for the cooperation with Long Wei. They don't think about it. Song Su was a person who graduated only 2 years ago. He also went to Song Su's hometown to investigate clearly. Song Su was not a rich second generation. Right now just earned a little bit of money. Buy luxury car is also afraid of vanity. Wealth is just, even if there is a little money, it is impossible to be the chairman of a company. Fujikawa is really too despicable and shameless. In order to earn more money, even think of this kind of method. He wouldn't be stupid enough to fall for this little trick of theirs. This caution? Li Jian felt smart. Sun Yan looked Li Jian up and down from the side. He said that this Li Jian looked a bit familiar, but it turned out to be the main character who was the first on the hot search list this morning, and also tried to defame the reputation of his chairman, attracting the netizen screen full of insults. This Li Jian even have the face to go out? After Li Jian finished those words, Sun Yan was completely enraged, scolding his boss in front of his face. Could he tolerate it? This kind of time is the best time to show loyalty. Immediately said, Supervisor Wang, do you mean I'm lying to you? A mere employee dares to act wildly in our Fujikawa. Is this the kind of employee Long Wei wants to cultivate? The ability to turn black and white upside down is quite strong. The price was negotiated between Fujikawa and Long Wei a long time ago. How could he possibly do such a shameless thing of sitting on the fence, just for a little bit of money to jeopardize our company's credibility in the industry? He's not smart enough in the head. Don't you understand? Sun Yan tried to restrain his anger, tried to speak calmly, dared to say that they Fujikawa cheated and engaged in tricks, dared to offend their own chairman. A minion. Who gave him the guts? Wang Lin now simply want to hammer Li Jian this stupid. The front foot offended the chairman of the board of directors. Not to mention, The back foot even Sun also offended. He had hoped that Sun would be able to say a few good words for them. He hated Li Jian now, glaring fiercely at Li Jian and fawningly piling up smiles at Sun Yan and Song Su. I'm really sorry, Dong Song, Mr. Sun, I definitely didn't mean it. After saying that, he shouted angrily at Li Jian. Li Jian, why don't you apologize quickly? Li Jian was indignant, and the words he just wanted to retort were stiffly stuck in his throat by Wang Lin's glare. Wang Lin wanted to give Li Jian a kick, simply let him kneel down and kowtow to apologize, but he was at least a supervisor. Li Jian was not his son after all. He couldn't make this kind of out-of-character behavior. Song Su sneered, straightened his tie and said, Supervisor Wang, are all the new recruits of Longwei Group now so brainless? Recruitment should be cautious. Longwei Group is at least one of the biggest companies in the country. There must be more than enough people with brains. Since your assistant has knowledge of companies with even cheaper prices, then Supervisor Wang thinks you must have no desire to talk about cooperation with us. I won't bother Supervisor Wang to go back and convey this to the leaders. I'll ask Mr. Sun to call Longwei and inform him of the causes and consequences, so let's not waste each other's time. See them off, Song Su said with a firm and resolute voice, a sense of intimidation, not allowing the slightest questioning. Longwei and Fujikawa's cooperation could not be terminated because of a small character like Li Jian or Wang Lin. And they were not the only two people in a company as big as Longwei, so the big deal was to replace them. This was Song Su's warning as well as a threat. There was no way he would let a several $100 million project sign a contract with Wang Lin who sheltered people like Li Jian. Song Su has already made it clear. Which is more important? Wang Lin judged for himself. Wang Lin was completely confused. He felt that every time he listened to Song Su's words, his heart was going to stop in fear. Song Dong, this meaning whereas to terminate the cooperation with Longwei is to let Longwei change people to talk even though it wasn't him who spoke out of turn. Li Jian was under him. If this matter was known to manager Lu, would he still be able to keep his job? Moreover, Li Jian doesn't understand the importance of this project with Fujikawa, but he does. This is the nail in the coffin. That is to say, he does not have to work hard, as long as he moves his lips to provide some information, and cooperate with Fujikawa to successfully complete the development of the app, then he is the biggest contributor to Longwei Company. This kind of promotion and salary increase opportunity can be easily obtained. Is how many people cannot come to the good thing. Originally, the company's other colleagues in order to fight for this project, is exhausted all kinds of ways to earn a headache, and finally it was not easy for him to get. How can he still be willing to give away this credit? Blame Li Jian this stupid. Why nothing to fool around? Will things to this difficult to clean up the point? Wang Lin simply regretted to death that he should not have taken Li Jian's money and arranged for this kind of idiot to join the company. Wang Lin was sweating coldly and could only bow his head and say attentively, Misunderstanding. Fujikawa has always been the most credible and conscientious in what he does. How could I dare to question it? Moreover, our Longwei's leaders have named only your company to cooperate with. How can a low-cost company compare to Fujikawa Technology? Mr. Song, I will deal with this matter properly. Thank you for your reminder. The new people recruited by the company is time to straighten up a bit. It is true that not everyone should stay. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. And afterwards, I will also apologize at the door. I have been the one who has been following up on this project for a long time. Please reconsider. It's really not right to hurt our peace for the sake of certain unworthy people. Then I'll leave first today. I'll ask you to meet again some other day to discuss in detail. After saying that, Wang Lin nodded his head towards Song Su respectfully and frequently, and dragged Li Jian out of the door. Wang Lin and Li Jian arrived at the first floor of Fujikawa's building. At this time, Li Jian's heart was still full of resentment. Why should he be asked to make amends and apologize? What did he do wrong? Obviously Song Su, that little yakuza small-minded, said a few words cannot stand, but also pretend to whisk guests. If not Wang Lin hard pull him downstairs, he must Song Su's fake face tear off. He wanted him to pay back the money, but also wanted him to apologize. Song Su was really too damn shameless. Li Jian didn't even realize that he had made a fatal mistake and offended the leaders of two companies at once. And even to this point, he still thinks that Song Su and Sun Yan are pretending. Wang Lin was completely deceived by them. In his heart, he was angry, pulled Wang Lin and swore in a convincing manner, saying, Uncle Wang, you shouldn't have lowered your voice so much. They must have lied to you. Chapter 28, Foxes and Dogs. Neither are good things. Wang Lin looked at the contents of his cell phone's hot list and his face was gloomy to the extreme. Just now when he went downstairs, he was still sending a message to Sun Yan to apologize, saying that he would definitely deal with this matter, hoping that Sun Yan would speak more favorably for him in front of Song Dong, and not to call the leader of Longwei to replace him. Then he received a kind reminder from Sun Yan, telling him to look more at the hot news. This look, he realized, good guy, He had simply recruited a scourge into the company. He now understands why Li Jian was called into the office by Mr. Lu for questioning in the morning just after completing the entry procedures, and what the other layer of meaning of Mr. Lu's words was. It was because Manager Lu had also seen the morning's hot search and scoffed at Li Jian's shamelessness, but to give himself face, did not say on the spot, is to remind themselves do not just any person to recruit, but also to warn Li Jian to behave properly. This Li Jian really made him eat a boring loss. He blackened his face. Looking at Li Jian's still smug face, he felt that he owed a beating, and directly said, "Get lost and go home. Don't even come to the company in the future." Li Jian froze on the spot. Seeing Wang Lin really want to dismiss himself, quickly explained and said, "Uncle Wang, what do you mean? You're going to fire me? That Song-Su is obviously cheating, okay? You shouldn't be threatened by him. There's absolutely no way he's the chairman of Fujikawa Technology. Enough, check the corporate reputation website yourself before you speak," Wang Lin said impatiently. How could Li Jian not believe his eyes? He looked at the information of Fujikawa Technology's shareholders in the enterprise reputation website, rubbed his eyes and checked repeatedly. The enterprise reputation website was the most authoritative website. All the information about the enterprise in it would be updated at the first time, and it was the most authentic and complete. This Fujikawa Technology below the shareholder change information. Song-Su was yesterday morning bought Fujikawa wholly owned, and is accounted for 100% of the shares. This, how is it possible? Song-Su was still a wage earner who stayed up all night working the week before, but today, he turned out to have bought a game company and became the boss. Li Jian was in deep shock. Seeing his completely shocked appearance, Wang Lin gave him a despicable look and said, "As an employee of Long Wei, yet you exited your mouth and cursed an important partner of Long Wei, offending Fujikawa. Do you think Long Wei will still keep you? There's also those things you did on the hot search. If Long Wei hires you, its reputation will be affected as well. Whether it's out of consideration for Long Wei's reputation or to calm Fujikawa Songdong's anger, it's impossible for you to stay at Long Wei anymore. If you make such a mess, you might even lose my position. So get lost. I won't let my son associate with you anymore, and I don't want to see you anymore." Wang Lin finished glancing at him and turned around to leave. Seeing that Wang Lin really wanted to fire himself, Li Jian panicked and shouted at Wang Lin, "You can't fire me. You've received my money." The two of them were still under Fujikawa Technology's office building, and there were a lot of working people coming and going downstairs, and Li Jian attracted countless people's attention with this yell. The meaning of this sentence was too blatant. Accepting bribes was not something honorable after all. Li Jian, when you're out and about, you should pay attention to your words. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with a warning. You have to remember, you did the entry formalities today. My promise is completed, and the one who fired you, you made it yourself, not me. Wang Lin's eyes were full of mockery, and he spat disdainfully. You, Li Jian was trembling with anger, but he couldn't say any words of defense. He bribed Wang Lin at that time. The purpose was to let him help him enter Long Wei. He did the entry procedure today and successfully entered Long Wei, but it was only half a day and he was going to be fired. So what was he doing by spending that $60,000? He just bought a half-day experience of joining Long Wei? Wang Lin obviously does not intend to return the 60,000 to Li Jian. Anyway, he also completed the requirements of Li Jian into the Dragon Way. Things are done. Why would he want to return? See Wang Lin that a look of complacency and arrogance. Li Jian hand clenched into a fist, the heart of the indescribable anger. See the defense but, directly a fist swung up. Wang Lin is almost 50 years old. Where to withstand the masculine age of Li Jian's punch? Immediately knocked to the ground. The corner of the mouth out of blood. Li Jian fist clenched click sound. Eyes show ruthless color. The heart already has a plan. He wanted to make Wang Lin this scumbag, beat him until he cried and begged himself to let him go, and then give himself 60,000 with both hands. Don't intend to return the money, right? Then use your fists to speak. This move was too loud and directly attracted people inside and outside the building to gather around and watch. Wang Lin looked at Li Jian with disbelief, completely not expecting Li Jian to make a move against himself. He saw Li Jian a look of hands to hit up the posture, even panicked with his hands in front of his body. He was afraid of the heart. Compared with a young man, he is over half 100 years old, too weak. At this time, the security guards under the building saw the situation, rushed forward to stop Li Jian. Wang Lin saw Li Jian being controlled, wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, before he instantly put away the fear on his face, and changed it to anger, pointing at the nose of the controlled Li Jian and cursing. Subordinate dares to hit his superior. Good, Li Jian, you have balls. Who do you think I am? I at least have been in the business circle for more than 20 years. My connections are wider than you can imagine. As long as you're still in Haichang, I will definitely not let you have a good time. After Wang Lin finished speaking, He roughly organized his suit that had shifted, spat at Li Jian, turned around and drove away. Wang Lin was furious at being beaten, but on second thought, Li Jian's beating didn't just help himself, proving to Song Su and Sun Yan that he wasn't in league with Li Jian. Li Jian is still yelling and screaming for Wang Lin to return the money. The security guard saw the people left and did not stop him again. As soon as he let go of his hand, Li Jian chased after the rear of the car with indignation. But in the end, even the car's tail gas did not see. Li Jian angry straight stomping feet, angry and anxious, and finally no way, can only gray in the direction of home. Upstairs, Song Su stood on the window and watched the scene downstairs. The process of Wang Lin and Li Jian's scuffle, he had all of it in his eyes. Sun Yan carefully observed Song Su's face. To be honest, the subordinate of 2 years has become his top boss overnight. He really doesn't know how to face Song Su, he always feels a bit awkward. Sun Yan also saw the downstairs Li Jian's move to hit Wang Lin, skimmed his mouth and said casually, Li Jian this person, also too no big and small, out to hit the leader, still want to mix. Wang Lin is also not directly hit back. Song Su cold face, also did not say anything, looked at Li Jian chased the car ran away, only then opened his mouth and said, fox and dog, are not something good. Chapter 29 Fired by Long Wei? Are you kidding me? Fox of course refers to Wang Lin, dared to take bribes under the nose of a semi-state-owned group like Long Wei. The means must not be simple. This kind of person, do things two faces, in front of their own play grandchildren, behind their back may say what bad things about themselves. Li Jian is undoubtedly a dog, biting mad dog. A little bit of cleverness think they are invincible and powerful, now know what is called people outside the people. Now, Li Jian is also experiencing what it's like to be pitted for money. It must not be pleasant. The corner of Song Su's mouth curved up in an arc, smiling coldly. Li Jian is now completely offended by Long Wei Group. He bragged all day long that he was going to enter Long Wei Group as a supervisor and become a big official. How could he not think that one day he would be killed by himself? Li Jian's all fantasies fizzled out. Just do not know has always been regarded as the son of proud Jia Yiping know how this matter will react. Li Jian walked on the way home, and only now was he really calmed down, recalling what Wang Lin had just said at the end, his heart palpitating. Wang Lin was right. He was at the very least someone who had been in Long Wei Group for more than 20 years. Long Wei Group was a semi-state-owned group, involved in business and politics. I'm afraid what Wang Lin said was true. He had a very wide network of people in Haichang. Li Jian is just a college student who just graduated 1 year ago. What if Wang Lin seeks revenge on himself? But at that time that situation he was really too angry. Think of their own that blew away 60,000. Heart like a knife, neat pain When Li Jian returned home, Zhao Yaping and Li Fu were sitting leisurely in front of the TV, watching TV. When Zhao Yaping opened the door and saw Li Jian, she looked at the time suspiciously. 1:30 p.m. This should be the time to just go to work in the afternoon. Isn't it his son's first day at Long Wei? He should be at the company at this time of the day. How come he's home? Son, didn't you go to Long Wei Group to join the company today? Why did you come back so early? I saw your friend's circle. Your department manager is very optimistic about you. Not ashamed to be my son. The more Zhao Yiping said, the more pleased she was. If it wasn't for the fact that there were no outsiders at the scene, she probably would have pulled Li Jian to show off to others. Li Jian face of indignation, which just remembered this morning he sent a circle of friends to show off. There are many students and friends below to send the envious comments, but now Li Jian can't care too much, and hastily opened the circle of friends in a panic, and deleted the dynamic decisively. He had already left Long Wei. If that bragging friend circle was seen by more people, or if Wang Lin said under the friend circle that he had already fired himself, then wouldn't that be hitting his own face? Zhao Yiping was confused by Li Jian's series of actions. Why did she delete her friend's circle for a good reason? Only then did she notice that Li Jian's face didn't look quite right, and she hurriedly asked with concern, Son, what's wrong? Did something happen to you? Or did Song Su find you in trouble? As soon as Song Su was mentioned, Li Jian started to get annoyed, tracing back to the source. His dismissal from Long Wei Group wasn't because of that little guy. Mom, do you know about Fujikawa Technology? I know it's an app that exploded on the internet a while ago. It's said to be developed and produced by this company. What happened to their company? Zhao Yiping asked in disbelief. His son entered Long Wei. Why care about other companies for no reason? Then do you know that Fujikawa has a new chairman? It's Song Su. He wholly bought Fujikawa Technology and became the chairman of this company, and he's 100% shareholder. According to last year's market survey, Fujikawa's market capitalization is $50 million. This year may be even more expensive. Li Jian was afraid that Zhao Yaping wouldn't understand what was at stake, and made a point of explaining. $50 million? Zhao Yaping was surprised for a split second when she heard this. Then she touched Li Jian's forehead and said worriedly, Son, are you alright? Are you sick and dizzy? Even if Song Su earns money, it's only been a few days. How can money buy a company? Mom, it's true. I went to Fujikawa to talk business with Longway's supervisor just today and met him. The general manager over there was all respectful to him. How could it be fake? I saw him at that time and got angry, so I said a few words to him. He then used the project as a threat to get Longway to fire me. Shabi, Song Su mother her did it on purpose, trying to get back at me. The more Li Jian spoke, the more angry he became. The thought of seeing Song Su's arrogant appearance in Fujikawa today made him furious. His eyes stared viciously ahead, as if Song Su was standing right there and could be stared to death by him. This was a bit too much information, and Zhao Yaping was still a bit unable to react for a moment. Song Su had several $100 million in assets, bought Fujikawa Technology, and became the big boss, and also took the project to threaten Longway to fire his own son? Dismissed? His own son was fired by Longway? It took Zhao Yaping a moment to react, and she immediately stared with wide eyes and a look of surprise. Son, you were expelled by Longway? You're kidding me. She and Li Fu have no financial resources. Li Yining earns less, just a few $1,000s. They can count on their son to enter Longway this time to earn more money, to support themselves. Otherwise they would not have agreed to take out all 60,000 to use to bribe. Less than half a day to be fired. On who was not shocked. Mom, who gives you a joke? Just because Song Su, that little harmed me to lose my job. All blame him. Who would have thought that he would really be the chairman of Fujikawa Technology? If I know, how would I export to scold him, so that it will not offend the leadership? I will not be fired, Li Jian said, so angry that he directly slammed the glass he was drinking from in his hand to the ground, frightening Li Fu, who was intently watching a TV program on the side, to tremble. Li Jian, what kind of madness are you messing around with? It's not you and your mom who came up with some bad idea in the first place. Had to withdraw Song Su from the marriage. Now it's good. People have money and even bought the company. It's obvious how much money he earned in just a few days. A good golden son-in-law was whisked away. You will still worry about not having a job? If you ask me, you should hurry up and go apologize to others. Maybe Song Su will forgive you and you can work in their company. Li Fu angrily shouted. Zhao Yaping was instantly reluctant upon hearing this. No one could talk about her son, not even the child's father. Why are you yelling at your son? All of this you agreed to in the first place. Hindsight is 20/20 to whoever. Want my son to apologize? Song Su dreaming. Womanizer, then you say what to do at the moment. Li Fu frowned in annoyance. He was still considered sensible, feeling that Song Su was not something they could mess with anymore. But Zhao Yaping just wasn't willing to give in, and Li Jian was also clearly reluctant, unable to find a job. Did he want him, a sick man, to support him? Knock knock knock. At this time, the door was suddenly knocked. Chapter 30. Li Jian was detained? Zhao Yaping opened the door. It was the courier boy, signing for the delivery. She had been puzzled that the family hadn't bought anything at all recently. Where did the courier come from? But when she opened it, she was so scared that she directly threw the courier document on the floor. She turned her head to look at the two people sitting on the sofa with a look of disbelief. Song Su, he really reported to the police. This is the lawyer he hired to send a lawyer's letter. When Li Fu heard this, he hurriedly picked up the document on the floor and read it. The lawyer's letter clearly wrote that they were told to pay back the money within 10 days. The relevant evidence, the lawyer had already grasped all of it. And in the end, there was also the red seal of Haicheng's famous gold medal law firm. This lawyer's letter is real, Li Fu said after checking the lawyer's letter. Li Jian immediately panicked upon hearing this. The lawyer's letter had been sent. Song Su was determined to sue them all. That recording might have already been handed over to the lawyer. Mom, this can be done? The money has all been spent. Where can we find the money to come up with $1 million? Just then, the door was knocked on again. Li Jian was frightened by the lawyer's letter, and hearing the knocking again, he scurried to the end of the sofa with a jolt. Li Fu and Zhao Yaping were also nervous now. They had both lived most of their lives. Where had they seen any lawyer's letter? But as long as it was related to the law, they would think of going to jail, and unconsciously felt fear inside. This knocking sound that rang again made them alert. This time it was Li Fu who opened the door. 3 male constables, dressed in professional attire reserved for them, stood at the door with serious faces, quickly holding up their constable's documents, as well as their detention certificates. We are from the Haichang Yamen. We are here to file an investigation regarding the marriage deception case as well as the fraud case of Li Yining, Zhao Yaping, and the other 4 people. Which one of you is Li Jian? As soon as Zhao Yaping saw it was the constable, she was so scared that her legs were about to go weak. Once she heard that it was her son's name that was called, she rushed forward and said, Mr. Constable, this is all a misunderstanding. Song Su is my son-in-law. They are all family. Where is the fraudulent marriage fraud? He and my daughter are in conflict and fooling around. The small brother of the constable closest to Jia Yaping frowned and said, "Please say these sayings at the court hearing. This is our detention certificate. We are here to find the one called Li Jian. He is suspected of an extortion case. We are taking him back for interrogation. Please cooperate." Li Jian immediately panicked upon hearing this. This was to arrest him. He directly hid behind the sofa, only sticking out half of his head, trembling and staring at the door. Li Fu also rushed forward to defend his son and said, "Extortion? How is that possible? My son has always been dedicated. How could he do such a thing? Mr. Constable, you must be mistaken. The detention certificate has been issued. There can be no mistake. That one hiding behind the sofa is Li Jian, right? This is just an investigation. Please cooperate." The constable at the door said patiently, "No, I don't want to go. I don't want to be arrested." Li Jian hid behind the sofa, waving his hands in fear. It was a government office. Even if he was detained for interrogation, he felt it was a huge disgrace in his life. Please think clearly about the consequences of arrest, the constable reminded. Li Jian was finally taken away by the constable. With all the detention certificates, how could they still dare to spread resistance? Jia Yaping wiped her tears and dropped to sit on the cold ground. Her entire crying was getting louder and louder. Li Fu also looked like he had lost his soul, sitting at the end of the sofa on the side with no energy. Theirs couldn't believe that Song Su had really reported to the police and even hired a lawyer. After the description of the constable, they learned that Song Su had not only sued them for marriage fraud, but also sued Li Jian for extortion. How could they have never imagined that the fake bumper sticker thing they did to snatch the recording back from Song Su's hands constituted the crime of extortion? This time to take away Li Jian to go to the court to investigate is about the car recorder provided by Song Su. Li Jian said those words that threatened Song Su to delete the recording and give another million words. Jia Yaping stood up in tears and hobbled over to Li Fu, tugging at Li Fu's coat corner before crying out, "It's all you. You have to touch the porcelain. Son was arrested, can do so. Let's sell the house. Give the money back to Song Su. Go beg him. Let him let my son go." Li Fu pushed Jia Yaping away and said angrily, "No way. This house is left to me by my father. Sell the house. Where do we live? I will definitely not go back to live in the rental house." The rental house was small, dirty and smelly. He had gotten out of there with great difficulty. How could he possibly return to the days of poverty? There must be some other way. There must be. Li Fu kept walking back and forth in his house. Poverty is a change. Since Zhao Yaping and Li Jian couldn't manage it, he would have to take matters into his own hands this time. The first thing Song Su did when he got up was to first go into the system to see how much money he had left to spend and how long he had left for him to spend it. After buying the company, Song Su felt that spending money became a lot easier, and he gave the entire company a raise. He also spent the system's money every now and then to buy some afternoon tea. Have a reunion. Give some bonuses and so on. Plus the research costs of the project and so on. Almost all of it could be spent within the system's fixed time period. Song Su entered the system at this time and started the daily lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a permanent sports boost. This function can permanently enhance the host's physical fitness and strengthen the body. With this function, the host can achieve the effect of jogging sports enhancement by walking normally. The host can achieve the effect of jogging sports enhancement by exercising normally, and the effect achieved by exercising will be doubled and increased on the host. Warm reminder, this function has no side effects. Please rest assured that the host, this system, awesome. This is simply what everyone dreams of. The lazy man's divine fitness card, or permanent. For those who are usually busy at work, do not have time to work out, but also fell sick. This is undoubtedly the fitness medicine. Even if you sit in the office for a long time, you do not have to worry about spinal problems, but can enhance the physical fitness. There are those who are too lazy to work out, walk, lie down, can also achieve the effect of exercise. This is simply the existence of hanging. I have to say, too powerful. Song Su graduated 2 years, almost no more than 4 hours of sleep a day. Dark circles under the eyes is also accumulating increasingly thick, even if the recent days have a good sleep, but still cannot make up for 2 years since the accumulation of fatigue and falsome spinal pain. But right now, Song Su suddenly felt very full of spirit. He tried to do a few more push-ups, looked in the mirror, and felt that the entire dark circles under his eyes had faded, and his complexion was also much better. Not bad, I like it. Song Su nodded with satisfaction. At this time, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Chapter 31 Say, how much for one night? Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully activating the short mission. Short mission, spend all $1 million in 1 hour. Punishment, become face blind for a month. Warm tip, across the age of face blindness. In your eyes, 48-year-old mom turns into an 18-year-old girl in a second. And so on. It's a good experience. The host can also choose to experience it directly. Song-soo was speechless. Still a good experience. This was even more toxic than recognizing a toad as a frog. Which fool would want a direct experience? But this 1 hour spent a million. The system's task is getting harder and harder. The first time it was still spend it all in one day. Now it's shortened to 1 hour. Song-soo looked at the system's interface that had already started counting down, and for a moment he couldn't really think of any good way to spend it all in one go. If you don't know, ask. Song-soo adhered to this idea, opened Baidu, and an advertisement interface about a live broadcasting platform popped up. Live broadcast. A current flashed through Song-soo's head. Right. Live streaming is the fastest way to brush gifts. Spending $1 million in an hour is not a matter of minutes. Thinking about it, Song-soo decisively downloaded the HJ Live streaming app, HJ Live platform. At the bottom of the same city recommendations, the beauty with exquisite makeup and bright eyes and teeth was singing vigorously in the live broadcast room. Lin Wonwon was sweet-looking with a hint of playfulness, and a simple dress could set off her snow-white and tender skin. She had a beautiful voice that made people linger, which was why she was able to gain loyal fans even in a live broadcasting room that was watched by only a handful of people. First, love-like looks, although niche, cannot be very good eye-catching, but the lark-like soulful voice, as long as you hear, will be attracted to it, singing into one's heart and crisping into one's bone marrow. Even with her loyal fans, Lin Wonwon was bitter inside. She relied on the live broadcast to make a living, and among the same anchors in the company, she was at the bottom of the monthly flow, so the company no longer gave her any traffic support, and this month she estimated that it would be even worse than last month, and she really didn't know what to do. The live broadcast has been opened for 2 hours. The total number of viewers did not exceed 10,000. She looked at the backstage flow, and so far it totaled just over 3,000. Should she be like the several bloggers on the front page of the live streaming platform with hundreds of thousands of followers, dressing sexy and showing off her bumpy and hot body to attract attention? Lin Wonwon really couldn't do it. After the song was finished, the comments below did not praise the song as usual, but rather a bunch of abuse, condemning Lin Wonwon as if they were demanding justice. What fake innocence? Lin Wonwon, in the beginning, but you said yourself, we'll have dinner with a brother? This, Riptide, Brother Young have swiped 50 Ferris wheels. 50, 000 you're good. Want to break the contract? That's right. The Who went back on her word. What kind of innocence are you pretending here? You don't even admit what you said. Do you want to be ashamed? You can't even get a meal for 50, 000 dollars? Lin Wonwon, you think too highly of yourself. You've been compelling Young to give you swipes every day. How can you lie to people like that? Who would dare to swipe gifts for you in the future? The tirades came in from all over the place without any reason. Lin Wonwon could no longer ignore the tirades and stopped singing. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly held them back, not letting them flow out of her eyes. She aggrievedly lowered her head and looked at the contents of the dialogue box in her cell phone's Weixin with the name, Riptide, in the memo. A few days ago, the fan who called himself Brother Young began to be active in the live broadcasting room, and yesterday, he even brushed 50, 000 gifts for her, becoming the first on the list. So yesterday, under the coaxing of a group of people within the live broadcast room and the request of Brother Young, Lin Wonwon had no choice but to add Brother Young's Weixin. Since yesterday's edition of Weixin, Brother Young has changed drastically, completely different from in the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, Young sent out the comments of the gentleman. Generous, pop-up screen water friends think Young is a high rich handsome, but after adding WeChat, the first WeChat that Brother Young sent to Lin Wonwon was, pretend, say, how much a night? At that time, Lin Wonwon was so angry that her face was red, and she replied to Young, Brother Young, I am not the kind of person you think. After Lin Wonwon finished speaking, she didn't reply anymore to Brother Young. As a result, a few new fans came in this morning, and they began to clamor for Lin Wonwon to meet with Young, or else they would be BIAO children, because earlier on, Lin Wonwon looked beautiful. There were quite a few big brothers in the live room who wanted to ask Lin Wonwon out, so Lin Wonwon had said at that time that she would only have dinner with list one big brother. The company has a lot of people who are interested in the company's products and services, but they are also very interested in the company's products and services. So Lin Wonwon saw the company to brush themselves to the first list, unless someone brushes another 50, 000, to be the first list, and then dared to put this sentence. For Lin Wonwon, she felt that there was no one who was willing to give herself 50, 000. She was just a little girl who could only sing, and had never earned any money from live broadcasting. There was no way that there would be a big man with money to spare who would give an expensive gift to a small anchor like herself. At that time, it was also because of this sentence that many old colorful batch were rejected. Right now the live broadcast room was being incited by this group of new fans, and the other uninformed aquatic fans thought that Lin Wonwon was cheating people out of their money and began to follow suit. At this time, Brother Young also appeared, in Lin 11's live broadcast that Lin 11 backtracked, cheating fans to brush gifts, cheating his money, with Yang's fanfare, along with the new fans. This incident directly caused public anger, and the crowd began to scold Lin 11. It was only then that Lin 11 realized that something was wrong, and how this all felt more and more like a plot by Brother Yang, combined with the constant coaxing and guidance of a few people. Like from the beginning is a gang. Lin 11 didn't have time to think about it. The voice in the live broadcast room cursing at her for forcing her to go to the appointment was already louder than ever. There were even a few old fans who directly shut down. Lin 11 was anxious. If it keeps going on like this, her live broadcasting career is afraid that it is going to be ruined. Chapter 32, The Mysterious Big Brother in the Direct Broadcasting Room. Lin 11's tears were finally unable to hold back, falling down drop by drop, pitiful to the extreme. With a crying voice, she said, "No, it's not. I didn't want to break the contract. It's Young he wanted to intend to misbehave. That's why I refused. And I've never compelled him to swipe a gift for me. Never." Lin 11's crying became more and more uncontrollable. Big drops of tears fell down, like a weeping hibiscus flower, causing people to feel pity. But the few people who were in the same gang as Young still did not let go of Lin 11, and guided her loudly in the comments section below. "Less pretending here. That's 50,000 my half a year's salary. Who will give you flowers for no reason? Not you compelled as what? The money was spent for you. You are still here to turn black and white." Wrongly accused Brother Yang. "Never seen you such a shameless." "That's what you said yourself. Brother Yang can be the top one until now. You have to fulfill your promise and have dinner with Brother Yang. What the hell are you still pretending for? You don't recognize the money when it's in your hands, right? Credibility is so questionable. Then what face do you still have for live broadcasting? Hurry up and withdraw from the network. That's right, quit. Back off." In an instant, the entire live broadcast room was climaxed by those few people who brought up the atmosphere of withdrawing from the network, and the entire comments section was filled with these two words. At this time, Lin 11's cell phone messenger rang again. "The first thing I'd like to do is to ask you to be smart. I've swiped $50,000. The whole platform has never swiped $50,000 at once for a host. And I've indirectly helped you push your live room to the front page. If you don't come to my house to meet me today, I will make sure that you can never do a live broadcast." Lin 11 gripped her cell phone, her eyes tearful, her lips pursed dead tight. Not long after Yang sent the message, Lin 11's live room was flooded with a large number of water armies, who began to bash her regardless of the cause, telling her to withdraw from the network. Even the strongest of hearts can't withstand the scolding of a group of people, and Lin 11's heart defenses were gradually trampled on to the point of collapse. She now had only two options, either to permanently withdraw from the network, or to go see Brother Yang. The tirades in the live broadcast room were getting more and more vocal, and right at this moment, a series of gift swiping sounds suddenly kept ringing out on Lin 11's live broadcast room page. The image of the Ferris wheel flashed continuously, almost muffling all the tirades. Ferris wheel, plus 10. Ferris wheel, plus 100. Ferris wheel, plus 1000. The live broadcasting room had been displaying the Ferris wheel's picture and sound for almost 10 whole minutes. For a time, the entire live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence, and there was no longer a new curse in the comment section. 1,000 Ferris wheels, 1 million, 2 years of Yang's salary without eating or drinking, and someone else rewarded the anchor in less than 10 minutes? This person also didn't treat money as money too much. At this time, there was a burst of excitement in the comment section, and this series of long bounties attracted even more people to the live broadcast room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't blink my eyes. A screen full of Ferris wheels. This is the first time I've seen it. Who is this? So rich? Rich Big Brother. Who is it? Come out and let me worship it. Or do me a favor and give me $10,000. Why doesn't anyone come out to claim it? They just left after the reward? Grass. This is also too arrogant, right? I saw it. The registered ID is 04051216 user. Is this person a diamond bachelor? Rich people are. I also want to be so once. This is compared to Brother Yang's 50,000. A moment looks too low. This 1 million swiped and left? Did not mention the matter of meeting? Look at this pattern. Brother Yang pattern is too small. Is no opportunity to see the beauty of the hello. Ha. There was no more movement from the water army. And even Brother Yang's account didn't post another comment. Lin 11 stared in surprise and rubbed her eyes again, looking at the ID name that kept appearing in the system prompts in disbelief. ID 04051216. At a glance, it was clear that this was the initial account name, which hadn't been altered yet. Lin 11 searched her memory, but she didn't remember that there was such an account within her loyal fans. But she still silently remembered this account that helped her get out of trouble, and was very grateful in her heart. She went into the background and sent a private message to this account. Hello, I am you rewarded 1,000 Ferris wheel anchor Lin 11. Thank you for your support and love. You also helped me a great favor. XXXXX this is my way signal. I would like to treat you to dinner and thank you in person. Do you think it's convenient to add a Weibo? Yeon's mischievous intentions were too obvious. And what would happen if she went to a place like a fan's house at night? Anyone who knew anything about it would understand. But she had previously made a promise to meet and dine with Peng Ji, and she couldn't go back on her word. She thought that since she didn't want to be passive, she would simply take the initiative and set the place for dinner herself, and there wouldn't be any problems. But Lin Wenwen realized that this person didn't seem to give a damn about her. Lin Wenwen's heart was beating chaotically, constantly clicking on and off the private message dialog box with him, and began to expect the other party to reply, not wanting to miss the first opportunity to reply. But after waiting for half a minute, she didn't see any reply to her private message. It was as if this person had just come over to complete an insignificant task, and then disappeared once the task was completed. On the other side, Song-soo didn't realize that he had unintentionally saved a wonderful young girl. After he downloaded the HJ live streaming room, he clicked in and saw the live streaming room in the lower right corner of the homepage. This live room is different from the other live rooms on the homepage. Looking at the page appears to be quiet and elegant, so he saw it at a glance and clicked in. Almost instantly, finished brushing the Ferris wheel, Song-soo looked at his bank card balance of 0, very satisfied. At this time, the familiar mechanical sound rang again from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his first short mission. The mission penalty has been closed. Due to the fact that the host set a new high and completed the mission within 10 minutes, the system rewards one lottery opportunity. Please keep up the good work. Song-soo's eyes widened like he had discovered a new continent and read the system's prompt content once again. There will be a reward for completing the mission within 10 minutes? Song-soo was chagrined to the core. Why didn't the system make it clear? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gotten entangled for so long last time when he spent money on the company. Missing out on a lottery opportunity for nothing felt as miserable as missing out on $1 billion. Song-soo realized that the system was too lazy. If you don't ask it, it won't bother to tell you. It seems that he has to find a chance to communicate with the system properly. Just at this time, Song-soo's cell phone Weixin prompt sounded. Shan Zowan, brother Song-soo, are you free today? Song-soo, yes. What's wrong? Miss me? Shang Zoe Wan, I don't have class this afternoon. Why don't you pick me up from my school? Song-soo, sure. Let's go eat lunch together. Shan Zowan, my friend wants to join me. Is that okay? Song-soo, yes. Then I'll book the restaurant in advance. Shang Ruowan, thank you brother Song-soo. Kisses. The two chatted a few more times, and only after Shang Ruowan had to go to class did they terminate their sweet chat. Song-soo took a shower, changed his clothes, took the Rolls-Royce car keys and went out the door. Chapter 33 Obtaining the King of the Tangchen Golf Villa Area Floor. The entrance of Haicheng University. An eye-catching Rolls-Royce Phantom kept attracting the gazes of college students and pedestrians inside and outside the campus. There was so much envy that some people even stopped to admire the luxury car that they were afraid they would never see again in their lives. Song-soo didn't care about this. He entered the system with his divine sense to draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tangchen Golf E60 Villa, worth $280 million. The property has been recorded under the host's name. The property is reasonable and lawful, and the memory of the relevant people has been inputted. Tangchen Golf Villa? Song-soo was momentarily surprised and unable to speak. Not to mention in Haicheng, it was one of the well-known luxury villas in the whole country. It was a very mature villa area with great scale and influence. This villa area is divided into 8 phases, one of which is an apartment. The remaining 7 phases are villas, and E60 is the king of the whole Tangchen Golf Villa. Song-soo did not expect that he could win such a big prize. He was lucky enough to win the Villa of Tangchen, but he didn't expect to win the king of the building. This is the top mansion that covers an area of 6 acres, with a total building area of 1,369 square meters. Only this one, priced mansion. Song-soo was very excited inwardly. He was a koi carp. He got the top mansion that other people couldn't get even if they had money. This taste, don't mention how good it is. Inside the classroom of Haicheng University, Zoe Wan, Guoxiao sent chocolates and Hermes Click H bracelet again. Just this lint black chocolates. A box will be 300. Not to mention the Hermes bracelet, 6,000 which, are you sure you don't want it? A girl with a plump figure, exquisite makeup, and wearing a small perfumed plaid skirt, pushed her thick glasses, looking at the hands of exquisitely packaged chocolates, and Hermes gift boxes with high luxury brand labels, very skeptical to determine again and again. Just after class, Shang Zuowan is anxiously packing things, sniffing, some impatiently frowned and said, Meng, I said many times I don't want him to send things, why do you still help him send? Meng skimmed her mouth. not caring about Shang Ruowan's rebuke. Instead she teased, Guo Xiao has been chasing you for 3 years. Sending snacks every day is just an essential part of every pursuit. I don't believe you haven't been moved? He is handsome and gold. The school rich second generation A, can be favored by the whole school girls? You even rejected people many times in a row. I really do not know how you think. I already have a boyfriend. Shang Ruowan glared at her, then thought of something and laughed. If you like it, you can just go ahead and confess. If you need my help, just say so. Don't digress. Talking about you? Qin Meng, with a serious face, continued. Zoe Wan, you have to be clear-eyed and sober. Don't just find someone to be your boyfriend, okay? You are the school flower of our school. It's not good to fall in love early in life, not to mention finding a random person. Qin Meng and Shang Zuowan met in freshman year. Different dormitories, but both are members of the photography club. Their personalities were very compatible, and they had become bosom friends since their freshman year. Since Shang Zuowan returned to school on leave last week, she obviously found that Shang Zuowan was not right, giggling at her cell phone from time to time, asked only to know that the girl is in love. She originally thought it was from the beginning of the freshman year has been pursuing Shang Zuoyuan rich second generation Guo Chen Iat. Who would have thought that it is already graduated 2 years, nearly 5 years older than the man who Shang Ruowan. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a good deal of money, and then you'll be able to get your money back. After all, the society is complicated. Shang Ruowan is beautiful and simple. Who knows if this called Song Su is just for fun? I'm not just looking for anything, I am interested in brother Song Su. Shang Ruoyan's scarlet red face, a moment stuck. She's secretly in love with Song Su. 6 years of things, in addition to her parents, never told other people. She also didn't know if telling it herself would cause unnecessary misunderstanding. After all, when she had a crush on Song Su had a girlfriend. What is it? Qin Meng, true to her nature of breaking the casserole, came forward and asked. I have true love for brother Song Su. Shang Ruowan beamed, shyly pushed away Qin Meng who came closer, and then said, hurry up and clean up. Brother Song Su is already at the door and will be waiting anxiously. Qin Meng gently pushed up her glasses, shrugged her shoulders, and said, I still think you and Guo Chunyi are a good match. A talented man and a talented woman. 3 years without changing your mind is enough to prove sincerity. It's just too simple. I have to help you keep a good eye on it. Saying that, Qin Meng put the chocolates into her backpack and packed up her things as well. The two of them left the classroom in less than a moment and headed to the main gate of the school, the main entrance of Haicheng University. Song Su saw a petite and familiar figure walking in his direction from afar. Shang Ruan wore a white lace one-shoulder dress today, with her good-looking collarbones on display. Her hair was simply pulled up in a half-pill hairstyle, and a few strands of hair were left on her chest, covering half of her collarbone. Song Su got out of the car and stood at the side of the car. A high-grade black customized suit, straight and stylish, exuding the mature charm of a successful man. Shang Ruowan approached and drilled into Song Su's arms. Only a few days ago, Shang Ruowan is like 3 autumns apart and misses it. However, she was concerned about her best friend Qin Meng who was beside her. She just hugged her gently and let go of her hand. Brother Song Su, this is my best friend, Qin Meng, Shang Ruowan introduced. And Qin Meng's gaze had long been attracted to the attention of the luxury car behind Song Su, only to see her dragging her glasses with her hand. She came a few points closer to the body, gulped and said, This is the new Rolls-Royce, right? It's worth more than $10 million. Zhou Wan, is it your boyfriend's? Qin Meng couldn't believe her eyes. After all, this car is not something that can be gotten with ordinary money. It depends on relationships. Yes. Shang Ruowan nodded her head affirmatively. It's a pity I didn't bring a camera. If I did I could have taken a good picture. Qin Meng sighed regretfully. Shang Ruowan smiled helplessly and explained to Song Su again. Brother Song Su, Meng is just like this. She likes to take pictures of all good things with her camera and then collect them, including beautiful, expensive, symbolic and so on. She's a photography fan. Don't you mind? How could I? Wanair's friend is my friend, Song Su said and rubbed Shang Ruowan's head, smiled at Qin Meng and said, when we meet next time, we'll definitely let you take enough pictures. Not bad this time. Qin Meng managed to suppress the excitement of seeing a luxury car and wanted to take pictures, politely smiled back and nodded, thinking about what angle to take pictures of this luxury car next time. After all, this Rolls-Royce Phantom, she still saw it for the first time. Then, she took a deep look at Song Su, and realized that this person didn't seem to be as greasy and frivolous as she thought. However, it remained to be seen. Chapter 34, Shang Zuowan, why are you here? Song Su led the two of them all the way to the Haicheng Mansion. The Haicheng Mansion had a total of 38 floors, and from the 20th floor upwards, each floor was a separate high-end restaurant, and the higher the floor, the higher the grade of the restaurant. And of course, the average consumption was also relatively high. On the 38th floor, Haicheng Pearl Restaurant, the business area alone reached more than 1,000 square meters, and could accommodate more than 300 guests at the same time. Standing outside the glass window, the beautiful view of the Pujiang River will be unobstructed, and looking down from the sky, there is a sense of grandeur that when you are on top of the top, you can see the smallest of the mountains. This is not only a great view of the sea city, but also a great food culture in the restaurant. The warm and friendly service is the distinctive feature of Pearl Restaurant. This restaurant is the top of Haicheng. The 20th floor of the Haicheng building is not accessible casually, but requires a VIP ticket. This admission ticket alone is as high as $100,000, is how many people cannot reach. The 20th floor upwards wasn't just restaurants either. There were special areas to view the scenery of Haicheng, as well as some exciting experiences such as the glass corridors that surrounded the building in a circle outside the floor. There are also art exhibitions created by national masters that are only available here, and more. This was also the reason why VIP tickets were required and cost as much as $100,000 for a single one. This $100,000 was also just a threshold. The restaurant that Song-Soo ordered was the 38th floor of Haicheng Mansion, the top floor Pearl Restaurant. When Song-Soo brought Shang Ruoan and Qin Mengmeng to the 20th floor, took out his cell phone, and showed the QR code of the VIP entrance ticket that he had bought in advance, the two little girls were dumbfounded on the spot. A ticket 100,000. 3 is 300,000? Who has no money to spend is not this kind of creation, ah? Qin Mengmeng was even more surprised. She heard Shang Zuowan say that Song-Soo was successful in his investment before he got the money. It is reasonable to say that this kind of investment people like the most money to generate money. So for every penny spent, will be rationally arranged, simply will not make money to this kind of place. After all, there were quite a few upscale restaurants outside, although they were not as luxurious as here, but eating was just a matter of satiating one's stomach. But Song-Soo even chose to bring them here to eat. Is this a way to show off his multi-gold in front of me who is Shang Ruoan's best friend? Until the three of them entered the exclusive elevator. Only then did Shang Ruoan tug on Song-Soo's coat corner, tiptoeing on her tiptoes and whispering, "Brother Song-Soo, didn't I tell you to go to a simpler restaurant? It doesn't have to be so luxurious." As a local, how could Shang Zuiwen not know the luxury and extravagance of the Pearl Restaurant? This is one of the most famous restaurants in the country. A place where many people want to come in once in their lives to eat good food and witness the scenery of Haicheng and the full beauty of the Pujiang River. Even locals may not be able to come in once in their lives. Not only was the price of the entrance ticket expensive, the price of a meal at the restaurant was even more unimaginable. Song-Soo swept Shang Ruoan into his arms and laughed. "Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to take a look at the Pu River scenery? You can see the full view here." Shang Ruoan froze. She had said this, but the purpose was out of wanting to go with Song-Soo to stroll along the Pu River like a couple, and did not want to go to such an extravagant extent. Song-Soo saw his thoughts, and then whispered into Shang Ruoan's ear, "We'll go shopping together again in the evening." The atmosphere was ambiguous to the extreme, and Shang Ruoan gently pushed away Song-Soo who was attached to her ear with a scarlet face. Qin Mengmeng on the side at this time did not have time to pay attention to their cloying. In the elevator stayed at the 38th floor. When the elevator door opened, the sense of nobility that came to her face, so that she had to envy the rich people's high luxury life. What made her even more shocked by Song-Soo's generosity was that Song-Soo, in order to take care of the two girls' wish to have a good look at the scenery of the Pu River, didn't hesitate to choose the VIP room directly. You know, the price of the VIP room can be more than double than the price of dining in the hall. The minimum consumption is hundreds of thousands of dollars to start. Qin Mengfei felt that Song-Soo was really generous and brash, different from the brash money spreading of ordinary tycoons. At least he knew how to respect people, and made choices only after asking the two of them first. Inside the private room, there was a luxurious and exquisite large round table, as well as high-backed reclining chairs, and even the sofa used for leisure was made of leather. It had to be said that this VIP private room was comparable to a five-star restaurant, and every item inside was worth a lot of money. Song-Soo even ordered a table full of dishes without skimping. When the three of them ate and chatted to their heart's content, nearly 2 hours had passed. Song-Soo called the waiter and spent a total of $580,000. Qin Mengmeng's own family was still considered wealthy. After all, the money for one of her cameras cost $20,000 to $30,000, so she wasn't too concerned about money. But the price of this meal forced her to care. $580,000 plus $300,000 for the VIP entrance ticket, a total of $88,000? When Qin Mengmeng did this math, she began to seriously doubt her life. She had always thought that her parents' combined annual income was as high as $1 million, which was already considered a wealthy family. And this comparison, the one meal that Song-Soo took them to eat cost their family nearly a year's income. Qin Mengmeng is about to autistic. She looked at the back of Song Su, left the box, into contemplation. This Song Su looks not old, only 25 years old, is still in the age of struggle. Surprisingly so good at making investments. This in the end is earned how much money, she admitted. She actually a little envious of Shang Zhuan. Song Su held Shang Ruan's hand, just stepped out of the box, then bumped into a person. The champagne in the hands of the person who was bumped into was unsteady and spilled all over the place, even splashing onto the clothes of the two people who bumped into each other. Do you have eyes? Don't you know how to look ahead? A yellow-haired kid, wearing a dazzling brand name goods, crossed in front of the man who collided with Song Su, pointed at Song Su and cursed with his head held high. After saying that, he immediately turned around again and took the paper towel handed over by the waiter on the side, and then he attentively helped the man wipe up. Brother Song Su, your clothes. Shang Ruan saw Song Su's chest was wet with champagne, her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she took out her own handkerchief from her bag and wiped it up. Qin Mengmeng had followed Song Su aside, and was staggered by this sudden up-breaking action, nearly failing to stand still. It was not easy to stand steady, and then heard the yellow hair came to such a sentence. This is not a good temperament of her, a fire. Scolded. It's obviously you guys who don't look at the road, okay? And also the wicked first complained. Yellow hair heard we're willing to admit defeat. Just wanted to retort, was behind the man, snatched a step ahead of the words. Shang Ruan, why are you here? Guo Chenyi was slightly shocked as he looked back and forth at the two men, and when he saw Shang Ruan's hands clasped with Song Su's fingers, his eyes darkened significantly. Chapter 35, A Rioter Only. Hearing the familiar voice, Shang Ruan and Qin Mengmeng were both stunned. Qin Mengmeng's eyes turned, thought of something, bad smile close to Song Su whispered. This is one of Shang Ruan's many suitors, Guo Chenyi, a rich second generation. After saying this, Qin Mengmeng's eyes did not leave Song Su, observing his reaction. She wanted to see if Song Su was just trying to toy with Shang Ruan's feelings or not. Song Su raised his eyebrows and ignored Qin Mengmeng as his grip on Shang Ruan's hand tightened. One of the many suitors? I didn't know that. So my girlfriend is so popular in school. Shang Zuowan was shocked at the words and hurriedly waved her hand in a hurry, explaining, no, you don't listen to Mengmeng's nonsense. It was after me, but I rejected them all. Shang Ruiyan Emil, thought of something, small mouth slightly curved, smile very sweet, two pairs of white tender small hands back to hold Song Su's hand, eyes penetratingly bright looking at Song Su. Brother Song Su, are you jealous? Song Su lowered his eyes to look at Shang Ruowan, gently pinched her beautiful nose and said with a slight anger, if you come across this kind of licking dog again, tell me, understand? Shang Ruowan nodded her head obediently. The intimate behavior of the two was very piercing in Guo Chenyi's eyes. Jealousy continued to well up in his heart. His fists clenched with a clicking sound, and his eyes widened in anger, as if he wanted to stare a hole through Song Su. He had been chasing after Shang Ruowan for 3 years. Shang Ruowan was his. How could he tolerate the woman he had been longing for to walk together with other men? Guo Xiao, this is the woman you said you've been chasing for a long time? It's pretty to look at. A yellow-haired kid, rubbing his chin, his eyes constantly wandering over Shang Ruowan's body, then staring disdainfully at Song Su, said, kid, not anyone you can pick up. Guo Xiao's woman, not something you can move. Be smart, get lost. I'm not familiar with Guo Chenyi at all. Please don't talk nonsense. Brother Song Su is my boyfriend. Seeing this person say such misleading and self-righteous words, and also look like she scorned Brother Song Su, how could she tolerate it? Anger in her heart, her small face crossed, and she immediately stood out. Song Su also obediently wrapped his arm around Shang Ruowan's waist, declaring his sovereignty, sneered and said, hear that? Shang Ruowan is my Song Su's girlfriend. The tone of voice was firm and unquestionable. Staring at Guo Chenyi's icy cold eyes, the aura was fully open, like a lion king high above. The sense of pressure was full. Guo Chenyi was obviously stunned for a moment. He had never been suppressed by anyone with such a gaze and aura. Outside, he was the Guo Xiao who was flanked and flattered, and at home, he was also the meat of his heart that was held in the palm of his parents' hands. This is the first time he has felt this kind of oppression. But as arrogant as he was, how could he Guo Chenyi be willing to be compared like this? Only to see Guo Chenyi's face full of black lines, a pull over Shang Ruiwan's arm, want to bring to his own arms. Song Su's eyes changed, then blocked in front of Shang Ruiwan, holding Guo Chenyi's wrist, slightly forcing Guo Chenyi to painfully release the grasp of Shang Ruiwan's hand. Exercise enchantment really wasn't a cover. The power in Song Su's body had clearly grown, and his arm strength was much greater than usual. Song Su noticed this, as if doing an experiment. His hands added a little more force. Guo Chenyi's entire wrist began to gradually reddish purple. You hurry up and let go of me. Do you know who my father is? Guo Chenyi ate pain to the point where his 5 senses were compacted. Gritting his teeth, Song Su was amused by his words, looking at Guo Chenyi as if he was a retard and shook his head. This expression and this action gave the impression of caring for a mentally retarded person. Guo Chenyi was infuriated and his face turned blue. This was outside. So many people were watching. Being pushed down by this man in front of him who didn't know any better made him very unhappy. Moreover, right now this situation, how does he have a kind of himself as if he is playing a one-man show cutie? Like, Song Su let go of Guo Chenyi's hand, took out his handkerchief and wiped it off, then threw the handkerchief into the trash can. Song Su really do not want to do with this kind of arrogant rich second-generation meaningless negotiation. Pulling Shang Ruan's hand, then stride into the elevator. Guo Chenyi was left alone in the same place, and was so angry that he exploded. Yellow hair named Huang Hao is Guo Chenyi's loyal little follower. Parents in Haicheng opened a small company. In order to seek cooperation with Guo Chenyi's parents' company, Huang Hao was no less pleasing to Guo Chenyi. He was standing behind Guo Chenyi, carefully looking at his face, not daring to speak for fear of angering him if he didn't say the right thing. Guo Chenyi's father was the owner of the locally famous StarSource media company, and his father was worth several $100 million. In Haicheng is also considered to have a face of the big man. Guo Chenyi by virtue of having a powerful dad, do more arrogant to no good, spend money also big foot, as long as he is in the I must get hand to do. Shang Ruan is what he saw at a glance, but now has become someone else's girlfriend. He cannot be angry? Or in front of his own little brother. His face was lost. Jealousy made him lose his mind. Reaching out and yanking over Huang Hao's collar, he angrily said, "Check, within 10 minutes, I want all the information of that guy called Song Su." 10 minutes later, Guo Chenyi strides into the elevator. Huang Hao on the side hurriedly followed, holding a flat plate in his hand, constantly flipping through the document, his face full of astonishment, picking a few key points, summarized and said, Song Su graduated 2 years ago, before in order to marry a girlfriend called Li Yin a day, but also worked several jobs. This in the first few days also on the hot search. Look at the video is just seen that person right. He invested successfully last week, earned a lot of money, the specific amount of money do not know, and also, he went so far as to wholly acquire Fujikawa, is 100% shareholding. Huang Hao couldn't help but sigh, only graduated 2 years ago, he invested successfully, and also wholly acquired the company, and became the boss himself. Isn't this the kind of enlightened life that ordinary people can only dream of? And Fujikawa is not a small company. The market value alone is worth $50 million. Other people do not know. The Huang Hao family at least is also mixed business circle. For Fujikawa Game Company or understand a little bit of its business model. From research and development to the final publicity, human and material resources are all to spend money. At least have to have a 100 million to really run the company. So the game company, almost no one will be 100% shareholding. Usually there are several companies to invest together to do. But Song Su was actually a wholly owned acquisition. Huang Hao couldn't help but wonder how much money Song Su had actually earned from his investment. An investment is not simply want to earn on the money can earn, engage in investment, but also to the original capital. Even if there are funds invested, you can 100% guarantee that you can invest successfully? Impossible. How deep is the water of investment? Others do not know. The Huang Hao family still do not understand? His parents are keen to invest in real estate investment last year, but directly all smashed hands, but also owed a butt of debt, so his parents are considered to have learned a lesson, honestly borrowed some money to open a company. It is considered to slowly pay back some money, that is to say, to like Song Su such a short period of time investment can get a few $100 million return, simply like a needle in a haystack general difficult. Guo Chenyi smiled disdainfully and rolled his eyes. Isn't it just a tycoon? I also think it is what people. I've seen a lot of people like him. Guo Chenyi thought that he was the real rich man, and he despised the rich. In his eyes, the rich like Song Su were scared of being poor, and when they were suddenly rich, they would show off and spend money recklessly. In his opinion, these rich people have a common problem. That is, the money is limited. The money from investment is temporary. It is impossible to be successful every time. So as long as the money was all spent, it would be in its original form and still be worthless. Guo Chenyi's eyes darkened slightly. A thug is just a thug. Dare to grab a woman with him. Looking for death. Chapter 36. Sorry, not the owner can't enter. The tone within the tablets sounded again, and Huang Hao hurriedly opened the newly received email and checked it. In 10 minutes' time, it was impossible for Huang Hao to find out a person's private information just by himself. He had spent money and asked a high-tech person to help him find out. There were only 2 short lines within the new email, and it was enough to surprise Huang Hao. Huang Hao swallowed his saliva and said, Guo Xiao, that kid has a room in the Tangchen Golf Villa. It's just that Tangchen's information base can't be breached, so he can't check the detailed information. Guo Chenyi also froze when he heard this. Just for a moment. What are you surprised about? Isn't there a phase there that is an apartment? That one can be rented out. Just a thug like him can only afford to rent there. The Tangchen Golf Villa was only open to the upper class. It was a villa that could not be bought even with money. You had to rely on connections. But one of the phases was an apartment, which could be bought with money. And the main audience group was some people who earned more than $1 million a month. And some homeowners here will also rent out their houses for profit. Huang Hao nodded his head in agreement. Song-Soo spent tens of millions of dollars to buy a company. So it's not impossible for him to spend another $10 to $20 million to rent an apartment in a luxury residential area. Huang Hao also felt that Song-Soo was just a rich man who suddenly earned some money. Today, he was so generous that he was willing to spend money to eat at the Pearl restaurant, but it was also to satisfy his vanity that had not been released for a long time. And according to his spending method, sooner or later he will spend all his money. Even if he bought the company, so what? Today is a working day. Not in the company to do business. With a woman to high-grade restaurant consumption, look is like to show off their own money. Estimated that he bought this game company is also to give himself a long face. Do not understand the reasoning behind the operation, or would not have made a wholly owned acquisition of this kind of thing to dig a pit for themselves. Thinking about it, an investment that can get a return of several $100 million. This is simply a mirage. That Shang Ruowan is also too visionless. Put a real rich second generation do not want. Instead of such a strong vanity of people to throw themselves to the embrace. When the two arrived at the first floor, as soon as they went out, they saw Qin Mengmeng and Shang Ruowan who were standing at the door with milk tea. Seeing this, Huang Hao mocked. What? That kid doesn't have a car to send you guys, so you still need to take a taxi home? Guo Xiao has a car. Guo Chenyi proudly shook his Ferrari sports car keys and said, I have a car. I'll send you guys back. Seeing that it was Guo Chenyi, Shang Zhouwan obviously stepped back a few steps to the side to maintain the distance between her and Guo Chenyi and said, Brother Song-Soo went to the garage to drive. Let us wait for him here. He'll send us back. No need for you to bother. You. Guo Chenyi's words were interrupted by a horn sound. A new Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the mall, and their most despised tycoon Song-Soo was sitting in the car looking this way. Guo Chenyi saw that Song-Soo was driving a Rolls-Royce sports car that was 5 times more expensive than his own Ferrari worth more than $2 million, and his heart was sour and angry. This kid was even more luxurious than the car he drove. How could he, the real rich second generation, tolerate it? He made up his mind. This time he went back to let his dad to buy himself a Rolls-Royce, and to be better and more expensive, must be more than Song-Soo. But these indignation, he just carried out in his heart, and did not show on his face. Seeing that Shang Ruowan turned around and got into the car, Guo Chenyi hurriedly followed him forward, condescendingly looking down at Song-Soo inside the car. He made a wink to Huang Hao, who immediately understood. He had a brainwave and said, by the way, didn't Uncle Guo buy an 800 square meter villa over in Tangchen a few days ago? It's very high class, especially suitable for party, and there's also an antique famous painting that Uncle Guo auctioned over a few days ago. I'm planning to go and view it to open my eyes. Why don't you guys go and take a look together? That painting can be famous. Sitting in the back row of the Qin Mengmeng herd, immediately understood the purpose of this Guo Chenyi. This Guo Chenyi was planning to use his financial power to suppress his love rival and explicitly challenge Song-Soo. Qin Mengmeng raised her eyebrows, still not intending to pick a fight, seemingly lowering her head to play with her cell phone, but in reality, she was secretly observing Song-Soo, openly provocative. Will Song-Soo pick up or not pick up? Do not pick up. On behalf of Song-Soo is afraid. After all, Tangchen said of 800 square meters of villa, less to say 80 million, the total buy, may be nearly 100 million. This Song-Soo, even if driving a better car, a person who only invested successfully a few days ago, could not have 100 million. It's simply not comparable. Going for it, Song-Soo would only be miserably hit in the face. No matter which option was unfavorable to him. Guo Chenyi looked at Song-Soo with a smirk. Dare to compare wealth with yourself? Song-Soo, you're just waiting to lose face in front of Shang Ruowan. It's fine, I won't mind going along. Guo Chenyi raised his head high, smugly locking eyes with Song-Soo. How could Song-Soo not see the true purpose of the two of them? And shrugged his shoulders helplessly and laughed. Fine, I don't mind either. Then you guys lead the way. Anyway, he was planning to go and take a look at the villa that he won today. So if he was going the same way, he could go and take a look at it together. It also saved him from navigating again. The two luxury sports cars traveled all the way to the east of Haichang. The Ferrari worth 2.8 million and Rolls-Royce worth 16.89 million drove side by side. Even if the Ferrari is more luxurious appearance, but also by the side of the Rolls-Royce to the hard than down. Guo Chenyi was not convinced and drove furiously all the way, constantly trying to overtake Song-Soo's Rolls-Royce by his car skills to gain a hint of inner comfort. Song-Soo didn't care about him. This is not a racetrack. Racing on the road, only a retard would do it. In less than half an hour, The two cars arrived outside the Tangchen Golf Villa. Outside the villa area, there is an open space to park the visiting vehicles. In fact, the car can also be driven in. Just Tangchen Villa area is too big, a total of 8 phases. Inside the high villa and medium villa alone accounted for hundreds of buildings, not to mention the ordinary villas and apartment buildings. Song-soo and Guo Chen-yi were both here for the first time and were not familiar with it. If they drove in on their own, they would not necessarily be able to find the right direction. So as long as it is the first time to come here, the security guard will contact the villa to arrange the staff to drive the Mercedes-Benz S-Class car to pick up and drop off. Guo Chen-yi got out of the car and walked to the security guard at the entrance first. For strong and powerful security guards, dressed in full security uniforms, stood 2 by 2 on either side of the entrance. When the security guards saw Guo Chen-yi, they smiled and reached out to stop him. "This gentleman, I'm sorry, you can't go in if you're not the owner." Guo Chen-yi froze and immediately frowned. "I'm not the owner? Open your dog eyes and take a good look." The security guard was scolded and didn't see any anger, still shouting in a loud voice, saying, "Sorry, the machine shows that you are not the owner. Please leave on your own." With that, the security guard pointed to the side of the camera, and pointed to the side of the house computer, which showed Guo Chen-yi's face, right in the middle of the flashing red exclamation point. Guo Chen-yi's face is even more unsightly. Have said to bring them to view their own home to buy the villa. This even the door cannot enter. What is going on? And the 4 of them were still watching from the side. Being stopped by the security guards was just too humiliating. Chapter 37, Hundreds of Millions, just by him? Guo Chen-yi held back the emotion of getting angry and said, "My dad only bought the villa here a few days ago. He may not have perfected the information yet. You guys can verify it and check the owner's information, or call my dad." At this time, the head of security arrived and said to Guo Chen-yi, "I'm sorry, they're all new. They don't have the authority to check the owner's information at the moment." "Wait a moment, I'll take a look." Guo Chen-yi nodded impatiently. A minute later, the security guard came to Guo Chen-yi with a tablet and said, "This sir, in the owner's information database, there is indeed no name of you and your father. The villa you mentioned 3 days ago seems to have been resold." "Resold? How can that be? If my dad resold it, he would have told me. You guys lied just to keep me out. Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you." When Guo Chen-yi said these words, he was actually lying inside. Hearing the security guard say this, he suddenly remembered that a few days ago, his dad had said that he wanted to resell it because the cash he had on hand to run it was no longer enough. But at that time he strongly opposed. Dad finally did not mention this matter again. Is his dad really sold? But now he has already boasted. Shang Ruan and Song Su are watching behind him. How can he say that mansion is suddenly not his own? No, this is too humiliating. He absolutely can't admit it. He had to think of a way to get in today. The security chief still had a respectful smile on Guo Chen-yi and said, "Why would we lie? There's no reason. There really isn't a name on it as you said. And since this house was bought by your father, then you ask? However, please cooperate with us. Thank you." After saying that as a gesture to ask him to leave. You, Guo Chen-yi angry fire. But there is no way. A few security guards, he cannot beat and beat, cannot be hard to break in. In front of his love rival face hard to break in, too humiliating. Just at this time, a staff wearing a suit drove a Mercedes-Benz S-Class from the villa area to the door. Once the car hurriedly ran toward the few people. This person was wearing a staff badge on his chest that belonged exclusively to Tangchen Golf Villa, and at a glance, he knew that it was the staff that the villa had arranged to specifically come to pick up and drop off. Guo Chen-yi saw the staff and immediately sneered, mockingly looking at the security guard at the door, humming, "Humph, dog-eyed thing, see, it must be your mistake. My dad just saw the message I sent and arranged for someone to come pick me up. Still dare to stop this young master. Don't even look at who I am?" Guo Chen-yi held his head high, just waiting for the staff to come up to him and nod their heads and ask for forgiveness. But, just as he was getting complacent, the staff member directly swept past him, ignoring him and sprinting in Song Su's direction. The staff member arrived in front of Song Su with a smile on his face. "Mr. Song, hello, I'm the staff member who specializes in the E area where your villa is located. I'll take you to the E area of the villa." Guo Chen-yi was directly dumbfounded, frozen in place, his face full of disbelief. This staff even directly ignored him, the real owner, and went to serve Song Su, the tenant. And what did he say about Area E? Only Area E has high-class villas. Can Song Su afford to buy it? Ridiculous to the extreme? Guo Chen-yi disdainfully rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. I say you guys don't get it wrong. Can he afford a mansion in District E with this thug? I'm the one you should be receiving as the owner, okay? My dad has bought your 700 square feet villa, which is also in Area E. I should be the one you're looking for, right? The staff looked Guo Chen-yi up and down before casting an inquiring look towards the security guard. who helplessly shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, indicating that he denied the matter of the owner. The staff member understood and said to the clamoring Guochen, I didn't find the wrong person. Mr. Song is indeed the big owner of our Area E. I don't really have any impression of you. If you were the owner of Area E, I'd remember it all clearly. If you want to go in, then you can ask Mr. Song if he is willing to take you in with him. You still needed to go through Song Su's opinion to go in by yourself? Guo Chunyi was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He was clearly the one who brought them to visit his mansion and catch a glimpse of his extravagant style. He was the main character. How did this turn into Song Su? Guo Chunyi was so angry that he couldn't speak, and a few younger security guards on the side were not used to Guo Chunyi's arrogant and domineering rich second generation. Just now Guo Chunyi scolded them as a dog. Words they can still remember it. The moment they saw him eat a defeat, cannot hold back the laughter. Put a laugh out. The security chief glared at the several young security guards, but the next second also the same corner of the mouth unconsciously curved up the arc. It's really ridiculous. What's the point of being blind and arrogant? You think you're superior just because you're a second-generation rich man? That contemptuous eyes, look down on them. They can remember clearly, also out of words to scold them. If not, they have trained psychological quality. Or not long ago a fist swung up. Teach him a lesson. Looking at Guo Chunyi's black and red face, they felt funny. At the same time, they also silently remembered the name of Song Su. After all, in the E area can afford to buy a house. Non-rich or expensive. Not they can offend. When Song Su just got on the car, the staff asked uncertainly, Mr. Song, is this gentleman also going to go together? Song Su lightly swept his eyes at Guo Chunyi, who was frozen in the doorway, and blandly said, arrange a staff member and a car for them. If they want to go together they can go. After Song Su finished speaking, the staff member nodded, made a call to his subordinate, and drove off in his car, leaving Guo Chunyi and Huang Hao standing at the same spot in the wind. Huang Hao scurried to Guo Chunyi's side at some point, stumbled for half a day, and asked in a low voice, that, young Guo, are we still going in? Huang Hao knew that Guo Chunyi's disgrace this time was complete. The security guards stopped and did not allow to enter. The staff's disregard. When did Guo Xiao receive this kind of anger? Or in front of the woman he has been chasing for 3 years, Shang Ruoan, and in front of his rival, Song Su. This kind of anger can no longer be summarized in simple terms. This kind of anger can no longer be described by simple jealousy. He looked at Guo Chunyi's vicious eyes staring at the car traveling away. His heart panicked a batch. He knew that Guo Chunyi was not a good person, and he usually did not move his mouth when he was able to do so. Today, he was able to suppress his emotions so much, purely to maintain his image as a gentleman in front of Shang Ruoan. These eyes are completely wrong. I'm afraid that they are cynical about Song Su. Go, why don't you go? Song Su, I want to see what kind of wealth and connections you can have as a thug to buy a high-class villa in Tangchen's area. Guo Chunyi gritted his teeth and said, his eyes were ruthless. He just couldn't believe it. How could a poor boy who only invested successfully a few days ago have tens of millions or hundreds of millions of assets all of a sudden? To know, Tangchen Golf Villas E area, all high-class mansions, a minimum of $60 to $70 million, and you have to have an internal relationship to buy the property. What exactly is he Song Su capable of? Hundreds of millions. With him, can he get it out? Chapter 38, be sure to check him out for me. When the staff arranged by Song Su arrived at the entrance of the villa, Guo Chunyi and Huang Hao turned around and got into the car. The security guards looked at each other. Their biggest owner Song Su had given the word. They had no choice but to make way for the two to pass. In the car, staff member Xiao Lu gushingly introduced the houses in the Tangchen Golf Villa area. He was a newcomer who had just joined the company, and had not yet opened a bill, when the manager called him and said that both of them were friends of Mr. Song, the king of the building. He thought, are the king of the building's friends? Must not be simple, so he constantly began to amenable to the house. Xiao Lu is also a good talker, all the way to all kinds of fancy compliments. Guo Chunyi, flattery is doing extremely well. Guo Chunyi Rare did not get impatient, one by one with this person to chat up. After all, who wouldn't like to be praised? As the car drove to the E area, Huang Hao suddenly brightened up, his vision opening up all of a sudden. The other villa districts in Tangchen were all row after row, and those belonged to ordinary villas. The villas in Area E, on the other hand, were all detached villas, especially the one in the center of the entire Tangchen villa area, which could no longer use luxury to describe its extravagance. Private garden, private parking lot, just these two covers an area of 1 acre, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. It was impossible to imagine its true size, compared with the other villas on the side. This grade is completely different. Like a king, it is as lonely and proud as the rest of the world. Guo Chunyi took a look and was quite shocked, and immediately became interested. Huang Hao had never seen such a cool manor-like villa before and exclaimed on the spot, This villa is also too luxurious. How many billions does this villa have to be? Xiao Lu, who was driving in front, laughed. I saw for the first time is also a big surprise it. This villa is our Tang Chen's king of the building. Worth 2.8 billion. The total area covers 6 acres. That is, more than 4,000 square meters, which the total area of the building is 1,369 square meters. The rest has a private garden, a private gym, and a private apron and so on. Even the hundreds of trees inside are valuable species it. The water in the private swimming pool are world-class standard warm water. There is also a private golf course attached. Xiao Lu was in front of the gushing introduction. Even the first time he saw this villa, including the facilities inside, all to talk about once again. $280 million? Those who can afford this house must be 10 billionaires. At the very least, one must have billions of liquid assets to be able to afford it. Huang Hao sighed as he looked enviously at this top-notch villa. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live in a villa of this caliber for the rest of his life. An ordinary family might still be able to afford it. Guo Qinyi on the side, however, listened more and more vigorously. The king of the building, $280 million. This is his dream mansion although the one bought by his dad is also called a high-class mansion, with a floor area of 800 square meters and a total area of 1,500 square meters. It is far inferior to this king of the building. People are the king. Just when the two thought they were going to pass by this huge king of building and head back, Xiao Lu turned the car around a corner and drove in. No, we're not buying. Why did you bring us here? Huang Hao was puzzled. Could it be that this Xiao Lu wanted to perform like crazy and wanted to strongly recommend this house to them? Luxury is luxury, but they can't afford it. Uncle Guo can buy that 800 square meter mansion worth 100 million. It is said to have used a lot of cash assets to barely buy it. Guo Xiao's family can't even afford 280 million, so it's even more impossible for him. Xiao Lu was at a loss and turned his head to Kane. Didn't the two gentlemen ask me to send you to Mr. Song's residence? Here it is. Here? Huang Hao almost roared out. Guo Qinyi's eyes widened even more in disbelief. You said, who is the owner of this $280 million villa king of the building? It's Mr. Song Su Songza, still delivered the entire payment in one go this morning. The biggest owner in our area. Xiao Lu was unsure, completely baffled by these two. Aren't they Mr. Song's friends? Just now, he also asked, and only then did he give them all an introduction to the value of this king of buildings. Song Su bought the king of the building in the top luxury residential area of Haicheng? Or did he pay the entire amount at once, $280 million? What the hell was this? Huang Hao was directly flabbergasted. A few days ago, he started investing to earn money. A rich man, not a few days to buy the company, and now bought a mansion worth $280 million? This wave of impact is really too strong. Guo Qinyi's face showed an even stronger shock. How could he dare to believe that Song Su, whom he despised the most, was actually the owner of this king of building? He had just made a big deal about inviting the owner of the king of buildings to come to his 800 square meter mansion to view it. This was simply too humiliating. A private garden and parking lot within Song Su's building king was the general size of his mansion. Where could this be compared? For a moment, shocked, surprised, unbelievable, filled the minds of the two, especially Guo Qinyi. What was the concept of taking out $280 million to buy a house in one performance? Even if it was a 10 billionaire, most of it was just a valuation of his value. Most of the money was used for the company, and the money that really belonged to the tycoon himself could use was just a few hundred million. This Song Su was not even more powerful than their family 10 billionaires? But according to the information, it didn't make sense at all. Guo Qinyi stood at the entrance of the mansion, glaring irritably at Huang Hao on the side, and whispered, wasn't it said that it was only successful because it was engaged in investment? Just a few days to net a few $100 million. Did you check carefully for me or not? Huang Hao was still in the shock brought to him by Song Su, nodding his head blankly until Guo Qinyi patted him heavily. Only then did he come back to his senses. He replied in a low voice, the one I hired is the fastest and darkest hacker in the entire network. It's impossible to make a mistake. Also, it's also possible that the time is too short, so the check is incomplete. Check. Continue to check for me. Make sure to check him out for me. Guo Qinyi gritted his teeth. He looked at the room. Song Su and Shang Ruan's intimate behavior, then his lungs exploded with anger. His heart was not in pain. Qin Meng, who had just woken up from the impact of the mansion, saw Guo Qinyi and Huang Hao's figures and hurriedly called out to them, saying, what are you guys standing at the door for? Don't you come in and enjoy it? Guo Xiao, do you want to see which one is better compared to your mansion? Qin Meng smiled, looking at Guo Qinyi's eyes no longer have the usual modest attitude. Chapter 39. There are people outside the people. Qin Meng had previously thought that Guo Qinyi was genuinely fond of Shang Ruan. After all, not genuinely, how could he have been chasing for 3 years, which is not a short period of time? but I don't know whether Guo Chini was stimulated by Song Su, so angry on the original form. The restaurant said words, on the road without regard to the safety of racing, want to use money and financial power to suppress Song Su's behavior practices, all this childish and no level, and from the beginning to the end of the expression of Song Wook stole his toy, want to take back, but found that the other side is better than their own, then intensified to want to go to Song Wook than down. In the end, it became a competition between the two of them and Song Su, abandoning Shang Ruan's thoughts. This is simply not something that can be done out of genuine fondness. On the contrary, she was impressed with Song Su. From the beginning of the meeting, to the final king of the building top villa, not only is Song Su's huge financial strength shocked her, treating Shang Ruowan is even more dedicated. Plus, she just listened to Shang Zuowan finish Song Su's experience. He is even more admired. In order to marry his ex-girlfriend, the man who worked several jobs a day, how could he not be a good man? Qin Mengmeng had to admit that she was really envious of Shang Ruowan, being able to have such a good boyfriend by her side. Guo Chini stood at the door, glared at Qin Mengmeng, and pulled Huang Hao, who wanted to go inside and visit the mansion. With a forceful tug, Huang Hao stumbled, failed to stand, and sat on his butt on the ground. Guo Chini looked down at Huang Hao, seeing his curious face, his heart was angry. What? You want to go in and visit too? Huang Hao hurriedly climbed up and patted his butt, smiling cheekily and against his will. How could it be? It's just a broken mansion. Who would want to visit? Maybe the money is still borrowed? Don't your face hurt when you're swollen? Guo Cheni was satisfied with his reply. Glaring at him and snorting coldly, he turned around and hurriedly walked away with big strides. Huang Hao, on the other hand, followed closely behind, skimming his lips, taking one last look at the top mansion, marveling in his heart and feeling a bit of pity. This is the top mansion, who do not want to see? I am afraid that this life will not have the opportunity to see. But look at Gui Xiao, that face of anger. How dare he say his true thoughts? If he angered Gui Xiao, what would happen to his family's business? Huang Hao glanced behind him at Guo Chenyi's fleeing back and raised his eyebrows slightly. There are really people out there. Who would have thought that the son of a multi-billionaire who is usually so arrogant and spoiled, one day will also be a sudden emergence of the rich and famous to the pressure down, also crushed to death. If the group of people who had been pretending to flatter Guo Chenyi knew about this, they would probably be laughing their asses off. Huang Hao shrugged his shoulders and followed along. Qin Mengmeng couldn't help but laugh out loud as she watched the backs of the two hurriedly leaving. To be honest, this ugly embarrassed look of Gui Xiao, who had always been an egotist, was really rare. Zhou Wan, I have to say, your boyfriend Song Su is really powerful. This slap without shadow and invisibility ruthlessly hit the rich second generation whose family is sitting on several hundred million assets in the face. Qin Mengmeng stood at the doorway, not hiding her inner contempt for Guo Chenyi. Turning around as she spoke, she lost the figure of Song Su and Shang Ruan. Qin Mengmeng scratched her head in confusion. It was just here. Where is everyone? Second floor. Shang Zouan viewed the mansion all the way, letting out a succession of admiration under her breath. The two simply forgot about Guo Chenyi. The staff member who had just received Song Su went to the door to fetch the new customized suit that Song Su had asked to be sent to him, and after placing it in the master bedroom according to Song Su's instructions, he left on his own. In the restaurant, the clothes stuck to some champagne, although not obvious, but still have a smell. Very bad smell. Song Su called people to send a new suit. Shang Ruoan was still lying on the double soft bed rolling around. It was big and soft. It was simply the bed of her dreams. This bed is so soft, it must be very comfortable to sleep on. Shang Ruoan buried her entire face in the quilt and inhaled deeply. It was the smell of the new bed. Then why don't you sleep for a while? Song Su said as the corner of his mouth curved slightly, undoing his tie. Shang Ruoan froze when she saw his movements. Her small face rubbed red to her neck, and she climbed up with a jerk. Wait until I go out before you undress, Shang Ruoan said and ran out of the room. Song Su didn't stop. In broad daylight, Qin Mengmeng and the staff were still downstairs. Not a good time. After Song Su changed his clothes, he didn't change into a new tie, and the top collar button was undone by two. Shang Ruoan paced the doorway, and as soon as Song Su opened the door, she turned to take a look and noticed this. Shang Ruoan pursed her lips and hesitated for half a second, but still took out a rectangular gift box from her bag and handed it to Song Su with both hands, saying with a red face, "Brother Song Su, this is my gift to you." Song Su was slightly stunned. There was a hint of surprise. Took and opened it. It was a LV everyday tie. Shang Ruoan raised her eyes and looked at Song Su, then said, This gift is not something expensive, but it is carefully picked by me. I hope you will like it." A warm current seemed to pass through Song Su's heart. It was the first time that someone had given him a tie, and he had never known the meaning of it. "Thank you, I like it very much," Song Su said as he took out the tie and handed it to Shang Ruoan's face. Coming closer and smiling, Please my girlfriend, help me bring it. Aha. Shang Ruoan happily took the tie, tiptoed up on her toes and helped Song Su tie up the tie. As soon as the tie was tied, Shang Ruoan raised her head and locked eyes with Song Su. Her little face was flushed, like a newborn baby, pink and tender. Standing on her tiptoes again, Shang Ruoan closed her eyes and came closer. Well, a kiss, shallow, like a dragonfly, stayed less than a moment and put back the unique gardenia fragrance of Shang Ruoan's body, surrounding the two, fragrant and sweet. Song Su's heart was shocked, froze in place for just a second, intercepted the waist to embrace Shang Ruoan, teasing, learn bad? Shang Ruoan lowered her head, and the roots of her ears that were reflected in Song Su's eyes were reddish in color. Just when Song Su still wanted to develop further, the uninvited guest seemed to be pinching the time, and appeared extremely unseen. I didn't see anything. You guys continue, just pretend I don't exist. Standing at the stairway, Qin Meng Meng, one hand covering her face, looking at the two through her fingers, full of anti-smiles, her head trying to stretch forward, not shy at all. Instead there is a feeling of wanting to see the scene. Shang Ruoan's head buried even lower. Song Su awkwardly dry coughed twice, loosened Shang Ruoan's waist. Qin Meng Meng smiled and came forward, took Shang Ruoan's arm and said with a smile on her face, "Look at you blushing, like a monkey's butt. I didn't mean to disturb you guys. I didn't know you guys were doing this stuff." Chapter 40 Detained for 30 days? Shang Ruoan was made even more shy by Qin Meng Meng's words and pushed her. "Don't say it." Qin Meng Meng laughed playfully, and when she saw the tie around Song Su's neck, she visibly paused and said, "So the tie you bought for your part-time photography job these days was for your boyfriend? Then you still lied to me that it was for Uncle Shang." Upon hearing this, Shang Ruoan hurriedly covered Qin Meng Meng's mouth in panic. Qin Meng Meng easily broke free from her bonds. "What? Can't you say it? What's wrong with that? Song Su told you she entrusted me a few days ago to find a photography part-time job for her." "Did a few days?" "As soon as the paycheck ran to buy a tie. A total of more than 1,000. All used to buy a tie. They also put a little living expenses into it. I thought I bought it for her father." "It seems." Shang Ruoyuan dissatisfaction, small mouth a beak, then said, "That is not you, then do not agree with me to fall in love. Well, if I give you say is bought to brother Song Su, you will certainly stop me." Qin Meng Meng put her hands together and paid her respects to Song Su and Shang Zouan. "It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize tie. I was wrong. I thought he would play with your feelings well. Today it seems not. Just forgive me." "Don't." Shang Ruoan's small face raised, controlling the smile on her face, trying to make herself look angry. Qin Meng Meng and Shang Ruoan were arguing and laughing with each other. It was obvious that the two were very affectionate. Song Su also smiled as he watched the two people laughing and joking, touching his tie. "Doing a part-time job to buy it specifically for myself," Song Su said to himself, an indescribable warmth in his heart. Song Su's side was peaceful, while at this time, the Li family, low pressure. "What did you say? Detention for 30 days? Jia Yiping grabbed Li Yinyan's arm with one hand, using a very large force that seemed to crush his arm. Li Yinyan sucked in a breath of cool air from the pain. Her eyes were filled with red blood within them, as if she hadn't slept all night. She nodded her head before Jia Yiping lost her concentration and let go of her hand. Falling breathlessly to sit on the tiled floor, Li Fu sat on the sofa, smoking cigarette after cigarette that he had long ago quit, his brows sad. Li Yinyan was equally sad. She looked at her father, who was impassive after hearing the news, and continued. The people from the arresting officer's office said that the younger brother refused to admit, and also resisted and assaulted the arresting officer. Therefore, he has to be detained for 30 days before he can be released. Li Yinyan gritted her teeth. Ever since Li Jian was taken away and detained by the inspector, their family had been in this low pressure and gloomy. Li Fu, Jia Yiping and her hadn't tried much to get Li Jian out. Originally detained for 3 or 5 days on the line. But who would have thought that the violent temper of Li Jian yesterday was asked by the patrolman impatient, directly on the hand to beat the patrolman. The eye has become 30 days. This will be recorded in the personal file. The personal credit and so on is a great impact. Li Yinyan received a call from the inspector early in the morning and rushed over, and got such a result. And in the end, she didn't even see Li Jian's face. "It's all your fault. Why didn't you let him admit it? Admitting it might have come back already." Jia Yiping cried her voice and blamed Li Fu. "What do you know? If he admits it, then he'll definitely go to jail. Cheating on a marriage and paying back the money is fine. Extorting and blackmailing $1 million. It's not that simple. Biting the bullet and not admitting it, there might be a silver lining." Li Fu annoyingly stubbed out his cigarette and continued. "I told you to usually spoil him. He still dares to beat up the inspector after entering the inspector's office. How did you teach your child?" Jia Yiping saw Li Fu blaming himself. His heart immediately came to anger and scolded. "You're not used to it? Don't talk nonsense. What should we do now?" If my son is detained for 30 days, a month can't eat or sleep well, my heart aches Li Fu blared at Zhao Yaping without a good mood, and swept his eyes at Li Yinyin who stood dumbfounded, and said, in the final analysis it's not because you had to withdraw from the marriage. If you didn't, Song Su wouldn't have sued us, and there wouldn't have been all of this later. Our family might even be able to rely on Song Su for better days. His money is our money. The thing that makes things happen and loses things. Zhao Yaping just wanted to retort, before she was given another hard stare back by Li Fu. Li Fu's eyes rolled and he said, there's only one way now. Yin, make a call to Song Su, make an appointment to meet him, act as pitiful as you want, apologize to him properly, try to win his sympathy, and it's best to coax him back again. This matter of your brother, as long as he opens his mouth and says to his lawyer that he won't pursue the matter, the inspectorate will naturally release him. If he doesn't want to, let's make it a raw deal. I'll see if he still dares to be irresponsible. If you really can't give him a fairy jump, sue him to death. Say he QJ, have a hard time, see who can sue who. Li Fu snorted coldly, feeling that his idea was perfect, shaking the newly lit cigarette in his hand in the ashtray. Li Yinyin was shocked at hearing this. This was to use her life's happiness as a gun. Dad, I'm also your daughter how can you make me do this kind of thing just to get my brother out? I'm also a human being alright, not a tool for you guys to achieve your goals by any means necessary. Once Zhao Yaping heard this, she very much agreed with the idea Li Fu said, and as soon as she wiped away the tears on her face, she pulled over Li Yinyin and persuaded her bitterly. What are you talking about? What tool is not a tool? Don't you still like Song Su? This is your best chance to get him back. Look, Song Su is now the chairman of Fujikawa, but rich and powerful. A meal is hundreds of thousands of dollars, so you can imagine his worth. You've been in a relationship with him for 6 years, so you're just talking about your feelings. He must still like you, and by the time you guys get back together, you'll be the chairman's wife. Li Yinyin was obviously persuaded. If she becomes the chairman's wife, Lu Xiaomei that can still climb on top of her head? She fantasized about a group of employees in the company surrounded by their own flattering appearance. She felt too good. Who goes who stays is still not depending on her words. She still need to suffer from other people's ridicule in the office? Although this time, she and Song Su's feelings may appear cracks, but as long as the time is long, this crack is even bigger can be healed. Moreover, she and Song Su's 6 years of relationship, how can she think that it is impossible to say that it is gone? Last time, Song Su must be still angry. That's why he treated her like that. Must be. Li Yinyin decided. She must take Song Su again this time. After getting back together with Song Su she would never listen to Zhao Yaping or Li Fu again. This time, she would stand by Song Su. Li Yinyin thought, took out her cell phone and dialed out that familiar phone number. Chapter 41, Can you afford to offend God? The three of Song Su were still at the villa. Just now lawyer Lin Zhengyang called him, explaining the latest situation on the progress of the case, and also just learned that Li Jian had beaten up the patrolman and was detained for 30 days. Just after he hung up the phone on his side, his cell phone rang again, and it was Li Yinyin who called. As soon as the phone was connected, what came through was a small and long familiar cry. Su, this is Yinyin. Li Yinyin choked out. I know. Seeing Song Su's extremely flat tone, Li Yinyin gritted her teeth and still continued with a sobbing voice. Where are you now? I want to see you once. I don't think it's necessary, Song Su said. Song Su's ice-cold attitude made Li Yinyin feel doubly chilled, and her heart stung. With her pink fists clenched and determination in her eyes, she said, I know, our family did something wrong to you, but those are not my intention. I want to find you to talk things away. Otherwise I will always be uncomfortable in my heart. After Li Yinyin finished speaking, the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before saying, okay, I'll send you the address. After saying that, Song Su hung up the phone and sent the address again. Li Yinyin looked at the address that Song Su sent over. It was the biggest villa area in Haichang, not allowing her to think too much. After telling her mom and dad that Song Su agreed to meet, she went back to her room. She sat in front of the vanity mirror, collecting the tears in her eyes turned to smugness and let out a cold laugh. Shang Ruan, just with you also dare to steal with me, also do not weigh their own a few pounds. I am Mrs. Song, you do not deserve. Li Yinyin was wearing exquisite makeup, willow eyebrow pretty face, red lips seductive, coupled with her carefully selected set of breasted dress short dress, concave and convex figure, immediately appeared. Li Yinyin was originally a pure and lovely look, but with a slight change, she was immediately sexy and alluring. Although there is no such thing as Shang Zhuan, there is a sense of warmth and atmosphere, but also vaguely exudes the charm of a mature woman, temperament and beauty, then pure and lovely more people bright, packed up, changed into the newly bought 8 cm high heels, suddenly appeared to be white and tender legs more slender. Li Yining turned around twice in front of the full body mirror, took a picture, smiled with satisfaction and said, "Song-su, I just don't believe it. 6 years of attachment. You can say put it down. You are mine." Zhao Yaping and Li Fu also dressed extremely neatly. Li Fu even put on a rare suit. The destination is in the villa area, although I do not know why Song-su will be there, but that is undoubtedly the gathering place of the rich and powerful people of the upper class. Even if they go to beg, they also want a face, is not it? Although Li Yining played a poor, but the means is still weak some. They also intend to follow. In case Li Yining apologize failed, how to do? They also have a lot of reminders to remind. No, the three of them were still in the cab. Li Fu and Zhao Yaping were giving all kinds of instructions, causing the driver in front of them to be curious for a while. When you see Song-su, you go up and cry. The harder you cry, the better. Beg for his forgiveness. Got it? Li Fu swept a glance at his daughter, nodded his head in satisfaction before saying in a tone that seemed like a command. Zhao Yaping also hastily agreed. Right. 6 years of feelings there. Don't worry, we'll definitely forgive you. When you guys get back together, all these things will be fine. He can't ruin his brother-in-law. Li Fu and Zhao Yaping had a word for each other. Li Yining was sitting in the middle of the two sides. She could only nod her head frequently. At this time, there was only one goal in her heart, and that was to beg for Song-su's forgiveness. Last time, she was too hasty and didn't have a full grasp of the situation. But this time, she was dressed up in a sexy and charming outfit, so she didn't believe that Song-su would be indifferent to the fact that any man who saw her would have to look at her a few times. No matter what, she must keep Song-su this time. The male driver in front of her curiously looked back through the front view mirror and gulped at Li Yin's revealing outfit. Listening to their conversation with his side ear, he also looked at his navigational destination, the largest villa area in Haichang, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Rich people are good at playing. Even beautiful women are shyly sent to the door. Listen to their conversation again. Good guy, this is the beautiful woman, or go to beg for peace. Rich people's women are really all flattering, begging for forgiveness. Think of their own wives, which time no matter the wrong right is to go on their knees to apologize. Is it because they do not have money? I'm so envious. I wish I could be so proud of myself. The cab arrived all the way to the entrance of Tangchen Golf Villa. The driver finally looked enviously at the depths of the villa, as well as Li Yin's back. The sound of the car picking up the order again rang out, and the driver could only resign himself to dropping his head and driving towards the initial route. Zhao Yaping had never seen a villa before, and just by standing at the entrance, she was attracted by the luxurious single-family houses that were vaguely visible from afar. She couldn't help but fantasize about how comfortable it would be to live in a villa. Greed and longing overflowed from her eyes, and she walked towards the front door as if she had lost her mind. The head of security, Sun Da-ji, with a sturdy figure, appeared to be around 40 years old, and he instinctively remained vigilant at a glance when he saw the three people coming down. He has been a security guard in this villa area for decades, and finally was able to achieve the position of captain among the many security guards of the same period. The most basic acumen of recognizing people is still there. Zhao Yaping and Li Yin were heavily made up. Li Fu had a raging look. These three people looked like they had come to find trouble anyhow. Not a good fight. This kind of person Sun Da-ji has also seen a lot. Who does not have a few poor relatives in the family? See people developed to find the door. Not a few. Sun Da-ji stopped Zhao Yaping, who wanted to go inside, thought about it, or politely said, "Not the owner is not allowed to go in." Zhao Yaping was stopped in her way. Instantly unhappy, felt that the security guard was looking down on her before stopping her, and opened her mouth to curse. "Open your dog's eyes and take a good look. I'm invited by your owners." A group of security guards only also dared to stop the way of the old lady. Who gave you the guts? Zhao Yaping was holding her waist wide open. She despised the security guards the most. She was self-conscious of her superiority, glaring at Sun Da-ji with a face of contempt. She is actually not sure if Song-su is the owner of this place, but the security guards have said that it is not the owner who cannot enter, and since Song-su has asked them to meet here, it should be the owner of this place. Song-su, this little man, has money to buy a villa, but also sued them to make them pay back the money. Let the patrol arrest Li Jian. Really small-minded, too deep-hearted. Li Fu also stepped forward in a big way, hands behind his back, pretending to look like an old man, said, "Humph, I advise you to get out of the way. Your owner is my prospective son-in-law. The owner is God. God you can afford to offend? Believe it or not, I complained about you. Let you all lose their jobs." Chapter 42, A poor man will have a hateful man. Sun Da-ji inwardly rolled his eyes and simply ignored their threats. If he really let them in without the owner's consent, he would really lose his job. Tangchen has Tangchen's rules. Without the owner's personal approval, it is not possible to casually let people in, and even if they go in, they must be accompanied by security guards until the owner approves it with his own eyes. Otherwise, who knows if someone will be impersonating it. Seeing their disbelief, Zhao Yiping was directly furious and pointed at Sun Daji and cursed. What the hell, Tang Chen? What are you all doing? Ignoring God's words and driving them out. All of you don't want to do it anymore, don't you? With that, Zhao Yiping rolled up her sleeves and wanted to rush up. Luckily, behind her, Li Yinyin pulled Zhao Yiping back, conscious of her shame. Mom, this is a villa area, not an ordinary neighborhood. You can't break into it. The owners have to agree before they can let us in. Otherwise it's just affecting the public security. They will really call the police. Li Yinyin some words said. Zhao Yiping face a burst of red and a burst of green, self-conscious about losing face, but also ashamed to admit. In order to hide her embarrassment, she changed to blaming Li Yinyin again. It's all your fault. You're not good enough to make things happen. I told you to call Song Su first to say we're here. Why don't you hurry up and call? While saying this, she pinched Li Yinyin hard, making her cry out in pain, and then glared at the security guard at the door. Li Yinyin was picked up inside by the staff arranged by Song Su, with Zhao Yiping and Li Fu following closely behind. Before the two left, they didn't forget to threaten and criticize the security guards at the door. The security guards had never been scolded by anyone for no reason, and the scolding was also unpleasant to the ears, so their hearts were furious. Sun Daji frowned, originally intended to personally accompany. After all, these people really do not look like a good person, but thought about it, and brought 2 security guards, before following the front. He stayed in the villa area for many years, have seen the rich the owner of the rich looking for the door to make trouble with the people. Also have a large, which is also considered to have the first car of the view. More people, in case of the scene is chaotic, or to control the scene. This can be compared to ordinary neighborhoods, all the dignified characters. In case of trouble, what happened, in the end, can be these security guards of their backs. Sun Daji also had to prepare some more. Early in the car, Zhao Yiping and Li Fu approved words. No Song Su in this bought a set of villas. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I was so happy to see you. Zhao Yiping also fantasized about the house with the names of Li Yinyin and Li Jian, and the scene of their family living in it. As soon as they arrived at their destination, Zhao Yiping and Li Fu looked at the villa, which covered 6 acres, and felt even more remorseful, feeling like they had missed out on several $100 million. But more than that, they were furious. Song Su was obviously so rich that he could even afford to buy this villa. Why did he still hold on to that $1 million? They immediately felt that Song Su was intentional, ruthless and deliberately taking revenge on their family. After Song Su brought Shang Ruan and Qin Mengmeng to view the villa, he went down to the first floor and saw the 3 of them coming towards the main door in a hurry. As soon as Song Su saw Li Yinyin followed by Zhao Yiping and Li Fu, his brows instantly furrowed. Li Yinyin cried and begged, so he agreed to see her again, but did not agree to see Zhao Yiping and Li Fu. These two one thought of the 2 men to force him to break up with Li Yinyin. Want him to add the bride price. See him driving a luxury car on purpose to touch the porcelain blackmail. These 2 people are snakes and rats a nest. See them in the heart of the feeling of aversion rose up. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. And the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. And the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. And the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. She felt that, after all, Li Yinyin and Song Su were in a 6-year relationship, and that it was time to speak up. Although her heart is not twisted, but see Li Yinyin that one day do not see face to face to say clearly will seek death. Also feel early to say clearly, early to get rid of this trouble family. As soon as Zhao Yiping saw Song Su, the anger in her heart soared, and she wanted to go up and ask Song Su why he let the police arrest her son. But she forgot. This is simply their own fault. Is the patrol through the car recorder video recording suspected Li Jian extortion, only to arrest. But how were they the kind of people who would look for problems in themselves? Zhao Yiping had not yet approached, and shouted out a loud curse toward Song Su. Song Su, you son of a, why did you cause my son to be detained? You quickly returned my son to me. Zhao Yiping lost her mind when she thought that her precious son Li Jian was still suffering in the police station. The first 10 minutes she was still urging Li Yinyin how to apologize, but she opened her mouth first and cursed excitedly. The sight of Li Fu glared at her fiercely. The heart is very contemptuous. This marketplace shrew. How this kind of indolence? Li Fu sprinted forward. In front of the crowd, he raised his hand fiercely. Splat! A crisp slap sounded. Zhao Yiping could not withstand the sudden gravity and directly fell to the ground. The crowd was also stunned and froze in place by this sudden move of his, only to see Li Fujian's furious face, scolding, keep your mouth clean. What dirty words, brainless guy. Turning around, Li Fu smiled at Song Su again and continued to scold Zhao Yiping. This is our prospective son-in-law. If you want to kick him out, I'm the first to disagree. such a good son-in-law, but he saved my life, you white-eyed wolf. Song Su saw through Li Fu's trick and let out a cold laugh, his eyebrows slightly raised. Good fellow, this Li Fu could really set himself aside, as if those words and behaviors that were attached to Zhao Yaping forcing himself to break up, screaming about not paying back the money, and advocating for bumper stickers were not what he had intended to do. This intentionally staged in front of himself bitter meat tricket. Li Fu made a look towards Li Yinyin, who froze at the side. Li Yinyin immediately returned to her senses and stepped on her high heels and walked briskly in Song Su's direction. Song Su saw her. She was different from before. Today she was wearing mature and thick makeup, wearing a short skirt that she would never wear before, a demonic dress, showing her style. The previous elegant temperament is no longer, replaced by a vulgar charm of the air, and the bottom of her eyes are also unable to hide the utilitarian heart. Song Su cannot help but pity her. Li Yinyin's life seems to be Zhao Yaping and Li Fu dragged, dominated, but the pitiful must be hateful. Li Yinyin's silent promise at that time, and now looks like she wants to marry herself to become a noble wife, so he can't help but sicken. The depths of his eyes no longer have the love of the time when they fell in love, replaced by a full of indifference, only to see Li Yinyin just walk to the front of Song Su, the ankle wrenched, and in one smooth motion, lunged towards Song Su. Chapter 43, Li Yinyin, be good to yourself. Song Su was flabbergasted and reacted instinctively to catch Li Yinyin. At this moment, their positions were very ambiguous. Li Yinyin was clinging to Song Su's arms like a little birdie, and she even rubbed against him on purpose. This blatant action made the people present watch with jaws agape. Li Fu was even pleased to smile, worthy of being his own daughter. All throw themselves in the arms. See how Song Su still sits still. Zhao Yaping only angrily climbed up from the ground. As soon as she saw Song Su embracing her daughter, her heart instantly blossomed with joy. My daughter did too right. Seducing like this, ask which man can control it? Song Su will not obediently return to his daughter's side. This building king villa is not their own family. What lawyer's letter are where will still with their side? Shan Ruan is even more wide-eyed. Their own main body is still here. Li Yinyin how? In front of their own face began to seduce? They've already broken up, right? The fact is that they have already broken up, right? The heart of Shang Ruoan cannot help but feel a little sour. Behind the Qin Mengmeng saw this scene. Surprised, this cheeky operation, or the first time to see, had to marvel at the degree of this woman's thick skin, are comparable to the Great Wall of China. Li Yinyin fluttered her eyelashes, blinking her eyes, pitifully looking at Song Su, murmuring, Song Su, I was bad before, but those weren't my intentions, you know that, so just forgive me, and don't you want to marry me? I agreed, my parents also agreed, add or not add the dowry, these are all exempt, just add this villa to my name, it's so big. It's enough for our family of 5 to live in anyway. These words were too harsh to the ear, and Shang Ruan on the side was a little shocked at Li Yinyin's purpose after hearing this. Unbelievably, these words actually came out of her mouth. Did this look like she was coming to chat things away? In these words, it felt like Song Su was being unreasonable and they had no choice but to compromise and agree. Did Song Su still have to thankfully bow 90 degrees to thank them for agreeing? What's even more unreasonable is to add her Li Yinyin's name to this villa, and drag the family to live in it after marriage? Even Qin Mengmeng behind her couldn't help but shake her head and spit out. This is the first time I've seen such shamelessness. The voice was extremely small, but it was also heard by Li Yinyin. Li Yinyin nuzzled her nose. Tears instantly fell, hugging Song Su's hand a few points tighter, pouting with a sobbing voice. Su, since our family has agreed, and this house has my share now, just hurry up and drive these two irrelevant people out. The voice was glutinous and soft, like a white feather, frivolous and provoking the human heart, making people feel tingly. Li Yinyin's face showed a smug look. If it was in the past, every time she pampered herself like this, Song Su would listen to her, and she was convinced that this time would be the same. Li Fu and Zhao Yaping also nodded in triumph after hearing this. Their daughter was doing too well. Who could stand up to this little woman's pampering? Song Su's brows furrowed in annoyance as he pushed Li Yinyin away. She stumbled and her body fell backwards. If it was in the past, Song Su was in love with Li Yinyin, and when she was pampered, Song Su might not be able to withstand it and blindly agree to all her demands. But today was not the same as in the past. Everything that Li Yinyin did and said was, in his eyes, the result of lust, and so it proved to be. Surprised by Song Su's indifference, Li Yinyin fell to the ground, and since her skirt was too short and a wrap dress, it was inevitable that it would be less elegant. Song Su took off the suit jacket he was wearing and flung it to Li Yinyin, covering the exposed area. Li Yinyin had become so bottomless now, making Song Su look a little bit past it, but helpless. Sighing heavily, he said, Li Yinyin, go back, there's no possibility for us anymore. You recognize the truth. To your family, I've already done my best to be merciful. Either pay back the money or go to jail. You and your family are on your own. Li Yining tugged at the jacket that Song-Soo had thrown down. It still had Song-Soo's body heat and smell on it. She felt that Song-Soo still cared about her and directly ignored his indifference. She cried even louder, tears brushing down her face. Slightly panicked, she shook her head frequently, her voice with a bit of urgency, saying, "No, I'm not going back. That money is your bride price for marrying me. I don't want to return it." "Don't." Song-Soo shook his head, not intending to say any more. Pulling up Shang Ruowan's hand, he walked towards the door. There was a private restaurant within Tangchen that only received the high-class residents of Tangchenzi area, and they were going to plan to eat there. Seeing Song-Soo and the three of them getting ready to get on the car without looking back, Zhao Yiping was really anxious this time, only to see Zhao Yiping run forward in 3 or 2 steps, just wanting to stop Song-Soo, but she stepped on an empty foot and was unintentionally tripped by the calf of Li Yining, who fell aside. "Aya!" With 2 exclamations, Zhao Yiping flung herself to the ground. She hadn't had time to cover her aching knee. Seeing Song-Soo passing around herself from the side, she reached out and grabbed Song-Soo's leg. This scene stunned the crowd. This is the best way to say hugging the leg. Zhao Yiping had fallen twice. She was already in a terrible state, and her pale yellow dress was also a bit tattered, but she still refused to let go of her hand, and opened her mouth. "Song-Soo, we've already lowered our requirements. What more do you want? Just adding a name. It's not too much. You have so much money now. Are you still afraid of adding a name? Also, my son, if it wasn't for you suing us, Li Jian wouldn't have been arrested by the patrol. You must bring him back to me today." Shang Ruowan couldn't look on, afraid that Zhao Yiping would do something hurtful. Her little arm stretched out to protect in front of Song-Soo. Her little face sank, very unhappy. "Auntie Zhao, please have some face, will you? Don't come back to disturb brother Song-Soo's life. And this is not lowering your requirements. It's clearly a different way for you to see that brother Song-Soo is rich, and you want to marry into the rich family, and continue to squeeze money from the inside. Your ugly face that you all value money as your own life has long been revealed. Do you really think we can't see it?" Li Jian was clearly to blame. How did it become Song-Soo's brother's fault? "What have you guys done yourselves? Don't you have any idea in your own hearts?" Being pierced through the cloth of shame, Zhao Yiping didn't see her blush, but she was so angry that she let out the sound of her teeth clashing. She climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, glaring at Shang Ruowan. Her madness and bloodlust was frightening. "Little, where is it your turn to speak here?" UTM shot up, Zhao Yiping's red eyes, reaching out to hit Shang Ruowan. Song-Soo's eyes and hands were quick, and by holding Shang Ruowan and pulling her back, he dodged Zhao Yiping's maddening attack. Sun Daji and 2 security personnel who had just arrived saw the situation. Their backs were cold, and they hurriedly went forward to pull Zhao Yiping. Sun Daji said a few words on his walkie-talkie, but in a few moments, the nearest patrolling security guards rushed to the area, and at the same time, they also stopped Li Fu and Li Yining. Only then did Sun Daji feel relieved. Song-Soo is the biggest owner of Tangchen. If something happens, if anything happens, not to mention whether they can still keep their jobs, if the reputation of Tangchen suffers a blow, the real estate owner behind the scene may kill himself. Zhao Yiping was still flailing her teeth and claws like a madman, anticipating to break away from the security guard's block. Song-Soo, don't go. You haven't brought my son out of the police station. You're not allowed to go. Zhao Yiping shouted like crazy. The scene was chaotic, but even if it is chaotic, there will be loopholes. Chapter 44, I Won't Let You Go. Li Yining was the one who crawled out from under the loophole. She was wearing a suit jacket given by Song-Soo. Her hair was messy, her eyes were tearful, and her makeup was a mess. She pulled the corner of Song-Soo's coat and cried, "Sue, I know you still love me. My parents have agreed to our marriage and I've apologized. Why don't you forgive me? It's because of her, right?" Li Yining rolled her eyes and pointed at Shang Ruowan, her eyes widening in anger. Shang Ruowan, the little who took advantage of the situation. "Shameless, it's all because of you. Otherwise I would have already been Mrs. Song, the one who stood by Song-Soo's side today. The one who came to the mansion should be me. I'm the one who's going to marry Song-Soo. I'm Mrs. Song, I'm the one." At this time, Li Yining had already been influenced by Zhao Yiping like a city shrew. She glared viciously at Shang Ruowan. The hatred in her eyes was overwhelming. There was also endless jealousy. There just wasn't a bit of remorse. Song-Soo was chilled to the bone when he saw her like this. He no longer had sympathy for Li Yining, and the love and passion he had at first had been drained. When did it stop? Song-Soo thought, probably in the cold winter night. He was saving money to marry Li Yining. Midnight part-time chauffeur. Li Yining, a phone call, said she wanted to eat watermelon, so he ran all over the city, and with great difficulty to find a watermelon. And Li Yining turned around and gave it to Li Jian and Zhao Yiping, and he realized that it was not Li Yining who wanted to eat it, but those two who wanted to eat it. Song-Soo's heart stung, but did not count. but they did not even give him a drink of water, and sent him away. Later, Li Fu was seriously ill and needed a bone marrow transplant. Li Jian disliked the fact that he was not willing to take care of Li Fu, and he contributed money and effort, but they embezzled the money, and they also wanted him to pay out $500,000 for the bride price. Finally saw him driving a luxury car, and bumper cars and extortion time, right? Thinking about all sorts of things, Song Su's eyes became more and more cold. Now, Li Yining said she wanted to marry her own? Ha, I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea for you. As Shang Ruan had just said, all of this was their own fault. Li Yining, don't fool yourself. With a fling, Song Su shook off Li Yinyan's hand that had grabbed his arm. Everything that happened in the Li family that day, do you still need me to list it clearly for you piece by piece? Please behave yourself. Song Su spoke with a single word, his tone tough and unquestionable. His eyes filled with disgust as he looked at Li Yining. Li Yining froze, a sense of emptiness filling her heart. Only then did she truly realize that Song Su really didn't love her anymore. Did she really do wrong? But she had done everything her parents had told her to do. How could she be wrong? Song Su no longer paid attention to this crazy-like family and got into the car. The staff then got into the car as well, and just as he started the vehicle, an extremely harsh voice rang out behind him. Good you Song Su, you have guts. I won't let you go. Li Fu, who was in a bystander's perspective from beginning to end, finally couldn't bear to speak. He pointed at Song Su inside the car. His tone was vicious. Seeing the car traveling farther and farther away, I don't know whether Song Su heard it or not, didn't do any reaction, to look like he had no place to make this force, like hitting on the cotton, soft and powerless. This makes people even more angry. Li Fu angry straight stomping feet, can only watch Song Su's sitting vehicle disappeared in front of the eyes. Li Fu, Zhao Yiping and Li Yining were driven out of the villa area by a group of security guards such as Sun Daji. Zhao Yiping was not satisfied, but also stood in the doorway, pointing at the security chief Sun Daji and cursing. In the end, it was Li Fu who shouted angrily before shutting up, but Zhao Yiping thought of her son is still in the police station. She lost her voice and cried bitterly, squatting at the side of the villa area, unwilling to leave. Li Yining was the same. Her heart ached at the thought of Song Su's disgusted look as he pushed her away. She tugged at Zhao Yiping's sleeve and cried, Mom, what do you think should be done? Song Su doesn't want me anymore. Obviously I should be Mrs. Song. Those Hermes bags that Song Su bought for Shang Ruan should be mine, and this villa should have my share too. Zhao Yiping was already in a very unpleasant mood. When Li Yining pulled herself, her mood became even more irritable. Putting away her tears, she heavily smacked Li Yinyan's hand away, pointing at her and blaming her. You useless thing, told you to seduce him, told you to play poor and beg him. What did you beg? Bah! Zhao Yiping spat in disgust. Alright, stop arguing. Li Fu impatiently extinguished the cigarette in his hand. What the hell are you fuming about? You old thing, you just dared to hit me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Zhao Yiping hadn't even been beaten by her own parents, but she had been beaten by Li Fu several times in the past few days. She was about to blow up. The more she thought about it, the more anger grew in her heart, but she didn't dare to hit back. She obviously wasn't Li Fu's opponent, so she could only mouth off to relieve her anger. Blindly screaming what? Li Fu spat, thought for a moment, his eyes glowing fiercely, and then he added, let's wait here today. Wait for Song Su to come out and block him. I don't believe it. Li Yining sobbed and wiped her tears in disbelief. Wait for him? What's the point of waiting for him? He just said it like that, refusing to forgive and must pay back the money. Li Fu did not answer her question. Now not only Li Yining and Zhao Yiping did not know what to do. In fact, he was the same. He didn't want to sell the house that he had gotten so hard to get and return the money to Song Su when he thought about it left and right. However, Li Jian was still in the inspector's office, and there was a time limit written on the lawyer's letter. If he does not want to do something, I guess Li Jian does not need to come out, directly squatting in jail, then he is not sure to go to jail. For the sake of money, it's not worth it, but until the last moment, he was never willing to compromise on paying back the money. Now he could only treat a dead horse as a living horse, thinking that as long as he saw Song Su again, he would be fine. He definitely couldn't beg for mercy on his knees, but he could convince Li Yining to do it. Begging for forgiveness plus kowtowing would always work, right? Although he thought so, Li Fu was very bottomless in his heart. He regretted so much. Why did he listen to Zhao Yaping and Li Jian to drive Song Su away? Li Fu smoked cigarettes one after another, troubled to the extreme. Just then, a strange and somewhat familiar voice called out to him, Li Fu? Only to see a middle-aged man with a briefcase in his hand, a big belly, and a somewhat short height. He pushed up his black-rimmed glasses with a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. Li Fu turned around and saw this person coming out from the villa area, squinting his eyes in doubt, trying to recall. but he froze and could not think of who the person in front of him was. It was Zhao Yaping, who was surprised to scan the man in front of her back and forth. Memories flooded into her mind, and she slapped her thigh and said joyfully, "Cui Dashan?" Cui Dashan saw Zhao Yaping call out his name first. His eyes lit up. His face was somewhat inexplicably flushed with red. He coughed lightly and nodded his head. Only then did Li Fu react to the fact that Cui Dashan was an old high school classmate that he and Zhao Yaping shared, but because the change was too great, he didn't react for a moment. I remembered that in high school, although he was not tall, but very thin, and a little bit of muscle, but now is already a big belly middle-aged greasy man, but thanks to Zhao Yaping can be recognized. Li Fu didn't recognize him. Cui Dashan didn't feel embarrassed. He shook hands with each of Li Fu and Zhao Yaping and laughed. I didn't expect that after so many years, Yaping is still so beautiful. Which woman doesn't like to be praised for her beauty? Zhao Yaping was immediately happy. It didn't matter whether the other party was sincere or polite words, all then sincere. Without stinting to recognize, the two of them then chatted with each other. Li Fu on the side thought of something and interrupted the conversation, asking, Dashan, how did you come out from the Tangchen Golf Villa area? Do you live here? Cui Dashan waved his hand at his words and said, I can't even afford a toilet in this place. I was handling a client's case and just came out from the client's villa. Li Fu, as if he heard some amazing news, full of joy, and scanned up and down a glance at Cui Dashan dressed in a suit, although not quite fit, but also see that it is not what a few $100s of cheap suits. He quickly asked, Case, are you a lawyer? Cui Dashan was unsure and froze. Yeah, I've been practicing law for over 10 years. After saying that, Cui Dashan took out his business card from his pocket again and handed it to Li Fu and Zhao Yaping. When his fingers touched Zhao Yaping's hand, he was still visibly flabbergasted for a moment, but his smile only increased. Li Fu has always been careful. This reaction he was able to see, but he didn't say anything, and when he looked at the business card with the words Lawyer Cui Dashan written on it, his pupils clearly shrunk. A perfect plan. From the Heart of the Rise. Chapter 45, I'll Take Your House. 3 days later, Haicheng Grand Hotel. Cui Dashan was sitting in the center, with Li Jian on his right side and Li Fu on his left, followed by Zhao Yaping and Li Yinin. Jianer, why don't you toast your Uncle Dashan? It's all thanks to your Uncle Dashan that you were able to come out early this time. If it wasn't for his help, you still might not be able to sit down until when? Quick, 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 the wine is poured full. Li Fu fawningly smiled and toasted Cui Dashan before hastily urging his son to make a toast. Only then did Li Jian react as an afterthought, pouring wine in his glass and filling it up for Cui Dashan. Lifting the glass and saying 1,000 words of thanks, he drank it all in one go. Cui Dashan's slightly intoxicated face, smiling, drinking also from time to Zhao Yaping's direction to glance. Zhao Yaping was wearing a red dress with peonies, wearing exquisite thick makeup, which made her look even more bewitching. Although she was already in her 40s, her charm was still there, and with some careful dressing, she also had the sexy beauty of a middle-aged woman. The hands and feet also changed from the previous big grin, even became a bit squirmy, unnatural glimpse of a smile, and even some shy look. Knowing that it is intentional but also does not affect Zhao Yaping's own charm, Li Fu narrowed his eyes, and again hastily gave up his position, yelling for Zhao Yaping to sit on Cui Dashan's left side. Yaping, you also toast Dashan. Thank you properly, aren't you the most worried about Jianer? Li Fu smiled and handed Zhao Yaping another glass of wine, winking and giving a wink. Zhao Yaping picked up the wine and stood up with her high heels. She didn't stand steadily and almost fell down. Cui Dashan, who was quick on his feet and quickly reached out to help her, a support waist his shoulder. Zhao Yaping just stood steadily. The two hastily scattered hands, face scarlet, but gradually rose to the cheeks on both sides. Li Fu's expression obviously changed for a moment, but Cui Dashan at this moment, the temperature of the former goddess is still left in the hand. Where is the mind to pay attention to Li Fu's expression change? To know, in high school, Zhao Yaping was the class flower of their class, young, pure and beautiful, but he has been the object of his crush for many years. Not only him, but many students in the class had a crush on her. That day at the entrance of the villa area of Tangchen encountered, Zhao Yaping face although more than a few traces of age, but also has a mature sexy, hidden for many years of secret love was remembered by him. He was excited beyond words, but Zhao Yaping stood next to Li Fu. He was not sure of the relationship between Li Fu and her, for fear of unnecessary misunderstandings, so he pretended to recognize Li Fu first, but it did not occur to him that Zhao Yaping recognized him first. Now, it made the unanswered crush in his heart gradually magnify, and his heart itched to seek a result. It was also because of Zhao Yaping's cries and face that he helped fish out Li Jian. Dashan, I'm really thankful to you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Zhao Yaping's face began to redden without knowing whether it was due to shyness or the effects of alcohol as she downed a glass of wine. With a sobbing voice, she pulled Cui Dashan's hand and deliberately rubbed it in her hand. Chui Dashan froze, did not resist, but also smiled more happily, probably because of the wine. Zhao Yiping also no longer deliberately pretentious, and ran to Li Jian again, pulling Li Jian's hand. Tears brushed out. My son, you've suffered. Look, you've lost weight. Oh quick, eat more. Saying that, he started to clip dishes into Li Jian's bowl again, and turned to say with a crying voice of indignation, it's all because of that Song Su. It's all because of him. He's going to kill everyone. What can we do? Zhao Yiping cried a pear flower with rain. A stagger fell into Chui Dashan's arms. Chui Dashan smoothly on the grasp, heart beating chaotically, breathing are obviously shortened a little. I don't know if it is intentional. Zhao Yaping cried even more, a rollover almost all on Chui Dashan's body, crying, $1 million. He insisted on forcing our family to pay him back $1 million, but that was clearly what he gave us. What to do? There aren't many days left. Where can we get that much money together? Son, it's mom's incompetence. She doesn't have any money, and she was deceived by that villain Song Su, otherwise she wouldn't be in this situation. Zhao Yiping looked like she was drunk, but seemed to be sober. The logic between her words was clear, not like a drunken person who could say things smoothly, but Chui Dashan didn't notice any of this, and assumed that she was drunk. Holding the goddess of his youth in his hand, his heart is still happy, feeling that fate treats him well, so that he is enough to consummate the regrets of youth. Zhao Yiping saw that Chui Dashan still didn't say anything, and cried even louder, almost burying her entire face within Chui Dashan's chest. What if I don't have $1 million? Saying this, she pushed Chui Dashan away as if she wanted to escape and pulled Li Jian firmly. When the time comes, Mom will do the jail time for you. At this time, Li Fu finally couldn't help it, went forward to retrieve the drunk Zhao Yiping back to the seat, scolded angrily, Dashan is still here. What are you playing drunk? The money matter? I will find a way. I will think of a way. Zhao Yiping was not happy, came with vigor, pushed Li Fu away and scolded loudly, just buy you? Laughing your ass off. You can get $1 million? You loser. Ah shucks. Upon hearing this, Li Fu's face became extremely smelly, furrowing his brows and glaring. The anger in his eyes could be seen by anyone with a clear eye. Being called a loser by his own woman in public. Which man could not be angry? Li Fu, don't be angry with Yiping. She's drunk. Seeing this, Chui Dashan hurriedly rounded up the situation, but inwardly, he was a bit delighted, feeling that his chance to perform had arrived. He coughed lightly twice, straightened his tie, sat up straight and proudly said again, you guys also know that I'm a lawyer, and I've been doing it for more than 10 years. You guys tell me exactly what's going on, and I'll see if there's a way. Li Fu and the others heard, there's something. With a light in his eyes, he hurriedly turned black and white and added oil and vinegar to tell the story of that day's withdrawal from the marriage. The words are all Song Su backtracked. That 1 million were obviously given to the Li family, but want to go back, but also designed to get the evidence. Anyway, Song Su can be said to be as detestable as possible. Chui Dashan listened to this with a skeptical face. Years of experience as a lawyer told him that what Li Fu and Li Jian said could not be fully believed, although it seemed reasonable, but there are obvious loopholes. Seeing that Chui Dashan didn't seem to believe it, Zhao Yiping hurriedly cried again and pulled Chui Dashan's hand, leaning her body forward, trying to get herself closer to Chui Dashan, but maintaining a certain distance. Dashan, I can only rely on you. You're the most capable and competent. If you don't even help me, I can only go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. Being praised by his former goddess for being capable and competent, Chui Dashan immediately drifted off. With a hot heart, he heavily slapped the table and said with an angry face, I didn't expect the Song Su to be such a person. Too shameless. I will definitely help you. Isn't it just $1 million? I've taken on cases with bigger amounts than him. What Chui Dashan said was not false. He had taken over many dispute cases of rich people. This 1 million was indeed considered small. Then, what's it going to be? Zhao Yiping wiped away her tears and looked blearily at Chui Dashan. This sense of need stimulated Chui Dashan's inner itchiness, but it also extremely stirred his pride as a man and a lawyer. He thought for a moment and said, this is simple. According to you guys, just pay back the $1 million. Isn't that nonsense? We know that too. Li Fu spat with some annoyance. Chui Dashan squinted at Li Fu. Also do not intend to be angry with this loser. Slowly said, you have a house you don't want to sell. Then you can sell someone else's house. What do you mean? Li Fu asked doubtfully. Chui Dashan shook his head, as if he was pitying Li Fu's IQ, and said, didn't you just say that you have a poker friend, named Shang Kong? Li Fu pondered for a moment, and as if he suddenly realized, a smug smile appeared on his face as he clapped his hands together and said, that's right, a poker buddy. Dashan, you are really smart, worthy of being a lawyer for so many years. In terms of means just can't compare to you, said Li Fu and patted Chui Dashan's shoulder again. Laughing, 3 short of 1, you have to help. Seeing this, Zhao Yaping also hastily agreed, fawningly pouring wine for Cui Dashan. Cui Dashan's face reddened, and immediately patted his chest and swore, "No problem, I'll take care of it." Amidst the crowd of laughter, Li Fu's eyes became sinister. In his heart, he said, "Shang Kong this can't be blamed on me, who asked you to speak for Song Su in the first place, and your good daughter even seduced Song Su away? Your house. I cannot politely accept it." Chapter 46, The Li Family's Trap. Song Su woke up early from his bed, pulled open the curtains, and what came into his eyes was the back garden of his villa. There was also a crystal clear lake that was refreshing, and a deep breath of air was fresh and elegant. He also had a rare few days of leisure. Fujikawa's project was also on track, no need for him to worry about anything more. After washing up, he habitually summoned the system to check the remaining money to be spent in the daily drawl. With a silent chant, the system began to operate. Ding! Congratulations to the host, drawing a set of 300 square feet of real estate in the downtown Ao-do neighborhood. The property has been recorded under the host's name. The property is reasonable and legal, and the memories of the relevant people have been inputted. Ao-do neighborhood not bad either. Song Su stroked his chin in disbelief. The Ao-do neighborhood was located in the center of the city. Don't look at it as a neighborhood, but the price was not cheaper than a villa at all. It belonged to the school district, next to the noble school. Many rich people would buy a house here, just to make it more convenient for their children to enroll in school and to have a place to stay when their children were resting. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was bought by rich people for fun. If he and Shang Zouan get married and have children in the future, he also plans to send his children to this noble school. And this house is also very useful. Song Su packed up a bit, then took the car keys and just planned to go out. When the phone rang, "Zoe Wan, miss me?" Song Su teased. But after a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, there was a sudden ringing of Shang Ruowan's urgent cries. "Brother Song Su, I don't know what to do." Song Su's heart tightened, and he soothed painfully, "Don't be anxious. What's wrong?" On the other side of the phone, Shang Ruowan tried to calm down and said with a crying voice, "Uncle Li and Li Jian cheated our family's real estate." Just said a sentence. Shang Ruowan again cannot restrain violent sobbing. Song Su couldn't figure out what was going on and was confused, but looking at Shang Ruowan's reaction wasn't a trivial matter, and his heart was also very anxious, but he still tried to comfort Shang Ruowan, and only after she stabilized a little bit did he continue to ask. Under the intermittent questioning, Song Su came up with an approximation. Yesterday, Li Fu invited Shang Kong to play mahjong, but Shang Kong recognized the face of Li Fu's family as early as the day the Li family withdrew their marriage to Song Su. Shang Kong does not care for the company, immediately and decisively refused, but Li Fu, how slippery said all kinds of good words, and surprisingly began to apologize, promised to pay back the money Song Su what? In short, put all kinds of good words to apologize for the words, said the sky. Shang Kang is also a soft heart. After all, with Li Fu was also many years of poker friends. In the poker table Li Fu never stingy. Poker is also good. He saw Li Fu's sincere reform. Li Fu also intends to sell his house for the return of Song Su's money to make peace. Plus he has not played cards for a long time. Really a little itchy. So he agreed. How could he have thought that he would fall into the trap designed by Li Fu and Li Jian? He underestimated Li Fu's ruthlessness and would never have thought that Li Fu would turn his attention to himself. Shang Kong was Li Fu about the home. Together with the mahjong, in addition to Li Fu and Li Jian, there is a middle-aged man with a beer belly. Played half a day of mahjong. Shang Kong also surprisingly good luck. Win the most, are almost over 10,000. Li Fu lost the most, indignant. To finally hard to a game to determine the winners and losers. To plan to win back all the money. Shang Kong did not care, so he agreed. But Li Fu said what afraid of Shang Kong won almost 10,000. The final loss will not admit. Not willing to give money. He insisted on signing a note. Shang Kong took it as a joke and signed his name on a note that had already been written and was held in a folder. If he had looked closely, he would have seen that there were several sheets of paper underneath the note, but Shang Kong was too careless to pay attention to them. In the last game, Li Fu and Li Jian, along with another middle-aged man, seemed to know each other's cards and blocked Shang Kang's cards all the way. As expected, in the end, Shang Kong lost. He didn't care about it. After all, even if the money was lost to Li Fu and the others, he also belonged to the category of no loss. No win, no loss. But early this morning, before dawn, they were driven out of their house. After reporting to the police, the constable quickly materialized and actually gave the news that their house had been sold. With the help of the constable, they found the middleman who sold the house, and after inquiring about the situation, they saw that house transfer contract. Only then did Shang Kong completely understand that he had been cheated by Li Fu and Li Jian. Yesterday signed the note placed underneath the printed blue paper and after the attorney to review the contract issued by the transfer of housing without error. All the transfer process can be said to be legal compliance? Simply cannot find half a loophole. Shang Kong has no way to report to the police without evidence. Want to make a fuss but the transfer process is legal. Where he went to make a fuss? Li family? But the Li family has been empty. A family of 4 are not at home. Where to find people? They have no place to go. No home. What's the difference between wandering on the street? Shang Ruoan was in the school accommodation, but also early in the morning received a phone call from home, rushed home, looking at the side of the road standing with a big bag, at a loss. Parents. The heart was pinpointed general pain. Their own family and the Li family is not particularly deep kind of relationship, but also no decades. She and Li Jian is considered to have grown up together. Li Jian is 3 years older than her, although sometimes do things radical, but Shang Ruoan never thought they will be on their own family to do something cruel. Shang Ruoan was really out of options. The first figure that flashed in her mind was Song Su. She wanted to hear Song Su's voice. It would give her a lot of peace of mind. The caller finished the story in a broken voice, and cried uncontrollably. Song Su was worried and distressed and asked, "Are your parents around now?" Shang Ruoan sobbed for a while and said, "No, I brought them to the hotel to settle down first. I am outside myself." Shang Ruoan understood that her parents were probably having a harder time than her, especially her father. She could see that her father was blaming himself to death, and although her mother didn't blame her father, she was also crying a lot. The house is the root of their firm footing in Haicheng. In order to buy this house, they struggled to fight and save money for many years. It is not easy to live a little bit of improvement. Bought a house. There is the root. But now the root is gone. A move back to the liberation of the past. Do you want them to resign themselves to their fate? This is too cruel. Shang Ruoan did not know how to comfort mom and dad. Can only first take them to the hotel to stay. They ran out to call Song Su. The tears she had been holding back broke her defenses the moment she heard Song Su's voice. Song Su knew that Li Jian had been bailed out 2 days ago, but just who this person was, who actually had the means to fish out the person who was supposed to be detained for 30 days, he didn't know. Song Su was not very concerned about these, thinking, as long as the Li family to pay off the money, he will not be blamed, and they cut off the relationship. But the Li family even extended the poisonous hand to his people. Then don't blame him. Song Su no mercy. Chapter 47, tens of millions of dollars, said to send it away. Shang Ruoan was stunned in place for a long time, unable to speak for a moment. She did not know. Song Su went to buy a house in the Ao-do neighborhood. To know, a suite here can top a set of ordinary villas in Tangshan. Moreover, it is still a new house. Said to their family to live, really give them to live. Luo Suyun, the mother of Shang, who has never recognized Song Su and her daughter's relationship, didn't know how to react for a while. She, Shang Kong and Shang Ruoan were arranged by Song Su to sit on the sofa in the living room of the 300 square meters house, and the three of them just stared at each other with big eyes and watched Song Su to get everything ready. Within an hour after Shang Ruoan called Song Su had arranged everything. Song Su first called the moving company. Will Shang family up and down all the things? One by one are packed and loaded away, and took the three of them all the way straight to the Ao-do neighborhood. Now also directly spend a lot of money to invite 5 cleaning ants. Division of labor. All things in the whole house are cleaned in an orderly manner. Do not need them to do what the three, just wait for the ant to clean up on the line. This treatment, they had never experienced in their lives. It took less than half a day in total before and after, and it was all taken care of. Luo Suyun was stunned for half a second before she was able to completely react. She stopped Song Su's movement of preparing to pour tea for her, and instead picked up the teapot and poured Song Su a cup of tea. Smiling, Song Su, our family is very grateful for your help. You also see the situation of our family now. Your uncle Shang met someone who was not a good person. It's only because we didn't shine our eyes. We have known them for more than 10 years. In the end, hey, do not say these. We are now really no way. A moment cannot find a house that can live a family of 3, but you can rest assured that as soon as we find, we will move out. The rent for this period of time, we will also pay. Luo Suyun spoke politely, not like a conversation between a son-in-law and a mother-in-law, but more like a tenant and a landlord. It was obvious that she deliberately kept a distance. Not intimate, but not too distant either. Luo Suyun does not dislike Song Su. On the contrary, after this time, she is even more impressed with Song Su. Doing things steadily, organized, not in a hurry when things are not impatient. Good character. However, she is still a little worried. Song Su is now rich and excellent, is a successful man. He really want to be with their daughter together? She had to be a little more cautious when it came to her daughter's happiness in life. Song Su took the tea handed over by Luo Suyun with both hands and smiled politely. Auntie, I've already added Zoe Wan's name to this house. This house is hers. You don't have to look for another house. And Zo1 is my girlfriend. You don't have to be so polite. Luo Suyun couldn't close her mouth in surprise. Only then did she look around and carefully survey this 300 square meter house. The decoration was exquisite and the furniture used were all of great value. Even under the eyes of this teapot set, a look at it is known to be a good purple sandpot. The carving on it is exquisite. And then look at the bottom of the seal, confirming that it is from the master's handwriting. The light of this purple clay pot at least have to be more than 100,000. Not to mention a whole set of various colors of tea favor. This house to buy, plus these inexpensive furniture, no tens of millions of dollars are impossible to get down. This, gave it to his own daughter? Nowadays, the rich and powerful are also bold. One shot is tens of millions of dollars. Said to send it? Luo Suyun was shocked and frightened, and quickly waved her hand, refusing. How can this work? This lot of houses cannot be easy to buy, and close to the noble school. This is really, Auntie, you don't have to excuse yourself. I and Zoe1 are running to get married. This sending a set of house is also considered in the reason. And you guys were cheated out of the property by the Li family this time. In the final analysis they did it to pay back the million they owed me. I also have a responsibility. If I don't accept it, I will have an apology in my heart. Song Su could see Luo Suyun's inner thoughts. The real reason was nothing more than thinking that he was not serious about Zoe1. So he said this to give Luo Suyun a shot in the arm. Luo Suyun froze. Still want to say something? Looked at the side has been read through the face of Shang Ruowan, pulling Shang Ruowan's hand, before gently sighed. Song Su or so said, greatly answer her heart concerns, but also the responsibility to their own body. If she said anything else, does not appear to be her small-minded. Luo Suyun thought about it, or opened his mouth and said, thank you. 2 words, short and concise, but the bite is very heavy. It can be seen that she is grateful from the bottom of her heart for Song Su's help. That house is they spent all their savings to buy, people in their middle age, but was cheated away. Whoever will be collapsed. Song Su was undoubtedly the straw that saved them, saved their family's life. At this moment, Luo Suyun's appreciation and recognition of Song Su was beyond words. Song Su smiled politely. This was considered his first meeting with Shang Ruan's parents, although it was hasty and the cause was not good, but undoubtedly the result was good. Under the haste, it was the consideration of Shang dad and Shang mom for him, and why not Song Su's consideration for them? He didn't want to run into in-laws like Li Fu and Jia Yaping again. If this were the Li family, they would probably want to put the house in Li Yinyan's name, and would ask him for another house for Li Jian. They would have accepted it as a matter of course, and would have blamed him for the cause of the incident. But Luo Suyun not only didn't blame him, but also felt that it was her own family who had met a bad match and took it upon herself. TSK, the gap between people is really big. After Song Su briefly chatted with Shang Kong as well as Luo Suyun for a while, he refused Luo Suyun's request to invite him to stay for dinner, and Shang Ruan hurriedly said goodbye before leaving the door. He sat back in his car, and the first thing he did was to call his lawyer Lin Zhengyang. Chapter 48. Is it still useful to beg Song Su now? After listening to Song Su's description, Lin Zhengyang analyzed it for half a second and finally said grandly, Mr. Song, I will notify the inspector's office immediately, but out of workflow, there is one thing I still need to make clear and confirm with you. This is already considered to be a gang crime practicing fraud. According to you, the Li family has already sold off the Shang family's properties. Otherwise the Shang family wouldn't have been evicted so quickly. If that's the case, then Li Fu and Li Jian and their accomplices are guilty of a great crime. They won't be able to escape the punishment of prison even if they pay off your debts. 3 crimes in parallel: cheating marriage, extortion, gang fraud, 3 counts of culpability, at least 10 years in prison. Are you sure you want to take them to court for all 3 crimes together? Song Su's eyes remained unchanged, and he blandly said, sure. All moved to the people around him. Why would he still be merciful? He was not a saint. Lin Zhengyang understood and said firmly, okay. They sold it in a hurry. According to the time projection, just half a day to sell it. It's very easy to find out the evidence. I will assist the side of the inspector's office to build a case. If there is any new information, I will contact you in time. Alright, thanks to lawyer Lin. Song Su said. The two of them hung up the phone. The longer the time the more difficult to find the evidence. Lin Zhengyang must race against time. Song Su sat in the car. His eyes were cold. He had no more waves in his heart at the moment. 10 years in prison? Humph. Only blame that a few people are not correct in mind, but also consciously smart. Moved the person who should not be moved. Used the means that should not be used. 6 years of deception. 10 years in jail is enough to pay back. In the envious gaze of the crowd by the road, a luxury car, long gone. That night, Li Fu and Li Jian sneaked back to the neighborhood. Downstairs in the neighborhood, Li Fu bent his body, holding a bank card tightly in his hand and looking left and right. He shoved Li Jian next to him and cautiously said, "That stupid bastard Shankong didn't come back, did he? There's no arresting officer either, right?" With a disdainful face, Li Jian righted himself and coughed heavily, saying, "No, Shankong also left a long time ago. I say, Dad, even if he came to the door, so what?" With a silly look on his face, "He still lost the house all to us," Uncle Dashan said. "This is the formal process. There will be no problem. Even if he sued cannot be sued out of the reason. You still worry about what? If he comes, we'll just punch him away," and went out to hide for a day. Li Fu scammed the weak did not see the figure of Shankong, only heavy sigh of relief. Bored upright figure, shaking the bank card in his hand said, "What do you know? Just in case," but this time it seems that Cui Dashan was right. The arresting officer is not there either. I had thought that they could sell that house for $2 million. I didn't realize that it was only $1.5 million. Li Jian's eyes were bright and full of greed, swallowing his saliva and said, returning $1 million to Song Su. "There's still $500,000. How are we going to spend it? That's a lot of money." As soon as Li Fu heard Song Su's name his heart came to anger, spat heavily on the ground and said, "That little, rush to the end non forcing us to pay back the money. Otherwise this $1.5 million would all be our families. I don't want to give it to him at all." Li Jian also chimed in and cursed, realizing that there was someone in his house. Thinking that Jia Yiping and Li Yinyin had returned, he knocked on the door of his house. The door was slowly opened, and the person who opened the door was not the person he was expecting, but someone in a constable's outfit. When Li Jian saw this, his heart clenched and instinctively turned around in a hurry to escape. But Li Fu was behind him and didn't know what was happening. Li Jian's sudden turn directly collided with him, and the two of them fell to the ground. "Damn, it hurts old me. What are you bumping into?" The arresting officer is looking for the door. Li Fu cursing voice to see the person in front of him came to an abrupt end. At once, the body straight cold sweat, not waiting for the two to react. The constable stepped forward to restrain the two and buckle the handcuffs. Li Fu and Li Jian are now really afraid, but Li Fu was still unconvinced, and shouted, "Who are you to arrest me? I didn't break the law." The leading constable looked at him with cold eyes and said, "Cui Dashan has already ambushed the law and confessed everything, and the evidence is overwhelming. You guys still want to argue? Wait until you go to court to talk to the judge. Take away." When Li Fu heard this, he straightened up and knelt on the ground. His feet seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't walk. As for Li Jian, he had already been scared to the point of pissing his pants, his mouth constantly chanting, "It's over, it's over, it's completely over." Taken together with Jia Yiping and Li Yinyin, four people again in the neighborhood of a crowd of attention and discussion in the dusty face on the J car. The four of them were all disheartened. To say that they really regretted this time. Their intestines were green with regret. When they arrived at the arrest room, they met the gold medal lawyer Lin Zhengyang, and saw the series of testimonies brought by the lawyer. Only then did they completely understand that they shouldn't have messed with Song Su. If they didn't have the desire to withdraw from Song Su that day, then they would be the ones living in a mansion and driving a sports car. How would they still be reduced to the sorry state of being arrested now? They wondered if there was any use in sincerely begging Song Su now. Chapter 49. Mother and daughter went crazy. Li Fu and Li Jian were sentenced to 10 years. Cui Dashan knew the law and violated it. His career as a lawyer was considered to be over, and he was also sentenced to 11 years in prison. Jia Yiping and Li Yinyin did not participate in the fraud, but there is a fraud marriage, so after they signed the pledge to sell their own property, and stayed in the police station was educated before being released. The Shang family's real estate had already been sold and it was impossible to recover the house, but the $1.5 million from the sale of the house was returned to the Shang Kong family. The Li family's house was sold for $1,100,000, of which $1 million was returned to Song Su, leaving them with only $100,000. Jia Yiping and Li Yinyin out of the police station. The two hair and face, the whole person looks fatigued and disheveled. They took the remaining 100,000. This is all they have now. A moment do not know where to go. In the outermost ring of Haichang, there is an old neighborhood. The appearance has been dilapidated. The wall skin falls off, revealing the inside of the cement wall. Even the windows of several houses have no glass, with newspaper paste on. In a small room of 30 square meters on the third floor, Zhao Yaping's curses resounded throughout the building. "You call this the house you found? Is it for people to live in?" Jia Yiping said and slapped Li Yinyan's face. "Mom, this is already the best. If you're still renting a house in the city, the money won't even last half a year." Covering her face with one hand, Li Yinyan glared at Jia Yiping and said impatiently. She didn't have her usual cowardice and stiffly fought back. She was dying of remorse, and she felt that it was all because of Jia Yiping, who had proposed to withdraw from the marriage in the first place, that her family had become this mountainous state now. "How dare you glare at me? You're tired of living, aren't you?" When Jia Yiping saw Li Yinyin glaring at herself, the pent-up unhappiness in her heart exploded, and she struck Li Yinyin's body with palm after palm. Li Yinyin wasn't willing to show weakness either, and backhanded Jia Yiping with a slap that buzzed her brain. Jia Yiping couldn't believe it, and with a scream, she grabbed Li Yinyin's hair. Damn! How dare you hit my mother? Let's see if I don't beat you to death. If it wasn't for you proposing to withdraw from the marriage, Song Su wouldn't even want me anymore. Do you know that Song Su gave Shang Ruoan a set of Aodu's house? That house should be mine. It's all because of you. Li Yinyin shouted out with a sobbing voice. As soon as she thought of the dynamics in the circle of friends that Shang Ruoan sent and the dynamic positioning of the Aodu neighborhood, her heart sank. Everything that Shang Ruoan had now should be hers, and she was not willing to do so. Without Jia Yiping's instigation, she would have been the one sitting inside the Rolls-Royce laughing. She would have been the rich wife who lived in the top villa of Tang Chen Lu Wang and owned the Aodu property. If it wasn't for Jia Yiping, how could Song Su be so cruel to herself? The more she thought about it, the more chagrined she became. And as soon as she pounced on her, she began to tear Jia Yiping's hair, digging madly into Jia Yiping's face, and cursing as she did so. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you and father being too greedy, if it wasn't for always thinking of extracting money from Song Su, otherwise I would be Mrs. Song, and you keep taking advantage of me, making me pay for your behavior and spending all my money. I must teach you a lesson today. The two of them twisted and fought into a ball, and although Jia Yiping had lost a lot of her hair to Li Yinyin's frantic gripping, she didn't see that she had the upper hand. With her backhand, she gouged out several bloody cuts on Li Yinyin's arms. The dilapidated building had no soundproofing at all, and the noise of the two fighting was too loud, but in a few moments it attracted many people to watch and eat melon. Everyone looked at the crazy mother and daughter with a smile and whispered. Chapter 50 Mission Punishment, Dementia in January? A few days had passed since Song Su received the arrival notice of $1 million from Zhao Yaping, and during these few days, he hadn't gotten any leisure at all. Zhao Yaping still hadn't learned her lesson, and early in the morning she once again sent an indignant voice. Song Su, you wait, you made my husband and son go to jail. Sooner or later I will clean you up and make you look good. Song Su was speechless and once again saved this voice for evidence. Threatening and intimidating was also a crime. Since Zhao Yiping dared to do it, why would he need to be merciful and act as that good guy? Transferred to a lawyer, although not serious, but also enough to teach her what is called the rule of law society. Immediately after, the cell phone message notification sound rang again. Song Su clicked to see. Then headache rubbed his temples. Li Yinyin had sent dozens of various peace-seeking SMS messages in a row. The tone of voice was also constantly changing. Crying, pouting, complaining, indignant. Song Su didn't know that Li Yinyin had so many sides. She used to have only two sides, arrogance and mama's boy. Song Su has already blacked out Li Yinyin's Weishin, and now the SMS attack has begun. Song Su really has a headache. He also pulled the black Li Yinyin and Jia Yiping's number, only to feel that the ears are finally clean. Simply cleaned up a bit, then went to the private parking garage downstairs. Inside the parking garage, there were 10 luxury cars parked quietly, each with a price tag of no less than $10 million. There were also several cars that hadn't even been driven yet, and all of them had already fallen into a thin layer of dust. Every time he completed a major task of the system would almost immediately release a new task again and hit his card with the amount of money involved in the task in a reasonable and legal form. Recently, the amounts of the system's tasks were almost always at the 50 to 60 million level, and Song Su had always adhered to the rhythm of spending the money all at once in order to save time and avoid the system's punishment. And with such a large amount of money, spending it all at once, Song Su thought of nothing other than buying a car, but at the moment he couldn't really think of anything else. After all, the complete process of buying a car, as well as the formalities down the line, were all within the system's stipulated time. That's why several times, he bought 2 or 3 luxury cars in one breath, causing the 4S store where he often bought cars to worship him as a god, and also became a popular figure in the whole car circle. Of course, Song Su didn't know about these at the moment. Song Su casually chose a car closest to him, and drove out of the villa area, all the way without obstruction. About 10 minutes, arrived at the Fujikawa downstairs. The security guard of the building downstairs is not surprised. After all, recently every day to see the luxury car, but also the same person driving, resulting in his surprise from the beginning has become a little accustomed to it. Now, once he saw the $10 million luxury car, he knew that it was the car of Mr. Song, the young chairman of Fujikawa. He had been working as a security guard in this building for a long time, and would occasionally go to various floors to deliver a courier or something, so he still knew about Song Su. He shook his head and sighed habitually as usual, not hiding the envy in his eyes, and slowly said, "Changed another one. This time it's a Lamborghini. TSK, rich is not the same. Tens of millions of dollars of cars are like clothes, a day a new change, but also does not bring a repeat, said the security boss, and habitually raised his hands on the cell phone. Click a few times, chasing after a series of several pictures of luxury cars. Zoom in on the photos, and admire them, smiling, and muttering, open and open cannot. Take a picture to appreciate it is not a crime. Fujikawa chairman's office. Song-soo looked at the still hot breakfast on the table. His heart warmed. Seeing the elegant handwriting on the bento box, he knew that it was the breakfast sent by Shang Zhouan. He had brought Shang Ruoan to the company a few times before, and now the whole company knew that a beautiful and attractive college student was the girlfriend of his boss. This had shattered the fantasies of many female employees of the company towards Song-soo, the rich and young chairman of the boyfriend. But the girls want to object, conscious of the fact that they don't have to be over the beauty and temperament of Shang Zhouan. They all resign themselves to their fate. So much so that now, as long as they see Shang Ruoan appear in the company, they will not feel strange, but will also be attentive to call Mrs. Chairman. Every time they call Shang Ruoan's face scarlet, Song-soo opened his cell phone, and it was a message that Shang Ruoan had just sent. Your stomach is not good, so I made some light breakfast. Remember to eat it all, not a bit left over. I am going to check it at night. After finishing a sentence, an emoticon of a cute little bear was attached. Then another sentence was sent. I'll contract your breakfast from now on. I must change your bad habit of not eating breakfast. Humph. Spit's tongue. The playful words caused Song-soo to laugh out loud. The 2 years after he graduated, he was squeezed all the time by his job to earn money, so how would he care if he had breakfast or not? Even the daily time for lunch and dinner was irregular, and sometimes he would simply forget to eat. Long-term poor dietary rhythm, so that he suffered from stomach problems. Did not expect him just once thoughtlessly mentioned a sentence? This little girl will remember in the heart. When he arrived at the company, the breakfast box had already been placed on the table. How early did he have to get up to prepare it? Song-soo ate his girlfriend's carefully prepared breakfast. His stomach was warm, and his heart was also warm. In the morning, Zhao Yaping and Li Yinyan's irritated mood also instantly dissipated. He finished eating and took a picture and sent it to Shang Ruoan, attaching another sentence. Good. When is class over? I'll pick you up and set you up for a good checkup. The reply from the other end was almost a second. 5 o'clock. I'll be waiting for you at the main entrance of the school. A smile lifted up on Song-soo's face, and only when he put down his cell phone did a familiar mechanical voice ring out in his head. Ding! Short mission, spend all $2 million in 1 hour. Punishment, lower IQ, lower index, system random, from 1-150, which number is drawn? Which number is your IQ index? Maintain for 1 month. Warm tips, beware of dementia for 1 month. Oh, this, Song-soo was speechless. This system is not a biological. If too lucky to draw the lowest number 1, then his IQ number is 1? This forcibly lowering his IQ is not bad. The system is not a pro-life. If it is too lucky to draw the lowest number 1, then his IQ is 1. Song-soo shook his head, not daring to think about it. This system's punishment was getting weirder and weirder. Not to be complimented. It was better to spend money first. After spending $2 million in 1 hour, Song-soo thought about it and still felt that live streaming and brushing gifts was the fastest. He remembered that the system had a hidden reward that he had opened before when he completed a short mission. It was that if he completed the mission within 10 minutes, he could get another chance to draw a prize. Song-soo thought so, picked up his phone before remembering that he had uninstalled the app after rewarding on the HJ Live platform. After all, he usually didn't like watching live broadcasts. Song-soo hurriedly downloaded the HJ Live app again, and as soon as he logged in, he saw a message from the anchor number to himself. Song-soo did not care. Adhering to the spirit of spending money is important. Once again clicked into the live room. Chapter 51, The Big Brother has appeared. Lin Wenwen played the soundtrack, her pure singing voice like heavenly music. After the last time Song-soo swiped 1 million gifts in a row, attracting a huge number of people to watch, her fan base had risen dramatically. Lin Wenwen was very grateful to the person whose ID was 04051216 who had saved her from being in deep water that day. But since that day, it was as if this person had vaporized, never coming to her live room again. She tried to send a private message to leave a message, but never got a reply, and even read, has always shown the unread state. Lin Wenwen once again looked at the message interface with ID 04051216, which still showed unread, before she retreated with some loss. She turned to smile again as before. However, if you looked closely, it was not difficult to see that Lin Wenwen's eyes were a bit red and swollen, and the whites of her eyes were full of blood. Although the area around her eyes was covered with a thick layer of powder in an attempt to conceal it, traces of heavy dark circles could still be vaguely seen, as if she hadn't slept for several nights. Her voice also had a hint of hoarseness. The whole person looked as if she had cried, seemingly for a long time. Her smile looked as if she was trying to pull it out. without her usual sunny girlishness. A few of Lin 11's loyal fans noticed this, and in the comments section below, they kept asking worriedly about the cause. 1-1. Your voice isn't right. Have you been crying? Your voice is like it's muffled from crying, a loyal fan asked after she finished a song. This question provoked more people to follow up with concern. It's a bit off. What's wrong with you? Is it that Riptide's brother Young from before who came to trouble you again? If it's really him, you remember to keep the evidence like last time and we'll help you report it to the police. After Song Soo swiped $1 million last time, he naturally became number 1 on the list. But Young stopped. He swiped 100,000. Even though he earned $500,000 a year, it wasn't a small amount for him. He looked at Lin 11 for a long time. Lin 11 also happens to be his favorite type. Pure mixed with a little charming, but also a little woman sexy. He did not mention how much he liked daydreaming for a long time. He was going to spend $100,000 to let Lin 11 go to his house for dinner and spend the night. But who would have thought? Halfway out of a Chang bite Jian, then he is even more arrogant. Up less than 10 minutes to brush $1 million. Now, he not only can't hold the beauty, $100,000 also hit the water vote. People money too empty, the heart that chagrin, that jealousy hate but no matter what, the person did not hold. The $100,000 have to get back, right? From then on, this brave brother constantly began to harass Lin 11. Coercion and lure, all kinds of means are used. Want to let Lin 11 this $100,000 back to him, but Lin 11 where to come to the $100,000? The platform company has deducted most of the hands to her hands on the sporadic a little bit. Where the money? When Young saw that she did not pay back, he began to bring all kinds of rhythms in Lin 11's live room and on the platform, slandering her. He felt that Lin 11 was a bit of a coward and didn't know how to fight back, but he didn't expect Lin 11 to burst their chat records on the same day. Directly in the live room, public execution up. The ugly face of the brave brother was exposed, but still doing death struggle. Will from time to time to live broadcast to bring the rhythm, but the netizens will not believe him anymore. That was why when Lin 11 cried, they assumed it was that brother Young who had come back to cause trouble. When Lin 11 shook her head, they were confused, so they continued to ask questions. Only then did Lin 11 brush off her tears and sobbed. My mom has stomach cancer. She needs to have an operation. I don't have any money. I can't even afford the hospitalization and medical bills right now. When Lin 11 thought of her mother who was still lying on the hospital bed, gradually wasting away because of chemotherapy, her heart was very bad, a throbbing pain. To do a surgery to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Last time that person rewarded $1 million. The final share to her hands is more than 100,000, but all used to give her mother to do chemotherapy, and now there is not much left at all. She also has no other source of income, can only rely on live broadcast to earn money. She did not want to say these things. She did not want to rely on selling misery and sympathy to win eyeballs and money. But what else can she do? Thinking about it, the tears couldn't be stopped even more. She kept wiping her tears and started apologizing in the live broadcast. I'm sorry. I know you all came to see me because you like to hear me sing. I shouldn't have been so negative. Amidst a group of comforting voices in the comments section, Riptide's Young seemed to be waiting for this moment, and he actually became active. Ha, the who sells misery, wanting money, give it to you if you come out to see me. You guys don't believe her? She's just trying to sell her misery to gain sympathy and come to ask for money. Yuck. For money, even dare to curse her own mom. There were also a few ID accounts that supported Brother Young who were also active and hastily chimed in. Under Brother Young's lead, many people also began to question the authenticity of what Lin 11 said. After all, it wasn't uncommon for this live broadcast to sell misery to gain sympathy. It could be said to be the usual trick of many unscrupulous anchors. Even though they didn't believe in Brother Young, they couldn't all believe Lin 11. In the live broadcast room, almost half of the people had fallen to Young's side. But there were still a few hardcore fans who had been fans of Lin 11 since the beginning, believing in her and speaking up for her. At once, a polarized scene was presented. The hardcore fans were not affected by Brother Young, and while comforting Lin 11, they also rewarded her. And there were even people who wanted her personal VMS, wanting to transfer some money to her individually. Lin 11 was touched as she looked at the total interface of her reward amount, which had currently accumulated over $100,000. Although this money was simply enough to give her mother an operation, she still gratefully said thanks. When Song Soo came to the live broadcast room, this was what he saw. However, how could he have the leisure to think about what was really happening? He was still frantically clicking on the most expensive Ferris wheel within the platform just like last time. Immediately, under the consternation of a group of people, Lin 11's live room exploded once again. Ferris wheel, plus 10. Ferris wheel, 2000. This time, no one had the heart to calculate how long the Ferris wheel had been painted. They only knew that after waiting for a long time, they didn't see any sign of this Ferris wheel stopping, and Lin Wenwen's face was all covered up tightly. A deathly silence once again fell over the live broadcast room. Even Lin Wenwen was so shocked that she forgot to cry. The netizens came to their senses from the shock and counted with their fingers. A whole 2,000 Ferris wheels. 2 million? To be honest, the HJ live streaming platform wasn't considered much of a famous platform. So here, it was already rare to see a Big Brother with 100,000 or so rewards, not to mention one-time rewards that broke the million mark. This kind of bold Big Brother, there were only a handful of them. Someone noticed the ID account of the reward and exclaimed in the live broadcast room, ID 04051216. No way, the Big Brother has shown up. Now, not to mention Lin Wenwen, the netizens directly exploded. Chapter 52, where did you get so much money? Some people were frantically eyeing the account with the ID name 04051216 in the live broadcast room to express their admiration. Please Big Brother accept my knees. I want to be your little brother. Big Brother don't be impulsive. It's 3 million this month? Gosh, this platform is the first time this has happened, right? Share it with me, okay? At the same time, the live broadcast room also influxed a large number of people. After understanding the situation clearly, also have followed the trend of ate up this account they crazy worship. But after this account finished brushing 2 million, it disappeared once again. Seeing that the Big Brother didn't show up, these people were filled with wails of loss, and turned to envy Lin Wenwen, who was able to gain the favor of the Big Brother, and in less than a month, she was rewarded with 3 million. Her popularity directly soared. In the past, she couldn't even make it to the recommendation list, but right now, because of the new ID's reward of over $1 million on both occasions, she was able to directly beat the previous anchors who relied on sexiness to gain attention and had hundreds of thousands of followers, and became the leader of the live broadcasting platform. This even Lin Wenwen herself could not imagine, and in the eyes of netizens, this account holder, in addition to the tycoon money, is too much to spend. More mysterious. Never see him say a word, come up directly brush gifts even if, but also only pick the most expensive brush finished offline. He doesn't want to do anything, and seems to be here just to spend money. They had initially suspected that it was Lin Wenwen or her company directing themselves. After all, it was hard to believe that there would really be this kind of person who had more money than they could spend and didn't want anything. There were even people who thought that this person had been too impulsive in the moment and swiped by mistake, but both times it broke 1 million. This was obviously a conscious act. After all, who would mistakenly swipe twice in a row? These remarks then went uncontested. The only thing left, besides being shocked, was envy of Lin Wenwen. How did a big pie from the sky just hit her? Lin Wenwen's live room had once again been swiped by 2 million. A situation that was unprecedented in this live platform and even in Lin Wenwen's company. Coupled with the one from 10 days ago, it was only less than a month ago, and the account holder with ID 04051216 had swiped a total of 3 million for Lin Wenwen. It was impossible not to draw the attention of the platform and the company. After all, they were the ones who would get the biggest dividends. They believed that regardless of whether this mysterious person was willing to show up or not, as long as Lin Wenwen was there, then this big shot who spent money like gold would definitely keep on exporting money. Lin Wenwen instantly became the favorite of the company and the platform, and in order to attract more people to download the HJ Live platform, as well as to make profits for the company, they began to use the gimmick of exploding millions of brushstrokes to promote her in a variety of ways. Lin Wenwen's media company, in addition to cultivating netizens, was even more adept at marketing. This is not only the second day. This matter will be on the hot search list. On Weibo's 25th hot search list, a video where it was impossible to see the anchor's face and the screen was full of Ferris wheels made people feel that the video was full of money flavor. Anyone who saw it would unconsciously click on it, wanting to dip into the odor of money. Although the heat of this matter was not as high as the top of the list, it also attracted a lot of attention, and there were speculations about who this person who brushed 1 million gifts was. For a while, ID 04051216, this account became synonymous with Tycoon. Hai-Chun Hospital. Inside the multi-person ward, a woman with a withered face, temples already harboring white hair, and heavy breathing, was half lying on the bed. The doctor next to the bed inquired a few words, and took out his stethoscope to listen for a while, and then after a careful inspection, his face finally revealed a smile. The doctor said to Lin Wenwen, who was anxiously waiting for the results at the side, "Your mother's condition is very good. The surgery can be done today. I'll go make the arrangements first." After the doctor finished speaking, he gave a few more instructions on related matters before leaving the ward. It was only then that Lin Wenwen's frowning brows finally did stretch. She happily pulled her mother's hand and said excitedly, "Mom, it's great," the doctor said. "You're in good condition now. We'll do the surgery today." And you're in early-stage gastric cancer. The success rate is especially high. All the cases of early-stage gastric cancer surgeries in this hospital are successful. You don't need to worry about just keep a normal mind. Even though Lin Wenwen said so, what happens on the operating table? Where can she say? She was worried in her heart but smiled openly on her face. She didn't want her mother to worry about the surgery. But Lin's mother wasn't the only thing she was thinking about. Lin Wenwen's mother seemed to be agonizing over something. Agonizing for half a second before she held Lin Wenwen's hand tightly and asked, "Wenwen, tell mom honestly, where did you get so much money? Gastric cancer surgery? The operation fee alone should be 300,000 yuan, as well as the later recovery treatment. All down, 400,000 to 500,000 is certainly to have. But her own family, what conditions she will not be clearer than Lin Wenwen? How is it possible to pay all the money for the surgery in just 1 or 2 days? This had to make her doubtful. Chapter 53, New Mission. Spend all $100 million. As soon as Lin Wenwen met her mother's questioning eyes, she knew that her mother was thinking the wrong way. Hastily waving her hand, she said, "No, Mom, you know I've become an anchor in a company. It was a fan who gave me a reward yesterday." Lin mother took a serious look at Lin Wenwen. Her face did not ease. Instead, her brows tightened. Her grip on Lin Wenwen's hand tightened a few more points. "Mom, this disease can still last for a year and a half. There is no rush to do the surgery. And even if Mom dies, I don't want you to do something to betray yourself. Do you understand what Mom means?" How could Lin Wenwen not understand? And nodded her head obediently. Lin mother continued, "Then go and refund that surgery fee. Give it back to the person. There is no free lunch in the world." Lin Wenwen then realized that her mother was still misunderstanding herself, thinking that she was able to get so much money. It must have been because the other party made some request and she agreed to get it. Lin Wenwen was helpless and hurriedly explained, "Mom, it's really a fan with a particularly good heart. The last time I was attacked by a black fan, it was also him who helped me out. This time, it was also because he saw that I was in trouble that he stepped in to help, and never mentioned any quid pro quo, or asked me to return the favor or anything." Of course Lin Wenwen wouldn't tell her mother about Yang molesting herself. It would only make her mother worry more about herself. However, she didn't want her mother to misunderstand the mysterious person who kindly gave her a reward, so she used the black powder attack and skipped over the matter of Yang molesting herself. Saying that, Lin Wenwen opened her cell phone's hot search again, which she saw this morning. She clicked on the words related to herself on the hot search list and handed it to her mother, saying, "Look at it, it's all on the hot search. I really didn't lie to you. He didn't ask me to do anything, and he rewarded me. I'm not the only beneficiary. The platform and the company all have money to take." Lin mother does not know how to access the internet. She does not know how to play any live streaming apps, and her understanding of what Lin Wenwen said about anchors and netizens is only what she has heard from other people. Most middle-aged and elderly people don't like these things and don't look favorably on them, so naturally what came to her ears wasn't anything good. But her own daughter likes it, and in order to cure herself, everyday hard live broadcasting to earn money, she see in the eyes. At the same time, she is also very worried that her daughter will go astray. In order to earn money, do whatever it takes to do something to betray herself. The video in this hot list was the first time she had seen her daughter's live broadcast. It was only after Lin Wenwen's flurry of patient explanations that Lin's mother completely let go of her heart. "Then you must thank people properly, okay?" Lin mother finally instructed. Lin Wenwen nodded. Her heart was a little bitter. She also wanted to say thank you to that person, but they ignored her. She looked at the hot discussion in the hot search, and associated it with the scene of that person relieving herself twice. Her heart was indescribably touched. In her most difficult and needy times, it was this person who had reached out to her, helped her, and didn't want anything in return. Lin Wenwen gritted her teeth and once again opened the HJ Live broadcast platform, the message box that had never returned her message. She stared at the unread message and thought for a moment, still planning to send a new message again. "Hello, this is Lin Wenwen. I really appreciate your reward. Thanks to your blessing, my mom will be able to have an operation today. My mom has an early stage of stomach cancer, but stomach cancer spreads quickly. If it wasn't for this money from you, my mom's condition might have worsened at some point. If she was gone, I wouldn't know how to live alone in the world. I'll do everything I can to repay you for saving my life." Lin Wenwen held these words in her heart all night. She and her mother were dependent on each other. She really dare not imagine what would happen to her if she lost her mother. She was very grateful to this person from the bottom of her heart, but after waiting for a long time, the message was still unread. Lin Wenwen lowered her head with some loss. Song-soo was completely unaware that his unintentional actions had caused a storm, and he didn't have the heart to care about that right now. He looked at the newly released mission within the system and had a bit of a headache. The cash gift package has been issued. 100 million has been safely transferred to the host's bank card in a reasonable and legal name. Please ask the host to spend all the 100 million of the cash gift package in January. Punishment content, impotence for 3 months. Song-soo rubbed his eyes and tried to keep himself awake, reading the system's message over and over again. Impotence 3. March? Is this so cruel? System, can't you accumulate some virtue and be a bit kinder to your own host? Song-soo sighed heavily, agonized to death. He suddenly felt that the tasks arranged by the system in front of him to spend tens of millions of dollars in a dozen days were simply too easy. Compared to that, this task was much harder. Calling him to spend all 100 million in January? That's $100 million. Then look at the perverted punishment. Since the first time he completed the mission, this punishment never appeared again. Song-soo thought for a while that the system had a clear conscience and he wouldn't encounter it again. Unexpectedly, the system gave him a surprise. 3 days had directly turned into 3 months. 90 days. This number alone could make Song-soo think of the serious consequences of not completing his mission. Chapter 54, Acquiring a New Type of Game. Song-soo softened his head in annoyance. Buy a house? But he already has. Haicheng to buy a house has restrictions. If he wants to buy another billion mansion, according to the relevant procedures to do the formalities, to wait for all the formalities down, a month time is simply not enough. Buy a car? How many cars do I have to buy? And then buy his garage cannot be parked. Buy a company? Just thinking about this, Song-soo immediately shook his head no. There are so many companies begging to be sold every day, and there are not many companies worth $100 million on the market. This kind of company is usually more successful in their own field is a certain achievement. How can a company that can bring value to its own interests say sell? And it also happened to let him come across it. Song-soo thought of several other possibilities, but they were all rejected one by one. While Song-soo was still agonizing, the system beep interrupted his thoughts. Ding! The host hasn't drawn a lottery today. Daily draw. 1 chance a day. Currently there is no accumulation function. The next day will be cleared. May I ask if the host draws? Song-soo then remembered that he had been agonizing over how to spend the 100 million today, and had forgotten about the lottery. Wait a minute. Song-soo noticed the system's words and whirled around to ask. There's no accumulation function at the moment. So that means there will be one afterward? Is that what it means? The system paused for a moment, seemingly thinking, and said, please develop it on the host's own. Song-soo suppressed his desire to spit out fragrance, but the system's words kind of made him understand that the system could be upgraded. But it just didn't know if the system would upgrade itself when it reached a certain time period, or if it needed some kind of opportunity to do so. He had only developed one at the moment, knowing that completing a mission within 10 minutes would give him a chance to draw a prize, and that was all. The rest, take your time. Song-soo took a deep breath, not intending to smack his lips with the system, and said, drawl, ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining a new type of game, in full development, ding. This game has been fully developed and can be put on the shelves at any time. Requirement: this game needs to be promoted nationwide within January before it can be put on the shelves. Does the host want to receive this new game? If you want to receive it, the host needs to fulfill the requirements within the stipulated time. If it is detected that the requirements are not fulfilled within the stipulated time, the system will automatically take back the game if you want to receive it. The host needs to fulfill the requirements within the stipulated time. Song-soo's eyes lit up. Isn't this just right? Marketing promotion is the most costly. In January, one after another big promotion of it. Where to burn money, where to do marketing is not just right. Will he still worry about this 100 million not being able to spend it? Moreover, he can also give this promotion project to a company specializing in public relations. He only needs to tell them that they must spend the promotion costs he gave them in January is not on the line. Handing over this hot money to someone else and letting them think about how to spend it. Wouldn't he just be all relaxed? Not bad. This idea was perfect. At once, Song-soo broke the dilemma of how to spend the money, and already had several options within his heart to spend all of this 100 million, and hurriedly said, claim it. Of course I'll claim it. Song-soo had an idea in his heart. His mood was so good that he picked up his cell phone and intended to call the general manager Sun Yen to arrange the relevant matters. But on the plane of the cell phone, the upper left corner of the HJ Live app was clearly displaying the red numbers of 3 unread messages. Song-soo instantly clicked on them before seeing Lin Wenwen's message to herself. Song-soo's mind flashed back to the girl who was crying her eyes out when he entered the live broadcast room yesterday. Just as he clicked on it not long after, the other party seemed to know that he was reading the message and immediately sent a new message. Lin Wenwen, hello, I really appreciate your help. I would like to add your Weixin. It's more convenient. Do you think it's okay? Song-soo replied, yes. Almost the instant Song-soo finished replying, Lin Wenwen attached her Wei signal and kept instructing that she must add her. Song-soo was a little confused by her. Adding away signal was just a matter of adding away signal. Why did he feel that the other party was particularly excited? Song Soo didn't know why, and added Lin Wenwen's Weixin. Lin Wenwen passed in a second and then sent in WeChat. My name is Lin Wenwen. I'm really grateful to you for saving me twice. If it wasn't for you, I would probably have been dismissed from the company by now, and I probably wouldn't even be able to shell out the money for my mom's treatment and medication, not to mention the surgery. I would like to treat you to dinner and thank you in person. Please don't excuse yourself, otherwise my mom and I will have a bad conscience. Song Soo was confused. This mouthful of you made him a bit awkward, but a girl had said so. Wasn't it a bit unkind of him not to say yes? After thinking for a moment, Song Soo finally agreed. Lin Wenwen seemed to be very happy, and said several more words of thanks before ending the conversation with Song Soo. Chapter 55, How Dare You Kick Me? Lin Wenwen arrived at the company early in the morning this day. Her face was flushed, walking briskly. Her face was full of hard-to-hide smiles. It could be seen that she was in a good mood. The makeup she wore today was a few points more delicate than usual, and her white dress, with a layer of fine gauze attached to the outer layer, was plain yet elegant. It raised her introverted temperament by 1 degree at once. She worked very hard today, and once she was in a good mood, she was able to do everything with ease. Her mother's surgery had been very successful, and her future recovery would not be a problem. Most importantly, today was the day she and Song Soo had arranged to have dinner together, and her heart was filled with hard-to-conceal excitement. It wasn't until near the end of her shift, after Lin Wenwen saw Song Soo's Weixin, saying that he was coming to pick her up, that she instantly realized what was going on and became nervous. It was her first time to meet with a fan, or her own top one brother, and she already had some admiration for Song Soo in her heart, so it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. What's more, the other party was also a diamond bachelor. Lin Wenwen suddenly felt that the place she invited for dinner was a restaurant that didn't even have a star rating. Would the other party feel that it was too out of class and get angry or look down on her? For the first time, Lin Wenwen wished that time would go slower, because the closer she got to the end of her shift, the stronger her nervousness became, and even the little bit of anticipation in her heart had been forgotten because she was too nervous. 1-1. You're getting off work? Lin Wenwen's mind was still fantasizing about meeting Song Soo, simulating numerous possibilities in her mind, when she was pulled back by a low, muffled voice with a little bit of ambiguity mixed into the end of it. When she looked up, the man with a face that looked like he was in his 30s was dressed in a suit, with tan skin and a 3/7 pointed haircut, and was looking at himself with a smirk on his back. Lin Wenwen immediately stood up, bowed her head and respectfully called out, "Supervisor Zhou." Zhou Zhang nodded, looking at Lin Wenwen's well-behaved appearance. He was very satisfied. He ignored Lin Wenwen's evasion, and reached out to attach Lin Wenwen's head, rubbing it. Lin Wenwen's complexion obviously changed for a moment. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, she could only knit her brows, her pair of almond eyes turning wildly, somewhat at a loss as to how to resist, so as not to make her boss angry. She did not come to this company for a long time. When she interviewed, the interviewer was Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang saw her looks, but also a little charming feeling. Is their own have not met the type? The heart itch, on the spot on the employment of her, but also will be divided into their own under the personal with. Zhou Zhang said to do, really hand in hand. When Lin Wenwen realized Zhou's supervisor to their excessive enthusiasm, resolutely refused all the approach and show of goodwill. Zhou Zhang, but she is only a small employee, humble to the dust. How can fight over the company stayed for many years in charge? Zhou Zhang began to be dissatisfied with Lin Wenwen's refusal. All kinds of small shoes, not to Lin Wenwen's live room to attract traffic or suck powder planning, but also to suppress. Instead of giving Lin Wenwen a chance to plan for her live broadcast or to attract fans, she even suppressed her. In the long run, Lin Wenwen was never popular, and in the end, she faced the risk of being fired by the company. It wasn't until Song Soo appeared that she got out of her predicament. Ever since Song Soo had swiped $2 million for her, the company had also paid more attention to her, but Zhou Zhang had taken all the credit for it, saying that it was because he had taught her well. So much so, that even though Lin Wenwen was valued by the company, she still couldn't escape Zhou Zhang's control. Zhou Zhang's rough hand swam all the way to Lin Wenwen's shoulder, and also gestured gently patted. Looks like a leader to subordinates of the condolences in general, but that hand is unwilling to leave, dawdling for a while, only to come a few points closer to Lin Wenwen, laughing. Your recent performance is very good, but you can't be complacent, you know? How was your work today? I'm going to check it, Zhou Zhang said, and then turned around and walked behind Lin Wenwen, signaling her to sit down. His hand once again attached to her shoulder and his body deliberately leaned forward. Lin Wenwen's brows knitted tighter. Zhou Zhang was so close to him that he had the illusion that he was all about to stick to his body. This position was ambiguous and made her disgusted, until Zhou Zhang reached out his hand to try to hold her hand holding the mouse. Lin Wenwen tightly bit her lower lip, before she awkwardly drew back her hand. Just when Zhou Zhang still wanted to chase after Chen Shang, his buttocks received a heavy blow, and then tumbled to the ground. A cry of surprise rang out. Zhou Zhang obviously rolled twice before completely stopping, visible kicking him with not a small amount of force. The employees in the office who had not dared to say anything, now had stood up from their seats, stifling laughter as they watched the always pretentious supervisor's wretched appearance. What are you looking at? All of you don't want to do your job, do you? Zhou Zhan covered his aching buttocks and roared out as soon as he got up and saw the watching gazes cast by a group of people in the office. Only then did he look around for the culprit who had made a fool of himself. His eyes were fixed on the tall man standing directly in front of him, beside Lin Wenwen, dressed in a valuable high-fashion suit. He had his hands in his pockets, a creepy chill flowing between his eyebrows. His sword brows slightly furrowed as he looked down at Zhou Zhang. Who are you? You dare to kick me? Do you know who I am? I'm the brother-in-law of the general manager of this company. You dare to kick me? Even if you're a customer, this is not a place for you to be wild as a brat. Chapter 56, He's not someone you can mess with. Zhou Zhan was a great deal shorter than Song Su in height, but he wasn't willing to show weakness and raised his head to look at Song Su proudly. He pointed straight at Song Su and extremely impolitely scrutinized Song Su up and down for a few moments, adding, dressed like a man. TSK, I advise you to hurry up and apologize to me, or I'll tell my general manager brother-in-law. When he contacts the company you work for, you'll be waiting to be fired. Zhou Zheng determined that the young man in front of him was the sales that came to the company to seek cooperation, and his attitude was directly arrogant, hands wrapped around his chest, his eyes full of contempt. A young junior employee only, how dare you offend him? Really do not know the sky and the earth. He was going to teach this young man a good lesson today. To dare to bully him was to move the earth on the head of too many years old. Zhou Zhang, a call finished, narrowed his eyes and waited for the young man's apology, but waited for a long time, but did not wait. When he fixed his eyes, the man simply did not even look at himself. He asked Lin Wenwen if she was okay, and when he got a negative answer, he turned around with Lin Wenwen and planned to leave. After receiving a negative answer, he turned around with Lin Wenwen and planned to leave, never paying any attention to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang's threatening words felt like they hit soft cotton and bounced back. He was like a clown who was performing alone and not getting any applause. A sense of shame soared in the bottom of his heart and reached his brain. Zhou Zhang didn't care about his supervisor status. Like a city shrew, he rushed at Song Su and Lin Wenwen's back and threatened. Lin Wenwen, you have to recognize your identity. Leaving your post without my consent, I can fire you. Zhou Zhang was right. He had this power. Even if Lin Wenwen was currently up and coming, but so what? The company could train another anchor similar to her and take over her number to take her place. The company could promote her and also make her hit rock bottom in one day. Lin Wenwen's movements paused. Advancing was not an option. Staying was not an option. She hated Zhou Zhang, hated the fact that he was always hitting on her, but she needed this job. If she hadn't had any fans before, she probably wouldn't have cared. But this had just taken off, so how could she willingly give it up? Although her mother had finished her surgery, she still needed money for her later recovery treatment. But Song Su was clearly helping himself. How could she help Zhou Zhang refute Song Su's face? Seeing Lin Wenwen stop moving, Zhou Zhang felt that it was his threat that had worked. His attitude became even more arrogant, looking angrily at Song Su and said, you have to know that it's not just anyone you can offend. Get lost and don't let me see you again. We, Xianyao Media, can't possibly cooperate with a sales company that has employees like you who have no respect for their honor. Song Su was a bit annoyed. He didn't really want to waste too much time on this kind of person. Not to mention that this wasn't his own company. He didn't bother. He most despised this kind of villain who was bullying others and threatening his employees to bow down to him by using a chicken feather as an arrow. But this person was really disgusting to the stomach. He also saw Lin Wenwen's difficulty and stoicism, raised his eyebrows and asked Lin Wenwen, saying, is he your supervisor? What's the name? Lin Wenwen was sluggish for a moment, not understanding what Song Su was asking for, but still nodded and replied, Zhou Zhang. The name is righteous, but the person is not good, Song Su said, then took out his cell phone and dialed a call in front of everyone. As soon as the call was connected, the side obviously said a whole lot of words, and only after the side finished speaking did Song Su open his mouth. He looked at Zhou Zhang with cold eyes and hung up the phone after saying a few simple words. Song Su gestured for Lin Wenwen to sit down first, and found another chair for himself, sitting beside Lin Wenwen, seemingly waiting for something. Zhou Zhang looked at him as if he didn't want to care about him, feeling insulted. The anger in his heart grew even more. Covering his buttocks that hurt from the fall, he limped over to Song Su, pointing angrily at him, and just as he was about to open his mouth to hurl insults, he was stopped by a sudden angry roar from behind him. Zhou Zhang, what do you want? Zhou Zhang obviously gave a start, turned around and looked. It wasn't his boss Wang Hongda. Mr. Wang, it's this kid. He dared to spread wildness in our company. And kicked me. A broken sales is just a thing. I was about to kick him out of our company. Zhou Zhang did not see that Wang Hongda's eyes were not right. A posture of inviting credit. Condescendingly glaring at Song Su. Full of smugness. The boss is here. Let's see how long you kids dare to be arrogant. But the next second, Zhou Zhang was completely dumbfounded. Only to see Wang Hongda glaring fiercely at Zhou Zhang, shouting angrily, "He's not something you can mess with. Zhou Zhang, don't talk nonsense. Don't hurry up and get lost." Turning to Song Su with an apologetic face, he walked to Song Su with a fawning smile on his face and said, "Song Dong, why don't you inform me in advance when you're here, so I can go greet you?" Zhou Zhang looked at the young man in front of him incredulously. What did his boss just call him? Song Dong? Zhou Zhang fell into the depth of doubt. This kid looked only 25 years old, just stepped into the age of society. How could be what chairman? But in front of the eyes of the former high and mighty boss, even to the young man in front of him fawning and smiling, does not look like a fake ah? Chapter 57, A Dagger in a Smile. Wang Hongda wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, still full of smiles. Fujikawa recently came out with a new type of game, is currently bidding, looking for a suitable media company for their new game marketing promotion. The project amount is as high as $100 million. $100 million all for marketing and promotion. For media companies, this is a rare meat and potatoes ah. What's more, for a small media company like him, if he could bid on the project, he could earn more than just $100 million, and also enhance their company's strength and status in the industry. He has been busy in the past few days, bidding for the project book or his personal review and confirmation, in order to be able to get into the Fujikawa chairman Song Su's eyes. A bid. Just Fujikawa's chairman gave himself a phone call, said he was in his company. He was both excited and thrilled, thinking that Song Dong selected his company, came to inspect in advance. But who would have thought? Whereas selected is by their own company employees to anger, but also to remove their company's bidding qualifications. Wang Hongda at first still hold their own is also the company's boss of the frame. This hurt the other side to remove their company's bidding qualification. Scared and rushed over, hope that there is still room to fight for it. But Zhou Zhang hadn't realized Song Su's identity yet, and felt that his boss also thought too much of this arrogant man in front of him, even if he was the chairman of a certain company. What's wrong with that? Looking at him left and right, he reckoned that he was just a second-generation rich man, using his boss to compliment him like this? Zhou Zhang disdainfully skimmed his mouth and said, "To roll should also be his role. Mr. Wang, why do you need to be with him a rich second generation this kind of attitude? The staff can be watched it." Zhou Zhang straightened his stance and straightened his back a bit, smartly reminding Wang Hongda. Wang Hongda at least is the boss of the company. In front of the staff so fawning another young man, there is really a loss of face. But Wang Hongda will still care about these. See, 100 million of the project is about to go down the drain. His company do not know whether it can last until next year, although the net red live money, but also will cost a lot of capital costs and the current income is minimal, simply cannot earn a few dollars. Wang Hongda just thought about how to salvage the project, and then remembered to cause himself to lose the bidding qualification is not the person in front of him. Dog's eyes look at people low. See Song Dong Young, contempt for people, but also spoke out of turn offended Song Dong. Wang Hongda was furious, angrily pointed at Zhou Zhang and drank. "Zhou Zhang, I heard the general manager's recommendation before hiring you. I didn't expect you to have one thing on your face and one thing behind your back. Your behavior is so bad. How dare you molest the female employees of the company? You are fired. Get lost. Don't come to the company in the future." Zhou Zhang was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard wrong, pointing at Song Su and wondering, just because of him? Who do you think he is? He is the chairman of Fujikawa. You are not unaware of how important that project is to our company. How dare you? Wang Hongda was furious with his face. His hand clenched into a fist, sighed heavily, called the company's security guards and helplessly said, "Zhou Zhang is no longer an employee of our company. Don't let him in the future." Before Zhou Zhang could recover from his shock, he was dragged by the security guard in front of the entire company and thrown out of the company. When he exited the doorway, he also saw the general manager's brother-in-law standing in the doorway, shaking his head at him with eyes full of disappointment. Wang Hongda saw that the person had left, and took out the project plan made from the folder, before looking at Song Su and laughing. "Song Dong, which company doesn't have this kind of person? Blame me for not recognizing people well. But you see, the project plan our company has done well. I am very confident in this plan. Our company also has a certain strength. It's not worth hurting the peace between our two companies for this matter. Don't you think this bidding qualification?" Song Su laughed coldly in his heart. Wang Hongda, the surface modesty, full of apologies, the heart is probably not so think, is really a smile hiding a knife. on the surface is to stop the culpability. In fact, shirka clean. The implication is that every company has this kind of villain. Their company is not coincidentally encountered by his Song-soo. Words are permeated with a Song-soo is too fussed about the meaning of the words. This is in the dark irony him ah. Song-soo's eyes changed, which raised his eyes to Wang Hongda, got up and pushed away the planner handed over by Wang Hongda and laughed. Mr. Wang, why don't we move to the conference room to talk? Song-soo's attitude was gentle. Wang Hongda thought that his words had worked. Song-soo was now going to look at their plan. No surprise, may not have to wait until the bidding day. Directly internalized. Wang Hongda excitedly invited Song-soo into the meeting room. Before Song-soo entered the conference room, he smiled at Lin Wonwon and told her to wait for him. Lin Wonwon had long been dumbfounded by Song-soo's identity and could only nod her head dumbfounded. Chapter 58 Buying Xian Yao. Song-soo and Wang Hongda had just entered the conference room on the front foot, and the whole office exploded on the back foot. Discussions were endless, and those who were familiar with Lin Wonwon and those who weren't were all coming forward at this time, asking about Song-soo. Wonwon, who is he? Is he your boyfriend? Too handsome. Your boyfriend's kick just now was so dominant. Jian was still screaming in pain when he was just carried out. As soon as Lin Wonwon heard someone say that Song-soo was her boyfriend, her face rubbed red and she quickly waved her hand and said, "No, he's my first brother in the live room, and he seems to have a girlfriend." Lin Wonwon remembered that in Song-soo's circle of friends, she had seen a photo of him and another girl together, so she dropped her eyes with some disappointment. In fact, she was more surprised than anyone else present about Song-soo's identity. She had only thought that the other party was at most a rich second generation with too much free money, but who would have thought that he was a successful boss, and his own boss even nodded to him. In this way, it seems that Song-soo's status is very high. She was a bit inferior. She was a small net red. What virtue and ability could she get such a person's favor? The one who gave you a reward of $3 million in January? No way. It's him? I thought it was some creepy old man. The girl on the side wearing a JK uniform with two pigtails opened her mouth wide in surprise, not daring to believe it. She looked back and forth at Lin Wonwon and couldn't help but sigh. Wonwon, I simply can't compare. I really envy you. You can have such a rich big shot to give you a reward, but also every time it's a reward of millions of dollars. And just now, he even relieved you? And looking at our boss's attitude, he must have a very high status. Such a domineering fan. I also want to have one. Nay, the sky is not as good as people want it to be. How come the gap is so big? Jealous and chagrined, the girl struggled to nuzzle her mouth and could only sigh in resignation. Song Anchi was an anchor that Xianyao Media had been promoting, and she was highly favored by netizens due to her proud figure and delectable looks. She hadn't crossed paths with Lin Wonwon too much, and instead had always somewhat despised her. A person who had received $3 million in rewards just for singing, and in just a few days had already far surpassed her in terms of both water flow and number of fans, telling her how to be convinced. Seeing so many people surrounding Lin Wonwon, her heart was not happy and she held her breath. And when she passed by Lin Wonwon, she even deliberately bumped into her. Song-soo and Wang Hongda stayed in the conference room for nearly half an hour, and Wang Hongda even called Lin Wonwon in with a black face halfway through. The crowd was confused and unsure. Inside the conference room, Song-soo and Wang Hongda sat opposite each other. Wang Hongda was obviously not looking too good, but it wasn't anger. Rather it was like he had encountered something difficult and was torn. The color of his eyes when he looked at Lin Wonwon also changed again and again. From the disdain at the beginning, it became somewhat deeper. Lin Wonwon was a little uncomfortable being stared at by him and shrunk her neck. Song-soo beckoned Lin Wonwon to sit next to him, took out a temporary printed contract and placed it in front of Lin Wonwon. Song-soo looked at Lin Wonwon and said, "Are you willing to do me a favor?" Lin Wonwon was unsure, and without asking what the favor was, she nodded. Song-soo was the one who had saved her several times, and was also considered to be the one who had saved her mother's life. Lin Wonwon thought to herself, Song-soo had opened his mouth. There was no reason for her to refuse, and she would be willing to help no matter what the favor was. Song-soo smiled gently and turned his head to Wang Hongda. "Mr. Wang, you can sign the contract now." Wang Hongda took the pen and turned over the contract book in front of him. Still some hesitated to put down the pen. Seeing this, Song-soo, with a tone of silk comfort, said, "Mr. Wang, if we, Fujikawa, want to invite bids, we will naturally get to know each and every bidding company. Xianyao Media has already existed in name only, or else you wouldn't be so interested in this bidding opportunity. But even if I let you reinstate this bidding qualification, how much certainty do you have that you can win against those media companies that are all listed? Instead of waiting for a few months for the company to completely run out of business, go bankrupt and close down, and you owe a bunch of debts, it would be better to transfer it out now." After hearing this, Wang Hongda's tightly knit brows only stretched out, sighed heavily and said, Hey, Dong Song, you're right. Wang Hongda used to work for many years, saved some money, 2 years ago, felt that he had a bit of connections, so he planned to start his own business. The company began to take off a bit, earn more, but who would have thought that it is a high start and low end? Only insisted on more than a year. The company is facing bankruptcy. He did not believe in evil, borrowing money and loans to hang on, but has not been able to make ends meet. The surface is bright, but inside has been empty. He can only hope that the bidding, but Song Su is right. In the many peer companies, the strength of his company than the company abounds. They have no chance of winning Xianda. If they were to throw their money away, they might as well take the money Song Su gave them and make a new way out. Now Song Su is willing to buy Xianya Media. It is also a good thing. Just this company is also his best efforts, with all his heart and soul to operate. A moment to say sell, but also a little reluctant to give up. Wang Hongda no longer hesitate. Signed and sealed. Wang Hongda heavy sigh of relief. The burden on the body is finally put down. The whole body and mind are much more comfortable. Chapter 59 Lin Wenwen becomes a company owner? After Song Su signed the contract with Wang Hongda, he turned to sign the contract with Lin Wenwen. After Lin Wenwen read the contract in front of her, she was shocked and speechless. Only after half a second did she shake her head repeatedly. This won't work. You bought this company. How can you put the company in my name? Song Su smiled and said, didn't you just say you are willing to do me a favor? But, Lin Wenwen was a bit at a loss for words. Where could this be considered a favor? It's written in her name, and also gave her shares. She got a company for no reason. Not to mention how can she be so capable of being the boss of a company? Song Su saw her thoughts and said, you don't have to worry. There's still me. The money I bought this company is considered as a share. You also have a certain share. You can get dividends every year. You can take it as helping me to share the burden. In fact, the reason why Song Su had temporarily decided to buy Xianyao Media was because it occurred to him that although the system would keep giving him missions and keep pumping money into his bank card, none of that money was his own in principle, and those had to be spent within a specified period of time. When he thought about it, the only deposit he had on hand that really belonged to him was merely the $1 million that the Li family had returned to him. That's why he thought of buying this company and tendering himself to do it himself. It was also considered to be a reasonable laundering of the system's money into his own hands. He hadn't wanted to transfer this company to Lin Wenwen's name, but when he was negotiating with Wang Hongda, the system gave a warning that doing so would not be recognized by the system as a mission completion, and would still be punished, since blatantly placing it under his name would not work. What about changing the legal person? Song Su then thought of Lin Wenwen and wanted to write Xianyao Media under Lin Wenwen's name. Seeing that the system didn't stop it, it meant that this method was feasible. Lin Wenwen ended up signing the contract. After all, she had already promised in advance. After all the things have been discussed, Wang Hongda received the money from Song Su, and his heart did not have any discomfort. Instead, he felt relieved and was happy to carry the money alone. Wang Hongda left the conference room, came to the center of the company, lightly coughing twice to signal everyone to be quiet, said, in the future, this company is Lin Wenwen's. Song Dong is also the largest shareholder of this company. You will listen to Wenwen and Song Dong in the future. They are your new boss. After saying that, Wang Hongda quickly packed up his things, and then excitedly took the money and left, leaving behind the people present at the company, wide-eyed and unable to convert their brains for a moment. They looked at Lin Wenwen incredulously. Lin Wenwen was her co-worker 1 second, but she became her boss the next? Moreover, listening to Wang Hongda's meaning, it was still this tycoon fan of Lin Wenwen's who bought it and gave it to Lin Wenwen. This had to make them extremely skeptical of life. But why did Song Su give the company to Lin Wenwen? The crowd was puzzled and puzzled. Wait, they thought of something. It all boiled down to Lin Wenwen being molested by Zhou Zhang. Song Su couldn't see past it and stepped in to save her, and Zhou Zhang didn't take it well enough to speak out. Song Su did not bother to do it himself, so he called the boss. He not only let the boss fire Zhou Zhang not to mention, but also bought the whole company. In a sense it is also considered to have fired the boss. In the end, he also gave the company to Lin Wenwen. The crowd was shocked as they finally smoothed out the cause and effect. In this way, it seems that Song Su's behavior of buying this company is completely because his favorite woman was angry in the company. In order to coax the woman to be happy, directly to the woman to buy a whole company. The unknown crowd kept on brainstorming, and even brainstormed a scene of a domineering president. I didn't expect that there would really be such a domineering president-like person. The crowd's eyes changed as they looked at Lin Wenwen. What they were most confused about at this moment was it more appropriate to call Lin Wenwen the boss? Or should it be more appropriate to call the boss's wife? Lin Wenwen was made very uncomfortable by the strange gazes cast by the crowd, awkwardly tugging at the corner of her mouth. She didn't know what to say. Song Su walked up a few steps at this time, smiled gently and said, "Let's stop here today. I'll treat everyone to dinner. At these words, the crowd excitedly uttered words of thanks and hurriedly began to pack up their things and turn off their computers. If you're not active after work, there's something wrong with your brain. Song Anchi, who was at her workstation, bit her lower lip tightly and clenched her fists unwillingly. She and Lin Wonwon entered the company at the same time, and no matter if it was the daily live stream or the number of fans, she had always been too much better than Lin Wonwon. Why was she so lucky to be favored by Song Soo? Why would this kind of diamond bachelor look at her? Song Anchi was jealous. She looked deeply at Song Soo. She thought she was 100 times better than Lin Wonwon in terms of body and looks, and with a little bit of seduction, any man would fall under her garnet skirt. Song Soo is very handsome, and his reward is $1 million, and after only a few days of contact with Lin Wonwon, he bought her a company. She felt that as long as she fell into Song Soo's eyes, even if she was just a lover, it was better than whispering for rewards in the live broadcast room. Song Anchi made up her mind. She must seduce Song Soo. Chapter 60 Netflix. Song Anchi. Inside the Hai Chang Grand Hotel, Song Soo was sitting on the main seat. Lin Wonwon was sitting on Song Soo's left side, and on his right side was the company's general manager, Lin Hai. Lin Hai was dressed in a suit, and at this time, he was already red in the face from drinking. He picked up his wineglass and said to Song Soo and Lin Wonwon, "Song Dong, Zhou Zhang has always been very observant in front of me. I didn't expect to be a moralistic person. AI, let's not talk about it. Thanks to Song Dong for not taking into account the past suspicions. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Lin Hai poured the wine cup full and directly drank it all in one go. The words were also said because he was afraid that Song Soo would have other ideas, so he dried up first. Song Soo did not say anything. Naturally, it is not possible to this matter so simple to this over. The new official 3 fire, naturally have to burn a burn, otherwise the whole company is their own temperament words. Not all have to ride to their head? Lin Hai saw Song Soo after this reaction. Then Hem and Ha laughed twice, and punished himself with 2 cups of wine. Song Soo, before stretching out his hand, said with a smile, "This matter, you can't be blamed for this. Today I'm treating you. I just hope everyone can eat well and play well." The moment Song Soo said this, Lin Hai's heart was put back into his stomach. Just now Song Soo's appearance of not saying anything really scared Lin Hai. Afraid of being angry because of this, Hai Chang Grand Hotel, Song Soo was chartered the entire top floor. The top floor was a meeting area, a play area and a large swimming pool. Lin Hai is a person who can do things. Always feel that Song Soo bought Xianyao, not only for Lin Wonwon. After all, Xianyao is the most famous, is not the beauty is more well. After the two of them had a few drinks, Lin Hai brought Song Soo to the front of the pool. At this time by the pool, the lights were shining. I don't know when. The little girls in the company were wearing swimsuits and started playing in the water. After Lin Hai gave a wink to Song Anchi, who was wearing a white swimsuit on the side, he said to Song Soo with a flattering face, "Dong Song, Xiao Qi would like to toast you. She has always been our Xianyao's big anchor. The company's running water is all contributed by her. Quite a few big brothers. They all like Xiao Qi." When Lin Hai's words fell, Song Anchi walked over with a hiring curl. The white swimsuit, just the right amount of what should be leaked and what should be covered, appeared even more seductive. Song Anchi's body is more hot than Lin Wonwon for a few points. Exquisite posture, convex and curved. No wonder it can attract a lot of big brother in the live room to give him a reward. Song Anchi had always been very flattering to Lin Hai, unlike Lin Wonwon who was so insensitive. So after Song Anchi gave Lin Hai the word that she wanted to develop a bit with Song Soo, Lin Hai was moved. Lin Hai was originally unsure of what kind of person Song Soo was. If he could send one of his own to Song Dong's bed, then wouldn't his future be assured? So these two people hit it off right away. Originally, the top floor of this Haichang hotel, although Song Soo rapped down, but also did not think of letting female employees wear swimsuits to play here. Involved in this way, but also all Lin Hai made a ghost. He only said in the group, Haichang Hotel Penthouse Chartered, there is a swimming pool. A sentence. No girls understand. This is not all dared to start comparing beauty. Also let wearing a swimsuit. Song Anchi looks not so abrupt. Compared to the rest of the girls in the company, Song Anchi was the most confident. After all, she looked down at herself and smiled even more charmingly for a few minutes. Song Anchi raised her eyes, took a glass of red wine, twisted her waist, and walked towards Song Soo with a trembling step. Chapter 61 Lin Hai's Temptation. Lin Wonwon was a conservative and didn't know how to use water, but she still changed into a swimsuit under Song Anchi's yin and yang. But the too revealing swimsuit made her uncomfortable and she ended up putting on a white tee over the outer layer. Song Anchi saw Lin Wonwon sitting next to Song Soo from afar, her mouth opening and closing to say something, and every now and then she even lowered her head to hide her smile, a shy look that was really piercing. She couldn't help but look Lin Wonwon up and down, and when she saw the white tee on Lin Wonwon's body, she couldn't help but sneer, and then she held her head up even higher. In her eyes, Lin Wenwen is just a green tea that relies on pretending to be innocent to get to the top. No face, no body, what to rely on to earn with her. She deliberately encouraged Lin Wenwen to change into a bathing suit. She, the flower, still needs to be accompanied by green leaves to better show her proud figure. Song Yanqi carried a red wine glass, consciously and elegantly stood in front of Song Su, deliberately bending slightly before sitting down, crossing her little fingers, raising her wine glass and smiling coquettishly. Song Dong, my name is Song Yanqi. You can just call me Chi-Chi. Lin Wenwen and I entered the company at the same time. I didn't expect that from today onwards. I'll have to call her boss. You don't know. The company's co-workers are envious, Song Yanqi said, and moved her body closer to Song Su for a few minutes. One hand also attached Song Su's hand smoothly. The soft hand rubbed over, and then put it back. The action was extremely natural, like an unintentional small move. Song Su frowned slightly, glanced at Song Yanqi, smiled faintly and did not say anything, just nodded slightly, clinked glasses with her, took a sip of wine, and then did not look at her again. Song Su was also considered to have read countless people, and the 2 years of intense work he had previously done to fulfill the Li family's conditions had given him enough experience to be several times more than his peers. Song Yanqi's small mind, when the other party walked in with a twisted posture, he had already seen through it. He had always disliked these climbing tricks in the workplace, willing to do anything for profit, without principles. How could he not know that there was also Lin Hai's scheming in this? That Lin Hai had a deep mind and wanted to test himself through Song Yanqi. After all, the company suddenly changed leadership. Lin Wenwen also became his top boss. How his heart will not be happy. After all, Lin Hai is a person who has been in the society for several years. Otherwise it is not possible to achieve today's position. His brother-in-law Zhou Zhang and he simply cannot compare. He also knew that Lin Wenwen did not have the decision-making power. The real power is in the hands of Song Su, so he eagerly wanted to explore Song Su's bottom. Song Su's mouth pulled up the arc, like a smile, glanced at the side of the Lin Hai, did not say anything. Lin Hai, how refined, immediately understood Song Su's meaning. This is to his own call to Song Yanqi to test his behavior and dissatisfaction. Lin Hai wiped the instantaneous false sweat on his forehead. His mouth was a little dry and he swallowed. He had been in the workplace for so many years and had always considered himself to be quite shrewd, but he hadn't expected Song Su to have some sophistication in him that didn't quite match his age. It was obvious that he had seen through his true intentions at a glance. Lin Hai smiled and toasted with Song Su, and when he toasted, his body was bent up, and the rim of the cup was 3 inches lower than before, as if he was expressing his apologies. Song Su smiled, and said without moving, Manager Lin Wenwen is new to the job, and will have to ask you for more help in the future. Although Song Su was dissatisfied with Lin Hai's practice of testing himself, Xianyao had just changed ownership, and Lin Hai was the person who knew Xianyao the best, and was also considered the backbone of the company, and could not be dismissed easily. The good thing is that Lin Hai is smart enough to understand with a glance, and only need to warn and knock some can be. After Song Su finished, Lin Wenwen also smoothly picked up the wine glass and said a few words of courtesy. Lin Wenwen was nervous in her heart, but on her face, she followed Song Su's example and pretended to be calm. In the past, when Wang Hongda was not in the company, Lin Hai was the one who had the most power. Lin Wenwen was just a small staff at that time. She couldn't talk to Lin Hai as the general manager at all. In addition, Lin Hai has always been an overbearing look in the company. She would be even more afraid to talk, but now it was different. Her identity had changed, and Song Su was also beside her, so she immediately had a bottom line in her heart. After all, one can't always be unenterprising and coy. How can one stand next to Song Su and help him manage the company well? Lin Hai's face was full of smiles. His not-so-large eyes were squinting into a slit as he nodded his head and said, Song Dong, saying please be more formal, this is my part. After saying that, he drank the wine in the cup in one go. He saw that Song Su's face had slightly eased, before he went to talk with some of the company's executives on the side. But Song Yanqi on the side didn't look too good. She is shallow and can't see this. She only wants to be a rich wife, and wants to fly up to the branch to become a phoenix. But after she just toasted, Song Su did not give himself a wink. Like a perfunctory toast to the staff, the heart cannot help but give birth to a wave of sourness. Chapter 62 Lin Wenwen's Heart, where Song Yanqi was willing to admit defeat just like that, fiddling a bit closer to Song Su, striking up a conversation with him intentionally or unintentionally. However, she had to admire that no matter what Song Yanqi did, she could act extremely naturally, as if the actions were made logically. The voice was also deliberately pinched, and there was also pettiness between jokes and jokes, and her hand also slid in Song Su's hand from time to time without thinking, and she stared at Song Su with affection. Women know women best, and Lin Wenwen didn't understand what Song Yanqi was up to. Her eyes rolled over the two of them, and when she saw that Song Su didn't reject Song Yanqi's proximity either, Her eyes were filled with a nervous look. She clenched her pink fists, her clenched lower lip losing its color. But what could she do? She and Song-soo had only known each other for a few days and had only met for the first time today, and she didn't have any relationship with Song-soo. So what qualifications did she have to speak? Lin Wonwon was so nervous in her heart that her eyes fluttered about, unable to focus, so upset that she picked up a glass of wine on the side and took a sip. Song-soo sighed when he saw this. He understood Lin Wonwon's feelings. From the time he first met with Lin Wonwon, this little nymph looked at herself in the wrong way. Even if he was slow, he could feel it, but he couldn't give a response. Nor could he. He already had Shang Ruoan, that little girlfriend who had liked him for 6 years. When he thought of Shang Ruoan, her warmth seemed to be lingering in his arms, and a warmth gradually rose in Song-soo's heart, which accumulated more and gradually filled the entire heart. Song-soo's mind was filled with Shang Ruoan's little pink face, and he couldn't help but laugh softly. He turned to Lin Wonwon and advised her that drinking is harmful to the body, stopping her from wanting to pour her own behavior, and then called Lin Hai, and after telling the two of them a few words, he got up and left the restaurant. Song Yanchi had been left out to dry, and was unhappy in her heart. Just now she had been talking to herself. Song-soo just perfunctorily said a few sentences, and finally left without even sharing a glance with her. In front of Song-soo, she seemed to be an air person. She looked at Song-soo's back and stomped her feet in anger and resentment. She also looked at Lin Wonwon who was at the side, and couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could she really not even compare to this Lin Wonwon who didn't even have a full figure? Moreover, Lin Hai even regarded Lin Wonwon as the boss of the company, calling her Mr. Lin, which made Song Yanchi even more dissatisfied. Song Yanchi's eyes turned, remembering what Song-soo had just said to Lin Hai, asking him to help Lin Wonwon. Thinking of this, she had an idea in her mind. It seemed that Song-soo still valued Lin Hai. Lin Hai was the general manager, and in Song-soo's absence, Lin Hai was the biggest in the company. So as long as she had a good relationship with manager Lin, wouldn't there be more chances for her to get close to Song-soo? Song Yanchi felt that she was simply too smart, so she picked up her wine glass again and walked to Lin Hai's side. Acquiring Xianyao Media was something completely unexpected. However, Song-soo didn't just casually, in a moment of hot-headedness, or as Lin Hai and Song Yanchi thought, intended to acquire Xianyao in order to take the heat out of Lin Wonwon. Wang Hongda's words were true. Xianyao has strength, but this strength lies in the people. According to Song-soo understanding, Xianyao have a group of very good marketing planning team, and every one of them have at least more than 10 years of marketing experience. Strange to say, Wang Hongda does not have any ability to run the company, but recruiting talent, the ability to poach is very strong. Recruited into the company are people with a certain strength. These, from the Xianyao early with other companies to cooperate in the planning program can be clearly seen. However, Wang Hongda went in the wrong direction, with the tide to go with what the road of the net read live, but do and do not do well, and finally hard to the marketing planning of the company into the current messy look. It is no wonder that the company will not be able to make ends meet and is about to face closure. Song-soo cannot help but sigh. Obviously a good hand of cards, froze by Wang Hongda played as splintered. He made a phone call to Sun Yen, then told Sun Yen that he had acquired Xianyao Media. Sun Yen natural surprise, Xianyao is his report with Song-soo bidding company. Song-soo reluctantly left, intends to bidding day first look at their planning again. It can be seen that Song-soo was not optimistic about Xianyao Media, but how this turn of the eye will buy Xianyao. Figure what? Sun Yen does not quite understand, but did not ask, since Song-soo a few days ago, took a new type of game on the market are not yet given to him. Let him bidding. Song-soo was impressed. He tried to play that game, no matter from the theme or the gameplay model. It is very novel, and the experience is very strong. It can make him as a person who can never be addicted to the game have the desire to devote himself to it. Being able to make this game with an original idea shows how strong Song-soo's ability is. Therefore, he felt that Song-soo had bought Xianyao, must have a long-term vision and saw something that he could not see at the moment. Sun Yen was also surprised for just a moment then said, "Then I'll cancel all the other companies' bids." Song-soo simply answered and continued, "The game release date, also do it in advance. Just set it at." Song-soo looked at the calendar table. The table was marked with a notation on the 27th. Set it on the 26th. 3 days later, Song-soo said. Sun Yen answered and chatted with Song-soo some more about matters related to the release date, and then each hung up the phone. Chapter 63, What I Like, They Will Surely Like Too. Song-soo thought back, since he went to college, he almost never went home. The first 2 years of college, New Year's Day will go back a few days. From the beginning of the third year, until now, even the New Year's Day have not gone back. Even if they go back just to do business, stay not long and then hurriedly left. He had a hard time during that time. He just graduated from the world is not deep. Even if the university part-time job saved some money, but rent, looking for a job and so on, All of these have to spend money. Simply not enough. Later, when he managed to earn some money and stabilized a bit, he proposed to Li Yin. But who would have thought that Li Fu and Zhao Yaping would not allow them to get married without a dowry and a marital home? He had no choice but to borrow money from his family in order to marry Li Yin at that time, and his parents, after learning that they were marrying their daughter-in-law, even pulled out the family's money, and never complained a word. He recalled his parents once excitedly saying that they wanted to meet their future daughter-in-law, Li Yin, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. If mom and dad knew that he had broken up with Li Yin, I don't know what they would think. At one point, they thought that they and Li Yin were engaged to be married, and had been planning to hold a banquet at home, and had been bragging to the outside world about how good their daughter-in-law was. But things didn't work out the way they were supposed to, and the parents would probably be very upset if they knew what happened afterward. The reason why Song-soo set the sale date on the 26th was because on the 27th was Song-dad's birthday. He hadn't been back in 4 years, and every year, even on the second old man's birthday, he hurriedly made a video and sent a red envelope over. When his birthday, his parents will give him the red envelope money again, and even more, for fear that he will be too hard to go out alone. Thinking of this, Song-soo's heart sank. He intends to arrange the company's things in these days. 27 will go back to his hometown, a long time to accompany his father to have a good birthday. Song-soo also thought, he and Li Yin break up, parents will be sad, but Sad is also afraid that he cannot marry a daughter-in-law. They cannot hold grandchildren, but their worry is obviously superfluous. He now has a girlfriend but if he told his parents that he had a girlfriend in this situation, they would definitely think it was a lie he made up to comfort them. Even if there was a picture, it was probably faked. He knew his parents too well, they would definitely think so. The best way to make them believe it was to let them see it with their own eyes. With this thought, Song-soo called Shang Ruan. Just as the phone was connected, a familiar voice came from over there. Brother Song-soo. The sweet and sticky voice surrounded his ears. Song-soo seemed to smell that faint gardenia fragrance again, which was refreshing. Zoe Wan, are you at home or at school now? Song-soo looked at the gradually darkening sky and asked with a smile. At school. Why? Are you coming to pick me up? But I promised my roommate to stay at school today, eh? Shang Ruoan playfully replied between her giggles. Between her words she vaguely heard her roommate's teasing voice. She then added, but if you come to pick me up, I don't care about roommates or anything else, Shang Ruoan said with a petulant tone. Just after she finished speaking, Song-soo heard a burst of complaints and laughing and joking sounds coming from the other side of the phone. Song-soo seemed to be affected by the fiery and playful atmosphere on Shang Ruoan's side, and couldn't help but hook his lips and laugh out loud. What if I monopolize you every day and your roommate breaks with you? Turning to Song-soo, he pretended to be serious again. I won't steal you from your roommate today, but as compensation, you'll accompany me back to my hometown in 3 days. The other side of the phone seemed to be flabbergasted for a long time before asking with some excitement in his voice, somewhat cautiously, is, going to see your uncle and aunt? Song-soo responded after the other side fell into silence again. Can only hear some thin breathing, very heavy and urgent. If you are not willing. Song-soo hadn't finished his sentence when he was eagerly interrupted by the other end of the phone. No, I am very willing. Just, what if uncle and aunt don't like me? Shang Ruoan jammed half a dozen times, because too nervous actually stuttered a little. It won't. What I like, they will definitely like it too. Song-soo affirmed. On the other side of the phone, Shang Ruoan's mind kept recalling these words, and her face instantly turned red. Was this considered brother Song-soo's confession to himself? Shang Ruoan laughed shyly like a few times, and finally agreed in response. Chapter 64, Jealous? For 3 days in a row, Song-soo bounced between the two companies. As Song-soo expected, Xianyao's marketing plan was more in line with the current market than what the other company presented, with stronger control of details in all aspects. Apparently, Song-soo was very satisfied with their plan, so he left the implementation of the marketing promotion plan to Xianyao. Song-soo was fully occupied with the various matters of the game's shelving. After everything was taken care of and the last remaining follow-up work was explained clearly, it was already the afternoon of the 26th. When Song-soo went to the university to pick up Shang Ruoan, he coincidentally ran into Guo Chunyi and Huang Hao, who were also heading out. As soon as Guo Chunyi and Huang Hao saw Song-soo, their faces instantly darkened. But surprisingly, they didn't come forward to make things difficult, but hurriedly got into the car next to them and walked away. After the last time, when Song-soo came to school, Guo Chunyi would always speak out of provocation from time to time, and Song-soo was too lazy to pay attention to him. And every time he picked up Shang Ruoan, he left. This time, he didn't say anything to provoke, but it's rare. Song-soo shrugged his shoulders and didn't think much about it, so he took Shang Zuoan to the mall. The two people bought a lot of things in big bags. Near dark, Song-soo took Shang Zuoan to the Haicheng Mansion 38th floor Pearl restaurant to eat a meal. Before Shang Zuoan sent back home, Song Su this time intends to bring Shang Ruoan home to see her parents. Shang dad and Shang mom to not much opposition. Listening to Shang Ruoan said, seems to be quite happy. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers, so that they can enjoy the benefits of the company's products and services. On the second day, Song Su got up early. He still habitually entered the system first to check the remaining balance of his tasks. In the system mission, there was still $30 million left from the $100 million mission amount. At that time, he had spent $10 million on acquiring Xianya Media, and more than $50 million on the new game shells as well as marketing and promotion. The funds that the company needed to use Song Su had directly hit the company's account, so he was aware of every single flow. At present, the company doesn't need any more money. Song Su can't put the remaining $30 million into it. After all, the company's account is also his name. Within the company's account, the system's money is not spent, or will be counted to his head. He had done this experiment when he had just acquired Fujikawa, wanting to see if transferring the money out of his own bank card was also counted as spending all the money in completing the system's task. But no matter where he transferred the money to, the number of unfinished amounts of the system's tasks had never changed as a result. At that time, he had almost been penalized for not completing the task, acquiring the company and putting it on the shelves for promotion. He had spent a total of more than $62 million, and he had barely managed to scrape together $70 million after buying numerous gifts for his parents. How to spend the remaining $30 million? Song Su currently did not have a clue yet. Let's go home and think about it. Song Su thought in this way, and then entered the system for today's lucky draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the concealment function. As the name suggests, the concealment function can hide all of the host's personal information, including all of the property under his name, the company he owns, the mansion he owns, his specific address, and his personal photo, etc. And it's extremely strong. And the concealment is very strong. Even the most powerful hacker in this world can't break through, unless the host is voluntary, or no one can investigate the host's personal information. Song Su was still satisfied after getting this feature. To a certain extent, it protected Song Su's personal privacy. After all, it was the age of the internet now, and privacy leaks happen time and time again. With this feature, it greatly reduced the possibility of being assassinated or threatening friends and family. After all, a tree attracts the wind. Everything is unpredictable. After Song Su drew the prize, he got up and washed up, and packed a few sets of change of clothes, before driving to the downstairs of the Ao-do neighborhood. Shang Ruoan received Song Su's message and waited downstairs early, holding a large gift box with a set of purple sand pots in her hand. As soon as Song Su got off the car, Shang Ruoan reached out and hugged Song Su in a bear hug. Song Su was stunned, not yet reacted to it. Shang Ruoan will be close to the face-over. Bark a kiss on the face of Song Su. Song Su reversed the passive to active. A ring around the waist of Shang Ruoan, reached out and gently scraped her nose, laughing. Well, why are you so active today? Shang Ruoan's eyes moved, pursed her lips and smiled in embarrassment. Her face reddened to the root of her ears at a visible speed, and she lowered her head without speaking. Song Su was unsure, just turned his head. He saw a few girls not far away who kept looking at him, and instantly understood. Lowering his head, he said in Shang Ruoan's ear, jealous? I'm not. Shang Ruoan stubbornly pushed Song Su, broke away from Song Su's embrace and ran onto the car in a puff of smoke. Song Su was adorable by her series of actions, shaking his head and laughing softly, then also got into the car. Chapter 65. A total of 80,000. Today must pay back the money. Song Su's home in Haicheng 160 kilometers away from the White Mountain province, here because of the relatively close to the economic development zone, but also the main transportation port. So the White Mountain province South Jian City. In the past few years the development of the city is also very good, including a few villages under the city, but also gradually developed, in which Song Su's home Chi Ding village is among the best development. The road has been built, and the flowers are flourishing. When Song Su arrived at the entrance of his house in Chi Ding village with a car full of gifts, he had a problem. In front of the house on the side of the road, there is not much space to park. Song Su has no choice but to try to leave the width of the road can be open to traffic, before getting out of the car. At the same time, the Song family's eldest uncle, Song Shang, was sitting in the main seat with a flare, looking down at Song Su's father, Song Yang. The corners of his mouth curved up in a mocking-like arc, saying, shouldn't you pay back the $50,000 you borrowed from our family in order to make up the bride price for that Song Su kid? Only after Song Shang's words fell, Song Chen, who was standing behind him, shook his obese body and pointed at Song Yang, who was sitting on the side and kept smoking, and said, that's right, owed for almost a year. Hurry up and pay our family back. Song Yang shook the pipe in his hand that had already aged and lost some of its color, glanced askance at his nephew Song Chen, and said with some dissatisfaction, "No big or small, at least I'm an elder. Dare to point at elders and speak." The voice was not loud, but it still reached Song Sheng's ears. "How dare you scold your own son?" Song Sheng's ears twitched as he reached out and yanked Song Chen behind him, furiously slapping the table in front of him and cursing angrily. "I'm still your brother. Elder brother is father. What kind of attitude is this? That's the dowry money we prepared for Sam's son. Kindly lent it to you guys, and you still don't know how to be thankful?" Song Yang lowered his head, frowned, a mouthful after a mouthful of cigarettes, also did not speak. On the side, Song Mom Li Shufan came out from the kitchen with a bottle of white wine, smilingly stuffed the white wine into Song Yang's hands. "Big brother, in a few days Suor is going to get married. You see we don't even have the money for the banquet now. Where is the money left? And didn't we agree before that when Suor finishes getting married, we will pay you back?" Song Sheng held the wine in his arms, a smile appeared on his face, and looked at Song Yang who didn't say anything on the side, and saw that he looked like he was enduring. His heart was refreshed. After handing the wine to Song Chen and telling him to put it away, he stood up with his hands behind his back and laughed smugly. "Just him, still getting married. Laughed me to death. Looks like you guys don't know yet, right? Song Su, that boy can be Li family withdrawal. Bride price money cannot be asked back or not good to say. Marriage can't even get married. How are you guys going to get the portion money to pay me back?" It was because of this news that Song Sheng hurriedly pulled his son over to ask for money. The marriage was not going to work, but the money had to come back. Hearing this, Li Shufang froze, sitting on the bench with his butt. Song Yang even shaking his pipe was half a second sluggish. What did you say? Suor was withdrawn from marriage by the Li family. How is it possible? The front is not still said well. The bride price once paid on. House down payment. You can get married Li Shufang didn't believe it. Felt that it was the eldest uncle who said this to deliberately give them a hard time and stimulate them to pay back the money. Laughed and shook her head and said, "Last month Suor even called me and said that he would bring Li Yining back to see us sometime later. It's impossible. Big brother, don't you say it's a joke." Song Sheng saw that they didn't believe him and said with a ch, "Sam's son went to Haicheng a few days ago and personally heard it from Song Su's friend. Can it be false? Don't fool yourselves. If I say so, Song Su might as well go home and farm, maybe even find a daughter-in-law. Where is it like now, where the marriage is still being withdrawn? It's a disgrace to the Song family, now that he has no money, no house, and little earning power. What girl would want to marry him? There is a stupid and ugly girl at the head of the village. I just don't know if she's willing. Ha ha." Song Yang and Li Shufang were blushing at Song Sheng's words. Li Shufang couldn't stand it when someone talked about her son like that. She just wanted to dislike him, but Song Yang blocked her and shook her head. Song Sheng is not willing to suffer the main. This will only continue to get more and more intense, and finally got out of hand. So many years Song Yang are used to be Song rising pressure on the head. Adhering to the concept of more than one thing is better than one thing, Song Yang will not refute. Used to be subjected to. Song Sheng saw that the two of them did not squeak, only lowered their heads to do their own things, as if deliberately ignoring him. The heart is a little angry. Said, "I'll tell you guys, you owe me 50,000, owed for a year. The interest must be counted. A total of 80,000, must be given to me today." "What? 80,000? Li Shufan looked at her big brother with wide eyes. Just then, the door was opened. Song Su stepped inside with a dark face, holding a hand full of gifts. Song Su had heard the conversation inside the house when he parked at the door. He has always disliked his eldest uncle's family. His eldest uncle Song Sheng, on the basis of his own, is a contractor. Earned more than their own family earned, a little bit of perennial suppression of his father. Also all kinds of looked down on. Unexpectedly, today also does not care is his father's birthday. Directly to the door, but also the lion's mouth. Chapter 66. What a disgrace to the Song family. As soon as Song Su and Shang Ruan appeared, everyone present was stunned. Li Shufan, who was the first to react, stood up directly when she saw that her son had returned. Running to the front of her son, she pulled up Song Su's hand and looked around, her eyes actually flashing tears of excitement. "Suor, didn't you say you were still stuck in traffic? Your father and I were planning to pick you up later. Are you hungry? I'm going to cook right now." Song Su hurriedly pulled back Li Shufan, who wanted to walk towards the kitchen, and laughed. "No need, Mom. We're not hungry." Li Shufan hadn't seen her son for too long. Her eyes were all about Song Su, and only then did she notice that there was an extra beautiful woman she didn't recognize by her son's side, and asked, "This is Uncle Auntie Good?" Shang Ruowan smiled. Lovely, sweet voice, called Li Shufan in a good mood, kept looking around at Shang Ruowan and then look at his son, guessing the relationship between the two. A grand introduction. "This is my girlfriend, Shang Ruowan." Song Su laughed. Only then did Shang Ruowan rush to present the purple sandpot set. Li Shufan received the gift from Shang Ruowan and smiled as her eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. Good girlfriend, she's so watery looking. Song Yang on the side also hadn't seen his son for a long time, and his weathered face only showed a hint of a smile. Girlfriend? Song Sheng and Song Chen at the side stared in disbelief. Didn't they say that Song Su had been withdrawn from marriage? How did he have a girlfriend so quickly? The key was that the looks were quite pretty. The father and son's throats seemed to be blocked by something. Unable to speak for a moment, they had just said that Song Su wouldn't be able to find a daughter-in-law, and then he brought his girlfriend home in the blink of an eye? This was to spite them. Song Chen was even more jealous when he saw that Song Su, whom he had always despised the most, had a girlfriend who was even prettier than his own. You know, his girlfriend was the school flower when he was in college, and it took him a long time to catch up with her. At that time, when he brought it home, which of the neighbors didn't envy the fact that he was about to marry a beautiful daughter-in-law back home? But this was nothing compared to Song Su's girlfriend. He had to admit that Shang Ruoan was really pretty, delicate and small face, pink and tender, cute and tempting, proud figure, concave and convex, looking at him a little heart. Song Sheng disdained, just glanced at the girlfriend Song Su brought back, then turned his face away, coldly snorted. Humph, Song Su, you brats still have the face to come back? Song Su smiled faintly, maintaining his politeness to his elders, and said, eldest uncle, this is my home. I'm the one with the most face to come in, right? Song Chen, who already had a stomach full of anger, heard the meaning in Song Su's words and angrily pointed at Song Su and cursed. Song Su, how do you talk? Who are you calling shameless? Song Su shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, depends on who chimed in. You. Song Chen was speechless. Song Su, this trash, even dared to call him shameless? Song Chen was extremely unhappy in his heart, but he could only secretly clench his fists, gritting his teeth and glaring at Song Su. Seeing this, Song Sheng at the side put away his anger, shook his head inside, his tone low. Alas, Song Su, eldest uncle thought that you would know something about the human condition after entering society. Chenner is your cousin no matter what. Don't you understand the reasoning of the order of elders and children? What a disgrace to the Song family. Song Su looked at Song Sheng's moralistic face and was sickened for a moment, but remembering that Song Sheng was an elder and his father's brother, he didn't say anything more in order to not make things difficult for his father. But Song Sheng thought it was because he had bluffed Song Su. Song Su did not dare to make a sound. With a happy heart, he immediately assumed the posture of an elder, held his head high, hands behind his back, and said, Song Su, you still need to be more like your Song Chen brother to learn. He is now but got into the civil service, will soon be serving. That's an iron rice bowl, a month 8,000 it. You look at you, TSK, you drifted in the sea city for 2 years, earn on the money is not to say, but you not only a penny did not earn on, but also asked the family to ask for money. I'm ashamed for your parents. Song Sheng said more and more vigorously, looking down at Song Su, feeling that he really can't be compared to his own excellent son, asking for money and not having any, still working for others all day long, facing the risk of being expelled all the time, simply too unproductive. Song Chen heard his father praising himself, and also felt that his father was right. His chest straightened even more. Song Su rolled his eyes and didn't bother to argue with the two of them, so he planned to take Shang Ruoan on a nice stroll through his home. Song Sheng thought that Song Su was bashful and wanted to escape, and became even more pleased. Stop, 80,000 has not yet returned to me. You want to go? Whose car is at the door? In the way. Just then, a shout from the doorway covered Song Sheng's words. Chapter 67. Son, did you borrow from a loan shark? Oh, my, I'll be right there. Song Sheng shouted and ran to the door. Song Chen followed closely behind, but after arriving at the door, Song Sheng and Song Chen were dumbfounded, only to see a Rolls-Royce worth $10 million stop at the door, dazzling to the extreme. Next to the Rolls-Royce, there was a brand new tricycle parked against the wall. When the two were compared, it was like a heaven and a hell. Rolodex, can this car be driven a little to the side? I can't drive over it. Only to see a man stick his head out of the car window and say to Song Sheng's father and son. Song Sheng didn't know whether he was ashamed or brainy. His old face was red and he stammered and couldn't say a word. His eyes kept glancing at his brand new tricycle. At this moment he really wanted to find a crack in the ground. It was too damn embarrassing. When Song Su came to the door, he saw the scene and couldn't help but hook up a smile. Next to him was a dark-skinned, but skinny man driving an Audi, face to face with Song Su's Rolls-Royce, who was agonizing over how to drive past it. In fact, Song Su had already parked as close as possible to the entrance of his house, leaving a large empty space on the road. But no matter how many times this man tried, he could not drive through. The man inside is also a batch of panic. Mouth also kept muttering, can't rub into, Rolls-Royce rub into hundreds of thousands of repair costs off. Song-soo sighed helplessly, took out the car key and unlocked it. After Song-soo adjusted the position of the car and kept a straight line, the car drove past with trepidation. As the car drove past, Song-soo also clearly heard the man sigh heavily and say, "Great, it didn't rub." Seeing that this luxury car was Song-soo's, these were not to mention Song Sheng and Song Chen. Even Song-soo's parents were surprised. Song Yang and Li Shufan saw Song-soo get out of the car. The two of them hurriedly pulled Song-soo down to the side. Li Shufan grabbed Song-soo's hand in a death grip and whispered, "Son, tell mom and dad honestly, did you encounter something?" Song Yang also nodded his head in a hurry and said, "Yes, son, did you borrow from loan sharks? Or are you a gangster? Just say it out. Mom and dad will definitely help you." Song Yang patted his son's shoulder with a determined look. Li Shufan, still glaring, pushed Song Yang with her hand and said with her eyes, "What triad? Loan shark? Is her son that kind of person?" Song-soo lost his smile and looked at his parents. This is to think where to go. But look at the parents' face worried look. Really cannot bear to tease them, but also intentionally embellish things a bit. Will be the cause and effect of the two people to listen to. Two people listen to the shocked open mouth. Two look at each other. This means, their son is a while ago. Successful investment, have money, but also incidentally acquired two companies? Became the chairman of the two companies? This is really, too unbelievable. The two of them were speechless, excited inwardly, but more than anything else, they were heartbroken. They knew that the family wasn't too rich, so when Song-soo was in college, he would do part-time jobs at school to earn his own living expenses, and they never received any money even when they gave it to him, always letting the family save it. Song Yang, because of the years of plowing and laboring, after 50 years of age, his health has not been very good, and he needs money to buy medicine to cure his illness. Song-soo otherwise would not have given up the opportunity to study in graduate school, and early into society to earn money. Whenever they thought of this, Song Yang and Li Shufan had a bad taste in their hearts. They knew that their son was earning hard-earned money. Seeing their son is now so good, the two old men are deeply gratified. Li Shufan secretly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and tried to calm herself, not wanting her son to worry. Song Sheng and Song Chen have been looking at the car out of focus, where there is still the heart to care about what the three mouths behind the whispering. Song Chen swallowed his saliva, reached out to touch the front of the car, then pop sound. By the side of the Song Sheng slapped down. What's there to touch? Song Sheng angry to death. Just that man's words are still echoing in his ears. It rubbed all to accompany hundreds of thousands of it. Although he was indignant in his heart, he could only watch with bated breath. Song Chen's fat face slightly aggrieved look at his father, and bawling at the luxury car in front of him. The heart is not willing and jealous. Why does Song-soo have a luxury car? Obviously he was the one who was loved and praised by the Song family elders since he was a child. Why would Song-soo have what he didn't have? Song Chen was furious. Looking at the small gold man on the front of the Rolls-Royce, his eyes gradually became vicious. Chapter 68, Song-soo, count yourself ruthless. Song Sheng stood in the doorway and coughed lightly. His hands behind his back and his eyes changed a little when he looked at Song-soo. Song-soo seemed to have money and a beautiful girlfriend now, which made them very jealous. Song Sheng's face was extremely bad and he snapped. Who knows where all his money comes from? Song-soo, let me tell you, if you dare to do anything illegal or criminal and disgrace the Song family's ancestors, your eldest uncle I won't harbor you. Song Yang usually suffered from Song Sheng's suppression, and never resisted in consideration of brotherly affection, but the moment he saw that he wanted to slander his own son, he was the first to disagree. Immediately, he stood out and shielded Song-soo behind him, saying, "What are you babbling about? My son is smart. He earned all of this from his own hard work." Song Sheng of course wouldn't put what Song Yang said in his eyes, coldly snorted and said, "Fine, Song-soo has money now anyway, so hurry up and pay it back." Song-soo also didn't want to tangle with Song Sheng's father and son anymore, and on the spot, Alipay transferred $50,000 to Song Sheng. As soon as Song Sheng heard the sound of Alipay arriving, his eyebrows smiled, but as soon as he heard that the number arriving was 50,000, he directly jumped to his feet, pointing at Song-soo and cursing angrily. "Song-soo, you little brat want to renege on the account is not it? There are still 30,000 did not give it?" Song-soo lightly looked at Song Sheng from the cell phone album to find a picture. The picture is a piece of paper with a note, and Song Yang's signature and red handprint. It was clearly written that Song Yang owed Song Sheng $50,000. It's clearly written in the note that it's $50,000. Uncle, when did it become $80,000? Don't think that you guys tore up the IOUs and can extort as much as you want. Song Sheng saw the photo and his eyes widened. He had clearly torn up the IOU in order to ask for more money. He didn't realize that Song-soo had the photo. Song Sheng reached out and wanted to grab Song-soo's phone and delete the picture. Song-soo's eyes were quick to retract his hand, causing Song Sheng to stagger and nearly fall. He was furious and pointed at Song Su and stammered for half a day before he was able to speak coherently. How do you talk to elders? This is the interest you owe me. Bank borrowing still need interest? You have borrowed for a year. I see you poor. Only want 30,000 interest. Song Su, you do not know good and bad. Song Su sneered. Uncle, when did you owe for a year? Why don't I know? This money borrowed full count is only 3 months, right? The interest is 10,000 a month? You want to extort 30,000 from our family, and you still keep emphasizing to me that you are the eldest? Ha, do you deserve it? At this moment, Song Chen angrily slapped the body of the Rolls Royce, his eyes shooting out 2 cold lights straight at Song Su. Song Su, don't give your face away. Song Chen was extremely upset right now. Within the Song family, and even the entire Chi-Ding village, he had been the star-crossed one since he was a child. He studied well, had a sweet mouth, could say nice things to make the elders happy, grew up and got into the capital city to go to university, graduated and got into the civil service, and had a beautiful girlfriend. This time home, he is bringing his girlfriend home to see his parents, ready to give the bride price, and his girlfriend at the end of the year to get married. Such a perfect life, which people in the village do not envy themselves, as long as they see themselves, which will not come forward to flatter a few words. Some people even give him money to beg him to go to work in the future to help their children who have no talent to find a job in the city. In the village, he is always being held up and begged. But now, he and Song Su, a comparison, actually have a kind of deep compared to the feeling. He was impatient and angry. Song Su was just a piece of trash that wasn't even worthy of lifting his own shoes. What qualifications did he have to dare to speak in front of himself like this? Gave him face right? Seeing Song Chen scolding himself, Song Su wasn't angry, took out his cell phone, and after entering the demon spirit in front of everyone, he said, why don't we ask the shopkeeper if this is considered blackmail? The money has been returned to you, if you still won't let go. I also don't mind accompanying you to walk through the police station. This human evidence and material evidence gathered here. Your behavior is definitely blackmail undoubtedly. If you are convicted, then Song Chen just took the civil service exam. I don't know if they will still accept people with a criminal record. Song Su also shook the cell phone in his hand as he spoke, and looked at the 2 men expressionlessly. Song Sheng and Song Chen's hearts thumped when they heard this. They knew best in their hearts, whether this was considered blackmail or not. They couldn't afford to gamble. If this is really convicted, the civil servant's job will definitely go down the drain, and Song Chen's life will be cut short. Song Chen stared at Song Su, his teeth clenched loudly. Song Su did not avoid Song Chen's eyes, looking at him smiling. Song Su had money, and the 2 companies had made him a lot of money themselves. It was just that when faced with this kind of disgusting relative, he felt that giving 1 more point would be an insult to the money. If he compromised and gave this 30,000 this time, now that they knew they had money, they would definitely intensify their efforts to ask for money afterward. The first time there will be a second time, and then there will be countless times. Rather than when they take the family morality to kidnap himself, it is better to kill these in the cradle now. In the end, Song Chen could only indignantly say, Song Su, count your ruthlessness, give me to wait. After Song Chen finished speaking, he finally glared at Song Su and turned to leave. Seeing this, Song Shang hurriedly pushed his tricycle, kept calling Song Chen wait a minute and followed him. At this moment, Li Shufan looked at their indignant backs and couldn't help but laugh out loud, waving her hand at Song Shang and saying, his eldest uncle, Sam's son, remember to come to our house more often. Song Yang next to him also didn't hold back his laughter for a moment. Chapter 69, A Warm and Harmonious Family. When Song Su's elder brother, Song Liangping, came back from the field, he saw his eldest uncle and cousin leaving with angry faces, and glaring at himself when he saw him. Song Liangping didn't know what happened and scratched his head with a puzzled face. When he saw Song Su, he excitedly gave Song Su a big hug. You brat, why didn't you tell brother when you came back so I could go pick you up? Song Su smiled. He also hadn't seen his brother for a long time. His heart was indescribably joyful. That's right, Xiao Sua, you don't know. Your brother can read about you all day long, saying he misses you. Zhou Qiaolan, who was following behind Song Liangping, walked up, full of smiles, and joked. You're the one who talks too much. Song Liangping said accusing words, but there was no hint of complaint within his tone. As soon as he took the dishes in Zhou Qiaolan's hands, he said, go buy a chicken and come back. Oh yeah, and buy a fish. It's not easy for Xiao Su to come back once. He has to eat something good. Seeing this, Li Shufan hurriedly stopped her daughter-in-law who was about to leave and said, Su'er called me in the morning and said he was coming back, so I bought them all. I went to buy them early in the morning. Song Liangping scratched his head and laughed twice, saying, in that case, then you guys sit down. I'll go cook. Today you can taste your brother's handiwork. Good. Song Su smiled and nodded. Song Su looked at his brother who was already a little tanned due to his years of laboring in the fields. Memories flooded his heart, and there was an indescribable sourness in his heart. Song Liangping actually dropped out of high school before he finished, because at that time the family didn't have much money and couldn't afford to send 2 children to school. Even if the parents are frugal, it is not enough money for the 2 children to go to school, not to mention the 2 children to go to college. At that time, Song Liangping and Song Su's grades are very good. His brother knows the family's situation. In order to let Song Su go to college smoothly, Song Liangping dropped out of school without even thinking about it, and went to the city to work. And the money he earned was all used to supplement the family's income as well as to pay for Song Su's education. It was also during that time that Song Liangping learned to cook well in a restaurant. Later, when his father's health deteriorated, he returned home to shoulder the burden of the family, and told Song Su to work outside without fear. He was at home. Song Liangping has always believed that Song Su can make a career, never let Song Su worry about the family, and unconditionally support his brother. Thinking about this, Song Su was grateful in his heart. He really had a very good brother. As Song Liangping turned around with the intention of entering the house, this is when he saw the Rolls-Royce that was parked in front of the house. Song Liangping's eyes were wide open, exclaimed out, "Xiao Su, this car." Also not waiting for Song Su to speak, the second old man pulled Song Liangping to make clear the cause and effect. Song Su also once again pulled Shang Zuowan to introduce her to his brother and sister-in-law. After hearing all of this, Song Liangping was flabbergasted for half a second before he exclaimed out in an afterthought, "Good, good, Xiao Su. You are worthy of being my brother. I told you that you have always been the smartest. How can that Song Chen compare? Alright, your stomach is hungry. Go make dinner. Stop pestering your brother to talk." Li Shufan slapped Song Liangping, then pulled Song Su with her left hand and Shang Zuowan with her right hand, and went into the house, smiling from ear to ear. In the middle of the day, Shang Ruowan even said she wanted to go help in the kitchen, but in the end, she was stopped by Li Shufan. Li Shufan called out Zhou Qiaolan, who was helping in the kitchen, and told her to stay with Shang Ruowan, and then went into the kitchen to help. On the sofa in the living room, there were 4 people sitting. The 2 people in the kitchen were constantly busy, and from time to time they even popped their heads out to strike up a conversation. This scene was extremely cozy and harmonious. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the gifts you bought in the car and move them into the house. Before being disturbed by the eldest uncle and his son, Song Su hadn't even had time to take the gifts out. The 2 of them made 2 trips to move all the gifts. In total, there were more than 2 dozen gifts that were placed on the floor of the living room, almost all of them taking up space. Li Shufan, who ran out from the kitchen with a spatula, saw so many gifts in the living room and was surprised. So by so many things, I've said that there is no shortage of things in the house. There is everything. Don't spend money indiscriminately. It's not easy for you to earn money outside, so don't spend money on so many things. Song Liangping, who was cooking in the kitchen at the sound of the voice, also stuck out a head and said, both of them felt that it was not easy for Song Su to work outside, and with all the money he earned from his hard work, he still thought of buying gifts for them, and his heart ached for a while. Song Su smiled and distributed the gifts one by one to his parents and brother and sister-in-law. "Dad, don't you like drinking tea? This is for you." Saying that, Song Su handed over the delicately wrapped gift in front of him. Song Yang took it and was filled with excitement. "Poor, this can be several thousand a caddy. This weight, how could it be tens of thousands? This also has Westlake Longjing and Mao Jian." Song Yang looked at the other 2 gifts that Song Su handed over again, his eyes wide. These 3 together must be no less than $500,000. Song Yang flipped around and looked at the gift box in his hands, his voice trembling a little with excitement. He only had one hobby in this body. He liked to drink tea. He was more aware of the price varieties of tea than anyone else, just still worried about the purple sandpot teacup set sent by Zoe Wan without good tea leaves with it. "Hey, this is complete." Song Yang didn't even come to try on the new clothes that Song Su bought. He carefully held the tea leaves and went straight to the second floor. Song Su's home is later built, a total of 2 floors. The first floor living room kitchen. The second floor is the bedroom. The second floor there is a later by Song Yang partitioned out of the tea room. Chapter 70, Calling for Marriage. "Mom, sister-in-law, these are for you. The cosmetics, jewelry and whatnot were picked out for you by Zhou Qiaolan." Song Su and Shang Zuowan took out another bunch of gifts for Li Shufan and Zhou Qiaolan. 4 or 5 beauty tonics, luxury cosmetics, fine crafted gold jewelry, and some jeweled emerald bracelets and so on. This is pure gold. There's also this green jadeite bracelet and jadeite necklace. This must be hundreds of thousands of dollars to say the least. There are also so many supplements and cosmetics. How much does this cost? No, I can't take it. It's too expensive. Zhou Qiaolan where has seen such expensive jewelry. Light one is enough to surprise her. Also send 4 or 5 pieces in a row. This looks and feels like it has to be more than $500,000. Hastily pushed the gift back. This is all Suer's heart. It's okay, you just take it. Li Shufan persuaded. And let Zhou Qiaolan take these into the bedroom herself. Mom, there's also this massager. I bought one each for both you and Dad. Aren't you and Dad always suffering from back pain? It's said that this one can relieve the pressure on the lower back very well. This way you guys don't have to pound each other's backs every day either. Song Su took out the massager, plugged it in and tried it out for Li Shufan. Li Shufan was full of relief. Pulling her own son's hand and wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she said, I know you filial piety. My son has a good fortune. Mom is too happy, but you still don't spend money to buy these again. Keep it to hurry to marry a daughter-in-law is the king's way. Mom still wanna hold grandchildren early, said, also smiled and looked at Shang Ruan, pulling her hand, as if looking at their own daughter. The more the heart to see the more like. On the side of the Shang Ruowan's small face read, lowered her head and did not say anything. Alas, Xiao Su, where is mine? Where is my gift? Song Liangping served the last dish of braised pork on the table, washed his hands and even ran into the living room. Li Shufan was interrupted by him and glared at Song Liangping, but still pursued the matter of when Song Su would get married. Song Su smiled helplessly, going home and being urged to get married. Still a time-honored tradition. There's no rush. Zoe Wan is still in college. Sooner or later. Still going to college. Read a few. Where do you go? Is it far from where Suer works? Li Shufan heard, smiled from ear to ear. Busy pulling Shang Ruowan began to nag up this daughter-in-law, but she identified. The more you see the more you like. Good-looking character is also gentle. There is a book aroma. Get along also comfortable. Whereas before that Li Yin, not at all quiet, but also always command their son to do this and that. Li Shufan heart cannot help but compare the two. Song Liangping was still rummaging through his gifts, and when he saw the 4 bottles of classical Matai, he directly hugged them. His voice trembled with excitement, and he asked with some uncertainty, This is Maotai. Maotai, right? It's for me, right? Yes, I bought 4 bottles. There's nothing wrong with us and Dad can still have a few drinks. Song Su spoke in a cloudy manner, but Song Liangping was no longer calm. Song Yang's favorite thing was tea. Song Liangping's favorite thing was wine. He felt that when he came back from daily labor, eating dinner and then sipping a cup of good wine, this was simply a great enjoyment on earth. And this collection Maotai, a bottle of $500,000, 4 bottles of 2 million, a set of house money on their own so hold in the arms of the, if it was before, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Song Liangping swallowed his saliva, his eyes staring straight at the wine in his arms. Luckily, you didn't take it out just now when Big Uncle was there. If he took it out, he might even snatch it away. This is good. It's all mine. Just now Mom gave Erguatu to Uncle. I was heartbroken. Now I have 4 bottles. Or Maotai. Ha ha. Song Liangping muttered as he hugged the wine and ran to the second floor as well. When the whole family sat down at the dining table, the food was getting cold. When the whole family warmly finished dinner, the family sat in the living room and talked and laughed. Song Liangping also opened a bottle of Maotai and poured a glass of wine for his father and Song Su as well as himself. He was also careful when pouring the wine, afraid of wasting a drop of wine. At this time, Song Su took out 2 gold cards, one for his parents and one for his brother and sister-in-law. Mom and Dad, you guys keep this card. There's $10 million in here. I'm off and away. If you guys want something then buy it. If you run out, call me. And brother and sister-in-law, I know that if I give you money, you will definitely not accept it. I observed today, the neighborhood of our home is surrounded by mountains and water. The scenery is very good. Our family also grows its own fruits and vegetables, all healthy and organic ingredients. And my brother also learned cooking for a few years before when he was working outside, and his cooking is very good. So I thought, why don't you guys change your home into a farmhouse? It's considered Big Brother's business. I'll invest $1 million. The 4 people stared at Song Su with wide eyes in shock. $10 million for his parents as pocket money, $1 million taken out for his brother and sister-in-law to invest, and the 20 or so gifts just now. This total adds up to, even if there is no 20 million, 15 million always have it? So much money out of hand? After a long time, Song Liangping slowly put down the Maotai, looking at Song Su with a sad face. Little Su, tell Big Brother honestly, are you a gangster? Everyone present was very shaken in their hearts at this time. Song Yang and Song Liangping were both people who had been in society for decades, and it wasn't like they hadn't seen rich big bosses before. But to be able to take out more than $10 million of cash as pocket money at once was the first time they had ever seen. Even like that kind of company Big Boss owns the value of millions of billions of companies of the rich, although they are worth so, but it also includes a lot about the valuation of the industry, stocks, real estate and so on. To be able to take out $10 million at a time for pocket money, This was the first time they had seen it. Could it be that Song-soo was already worth up to several $100 million? The crowd couldn't believe it, until Song-soo took out some proof of equity, and then after repeated explanations with his parents' brother and sister-in-law, a few people reluctantly accepted it, but their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. They were too excited to speak. Song-soo and his brother and sister-in-law talked about how to change the farmhouse, then each went back to the bedroom. In the evening of that night, no one noticed that a black figure appeared next to Song-soo's Rolls-Royce parked at the door. When Song-soo woke up the next day, his Rolls-Royce car labeled Little Gold Man had disappeared. After the constable's forensic investigation, it turned out to be Song-soo's cousin, Song Chen, who was jealous of Song-soo's luxury car and took a wrench to pry away Song-soo's Little Gold Man that night. The Little Gold Man is worth 270,000 yuan. The eldest uncle family also refused to admit exported insult Song-soo. In the end, in front of the strong evidence, the eldest uncle family was speechless, and finally compensated the 270,000 yuan. Song-soo finally bought himself a new car, and parents and brother each bought a car. Then in Shang-ruan returned to Haichang. 2 years later, the summer of Shang-ruan's graduation, in the sea of gardenia flowers, a grand wedding is being held. In the congratulatory sound of all the guests, the two embraced and kissed.